Gao Mu has traversed into a world where spiritual energy has been revived on Earth. Here, formidable martial artists possess the strength to shatter mountains and rivers with a single punch. In this realm, exotic beasts soar through the skies, their claws capable of rending the very fabric of space. Endowed with exceedingly poor talent, Gao Mu can only lead the mundane life of an ordinary person. At this juncture, the sign-in system is activated. However, due to his abysmally low aptitude, Gao Mu receives rewards magnified by 100-fold with each sign-in. Ding! Sign-in successful. Reward obtained. Basic fist technique. Ding! Detecting host's extremely poor talent. Reward multiplied by 100. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received Thunder Fist Great Achievement. The frenzied sign-ins propel Gao Mu's strength to unprecedented heights. He resolves to remain inconspicuous until he is invincible across the land. Chapter 1. The Divine Sign-in System. I never anticipated that I would traverse dimensions. Sitting in the classroom, Gao Mu gazes around with a bewildered expression. He is not a native of this world. Rather, he hails from Earth. Prior to his transmigration, he was an obscure web novelist. Upon his arrival, he assumes the role of a student. Through the freshly assimilated memories, Gao Mu gains a clear understanding of the student's circumstances, as well as the nature of the world he has entered. This world closely resembles Earth as Gao Mu knew it, yet a monumental transformation transpired post-1999. Beginning in that year, this Earth embarked on a path of spiritual revival and the proliferation of martial prowess. I have taken over the life of a waste. This is the most lamentable aspect for Gao Mu. As a web novelist, he has encountered numerous tales of the waste genre. However, the protagonists in those narratives were not inherently talentless. They were born geniuses who fell from grace due to various circumstances. In contrast, the individual whose life Gao Mu now inhabits is a natural waste. The college entrance examination is merely 3 days away. Gao Mu is genuinely astonished that he must still face this daunting challenge after his transmigration. The exam in this world is divided into liberal arts and martial arts. The liberal arts portion mirrors the structure of Gao Mu's Earth. However, the martial arts segment diverges significantly. With the revival of spiritual energy, martial artists reign supreme. The likelihood of being admitted to university through martial arts increases dramatically, and becoming a martial artist not only alters one's destiny, but can also transform the fate of an entire family. Goodness, the notion that the college entrance examination can change one's fate is universal. Gao Mu laments while grappling with his worries. Being a natural waste, without the aid of a golden finger, the prospect of rising to become a martial artist appears daunting. In a recent assessment, his strength was a mere 120 kilograms, barely surpassing the threshold of an ordinary person. Even if he were to obtain a golden finger in the next 3 days, it may not suffice to alter his fate. Ding! Binding the Divine Sign-in System. Ding! Binding of the Divine Sign-in System successful. Ding! Due to the detection of the host's waste talent, each sign-in reward is multiplied by 100. Ding! A new sign-in location has been updated. Please proceed to the first high school of Langya Bay City to sign in. The mechanical voice resonating in his mind invigorates Gao Mu's previously despondent spirit. System. Just as Gao Mu is on the brink of confronting this harsh reality, the system unexpectedly materializes. The emergence of this system heralds the commencement of Gao Mu's path to counterattack. Sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Body refining fruit X 100. Ding! A new sign-in location has been updated. Please proceed to the school's training room to sign in. The reward of 100 body refining fruits fills Gao Mu with uncontainable joy. The talent of a waste is truly advantageous. Observing the 100 fruits in his backpack, Gao Mu cackles with glee. It is worth noting that while the body refining fruit is the most ordinary of exotic fruits, its individual price of 100,000 makes it a luxury beyond the reach of an average family. For a family like Gao Mu's, the combined annual income of his parents is less than 100,000. One fruit is worth 100,000. 100 fruits amount to 1 million. Perhaps I should sell these body refining fruits for cash. The temptation of 1 million is overwhelmingly enticing for someone as ordinary as Gao Mu, both before and after his transmigration. Strength is the ultimate truth. Gao Mu suppresses his internal impulse, reasoning to himself, once I possess strength, 1 million will merely be a trivial sum. Resisting the allure, Gao Mu glances around to ensure he is not being observed. Noticing that no one is paying him any mind, he swiftly retrieves a body refining fruit from his backpack and tosses it into his mouth. As the exotic fruit dissolves, it transforms into a warm liquid coursing through Gao Mu's body. He soon feels a distinct change within himself. Has my strength increased? Gao Mu clenches his fist. One more. Stealthily, he consumes another body refining fruit. Within the span of a mere hour, Gao Mu devours all the exotic fruits valued at 1 million. The taste is rather unremarkable. While the exotic fruit can enhance his prowess, its flavor leaves much to be desired. I wonder how much my strength has grown now. Divine sign-in system. Host, Gao Mu. Strength, 1,120 kilograms. Realm, bronze 1 star. Skills, none. Sign-in locations available. First high school, training room. The sudden appearance of the system interface causes Gao Mu's eyes to widen in astonishment. Have I become a martial artist? Gao Mu promptly delivers a sharp slap to his own face. The crisp sound echoes, drawing the curious glances of his classmates. That certainly hurt. Ignoring the peculiar stares, Gao Mu revels in the realization that he is not dreaming, his heart swelling with elation. In this world, martial artists occupy a lofty status. With a global population of 7 billion, only 1 in 10,000 possesses the potential to become a martial artist. This implies that Gao Mu has surpassed 99 of the world populace. As an 18-year-old bronze martial artist, I must now be the foremost among my peers in Langya-based city. Gao Mu was filled with elation. The generous rewards from the system's sign-in had stirred his heart into a fervor. If the initial sign-in reward is this substantial, the subsequent rewards must be even more exhilarating. He had already begun to contemplate signing in at the training room after school. Time ticked away steadily, and before long, school was dismissed. Gao Mu seized his meticulously prepared backpack and dashed out of the classroom ahead of his peers. The training room was situated at the rear of the school. Perhaps due to the end of classes, the door to the training room was firmly locked. Sir. Gao Mu's keen eyes spotted the security guard responsible for the training room. Could you please unlock the training room for me? I left something inside. No, the guard replied with a grave expression, his demeanor strictly businesslike. I'm a man of principles as a security guard, after school. The guard's words halted abruptly as he distinctly observed Gao Mu slipping several 100 yuan bills into his pocket. Ahem. The guard coughed while scanning the surroundings. Once he confirmed no one was in sight, he sternly advised Gao Mu, retrieve your belongings quickly and leave, understood? Lock the door upon your departure. Rest assured, sir, I will ensure no one discovers a thing. Gao Mu replied, casting a knowing glance at the guard. The guard nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently unlocked the door to the training room. After confirming the guard had departed, Gao Mu made his way toward the testing device, inwardly murmuring, sign in. Chapter 2, Thunder Fist and Shadow Step. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Basic Fist Technique 100. Ding. Due to an excess of redundant skill rewards, a special reward has been granted. Thunder Fist. Great accomplishment. Ding. The new sign-in location has been updated. Please proceed to the branch of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy to sign in. In this world, skills are categorized into 5 stages: beginner, proficient, mastery, minor accomplishment, and great accomplishment. To cultivate a skill to the great accomplishment stage typically requires a minimum of 3 to 5 years, and in some cases, up to a decade or more. Indeed, for certain skills, even a lifetime may not suffice to reach great accomplishment. Yet, Gao Mu, with merely a sign-in, has attained a level that others toil for over a decade or even a lifetime to achieve. This system is truly exhilarating. Having acquired the new skill, Gao Mu did not immediately put it to use. Instead, he sat before the testing device, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend the Thunder Fist. The Thunder Fist is an exclusive martial art of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy. Once mastered to the great accomplishment level, both the speed and power of the punches will see tremendous enhancement. After a period of contemplation, Gao Mu slowly opened his eyes. He steadied himself, letting out a powerful shout as he delivered a punch at the testing device. 1,680 kilograms. The number flashed on the device. Gazing at this figure, Gao Mu inhaled sharply. This Thunder Fist is truly formidable. Gao Mu's inherent strength is 1,120 kilograms, and with the Thunder Fist, he unleashed 1,680 kilograms. This means that the great accomplishment Thunder Fist has elevated Gao Mu's punching power by 50. This enhancement left Gao Mu astounded. After a brief moment of hesitation, he struck the testing device once more, this time without employing the Thunder Fist. 1,120 kilograms. The force he generated matched exactly with the strength displayed on the system interface. Exhilarating. Gao Mu growled softly. Within less than a day, he transformed from a mere loser into a bronze-level martial artist. Such an experience would elate anyone. After testing his strength and new skill, Gao Mu exited the training room with great satisfaction, ensuring to lock the door behind him. In a certain building of the Holy City Garden, it is not surprising for Shen Jun, the principal of the first high school, to afford a residence here, given that he himself is also a martial artist. Just as he returned home and was about to wash his hands for dinner, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he furrowed his brows. As soon as he answered the call, he began to scold. Haven T, I told you 1,000 times not to call me after work. The caller was the vice principal of the first high school. This vice principal, who exudes authority before ordinary people, finds himself on the receiving end of reprimands from Shen Jun. After Shen Jun finished his tirade, the vice principal cautiously remarked, someone was just using the strength testing device in the training room. Before the vice principal could finish, Shen Jun, visibly displeased, interrupted. Did I not say that no one is permitted in the training room after school? Do you understand how expensive that strength testing device is? What if it gets damaged? Shinjun, a figure of authority, has a particular way of reprimanding others. The vice principal, well aware of Shunjun's disposition, quickly added after he finished. The third strength testing device reported 2 data points to my office. The first is 1,680 kilograms, and the second is 1,120 kilograms. Shinjun had a reprimand ready. But upon hearing the vice principal's words, he swallowed it back. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Are you certain?" "I am certain." The vice principal, gaining confidence, responded, "I have double-checked. There is no mistake. Wait for me. I will return to school immediately." Normally reluctant to return to school after hours, Shinjun hurriedly made his way back. As both principal and martial artist, he understands better than anyone what those 2 numbers signify. "Son, how was class today?" In a quaint old neighborhood of Langya Bay City, Gao Mu's mother spoke lovingly as she chatted with her son. Before his transmigration, Gao Mu was the type who earned little and worked excessively, often not seeing his parents for an entire year. Being cared for again warmed his heart. It was all right. Gao Mu devoured his meal voraciously, akin to a famished beast. Still the same. Eat slowly. Dining should have an air of decorum, Gao Mu's father chided, though his eyes sparkled with the same affection as his wife's. "I'm done." After finishing 5 bowls of rice and polishing off all the dishes, Gao Mu contentedly wiped his mouth. "Are you full? If not, have another bowl." For parents, no amount is ever too much for their children. "I'm full." Gao Mu rubbed his tight stomach and nodded fervently. As his parents began to tidy up, Gao Mu seized the opportunity to excuse himself from home. The exhilaration from the previous 2 sign-in rewards had struck a chord within him, making him crave more. What he needed to do now was to head to the new sign-in location, the branch of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy. The Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy is open to all inhabitants of the planet. Gao Mu felt no trepidation about entering the academy. As one of the world's premier martial arts institutions, even the branch boasts splendid decor. Standing at the entrance, Gao Mu felt a wave of inferiority wash over him. Upon stepping inside, his jaw dropped in awe. Sign in. While the grandeur of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy was astonishing, Gao Mu did not forget the purpose of his visit. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Basic step technique 100. Ding. Due to an abundance of irrelevant skill rewards, a special reward has been granted. Shadow step. Great accomplishment. Ding. The new sign-in location has been updated. Please proceed to the office of the branch director to sign in. The first 2 notifications enveloped Gao Mu in joy, yet the final one felt akin to a bucket of cold water, dousing him. The branch director of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy is a figure of significant stature in Langya City. Even the top official of the base city would treat this individual with utmost respect. Gao Mu was genuinely at a loss as to how he could possibly enter this influential figure's office. "Don't dawdle." Just as Gao Mu pondered, a somewhat annoyed voice came from behind him. "If you must daydream, at least don't do it here." Quickly snapping back to reality, Gao Mu turned to apologize. "I'm sorry." After clearing the way, Gao Mu's mind began to race with ideas. Eureka! An idea struck him like a flash of lightning, and he hastily made his way towards the reception area. "Hello, I would like to undergo a martial artist test." Gao Mu approached the reception desk, speaking confidently to the young lady. Chapter 3. The Invitation from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy. The young lady, who had been engrossed in her paperwork, looked up upon hearing someone speak and was momentarily taken aback by Gao Mu's youthful visage. "I'm sorry." She collected her thoughts and inquired, "Did you just say you want a martial artist test?" "Indeed," Gao Mu affirmed with a confident nod. "How old are you?" the young lady asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Gao Mu, curious, asked, "Is age a factor for the martial artist test?" No. She quickly waved her hands to clarify. "You appear remarkably youthful. My inquiry regarding your age stems purely from curiosity." 18. Since the question was posed, Gao Mu undoubtedly felt obliged to respond. "A fine prospect indeed," the young lady exclaimed, only to swiftly realize her indiscretion, her cheeks flushing crimson. It seemed a thought struck her, and she hastily reached into her drawer, retrieving an item to present to Gao Mu. "Let us befriend each other." Gao Mu regarded the condom in her hand with a visage of sheer embarrassment. "My dear lady, might you be a tad too forthright?" The young lady quickly glanced at her hand, and upon seeing the item, her face transformed into the hue of a ripe Fuji apple. She intended to procure a pack of green arrows, but inadvertently grasped the wrong item, resulting in her mortification. With her face concealed in her hands, she fled in disgrace, soon replaced by another young lady. "You wish to undertake the martial artist assessment?" This new lady exhibited a more reserved demeanor than her predecessor. Gao Mu nodded in affirmation. "Please hold on. I shall contact the instructor immediately." The young lady seized a nearby telephone and made the call. Before long, a robust middle-aged man appeared at Gao Mu's side. "Follow me," the man instructed. Gao Mu nodded and trailed behind him. "You possess a strength of 1,000 kilograms? The foundational criterion for a martial artist is to achieve a strength of 1,000 kilograms. Gao Mu nodded once more. The middle-aged man, upon witnessing Gao Mu's assent, exhibited a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. In his years of observing martial artist evaluations, he had never encountered someone of Gao Mu's age achieving such prowess. Though an 18-year-old bronze martial artist might be intimidating, Gao Mu had yet to undergo testing. Throughout the years, he had encountered numerous anomalies during assessments, thus he did not regard Gao Mu's upcoming test with particular seriousness. On the second floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, within a specific testing room, the middle-aged man gestured towards a strength testing device. Strike this machine with each fist 3 times, without employing any skills. Gao Mu complied, making his way to the apparatus. 1,120 kilograms, 1,100 kilograms, 1,024 kilograms. These were the results of Gao Mu's right fist strikes. In truth, the middle-aged man had widened his eyes in disbelief after the first punch. By the time Gao Mu completed his 3 strikes, the man's breathing had quickened noticeably. Now, the left hand must also deliver 3 strikes. Perhaps due to excitement, the middle-aged man's speech faltered. 1007, 1002, 1001. Though Gao Mu's left fist did not match the power of his right, it still surpassed the 4-digit threshold. Gulping audibly, the middle-aged man struggled to contain his astonishment, his voice trembling as he instructed Gao Mu. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, he exited the testing room. Once outside, he took a deep breath and hastened toward the office of the branch director. Perhaps overwhelmed by the shock, he neglected protocol entirely. Barging into the director's office without knocking, branch director Lu Tianping was leisurely enjoying a cup of kung fu tea. Upon noticing his subordinate's abrupt entrance, Lu Tianping furrowed his brow and admonished, "What is this hasty behavior?" It was only then that the middle-aged man realized his error. He disregarded any need for an apology and exclaimed to Lu Tianping, "I just conducted a martial artist evaluation, and the subject is a bronze 1-star martial artist. You truly lack worldly experience," Lu Tianping remarked disapprovingly, continuing his reprimand. "A bronze 1-star martial artist is beneath our dignity. I suspect you no longer wish to collect your salary this month." "No." The middle-aged man hastily waved his hands in a bid to clarify. This bronze 1-star martial artist appears to be a high school student, likely not exceeding the age of 20. At these words, Lu Tianping, who had been sipping tea, abruptly rose to his feet. Normally known for his composure, he could no longer maintain his tranquility. He swiftly approached the middle-aged man, grasping his shoulders and shaking him in excitement. "Quickly, take me to see him." For Lu Tianping, the branch director, bronze 1-star martial artists were not uncommon. However, one under the age of 20 was exceedingly rare. Since his own foray into the martial arts realm, he had only heard of such occurrences once or twice. And those individuals had since become renowned figures. The middle-aged man nodded and led Lu Tianping toward the testing room. Inside, Gao Mu was idly engrossed in his phone. "What is happening?" Gao Mu glanced toward the door, voicing his frustration. The efficiency of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy is rather lacking. Just as Gao Mu finished his complaint, the door swung open. The middle-aged man returned, accompanied by another man of similar age. "Allow me to introduce. This is our branch director, Lu Tianping." Upon hearing the name, Gao Mu promptly stood, recognizing the stature of someone like Lu Tianping warranted respect. "What is your name?" Rather than adopting an air of authority, Lu Tianping inquired in a conversational manner. "How old are you? How many are there in your family?" "I am Gao Mu, 18 years old. And there are 3 of us in my family." The director's questions, reminiscent of a census, left Gao Mu somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, he responded truthfully, as befitting a distinguished figure. 18. For Lu Tianping, other details paled in comparison to this age. Upon hearing Gao Mu declare his age, Lu Tianping's eyes widened dramatically, akin to a lecherous old man spotting a woman clad in white stockings. "Young man." Lu Tianping wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth, resembling a candy-obsessed uncle as he queried Gao Mu, "Would you be interested in joining our Extreme Martial Arts Academy?" Lu Tianping's unexpected invitation left the middle-aged man flabbergasted. His own journey to join the academy had been fraught with challenges, taking 3 arduous years to succeed. Yet here stood this youth, having accomplished nothing beyond a simple test, already receiving an invitation from Lu Tianping. Chapter 4. The Pagoda of Ascendance. Not particularly interested, Gao Mu declined without hesitation. With his system and the generous rewards it offered, he saw no need to play second fiddle to anyone. Gao Mu's refusal sent Lu Tianping into a state of disbelief. It is worth noting that the Extreme Martial Arts Academy ranks among the world's most elite martial institutions. Each year, they welcome a select few newcomers. Last year, only 20 were accepted, yet thousands of applications poured in. Among those thousands were undeniably talented individuals. "Do you understand what it means to join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy?" Lu Tianping asked, somewhat reluctantly. "I believe it is likely that no one is unaware. The training environment, the guidance of instructors, the mentorship of renowned figures. These are the reasons many aspire to join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy." Gao Mu, however, saw no compelling reasons to join. A training environment? For someone with his lack of talent, even the finest setting held no allure. Instructors? No matter how formidable they were, they could not elevate someone with Gao Mu's innate limitations. As for mentorship from eminent figures, Even the world's foremost expert would be powerless against his shortcomings. Given this context, why did Gao Mu choose to join the Jidao Martial Arts Institute? If you are aware of the reasons, why not become a member of our esteemed Jidao Martial Arts Institute? Lu Tianping found himself perplexed. Not interested, Gao Mu replied, curling his lips. Were it not for the necessity of signing in at the branch of the Jidao Martial Arts Institute, he would not have even graced this place with his presence. Never mind, Lu Tianping thought, coming to terms with the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke to Gao Mu, since you have no desire to join, we shall not impose upon you. Disheartened, Lu Tianping turned to leave the training room. Master Lu, Gao Mu, though disinterested in joining, expressed a curiosity to visit Lu Tianping's office. If it is not too much trouble, may I see your office? Lu Tianping paused briefly, then nodded, of course. Although Gao Mu's decision to forego membership left Lu Tianping feeling regretful, he recognized Gao Mu's prodigious talent and deemed the request reasonable. To avoid any animosity with Gao Mu, Lu Tianping acquiesced to his request. Sign in. Upon entering Lu Tianping's office, Gao Mu promptly opted to sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Basic sword technique 100. Ding. Due to the majority of skill-related rewards being without intent, a special reward has been granted. Qinglian sword technique, mastery. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the Langya Pagoda for sign-in. The reward of the Qinglian sword technique did not astonish Gao Mu. Yet he was taken aback by the revelation that his next sign-in location was the Langya Pagoda. After bidding farewell to Lu Tianping, he departed the Jidao Martial Arts Institute and headed towards the pagoda. The Langya Pagoda was situated in the central square of Langya Bay City. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be an unremarkable ordinary pagoda. However, Gao Mu was acutely aware that this structure was far from ordinary. Should he dare to venture inside? Standing at the foot of the pagoda, he felt a twinge of hesitation. In this world, there are myriad paths to achieving fame and success, and the most straightforward and expedient method was to challenge the pagoda. The higher the floors one ascended, the stronger their innate combat prowess. Sign in. After a lengthy deliberation, Gao Mu ultimately decided to proceed with the sign-in. Ding. Sign-in failed. Please enter the pagoda for sign-in. This system notification caused Gao Mu's brow to furrow. Is it compelling me to challenge the tower? After lingering at the entrance, he gradually stepped inside. Upon entering, the scenery shifted dramatically. Before him lay an expansive grassland, and directly in front was a massive transparent screen. Please enter your name. A mechanical voice resonated in the air. After a moment's hesitation, Gao Mu typed in the 4 characters, by Ma Fei Ma. Input successful, please commence the challenge. With his input, the transparent screen vanished. The next moment, he beheld a horde of beastly creatures, resembling wild boars, charging toward him. Faced with such a multitude of creatures for the first time, Gao Mu felt a pang of anxiety. Yet, he did not forget the paramount mission that had brought him here. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward obtained. One of the 9 secrets. Jiezmi 100. Ding. Due to the majority of skill-related rewards being unhelpful, a special reward has been granted. Jiezmi mastery. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed home for sign-in. The reward for Jiezmi left Gao Mu momentarily stunned. As one of the 9 secrets from the novel Zhitian, Jiezmi was undoubtedly among the most sought after. Its extraordinary property allowed one's power to multiply tenfold. Let us see if it truly lives up to its reputation. A smirk graced Gao Mu's lips as he turned to face a wild boar that had charged into his vicinity. He immediately recognized it as a bronze-tier beast. The steel-toothed boar. Activate Jiezmi. Gao Mu raised a finger skyward, exclaiming in a flamboyant manner. A surge of immense power coursed through him at that moment. I feel invigorated, he declared, launching a powerful punch toward the first steel-toothed boar. The blow obliterated the creature into fragments. What a thrill! Gao Mu roared, continuing to throw punches. Within minutes, he had vanquished hundreds of steel-toothed boars. Ding. Cleared the first level. Please proceed to the second level. The voice echoed throughout the space. Subsequently, a staircase materialized before Gao Mu. Ascending it leisurely, the scenery transformed once more. This time, you will face 100 bronze 2-star steel-toothed boars. Upon reaching the second level, Gao Mu heard the announcement. Bring it on. His eyes sparkled with excitement. 100 bronze 2-star steel-toothed boars were no match for him. In mere moments, he reduced them all to dust. The tenfold boost in strength endowed Gao Mu with power comparable to a silver 1-star warrior. The bronze beasts could not withstand even a single strike from him. 3rd level, 4th level, 5th level, 9th level. Unlike the previous levels, only one beast materialized on the 9th level. A bronze 9-star lord beast. Like humans, beasts are classified into grand realms and 9-star subdivisions. However, unlike humans, beasts of the same star level also have subdivisions of soldier, general, and lord. According to the texts, Lord-tier beasts of the same realm and star level are significantly stronger than their soldier counterparts. Gazing at the colossal beast before him, resembling a fierce tiger, Gao Mu charged forward without hesitation. Roar! The beast let out a deafening cry, rushing toward Gao Mu as well. Chapter 5. Gao Mu is expelled. The Bronze Lord Beast was no match for Gao Mu. With a single punch, he shattered it. This won't do, Gao Mu exclaimed, opting to exit the pagoda. He had wished to continue his challenges, but alas, the duration of Jiezami had expired. Returning to the real world, Gao Mu hastily departed the vicinity of the pagoda. Not long after his exit, 3 individuals suddenly appeared. Did you receive the data as well? Lu Tianping inquired, glancing at one of them. This individual was none other than Shen Chongxin, the official representative and a prominent figure in Langyue Bay City. Shen Chongxin nodded, his expression grave. To have conquered the 9th level of the pagoda at the tender age of 18 is beyond mere genius. The first 10 levels of the pagoda represent bronze 19 stars. To have surpassed the 9th level indicates that the challenger possesses the strength of a bronze 9-star warrior. Ordinary bronze 9-star warriors would certainly not capture the attention of such esteemed individuals. However, an 18-year-old bronze 9-star warrior was an entirely different story. This year has indeed seen a remarkable number of prodigies, Lu Tianping mused, his thoughts drifting to Gao Mu. Old Lu, Niu Meng, the branch master of the Tsangtian Martial Arts Institute, remarked, casting a curious glance at him. Do you know something? Regardless of whether Lu Tianping was privy to any information, he would never divulge it to Niu Meng. The Jidao Martial Arts Institute and the Tsangtian Martial Arts Institute are both among the world's premier martial arts establishments. These 2 institutions have always maintained a relatively harmonious competitive relationship. However, due to their similar levels of power, neither has been able to establish a clear dominance over the other throughout the years. Lu Tianping disregarded Niu Meng's inquiry, instead letting out a cold snicker. Such a prodigy, I wish he could remain in our huaxia. After Shen Chongxin finished speaking, he turned and departed. Niu Meng and Lu Tianping exchanged glances before also taking their leave. Upon returning to the martial arts school, Lu Tianping felt a sense of unease. He had a nagging suspicion that the individual who had traversed the 9-tiered pagoda might very well be Gao Mu. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed the headquarters number. Upon explaining the situation, the headquarters instructed him to await further news. Lu Tianping initially believed this information would take a considerable time to arrive, yet to his astonishment, he received a response in less than 5 minutes. 1 week hence, the martial artist evaluation would be personally attended by Qi Xuanxia, the inspector. Upon reading the message from headquarters, Lu Tianping inhaled sharply. Are you certain that Inspector Qi is coming in person? Lu Tianping found it hard to believe. Qi Xuanxia, known as Qi Yunfeng, is one of the 8 inspectors of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. While Lu Tianping suspected the headquarters would regard this matter with seriousness, he never anticipated such a high level of attention. Indeed, the voice on the other end was both grave and indifferent. After hanging up, Lu Tianping struggled to accept this reality. He opened the drawer of his desk and retrieved a long dormant pack of cigarettes. Standing by the window, he lit a cigarette and silently exhaled a puff of smoke. When Gao Mu returned home, night had already fallen. Time to check in. He had not forgotten that his new check-in location was his home. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. 100 Tianxiang fruits. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please proceed to Lingshan Yuan for check-in. Tianxiang fruit? Lingshan Yuan. Gao Mu had no idea what Tianxiang fruit was, but he was well aware of Lingshan Yuan. This was a prestigious residential area in the Langyue Bay City, inhabited by prominent figures. This new check-in location presented quite a challenge. Contemplating this, Gao Mu opened his computer to investigate what the Tianxiang fruit he had just received was. Tianxiang fruit, an extraordinary fruit suitable for consumption by bronze-tier martial artists. The strength it bestows varies according to individual physique. After reading the information on Tianxiang fruit, a grin spread across Gao Mu's face, transforming him into a dragon king with a crooked smile. He took the Tianxiang fruits from his backpack and placed them in his mouth. 1, 2, 3. The fruit, valued at over $1 million, was consumed with utter disregard. How full? Gao Mu patted his belly, slumping in front of the computer. Interface. He needed to check the extent of his power growth. Divine level check-in system. Host, Gao Mu. Strength, 21, 364 kilograms. Realm, silver 2 stars. Skills, Thunderclap Fist, great accomplishment. Shadow Step, great accomplishment. Qinglian Sword Technique, great accomplishment. All Character Secret, great accomplishment. Available check-in location, Lingshan Yuan. The consumption of 100 Tianxiang fruits had propelled his strength to a staggering 20,000 kg. His realm had also ascended to silver 2 stars. In a single day, Gao Mu had transformed from an ordinary individual into a silver 2 stars martial artist. This gave him an almost surreal sensation. The exhilaration was beyond compare. Moreover, he had acquired the formidable all-character secret skill. With this skill, even a martial artist of the Golden Realm would find Gao Mu a formidable adversary. As he lay on his bed, the weight of sleep enveloped him. The following morning, as Gao Mu arrived at school, he was summoned by his stern homeroom teacher. Did you use the school's training room after class yesterday? Faced with the teacher's grave demeanor, Gao Mu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Yes, he nodded. Follow me. The teacher said nothing further and, with a sullen expression, led Gao Mu to the principal's office. Along the way, the teacher grumbled. Have I not told you that resources of the school must not be wasted after school hours? Students like you, with such poor aptitude, ought to have been expelled. Had I not intervened repeatedly, you would not even have had the chance to take the college entrance examination. The teacher's incessant complaints caused Gao Mu's brow to furrow. Soon, they arrived at the principal's office. The teacher knocked on the door. "Come in." The principal's authoritative voice resonated from within. The teacher pushed the door open, with Gao Mu closely following. "Principal," the teacher began, "I have brought Gao Mu to see you." The principal nodded and directed his gaze toward Gao Mu. Did the principal summon me to bestow some reward? Or perhaps, Gao Mu began to daydream. The strength he had displayed in the training room yesterday was surely enough to impress the principal before him. The principal studied Gao Mu for a moment before stating, "You are expelled." "What?" Gao Mu's eyes widened in shock. "You heard me correctly." The principal paid no heed to Gao Mu's feelings and launched into his official discourse. "After school hours, without permission from a teacher, you use school resources. According to school regulations, I have the authority to expel you immediately." "But," Gao Mu attempted to offer an explanation. Yet before he could speak, the principal's office door was knocked upon again. Chapter 6, Lu Tao. "Come in." The principal waved his hand, indicating that Gao Mu and his homeroom teacher could leave. Simultaneously, the office door swung open, and a young man entered. Lu Tao? Unlike Gao Mu, Lu Tao was a celebrated figure within the school. At under 18 years of age, his strength had already reached an astonishing 980 kilograms. Just a step away from becoming a martial artist. He was also the student most likely to break through to martial artist status before the college entrance examination. As Gao Mu brushed past Lu Tao, the latter held his head high, not even casting a glance in Gao Mu's direction. "Principal, here is the key to the training room." Upon entering the office, Lu Tao pulled a key from his pocket and placed it on the principal's desk. Smiling as he said, "Thank you for allowing me to train in the training room during my free time." At this moment, Gao Mu had already exited the office with his homeroom teacher, but he still heard Lu Tao's words. Walking beside the teacher, Gao Mu, filled with indignation, muttered, "Why should it be this way?" However, before he could finish, the teacher interrupted him with a frown. "He is a genius. You are a waste. That's simply the way it is. Hurry and pack your things. I do not wish to see you at school any longer." The teacher's callous demeanor left Gao Mu feeling profoundly unsettled. The news of Gao Mu's expulsion did not create any ripples within the class. To his classmates, Gao Mu's presence only served to diminish their average scores. With Gao Mu's departure, they felt an unexpected sense of joy. Standing at the school gate, having lived two lives, Gao Mu quickly adjusted his mindset. In this era, the college entrance examination was indeed a pathway, but it was by no means the only one. Now a Silver Realm martial artist, even without the college entrance examination, he still possessed a bright future. Having come to this realization, Gao Mu did not rush home. Instead, he prepared to head to Lingshanbi Yuan for check-in. Gaining access to this upscale residential area in Langya Bay City was no easy feat. After lingering at the entrance for a while, Gao Mu finally found an opportunity. "Uncle Li, Uncle Li." Gao Mu waved at a small truck that was about to enter the community. The driver of the small truck paused for a moment, quickly recognizing Gao Mu. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. "I wish to enter." Gao Mu pointed towards the Linshan villa and discreetly communicated with Uncle Li. With a smile, Uncle Li nodded and said, "Then hop into my vehicle." Uncle Li, a colleague of Gao Mu's father, both worked for a moving company. Once seated in Uncle Li's truck, Gao Mu effortlessly gained access to the Linshan villa. "Don't wander off," Uncle Li cautioned as he dropped Gao Mu off. "The security here is quite stringent." Gao Mu nodded and expressed his gratitude to Uncle Li. Upon exiting the vehicle, he chose to check in. Ding. Check-in successful, reward obtained, indestructible skill. Ding. Due to the majority of skill type rewards being of little utility, a special reward is granted. Indestructible skill, mastery. Ding. The new check-in location has been updated. Please proceed to Villa number 12 for check-in. The prospect of the new reward left Gao Mu grinning widely. Having lived two lives, he was well aware of what the indestructible skill entailed. With this skill, wouldn't he become invincible in the future? This ability was a formidable combination of offense and defense. Villa number 12? After reveling in his fortune, Gao Mu did not forget his new check-in location. Following the directions, he quickly arrived at Villa number 12. Outside Villa No. 12, a group of individuals was transporting items from a vehicle into the villa. Among them was Gao Mu's father. Just as Gao Mu was about to greet his father, Lu Tao unexpectedly emerged from the villa. "Old man, your pace is far too slow. Can you hurry up?" Lu Tao berated Gao Mu's father. Bowing his head, Gao Mu's father refrained from retorting, merely quickening his pace. Witnessing this scene, Gao Mu felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Bang! Just as Gao Mu was consumed by his emotions, the sound of something shattering pierced the air. He glanced towards his father, who stood there, bewildered and helpless, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Slap! Lu Tao strode over to Gao Mu's father and struck him hard, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Can you even manage? Do you have any idea how much that costs? Even if we sold you, you wouldn't be able to compensate." Lu Tao angrily pointed at Gao Mu's father. At this sight, Gao Mu's anger surged through him. With a swift motion, he charged towards Lu Tao. Slap. Lu Tao, caught off guard, received a slap from Gao Mu before he even realized what had happened. You dare strike me? Lu Tao exclaimed, astonished as he stared at Gao Mu. You worthless wretch. How dare you hit me? Once Lu Tao regained his composure, he recognized Gao Mu. In school, to ensure everyone knew your name, one could only choose between two paths. The first, to be extraordinarily talented, earning the admiration of all. The second, to be utterly incompetent, inviting disdain. Lu Tao had chosen the former, while Gao Mu had unfortunately traversed the latter. Thus, Lu Tao was familiar with Gao Mu. Ignoring Lu Tao, Gao Mu hurried to help his father to his feet, concern etched on his face. Dad, are you all right? Gao Mu's father shook his head. I'm fine. Then, as if recalling something, he rose and bowed apologetically to Lu Tao. I apologize, young Master Lu. My son is ignorant. I hope you can overlook this. Ignorant? Lu Tao's expression darkened as he glared at Gao Mu's father, his voice dripping with contempt. You think a mere apology suffices after hitting me? Gao Mu supported his father, casting a cold gaze at Lu Tao. What else do you seek? Before Gao Mu could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by his father. Bowing slightly towards Lu Tao, he said, as long as you, young Master Lu, make a request, we will comply with any demands. Lu Tao, upon hearing this, immediately relaxed his anger. He scrutinized the father-son duo with interest, then smirked wickedly. Crawl under me, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, you two shall not leave Linshan Villa today. With that, Lu Tao shot a provocative glance at the pair. Young master, Gao Mu's father bent slightly, forcing a smile. Let me handle this myself. My son's words can be disregarded. Lu Tao waved dismissively. No, it has to be both of you. Doing it solo would be far too dull. Lu Tao's demeanor suggested he had firmly secured the upper hand over Gao Mu and his father. Chapter 7. The Silver Abnormal Fruit, the Snow Lotus Fruit. Son. Gao Mu's father could endure humiliation for his son, yet he did not wish for his son to suffer such indignity. But if they refused to crawl under Lu Tao today, it was clear that Lu Tao had no intention of letting them off easy. We are a family of martial artists. Lu Tao observed Gao Mu's father's hesitation, his smile turning menacing. You should know what that entails, right? We understand. Gao Mu's father replied with a bitter smile. In this world, martial artists held privileges. As long as they did not break the law, they could commit acts of violence within the city, even inflicting severe injuries on ordinary citizens, and simply pay for their actions. Dad. Gao Mu stepped in front of his father, smiling reassuringly. If you trust me, let me handle this from here. Seeing the strength of his son's resolve, Gao Mu's father momentarily felt a sense of nostalgia. When I was young, you protected me. Now that I have grown, it is my turn to protect you. Gao Mu said softly, not turning back. Ha ha ha, Lu Tao's mocking laughter filled the air. Is this a touching father-son moment you're trying to portray? Let me assure you, it won't matter. He looked at Gao Mu with impatience, frowning. Hurry it up, my time is precious. Gao Mu nodded at his father and then approached Lu Tao. Your words are rather excessive. As he drew near, Gao Mu raised his hand and delivered another resounding slap to Lu Tao. The force of the blow knocked Lu Tao's teeth loose. The pain coursing through him sent Lu Tao into a fury. I gave you a chance, but you squandered it. Now, don't blame me for what follows. Blood trickled from Lu Tao's mouth, his expression twisted in rage. Where are they? Have they all died? Get out here and deal with this scoundrel. With Lu Tao's furious shout, a group of men in black suits suddenly appeared. If Gao Mu's intuition served him right, they were likely Lu Tao's bodyguards. Charge, Lu Tao commanded. I will take responsibility for any fallout. The bodyguards obeyed. Rushing towards Gao Mu smiled slightly and shook his head. I expected more from your men. Is this all they can do? Lu Tao's words faltered as his eyes widened in disbelief. In the time it took for him to speak, Gao Mu had swiftly dispatched all of the bodyguards. How is this possible? Lu Tao stammered, overwhelmed by shock. These bodyguards, though not martial artists, possess strength exceeding 950 kilograms and extensive combat experience. In a one-on-one confrontation, even Lu Tao might not prevail against them. Yet, this group had been swiftly defeated by Gao Mu, leaving Lu Tao momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Not only could Lu Tao hardly accept the situation, but even Gao Fu found it difficult to comprehend for a moment. Why don't you take care of it? Gao Mu, effortlessly handling the bodyguard situation, directed his gaze towards Lu Tao. The slight disdain in Gao Mu's eyes irked Lu Tao deeply. Yet, reason cautioned him that in a one-on-one confrontation, he would undoubtedly be no match for Gao Mu. Gao Mu, what brings you here? Just as the two were at an impasse, Lu Tianping's voice, laced with surprise, resonated from a distance. Master Lu, Gao Mu replied, turning to bow respectfully. Lu Tianping was a prominent figure in the Langya-based city, deserving of the utmost respect from individuals of lesser stature. Witnessing the cordial exchange between Gao Mu and Lu Tianping, Lu Tao's heart sank. What brings you here? Lu Tianping approached Gao Mu, engaging him in cheerful conversation, as if they were long-lost friends. Just hanging out, Gao Mu replied with a smile. Lu Tianping surveyed the scene, instantly grasping the unfolding events. How about joining me for dinner at my place? He invited with a friendly grin. Lu Tao felt a cold sweat trickle down his back upon hearing this. In the annals of Chinese history, a family banquet symbolizes the highest degree of hospitality. Casual acquaintances typically dine in restaurants. There's no need for such formality. Gao Mu politely declined. Lu Tianping remained unfazed, responding with a smile. If that's the case, you must come over for dinner sometime in the future. After making this statement, he turned and walked away, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Tao. That glance nearly sent Lu Tao into a panic. Can we leave now? Gao Mu remarked, observing the entire exchange with a grin. Lu Tao nodded vigorously. Of course, please go ahead. As they prepared to depart, Gao Mu suddenly recalled his true purpose for being there, to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward, 100 snow lotus fruits. Ding. A new check-in location has been updated. Please proceed to check in outside the base city. Who was that Lu Tianping? Gao Fu inquired, his face a mask of confusion on their way home. Individuals like Gao Fu, being ordinary, had little exposure to someone of Lu Tianping's caliber. Gao Mu, gazing out the window, replied. P.S. The branch leader of the extreme Dao martial arts school. What? What did you just say? Gao Fu felt as if he were hearing things. The branch leader of the extreme Dao martial arts school. Gao Mu repeated, exasperated. Gao Fu was rendered speechless by the revelation. Lu Tianping represented the upper echelon of Langya Base City, a figure ordinary citizens would likely never encounter in their lifetimes. How on earth do you know someone of that stature? Gao Fu questioned, puzzled. Because your son is a genius, Gao Mu replied nonchalantly. The concept of face held little weight for him. Not wishing to delve deeper, Gao Fu refrained from pressing the issue. Upon returning home and finishing dinner, Gao Mu retreated directly to his room. He opened his computer and deftly typed in the word snow lotus fruit. Snow lotus fruit, an extraordinary fruit suitable for consumption by those at the silver level. Effects vary according to individual constitution. As he held the immaculate fruit in his hand, resembling an apple, Gao Mu hesitated momentarily. Each fruit was priced around 10 million. 100 fruits would amount to a staggering billion. Gao Mu dared not ponder further. Should he sell them or consume them? This posed a significant dilemma. After reasoning through it, he resolved that no amount of money could rival the importance of strength in this world. With this realization, Gao Mu began to indulge heartily. 100 snow lotus fruits were devoured as if they were free. Delightful. In just an hour, consuming 10 billion was not merely exhilarating. With the ingestion of 100 snow lotus fruits, Gao Mu felt his strength surging immensely. Chapter 8. The 5 Elements Blood Fruit. System. Divine Check-in System. Host, Gao Mu. Strength, 56, 704 kilograms. Realm, Silver 5 stars. Skills, Thunder Fist, Mastery. Shadow Step, Mastery. Green Lotus Sword Technique, Mastery. Secret of the Word, Mastery. Indestructible Vajra Technique, Mastery. Check-in locations, outside the base city. Wow. Silver 5 stars, how terrifying. Gao Mu mused, believing that 100 snow lotus fruits would only elevate his strength to 30,000 at most. However, the actual outcome far exceeded his expectations. An 18-year-old at Silver 5 stars would undoubtedly astound many if the news were to spread. Gao Mu began to envision the astonished expressions of those around him. Gao Mu, you are now an adult. You must learn to remain composed in the face of change. He admonished himself as he gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, he rose early. As he climbed out of bed, it struck him that he had already been expelled from school. Let us head outside the base city. He casually donned an outfit and boarded a transport vehicle toward the outer city. The base city is divided into inner and outer sections. The outer city resembles an ancient walled town, capable of encircling enemies during wartime and serving as a hub for trade and travel in peaceful times. Seeking bronze and silver exotic beast bones, skins, prices are favorable. Anyone hunting exotic beasts outside the city must possess at least bronze 5-star strength. Do you need a map of the outer base city? The outer city was small yet bustling with activity. Gao Mu felt akin to a child entering a grand garden, marveling at everything around him. Hey buddy, are you planning to head outside the city? Just as Gao Mu was preparing to complete the exit formalities, a shifty-looking individual approached him, speaking in hushed tones. I have a very detailed map of the outer base city. Would you like to buy one? What is the price? Knowing it was his first time exiting the city, Gao Mu was inclined to purchase the map. Not expensive. The man glanced around cautiously and held up 3 fingers. Only 3,000. Are you robbing me? Gao Mu had done his homework during the journey. On the official website of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, a map of the Langya outer base city was merely 500. This fellow was trying to charge 6 times that amount. You don't understand. The man, looking around again, carefully opened his coat and said, my map is far superior to theirs. It contains detailed information on various exotic beast towns, as well as locations where rare exotic beasts frequently appear. At the mention of rare exotic beasts, Gao Mu's eyes lit up. Rare exotic beasts are indeed the anomalies among exotic beasts. While their combat abilities may be lacking, their value significantly outweighs that of their counterparts. For instance, the pale giant ape has reflective, pale fur that is highly coveted by the wealthy. The skin of a bronze-level pale giant ape could fetch a price far exceeding that of an entire gold-level exotic beast. I'll take 1, Gao Mu decided. Although 3,000 was a hefty sum, if he truly encountered a rare exotic beast, it would be worth the investment. Ultimately, Gao Mu spent 3,000 to acquire a map of the outer base city. What happened? Just after Gao Mu left, another person approached the one who had sold him the map. Did that fool take the bait? Of course. The map vendor cast a condescending glance at Gao Mu's retreating figure, bursting into a triumphant laugh. One must understand that this world is teeming with fools. He is utterly oblivious to the whereabouts of the so-called extraordinary beasts. The locations marked on his map are mere figments of his imagination. After a brief registration, Gao Mu departed from the base city. What a desolate sight. The area outside the base city appeared as if it belonged to an entirely different realm, beyond the city's confines. The landscape was littered with crumbling walls and withered vines entwined around ancient trees. As Gao Mu ventured out for the first time, curiosity mingled with a deeper sense of trepidation. Would a strange beast suddenly leap out at him? Would someone come to slay him? After a few cautious steps, Gao Mu's anxiety began to subside. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. 100 blood essence fruits. Ding. A new sign-in location has been updated. Please proceed to Ningyuan Town to sign in. Following his successful sign-in, Gao Mu did not hasten to depart, but instead took out his mobile phone. He wanted to take advantage of the remaining signal to check the effects of the blood essence fruit. Blood essence fruit. The primary efficacy of this fruit is to instantly stop bleeding and heal minor wounds. This fruit is undoubtedly a must-have for any household or traveler. Goodness. I received a healing remedy just after leaving the city. This system is truly generous. After a moment of grumbling about the system, Gao Mu unfolded the map. He found it perplexing that, despite the advancement of technology, there were still individuals who utilized paper maps. Ningyuan Town is known to be a gathering place for bronze-level beasts. With a stroke of luck, one might even encounter rare and extraordinary creatures. The map Gao Mu had just purchased indicated that Ningyuan Town indeed held the potential for such encounters. The bronze-level beast gathering area was not far from the Langya base city. At a brisk pace, one could arrive in half an hour. Gao Mu did not rush. For the outside world was far more perilous than the city. While it might not be entirely overrun with beasts, it certainly bore a significant presence. Adhering to the principle of caution to avoid major errors, Gao Mu carefully observed his surroundings as he made his way forward. Not long into his journey, he encountered his first beast in the wild. It resembled a wolf, its coat a deep black hue. Shadowhound, a bronze-level beast. Its primary means of attack were claws and teeth. This information was relayed by the glasses perched on Gao Mu's nose, a requisite tool for anyone venturing into the wild. These glasses contained a compendium of all known beasts. Had Gao Mu not possessed a bit of financial means, he might not have been able to afford such a device. Since this was the first beast he encountered, he resolved to treat it with due respect. With a serious expression, he prepared to engage the Shadowhound in combat. The Shadowhound, noticing Gao Mu, bared its fangs in a menacing snarl, drool dripping from its mouth, rendering it a terrifying sight. Come on, Gao Mu. With a hint of provocation, waved his hand at the Shadowhound, suppressing his own tension. Show me your prowess. With a fierce howl, the Shadowhound lunged at Gao Mu. Chapter 9, Old Man Shun. While at the Pagoda Tower, Gao Mu had dispatched numerous beasts. However, the Pagoda Tower was a virtual realm, which differed somewhat from reality. As the Shadowhound closed in, Gao Mu felt a surge of anxiety. Invincible golden body. To be on the safe side, he activated his strongest defensive skill. In an instant, his exposed skin was enveloped in a golden hue. The Shadowhound's claws grazed Gao Mu's chest, merely tearing his outer garment. With the defense intact, the ensuing actions became considerably simpler. As he spoke, Gao Mu swung his fist at the Shadowhound. Bang! His punch connected with the Shadowhound, sending it sprawling. After a few pitiful whines, the creature succumbed to silence. Gao Mu gazed at his fist, disbelief etched across his face. So, my punch is this formidable. That blow seemed to imbue him with newfound confidence. He lifted his chin and set off toward Ningyuan Town. Along the way, to avoid wasting time, Gao Mu attempted to evade bronze beasts whenever possible. If escape was unfeasible, he would retaliate with a decisive strike. Before long, he arrived at Ningyuan Town. From a distance, the town appeared as a collection of crumbling ruins. Yet, from these remnants, it was evident that this small town had once thrived. Even with his current silver 5-star status, Gao Mu remained vigilant. Sign in. Upon entering Ningyuan Town, Gao Mu's first action was to sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. White Rainbow Sword. Ding. As a special bonus for equipping weapons, reward granted. White Rainbow Sword, silver. Ding. A new sign-in location has been updated. Please proceed to Qixia Town to sign in. The reward of the White Rainbow Sword brought a smile to Gao Mu's face. Due to financial constraints, he had not purchased any equipment before venturing out, leaving him feeling somewhat vulnerable in the wild. Now, armed with a weapon, his sense of security surged. However, he was uncertain of the location of Qixia Town. Gao Mu unfolded the map to search for it. After an extensive search, he discovered that Qixia Town was not marked on the map. Perhaps he could investigate it thoroughly on his return, since it was absent from the map. It was likely that Qixia town did not belong to the Langya base city. After completing the sign-in, should he return to the base city? Gao Mu hesitated as he observed a few beasts in the vicinity. Roar! Just as he was wavering, an earth-shattering roar echoed. He furrowed his brow momentarily before his eyes brightened. If he heard correctly, that roar belonged to a tiger. Could it be that fortune smiled upon him, and he encountered a rare beast? According to the map, there was a certain probability of encountering the extraordinary beast, the Sunfire Tiger, in Ningyuan town. The Sunfire Tiger was a paragon among bronze-level beasts, possessing not only formidable combat prowess, but also a pelt that attracted the wealthy. Gao Mu recalled a news story about a bronze-level Sunfire Tiger pelt selling for 1 million. It was worth noting that even for a beast of the same level, the combined value of its skin and bones would scarcely reach several tens of thousands. I've struck gold. Gao Mu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he swiftly headed toward the Sunfire Tiger. Soon, he spotted the magnificent creature amidst a throng of beasts. As a tiger-type beast, the Sunfire Tiger was incredibly powerful, outmatching most beasts of its kind. Surrounded by a host of lesser creatures, the Sunfire Tiger exuded an air of dominance. Gao Mu, equipped with his glasses, surveyed the surrounding beasts and noted that they were merely a group of bronze-level creatures. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Mu drew the white rainbow sword and charged toward the Sunfire Tiger. His own cultivation level was already high, and with the addition of the white rainbow sword and the azure lotus sword technique, he was truly a force to be reckoned with, capable of slaying any adversary in his path. In a matter of moments, Gao Mu stood alone amidst the chaos, the only remaining being in the vicinity. He lowered his gaze upon the sun-scorched tiger lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, and shook his head, remarking, "I cannot discern whether it is my fortune or your misfortune. Your luck has run out, as has mine." An audacious voice erupted from behind Gao Mu. Shaking his head, Gao Mu turned to face the source of the voice. Not far away, 3 men approached with smiles gracing their faces. Leading the trio was a scarred man, his visage marred by deep gashes. He bore a hefty sword upon his shoulder, and his bare torso was a canvas of various scars. "Boss, our luck is truly remarkable. We have encountered a sun-scorched tiger that is already dead. TSK, worth 1 million. If we sell it, we shall strike it rich. After searching the wilderness for so long, we have finally found one." The 2 men flanking the scarred leader had fire in their eyes, their greedy gazes evoking a sense of dread. "Will you walk away on your own, or shall I assist you?" The scarred man halted less than 5 meters from Gao Mu, thrusting his sword into the ground. The impact of the blade kicked up a cloud of dust. Gao Mu squinted at the trio, remaining silent. Theoretically, the laws within the base city also applied outside its confines. However, due to a lack of oversight, the law often faltered in the wilderness. As long as one's actions were not overly egregious, the enforcers typically turned a blind eye. "This is my kill." Gao Mu tightened his grip on the white rainbow sword, directing his gaze at the scarred man. "Boss." Just as the scarred man prepared to speak, one of his companions nudged him, pointing at Gao Mu's white rainbow sword. "That's silver-grade equipment. It must be quite valuable." Only then did the scarred man notice the sword in Gao Mu's possession. "Indeed, today, I, Shun Lao Lu, am destined to strike it rich." Upon hearing the name Shun Lao Lu, Gao Mu's expression shifted dramatically. If memory served him correctly, Shun Lao Lu was a notorious figure. His cultivation had reached the silver realm, yet he sought not wealth through slaying beasts but through the elimination of martial artists. As he found it far easier than hunting aberrant creatures, he and his 2 underlings roamed the wilderness, preying on rare beasts and martial artists to amass wealth. Due to his considerable prowess and keen instincts, the base city had repeatedly attempted to eliminate him, but all efforts had proven fruitless. To curb his depredations against the martial artists of the base city, the Langya base city had placed a bounty of 10 million. Bringing his head to the municipal hall would yield a reward of 10 million. "Is that so?" Gao Mu's lips curled into a smirk, his gaze turning mischievous. "Are you certain that today's fortune belongs to you and not to me?" As Chapter 10 unfolds, Gao Mu's gaze prompted Shun Lao Lu to sense an unsettling shift. "Big brother, let me test his limits." One of Shun Lao Lu's subordinates drew his blade and charged at Gao Mu. "No!" Shun Lao Lu shouted in protest. But it was too late. The subordinate was already upon Gao Mu. "Ignorant fool!" Gao Mu sneered, swiftly shifting his stance to the subordinate's rear. The white rainbow sword was unsheathed, poised at the man's throat. Before the subordinate could react, the sword effortlessly sliced across his neck. The subordinate dropped his long knife. Clutching his throat tightly, his eyes wide in shock as if confronted by the unfathomable. Blood streamed through his fingers, and he opened his mouth to utter words, only to find no sound escaping. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his nefarious life extinguished. Witnessing his subordinate fall victim to Gao Mu's swift strike sent a shiver through Shun Lao Lu's very soul. It was worth noting that this subordinate possessed silver 1-star cultivation. Even against a silver 3-star expert, he could have put up a fight. It was at this moment that Shun Lao Lu truly comprehended the caliber of the adversary he had provoked. "Now it is your turn, Gao Mu." Having taken a life for the first time, fought to suppress the revulsion rising within him as he turned his gaze towards Shun Laolu. Retreat! Shun Laolu bellowed, hastily fleeing with his remaining subordinate. However, Gao Mu had no intention of letting him escape so easily. He surged forward, swiftly closing the distance. The remaining subordinate, lacking the prowess of Shun Laolu, lagged behind. Upon nearing him, Gao Mu thrust his sword through the subordinate's chest, delivering a fatal blow. Terrified, Shun Laolu did not even glance back at the demise of his comrade. He simply ran headlong in one direction. We meet again. Gao Mu's voice, like a specter, echoed in his ear. Shun Laolu shuddered, instinctively swinging his blade at Gao Mu. Yet, Gao Mu deftly evaded, positioning himself just outside Shun Laolu's line of attack. Simultaneously, the tip of the white rainbow sword was mere centimeters from Shun Laolu's throat. Please, do not kill me. Shun Laolu fell to his knees before Gao Mu. Why? Gao Mu regarded him with keen interest. I can offer you money, Shun Laolu exclaimed. Realizing Gao Mu was willing to converse. Whatever sum you desire, I can provide. Shun Laolu understood that as long as he remained alive, money was of little consequence. I have no interest in wealth, Gao Mu stated, swinging the white rainbow sword. The blade sliced through the air, and Shun Laolu met his end. Ugh. After slaying Shun Laolu, Gao Mu could no longer contain his nausea, retching for nearly 10 minutes before finally straightening up. Suppressing his queasiness, he began to scour the battlefield. The sword was of low grade, likely bronze level. The most valuable items were Shun Laolu's head and the sun-scorched tiger. He certainly required the backpack. After thoroughly inspecting the site, Gao Mu estimated his haul from this wilderness excursion, including Shun Laolu's head, to be over 10 million. Now I understand why so many aspire to be martial artists. It is indeed lucrative. As dusk settled, Gao Mu resolved not to linger in the wilderness any longer. For the night held far greater terrors than the day. The new sign-in location was not marked on the map, so he intended to return to the base city in search of clues regarding the new site. In the outskirts of the base city, the vendor who had previously sold Gao Mu the map approached him. Hey, buddy, how did your expedition fare? His approach was purely to vex Gao Mu. Upon seeing the vendor, Gao Mu cheerfully grasped his hand, saying, I must express my gratitude. Without your assistance, I would not have encountered the sun-scorched tiger. When it came to vexing others, Gao Mu was quite adept. The mere mention of the sun-scorched tiger caused the vendor's face to drain of color. Ahem. He cleared his throat awkwardly, then smiled and bowed slightly. Would you like me to introduce you to a buyer? No need, Gao Mu replied with a grin. I have acquaintances. He opted not to conduct the transaction in the outer city. Instead, he boarded a transport and made his way directly to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Ah, Gao Mu, my young friend. What brings you here? Lu Tianping's face lit up with joy upon Gao Mu's arrival. Who is this young man? Why does Director Lu seem so pleased to see him? I do not recognize him, but I am certain he is not affiliated with the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. The last time the leader from the base city visited, Director Lu did not extend such warmth. Lu Tianping's enthusiasm towards Gao Mu left those around them utterly astonished. Gao Mu was rather hesitant. Lu Tianping, being a shrewd individual, noticed Gao Mu's hesitation and waved his hand, saying, Come with me to my office. It is quiet there. Upon reaching Lu Tianping's office, he personally brewed a cup of tea for Gao Mu. It is worth noting that even during the previous visit from the base city leader, it was the secretary who prepared the tea. Speak, Lu Tianping said, sitting upright and lifting his cup. What brings you here? I would like your assistance with something. Gao Mu replied, maintaining the necessary politeness. What is it? Lu Tianping gestured for Gao Mu to present the items. Gao Mu promptly opened his backpack and retrieved the sunlit tiger skin and the head of Shun Laolu. Uffed. The tea that Lu Tianping had just sipped was immediately expelled from his mouth. Having occupied high positions for many years, he had not lost his composure in such a manner for quite some time. You killed Shun Laolu? Lu Tianping, disregarding the mess, stepped forward and grasped Gao Mu's shoulders, his excitement palpable. The very fact that Gao Mu sought out Lu Tianping indicated a level of trust. Nodding, Gao Mu explained. He attempted to seize my sunlit tiger skin, so I killed him. Although Gao Mu's tone was calm, it reverberated in Lu Tianping's ears like a thunderclap. He suppressed his excitement and inquired nonchalantly, Do you know what level of cultivation Shun Laolu possessed? Gao Mu shook his head, a look of confusion on his face. This young man, could he have already reached the Silver Realm? Lu Tianping was taken aback by his own thoughts. You wish to dispose of these items? Lu Tianping asked Gao Mu with a composed expression. Gao Mu nodded once more. 15 million, and the items are mine. Lu Tianping, being generous, produced his card for the transaction. Gao Mu was momentarily taken aback. The value of these items is only about 13 million. Are you sure about 15 million? Before he could finish, Lu Tianping interrupted. Stop dawdling. Let us proceed with the transaction. Chapter 11, Boundless Prospects. Within a dedicated training room of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy, Gao Mu wielded the white rainbow sword, ceaselessly swinging it. Blossoms of blue lotus formed and dissipated. After approximately 2 hours of practice, Gao Mu finally ceased his movements. Although the skills acquired from sign-ins were all at a high level, mastering them required diligent practice. These 2 hours deepened Gao Mu's understanding of the Blue Lotus sword technique. After a brief summary of his reflections, Gao Mu departed from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. On his journey home, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The substantial sum of 15 million had liberated him from poverty. With newfound wealth, he was determined to purchase a better home. Having a house equates to having a home, a sentiment deeply ingrained in the DNA of the Chinese people. In 3 days, the second phase of the martial artist assessment would commence. He would discuss the sign-in matters then. The new sign-in location, Shixia Town, was the nearest gathering place for exotic beasts to the Langya base city. The Extreme Path and the Celestial Sky Martial Arts Academy, in conjunction with the base city, had developed this area into a dedicated site for martial artist assessments. Unless one was participating in the martial artist assessment, this location remained off-limits to the public. Upon arriving home, Gao Mu found his parents seated with grave expressions. "What is the matter?" Gao Mu glanced at his father and inquired with a smile, "Why so serious?" "Gao Mu, stop with the frivolous demeanor." His mother rose, pointing at him. "Have you been expelled from school?" Gao Mu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. "What is happening?" his father asked in a stern tone. With no other option, Gao Mu recounted the events of the past few days. "You have become a martial artist?" Upon hearing this, both his father and mother were filled with surprise. Unlike other parents who aspired for their children to achieve greatness, Gao Mu's parents only wished for his safety and happiness in life. Thus, his becoming a martial artist brought them immense joy. His mother sighed after a prolonged silence. "Now that you are a martial artist, you must exercise extra caution when venturing into the wilderness." With the decision made, his mother could only accept the situation as it was. The heavy atmosphere left Gao Mu feeling quite uncomfortable. "Dad, Mom," he said, attempting to break the silence as he produced a bank card from his pocket and handed it to them. "This card contains 15 million. "How much?" his father exclaimed, eyes wide. It is worth noting that his father's monthly income was merely a few thousand. 15 million is what I earned today from hunting exotic beasts." There were certain truths Gao Mu chose not to reveal. "Keep this money," his mother said, casting a fleeting glance at him before heading toward the bedroom. Just before entering, she turned and added, "Use this money to purchase some equipment. Although your father and I do not earn much, it is not yet time to spend your money." After glancing at the bank card, his father nodded in agreement with his wife's sentiments. Back in his room, Gao Mu felt increasingly uneasy. Was pursuing the path of a martial artist the right choice? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, fatigue overcame him, and he drifted into slumber. The following morning, Gao Mu rose from his bed. His parents had left for work, and today, he intended to continue practicing at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy instead of venturing into the wilderness. 3 days had swiftly passed. Throughout this time, Gao Mu had remained at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy, honing all his skills. After diligent practice, he had become proficient in utilizing various techniques. "We're about to depart. Keep practicing." Lu Tianping chuckled at Gao Mu. Checking the time, Gao Mu donned his attire and replied with a smile, "Let us go." In Langya Bay City, at Langya Square, a crowd was gathered, chatting in small groups. This assembly included individuals of all ages, with the majority being middle-aged or young adults, and the least represented being teenagers. Among the youths, Shin Chongxin's eyes sparkled. For this leader of the base city, these young individuals represented his achievements. "Gao Mu, what brings you here?" As soon as Gao Mu arrived at the square, Lu Tao recognized him. Upon seeing Lu Tao, Gao Mu frowned. What a troublesome coincidence. Lu Tao approached Gao Mu and whispered in his ear, "During the assessment, I will make you pay. If all goes as expected, you might not even be able to leave Shixia Town." After delivering his threat, Lu Tao rejoined the conversation with others, who occasionally glanced towards Gao Mu, seemingly discussing him. "All right, everyone, let us prepare to depart," someone called out. The group collectively moved towards a bus. Shortly after leaving the base city, the bus came to a halt. Everyone disembarked, gazing at the high wall in the distance. The team leader pointed towards the wall and addressed the crowd. "Inside lies the former Shixia Town. Currently, most of the exotic beasts within are of the bronze 1-star level. Today, as long as you can slay 10 or more bronze 1-star exotic beasts, you will pass this assessment." After the leader finished speaking, he led the group towards the base of the high wall. Beneath the towering walls, there exists a narrow gate, barely wide enough for a single individual to pass through. The leader unfastens the gate, gesturing for the others to enter. Once everyone has stepped inside, he promptly secures the grand door behind them. Not far from the high walls stands a modest building. Within the most spacious chamber of this edifice, a group of individuals stands transfixed before a large screen. At that moment, the door swings open, and Lu Tianping enters, accompanied by another person. This newcomer, who has surpassed the age of 30, is clad in white garments, exuding an aura of elegance. It is the Inspector Qi. Within the room, whether it be Niu Meng from the Zhangqiong Martial Arts Academy or Shin Chongxin, the foremost figure of the base city, both bow in respect to him. Inspector Qi nods to the assembly and strides directly toward the sole seat in the chamber. As he settles into the chair, the others stand quietly behind him, hands at their sides. "Old Lu, who do you favor this time?" Inspector Qi inquires with a smile, glancing at the young man displayed on the screen. Lu Tianping cast a brief look before pointing at Gao Mu. I have high hopes for Gao Mu. Upon hearing this name, both Niu Ming and Shun Chongxin furrow their brows slightly, as it is the first time they have encountered this individual. It appears your son is also participating in this test. A middle-aged man with a sycophantic smile interjects, gesturing toward Lu Tao. Indeed, Inspector Qi replies nonchalantly. The middle-aged man flushes with embarrassment. Old Lu, your son must only be 18, correct? Someone chimes in. If he manages to pass the warrior test, his future will surely be boundless. Achieving the status of a warrior at 18 is indeed a remarkable feat in previous instances. Inspector Qi might have paid heed to such a claim. However, his current objective is to assess an 18-year-old prodigy of the 9th star in the bronze rank. Chapter 12. The Rules of the Wilderness. Inside the high walls, the individuals exchange glances, uncertainty hanging in the air as they refrain from acting hastily. Shall we form teams? One suggests. The regulations do not prohibit such arrangements. With the suggestion made, responses quickly follow, and soon, several groups are formed. Some extend invitations to Gao Mu, but he declines each one. You are putting on quite a show. Let us see how you fare. The rejected individuals depart, their expressions marred by dissatisfaction. Lu Tao, standing at a distance, feels a surge of joy at Gao Mu's refusal to join any team. Once all the teams have been established, they commence their endeavors. Gao Mu, however, waits until everyone has moved on before making his own advance. His decision not to team up is not rooted in arrogance, but rather a conviction of its unnecessary nature. 10 beasts should pose little challenge. After all, these aberrant creatures are only of the 1st star in the bronze rank. Gao Mu harbors no intentions of wielding a weapon. He navigates the confines of the high walls with ease, effortlessly hunting down the aberrant beasts one by one. For him, 10 of these creatures are hardly a concern. Gao Mu, I never expected to encounter you again. The 10th beast falls before Gao Mu's might, just as Lu Tao's voice echoes from nearby. Gao Mu glances toward Lu Tao, shaking his head. To be honest, your tracking skills leave much to be desired. Haha. Lu Tao does not deny his pursuit of Gao Mu as he beams at him. Today, I trust you will be seeking my forgiveness? After all, we have yet to settle the matter of that slap you dealt me. Had it not been for Director Lu's presence that day, Gao Mu might not have lived to see this moment. Do you truly believe you stand a chance now? Gao Mu rises to confront Lu Tao. I know you possess considerable skill, Lu Tao concedes, waving a hand dismissively. Thus, I have prepared a grand gift for you. As Lu Tao's words conclude, all participants in the test converge around Gao Mu, encircling him completely. Outside the high walls, the onlookers in the modest building watch this unfolding scene with great interest. Inspector Qi, this is rather unbecoming. Lu Tianping begins to voice his concerns. Yet before he can finish, Lu Tao's father interrupts. What is unbecoming about this? This space has become a wild arena. If it is a wilderness, then we shall adhere to the rules of the wild. What are the rules of the wild? The rule is that the victor reigns supreme. Lu Su is correct. Inspector Qi nods, casting a neutral glance at Lu Tianping. Since we are in the wild, we shall abide by its rules. Lu Tianping's worry grows. Gao Mu's prowess as a 9th star in the bronze rank is merely his speculation. Should Gao Mu's strength be limited to the 1st star, then this test would surely spell disaster for him. Lu Tianping opens his mouth to express further thoughts, but is silenced by a glance from Inspector Qi. Understanding the unspoken message, Lu Tianping closes his mouth. Unfazed by the encirclement, Gao Mu gazes calmly at Lu Tao. So what is your intent? Gao Mu inquires with a sense of detachment. Lu Tao grins. Simple, kneel and apologize to me. Of course, you may choose not to comply. But should you refuse, I will shatter your hands and legs, ensuring you can never tread the path of a warrior again. Gao Mu has heard of Lu Tao's ruthlessness. Once, he had incapacitated someone merely for casting a glance in his direction. Gao Mu vividly recalls Lu Tao's father proclaiming before the victim's parents, I am a warrior, and my son shall be one too. Breaking your limbs is a privilege you should cherish. Lu Tao's current demeanor is a product of his upbringing. Will you truly align yourselves with him? Gao Mu shifts his focus from Lu Tao to the others. Lu has offered terms we cannot refuse. So we must stand with him, they respond. The harsh realities of society. If I were in your shoes, I would choose to concede now. Such youthful arrogance is understandable, yet stubbornness may lead to dire consequences. These individuals naively believe that Gao Mu's participation in the warrior test stems from inequality in their abilities, considering it a lucrative opportunity. After all, the ultimate goal of becoming a warrior is to amass wealth. Anyone who withdraws now will not be held accountable, Gao Mu offers, harboring no enmity against them, unwilling to destroy their futures. You speak too much, Lu Tao retorts disdainfully. If you are frightened, then admit defeat swiftly. Very well, since none of you are withdrawing. Do not blame me for my lack of mercy. As the saying goes, good advice is often unheeded by the damned. If they are intent on risking their lives for money, Gao Mu shall oblige them. Attack. Lu Tao gestures, signaling the others to strike. The group, which had been eagerly awaiting this moment, simultaneously launches their assault on Gao Mu. Indestructible diamond technique. A golden sheen envelopes Gao Mu in an instant. The fists and weapons of the assailants collide against him, producing resonant metallic clangs. Lu Tao, who had refrained from engaging until now, feels a tremor of unease wash over him. Could it be? A sense of foreboding begins to creep into his consciousness. As the assailants realize their attacks have no impact on Gao Mu, anxiety grips their hearts. It's my turn. Gao Mu bellows. With a swift motion, he strikes towards the nearest adversary. Boom. The impact sends the individual flying. How is this possible? Gao Mu's punch transcended Lu Tao's comprehension of strength. The onlookers, experiencing their first taste of actual combat, were already entertaining thoughts of retreat. However, having initiated the confrontation, Gao Mu was not one to let them off so easily. His fists flew like dragons, capable of sending an adversary soaring with a single blow. In less than a minute, all those present were sent sprawling by Gao Mu's formidable might. Witnessing the dire plight of his comrades, Lu Tao trembled in fear. Your turn. After dispatching the troublesome individuals, Gao Mu fixed his gaze intently upon Lu Tao. Inspector Chi, this hardly seems appropriate, Lu Su bellowed from within the building. What is inappropriate about it? This place is already akin to the wilderness. If it's wilderness, we shall abide by its rules. Lu Tianping retorted, echoing Lu Su's earlier words verbatim. Lu Tianping speaks the truth, Inspector Chi affirmed at that moment, signaling his stance. Observing the lack of support, Lu Su cast a desperate glance toward the others, only to find them riveted to the large screen, feigning ignorance to his plea for assistance. Chapter 13, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Brother Gao Mu, might you spare me? Lu Tao implored, recognizing that he was no match for Gao Mu, just as none of the others were. At that moment, he chose to capitulate. Brother? Gao Mu grinned. A person like me hardly seems worthy of that title, does he? Worthy? Of course, you are my brother. Lu Tao quickly corrected himself, shaking his head. No. I am unworthy to be your brother. Brother, you are my brother. Just spare me, and I will do anything you ask. Regret flooded Lu Tao's heart as he recalled the harsh words he had previously uttered. Had he known Gao Mu was so formidable, he would never have provoked him. Was it too late to utter these words now? If pleading and apologizing were effective, what need was there for strength? Amid Lu Tao's shocked gaze, Gao Mu advanced and delivered a punch directly to his right arm. Ah! Lu Tao shrieked in agony. That blow shattered his arm. I was wrong. I truly know my faults. Lu Tao gasped, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He chose not to resist, but continued to beg for Gao Mu's mercy. Please, spare me. I will give you money. I will give you money. Is that acceptable? 1 million? No, 10 million. Just spare me, and I will give you 10 million. Lu Tao was willing to go to great lengths to avoid being crippled by Gao Mu. Should you dare to harm my son again, I will annihilate your entire family. At that moment, an enraged voice echoed above Gao Mu. He glanced around, eventually locating the source of the voice, a loudspeaker. After searching further, he spotted a camera. Initially, I intended merely to teach your son a lesson. I detest being threatened. Since you've spoken so, if I do not incapacitate your son, I would be remiss. Gao Mu proclaimed, defiantly raising his middle finger toward the camera. Lu Su, observing Gao Mu on the screen, attempted to reassure himself. He wouldn't dare. He wouldn't dare. How dare he? Lu Su suddenly shouted. In the footage, Gao Mu approached Lu Tao, effortlessly breaking both of his arms. The excruciating pain caused Lu Tao to lose consciousness. I will kill him. I will kill him. Lu Su howled. The surrounding individuals regarded him with gleeful malice. Within the city base, killing is prohibited. Inspector Chi's calm voice resonated. Upon hearing this, Lu Su instantly regained his composure. Inside the high walls, Gao Mu surveyed the unconscious Lu Tao and shook his head, mocking. I thought you were formidable. Turns out, this is all you can muster. He cast a provocative glance toward the camera before striding toward the entrance. Warning! Warning! The eastern wall has sustained a breach. All personnel must evacuate immediately. The piercing alarm blared within the confines of the high walls. Gao Mu barely had time to react before sensing a menacing aura approaching him. Inside the building, Inspector Chi frowned as he observed the screen. What is happening? He inquired. East wall breach detected. A silver tier beast has entered, one staff member reported. The revelation sent shockwaves through all present. For them, a single silver tier beast could easily be dealt with. However, for those trapped behind the high walls, a silver tier beast was tantamount to disaster. I am heading over immediately. Whether it was Gao Mu or the other test subjects, they represented wealth to Shin Chongxin. He needed to extract them from the high walls before the silver tier beasts wreaked havoc. I'm going to. While Lu Tianping was unconcerned, he was determined to ensure Gao Mu's safety. May heaven bear witness. Just as everyone prepared to assist, Lu Su let out a frenzied wail. You let him maim my son. Let us see if you survive today. Lu Su's erratic behavior furrowed Inspector Chi's brow. If memory serves, your son is also inside, yes? If I'm not mistaken, he remains unconscious, Lu Tianping remarked. I am uncertain of Gao Mu's character. But the others would undoubtedly not hesitate to offer your son to the silver tier beasts in exchange for a chance to escape. Lu Tianping's words fell upon Lu Su like a bucket of cold water. Yes, yes, he shouted. I must save my son. Without waiting for a response, Lu Su bolted from the building. Inspector Chi, ensure Gao Mu's protection. The others need not concern themselves. Inspector Chi's indifference did not surprise Lu Tianping. After all, the world of martial artists is far more merciless than that of ordinary people. Nodding, Lu Tianping rushed out of the building as well. Soon, only Inspector Chi remained within the small structure, stroking his chin as he watched Gao Mu on the screen. I hope you can provide me with a surprise, he murmured softly. As the crowd rushed toward the high walls, Gao Mu encountered the silver-tier beast. A tiger? Without the glasses that could identify the beasts, Gao Mu could only discern that it was a tiger. Its fur was a striking snowy white, interspersed with dark stripes. Standing on all fours, it towered over an adult human. When it leaps at me, I'll slide beneath it, and if all goes as planned, my blade will carve through its belly, spilling its entrails across the ground. Though neither side had yet made a move, Gao Mu had already envisioned the tiger's demise. However, the tiger had no intention of adhering to the expected script. With a ferocious roar, it charged at Gao Mu with astonishing speed. What happened to the pounce? What happened to the slide? Gao Mu lamented while tightening his fists. Indestructible Vajra technique. Given the unknown strength of the tiger, Gao Mu could only resort to his most robust defensive skill. The tiger, moving with lightning speed, closed the distance to Gao Mu in the blink of an eye. It brandished its sharp claws, lunging toward Gao Mu. With a swift movement, Gao Mu effortlessly evaded the tiger's strike. This youth possessed remarkable capabilities. Whether it was the indestructible divine skill or the shadowy steps, they both left Inspector Chi astounded. Realizing its attack had failed, the tiger appeared somewhat enraged. After letting out a roar at Gao Mu, it charged at him once more. This time, however, Gao Mu did not choose to dodge. Instead, he swung his fist, striking the tiger's paw. Chapter 14, The Extraordinary Demon. The golden fist collided with the tiger's claw, causing the beast to stagger backwards several steps. Was that all? After just one punch, Gao Mu had already discerned the tiger's strength. He stepped forward, closing the distance, and raised his fist to strike the tiger's head. The tiger, in pain, retreated incessantly. Seizing the moment, Gao Mu pressed his attack, landing blow after blow. After a barrage of punches, the tiger collapsed, struggling to breathe. Seeing that the tiger was not yet dead, Gao Mu mounted the beast and began delivering ferocious blows to its head. Only after the creature had drawn its final breath did Gao Mu leap off its body. How is this possible? The first to arrive, Lu Tianping, was utterly astonished by the scene before him. The others regarded Gao Mu with eyes filled with wonder, as though he were a monster. Gao Mu, my brother, join our Songqiong Martial Arts Academy. Whatever demands you make upon joining, we shall fulfill. Niu Ming was the first to react, extending an olive branch to Gao Mu. Gao Mu, my brother, Lu Tianping chimed in, albeit a moment later. If you join our Ji Dao Martial Arts Academy, we will dedicate ourselves to nurturing your potential. Gao Mu, my brother, Shin Chongxin quickly followed suit. Without a moment's hesitation, if you join our Hanyu Guard, you will immediately become a key figure in the Langya Bay city. Still catching his breath, Gao Mu found himself bewildered by their offers. Standing at the back of the crowd, Lu Su remained silent. He understood the creature's power and recognized what Gao Mu's ability to slay it signified. Though brash and fierce, he was not without wisdom. He knew that speaking out of turn at this moment could lead to dire consequences, as the assembled crowd would not hesitate to eliminate him if he provoked them. Gao Mu said, sitting on the ground, looking dazedly at everyone. Could you allow me a moment to rest? Of course, Lu Tianping was the first to step forward, addressing Gao Mu. Come to our Ji Dao Martial Arts Academy to rest. After all, you frequent it. No, come to our Songqiong Martial Arts Academy, Niu Ming insisted. We have the most comfortable lounge. Or come to my office. Shin Chongxin added, I recently purchased a massage chair. It is exceedingly comfortable. With these three influential figures speaking, the others lacked the courage to extend their own offers. After all, their modest establishments were incomparable to such formidable institutions. You should join our Ji Dao Martial Arts Academy. A light, ethereal voice chimed in. Inspector Chi floated over and said to Gao Mu, as long as you join our Ji Dao Martial Arts Academy, your future will be boundless. Moreover, I assure you that at every stage, I will arrange for the finest instructors to teach you. The world's premier martial arts academy is unparalleled. They possess not just wealth, but also exceptional talent. What does that matter? Niu Ming interjected, disregarding Inspector Chi's status. He stood tall, speaking with unwavering resolve. Should you join our Songqiong Martial Arts Academy, not only will you have access to the best instructors, but also to the finest resources. We will prepare resources for you at every stage, which will be delivered directly to you as you advance. Furthermore, we will provide you with the best training environment. If you wish for your family to train as well, we will ensure they receive the finest resources. The conditions Niu Ming offered were undeniably enticing. Talented martial artists require significant resources for their training. Conversely, those lacking talent might need tenfold the resources, or even more, to cultivate their skills. To secure Gao Mu, this extraordinary talent, Songqiong Martial Arts Academy was willing to go all out. Logically, given Niu Ming's status, he should not have been able to offer such resources. Yet, he was clever. Upon witnessing the tiger, he immediately contacted headquarters to explain the situation. May I ask? Inspector Chi's airy voice rang out once more, What is your current cultivation level? Though Gao Mu was unaware of Inspector Chi's status, he sensed from the other's demeanor that this individual was of considerable importance. He stood up, adopting a respectful posture, and replied, 5 stars in silver. The gathering had their suspicions regarding Gao Mu's cultivation level, but hearing him confirm it elicited gasps of astonishment. 5 stars in silver at the age of 18. How terrifying. A genius? No, a super genius. No, an extraordinary prodigy. Only the title of extraordinary prodigy could truly encapsulate him. I once thought it impressive to break through to 3 stars in bronze at 18, yet compared to him, I am utterly insignificant. Everyone stared at Gao Mu in shock. Even the composed Inspector Chi twitched at the corners of his mouth upon hearing 5 stars in silver. Join our Ji-Dao Martial Arts Academy, he urged after regaining his composure. I will personally guide you. You will receive weekly mentorship from a supervisor and monthly guidance from the Deputy Academy Head. Each year, the Academy Head will spend several days instructing you. To be personally mentored by the head of Ji-Dao Martial Arts Academy, the foremost individual on Earth today, is a dream many dare not even entertain. Yet Gao Mu remained silent. Lost in thought, after a moment's contemplation, he finally spoke. I need to think this over and discuss it with my family. Gao Mu's polite refusal caught everyone off guard. Very well. Inspector Chi did not appear overly surprised by Gao Mu's declination. After all, a prodigy with such abilities at this age would undoubtedly possess a calm mind. Inspector Chi had overestimated Gao Mu. The reason for Gao Mu's refusal was that his mind was currently in disarray. Ji-Dao Martial Arts Academy, Sangqiong Martial Arts Academy, Hanyu Guard. He was genuinely uncertain about which faction to join. In terms of conditions, Ji-Dao Martial Arts Academy was undoubtedly the most enticing. However, the unconditional support from Sangqiong Martial Arts Academy for family members was equally appealing. Although Hanyu Guard offered less favorable conditions, Gao Mu, who had harbored a dream of becoming a soldier since childhood, was most inclined to join them. I must emphasize one thing, Inspector Chi said, surveying the crowd with a serious expression. Regardless of which faction he ultimately joins, he is a talent of our Huaxia. I do not wish for such a talent to encounter any misfortune. This was more than an emphasis, it was a warning, cautioning those with ulterior motives. Sign in. A minute before leaving Qixia town, Gao Mu remembered that he had not signed in. Chapter 15, The Graduation Banquet of My Cousin. Ding. Sign in successful. Rewards received, 100 Lingshu fruits. Ding. The new sign-in location has been updated. Please proceed to the Huaxing Hotel to sign in. The new sign-in location elicited a complex expression from Gao Mu. The Huaxing Hotel is one of the finest hotels in Langya Bay City. The expenditure at this hotel is exceedingly high. A single meal could consume the annual income of an average family. Just as Gao Mu returned home, his father appeared before him. Are you going to your cousin's graduation banquet? Graduation banquet? Has the college entrance examination concluded? Gao Mu had been so preoccupied with sign-ins and martial arts assessments over the past few days that he had forgotten all about the exam. Indeed, Gao's father nodded, a hint of envy in his gaze. Your cousin has been admitted to the Imperial Capital Research University. Imperial Capital Research University? Gao Mu was taken aback. That institution ranks among the most prestigious research universities in Huaxia. Graduates from this university predominantly international research departments. While some ambitious individuals opt to join one of the 2 major martial arts schools or one of the 4 large conglomerates. Although the income of research talents may not match that of martial artists, it certainly surpasses that of the average person. I'm not interested. Gao Mu felt little enthusiasm for such graduation celebrations. Having lived 2 lives, he understood that these banquets were often mere displays of ostentation and bragging. He would rather devote his time to training at the martial arts school. Since you lack interest, I shall go with your mother. Gao's father mumbled as he departed. It's my first time at the Huaxing Hotel, and I wonder if the food is any good. Upon hearing his father's murmurs, Gao Mu seemed to recall something and quickly called out to him, I'll go with you. Noticing Gao Mu's change of heart, Gao's father teased, it seems you wish to broaden your horizons. Absolutely. Gao Mu rolled his eyes dramatically. With his current income, he could easily afford to dine at Huaxing Hotel, treating it like a cafeteria. After a quick tidying up, Gao Mu set out with his parents. Gao Mu's mother still felt somewhat uneasy about her son becoming a martial artist. The trio took a taxi to Huaxing Hotel. As one of the finest hotels in the Langya Bay City, the decor of Huaxing Hotel was undeniably exquisite, exuding a sense of opulence both inside and out. Gao Mu, what brings you here? As the family stepped into the hotel, they encountered a group approaching them. Upon seeing them, Gao Mu felt a twinge of discomfort. Chi the inspector, Master Lu, Master Niu, and Mayor Shun were all present. Gao Mu greeted each of them in turn. What a coincidence. Chi the inspector smiled warmly at Gao Mu. Are you here to dine? His demeanor was akin to that of an elder addressing a younger relative. Yes, Gao Mu nodded. Today is my cousin's graduation banquet, so I came to celebrate. Chi the inspector nodded, then turned to Lu Tianping. In a moment, inquire about the room number. I shall cover Gao Mu's bill. Very well, Lu Tianping replied, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the family continued on their way. Who were those people? Gao's father, having only seen Lu Tianping before, was curious. Gao Mu introduced the four individuals: Lu Tianping, Master Niu from the Zhangqiong branch, Mayor Xinchongxin, and Inspector Qi from the main branch. Stunned, Gao's parents were left speechless. How do you know so many prominent figures? In their eyes, these individuals were truly beyond reach. That's a long story. Gao Mu contemplated briefly before recounting the events of the day. Are you saying that the world's #1 will personally guide you? Gao Mu's mother exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Gao Mu raised an eyebrow and nodded. Isn't my son quite impressive? Indeed, quite impressive. Gao's father gave Gao Mu a thumbs up. Impressive, my foot. Gao Mu's mother, smiling proudly, retorted. My greatest wish is for you to lead an ordinary life. Though she said so, the upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. They did not expect Gao Mu to achieve great success, yet if he were to excel, they would undoubtedly take pride in him. As the family chatted jovially, the discomfort lingering in Gao Mu's mother's heart gradually dissipated. Sister, brother-in-law, you've arrived. A middle-aged woman joyfully opened the door to a lavish private room. What took you so long? Gao Mu's mother smiled at her sister. We ran into a few acquaintances outside and exchanged pleasantries. Gao Mu stood behind his mother, surveying the room. He recognized nearly everyone, except for one girl he had never seen before. Under his aunt's arrangement, Gao Mu's family took their seats, conveniently positioned with their backs to the door. Hey, cousin. Jiang Vida, his cousin, playfully remarked as he looked at Gao Mu sitting by the door. You'll have to help us out when the dishes are served. Not at all, we're family. Gao Mu waved his hand dismissively, indicating his indifference. The service at Huaxing Hotel was swift. Within 10 minutes, an array of dishes filled the table. I'd like to propose a toast. Once all the dishes were served, Jiang Vida stood up first, assuming a host's demeanor. He raised his glass and addressed everyone. Thank you all for attending my graduation banquet. The guests raised their glasses in return, extending their blessings to Jiang Vida. Vida, you're destined for a bright future. Once you make it big, don't forget us relatives. I've heard both the Extreme Path and Zhangqiong martial arts schools are interested in you. Once you graduate, you'll undoubtedly join one of those schools, right? I also heard you received a generous scholarship. You truly are remarkable. The room echoed with praises and flattery, but Gao Mu remained focused on his meal, indifferent to his relatives' chatter. Son, Gao's father observed his son engrossed in his food and couldn't help but comment, aren't you going to say a few words? Looking up from his meal, Gao Mu replied, everyone has already spoken, my words are unnecessary. It wasn't that Gao Mu harbored resentment. Rather, he simply disliked offering empty compliments. Gao Mu, though he was reluctant to speak, someone else sought his words. Jiang Vida frowned and asked, aren't you going to say something? Chapter 16. Trivial Matters. Lu Tao's home in the Linshan villa. Lu Tao's mother gazed at her son lying on the bed, tears streaming down her face. Will my son never be able to cultivate again? Lu Su stood nearby, his expression grim as he nodded. Are you truly useless? Lu Tao's mother yelled at Lu Su. You were right there. Why didn't you stop him? Did Lu Su not wish to intervene? Lu Tao was, after all, his own son. But could he have stopped it? The regulations were stringent. Any non-participant was forbidden from entering the martial artist assessment venue. Violation of this rule could result in immediate execution. Enough. Lu Su, already frazzled, waved his hand impatiently and shouted at his wife. Do you think I wanted to let it happen? The martial artist assessment is beyond my control. Why are you yelling at me? Lu Su's wife, not one to back down, retorted. Why don't you confront the person who bullied our son? Lu Su remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation. Could this matter simply be resolved in such a manner? Noticing Lu Su's silence, his wife exclaimed, do you not intend to avenge our son? Lu Su shook his head, his voice low and somber. The individual who harmed our son is now a person of considerable influence. If we were to act rashly against him, it could provoke the ire of 2 major martial arts schools and those above them. Though Lu Su's words trailed off, the implication was unmistakable. I don't care. The woman retorted, her reasoning abandoned. She continued to shout at Lu Su. If you do not seek vengeance for our son, then I will file for divorce. This time, Lu Su remained taciturn. His current status and achievements were largely attributed to his wife's family. Should she choose to divorce him, his future would not only be uncertain, but his present standing could also be at risk. He rubbed his throbbing temples and said to his wife, let me think this through. If we cannot act against him directly, then we shall target his family, the woman suggested with a fierce determination. Her proposal sparked a promising idea in Lu Su's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, let us proceed along that line of thought. In the dim light, Lu Su's gaze and expression were heavy with foreboding. At Shenghua Hotel, within the private room, Gao Mu placed his chopsticks down and smiled at his cousin Jiang Vida, saying, here's to you, dear cousin. May your future be as bright as the stars. Satisfied by Gao Mu's sincerity, Jiang Vida nodded approvingly. By the way, Gao Mu, I heard you did not take the college entrance examination? Jiang Vida's father, Gao Mu's uncle, inquired as he settled into his seat. Indeed, Gao Mu replied, placing his chopsticks back down. I was expelled just days before the exam. That is quite unfortunate, the uncle remarked, though his eyes betrayed a certain glee at the revelation. You should have informed me sooner. I am acquainted with your school principal. Perhaps my intervention could have prevented your expulsion. Thank you, uncle. Gao Mu replied with the politeness expected of him. However, I harbor no regrets about not participating in the exam. And what are your plans moving forward? The uncle feigned concern, pressing further. I shall pursue a path as a martial artist, for I possess a certain aptitude in martial arts, Gao Mu responded candidly. Yet sometimes, honesty fails to elicit belief. Cousin, if my memory serves me correctly, you were among the least talented in martial arts at your school, his younger cousin interjected. Having set down her chopsticks, though she was not a student of Gao Mu's school, she had a close friend who attended it. Thus, she was somewhat aware of the circumstances there. My martial arts talent is commendable. I just passed the martial artist assessment today, officially becoming a martial artist. Gao Mu stated nonchalantly, not disputing his cousin's claim. Instantly, the room fell into an absolute silence. Everyone paused with their chopsticks and cups, gazing at Gao Mu in astonishment. Cousin, are you serious? Jiang Vida, the focal point of the gathering, did not wish to have his limelight overshadowed by Gao Mu. He fixed his intense gaze on Gao Mu and said earnestly, please do not exaggerate for any reason. Gao Mu smiled and nodded, I speak the truth. Unless you can provide proof, I remain skeptical, Jiang Vida replied, his voice slightly cracking with disbelief. Clearly, he was reluctant to share the spotlight, especially on a day meant to celebrate his achievements. There's no way to prove it, Jiang Vida exclaimed, agitated. Logically, Gao Mu should have received a medal representing his status as a martial artist after passing the assessment. However, the recent martial artist evaluations had been shrouded in mystery, leading several prominent figures to decide on a thorough investigation before issuing the awards. Thus, Gao Mu left without a medal. Without proof, you are merely boasting, Jiang Vida insisted, increasingly agitated. Seeing him so worked up, Gao Mu shook his head repeatedly. What does your head shaking mean? Am I mistaken? Jiang Yingwei pressed on. Gao Mu found it beneath him to engage further. You are right, as always. The two were clearly not on the same level. And Gao Mu found no desire to argue. Had it not been for the new sign-in location being here, he would have avoided Jiang Vida's celebration altogether. All right, everyone. Let us resume our meal, Jiang Vida's father interjected, sensing the tension. Nods of agreement followed, and everyone resumed eating. Just as Gao Mu lifted his chopsticks to take a bite, the door to the private room swung open. Brother Jiang, I heard your son has been accepted into the Imperial Capital Research University. Congratulations. Shinjun announced, slightly inebriated, as he entered. Thank you, Jiang Vida's father replied. Upon seeing Shinjun, Gao Mu's brow furrowed slightly. Gao Mu? Shinjun's eyes landed on him, and he seemed momentarily taken aback. What are you doing here? I recall you did not take the entrance exam. Shinjun, Gao Mu is my sister's child, Gao Mu's uncle interjected. Oh, I see, Shinjun replied, his tone becoming more relaxed. Had I known you were acquainted with Brother Jiang, I would not have expelled you. Gao Mu's eyes narrowed at the slightly intoxicated Shinjun, his gaze ablaze with indignation. The expulsion that prevented him from taking the entrance exam was treated as a trivial matter in Shinjun's words. A significant event that could alter the course of a person's life. Chapter 17, Joining the Military. After a few light remarks, Shinjun joined Gao Mu's uncle in toasting with drinks. Witnessing this, Gao Mu's teeth clenched in fury. At that moment, the door to the private room opened once more. A server stepped in, looking up to ask, is Mr. Gao Mu present in this room? The server's arrival drew the attention of everyone present. That would be me. Gao Mu stood up, addressing the server. What is it? Upon hearing Gao Mu's confirmation, the server gestured grandly to the individuals behind him, proclaiming, Mr. Gao Mu is in this room. The server then swung open the door to the private room. Boxes upon boxes of exquisite liquor were carried in by a group of servers. 1982 La Fight. 1973 Maodai. 1997 Wuxianovel. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of these bottles. Due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, wines produced before 1999 had become exceedingly rare. A bottle of 1997 Wuxianovel fetched upwards of hundreds of thousands, while a bottle of 1982 La Fight could command astronomical prices exceeding several hundred thousand. Who sent this? Gao Mu maintained a facade of calm. These are for me. A boisterous voice boomed as Niu Meng strode in confidently, pointing at the boxes of liquor and inquiring. Are you pleased? Niu, what brings you here? Please, have a seat. Shin Jun exclaimed, jumping up from his seat and rushing to Niu Meng's side. Who are you? Though Shin Jun was the principal of the first high school, he held no weight in the presence of a figure like Niu Meng. Shin Jun, however, did not feel embarrassed, introducing himself with a smile. I am the principal of the first high school. Oh, after a rather perfunctory acknowledgement, Niu Meng continued to smile as he addressed Gao Mu. Young brother Gao, are you satisfied with these? Before Gao Mu could respond, Shin Jun interjected, Niu, do you two know each other? Niu Meng, visibly displeased by Shin Jun's interruption, shot him a glare and retorted, if you dare to speak out of turn again, I'll make you pay dearly. Niu Meng's threat sent beads of cold sweat down Shin Jun's forehead. Thank you, Niu, for your efforts. Gao Mu said with a smile directed at Niu Meng. Old Niu, you're usually so honest and straightforward. Why the sudden cunning? At that moment, Shin Chongxin entered the room. Not bearing the ostentation of Niu Meng, but instead carrying a tray. On the tray lay several red books. These represent the properties of all the upscale districts in the Langya-based city. If you desire, they can all be yours. Shin Chongxin declared as he presented the tray to Gao Mu, the meaning unmistakably clear. You two appear to be quite honest, yet you've engaged in some clandestine dealings. Lu Tianping's voice resonated at that moment. He entered empty-handed, without the offerings of wine or a tray. Have you made up your mind, young brother Gao? Will you join our Jidao martial arts school? Or perhaps join our Jidao martial arts school? Or might it be our Jidao martial arts school? Lu Tianping's confidence was palpable. Gao Mu, however, was perplexed by the source of his bravado. The individuals in the room recognized the three, and their words were comprehensible to all present. Yet, when pieced together, the entirety of it eluded understanding. Is there perhaps a misunderstanding here? The top three powers were vying for Gao Mu's allegiance, suggesting he possessed the allure to incite such competition. Yet, in Shun Jun's recollection, Gao Mu appeared merely a mediocre talent in martial arts. I believe this isn't a matter for your input, he added. Their favorable treatment of Gao Mu stemmed from his prodigious talent, but it did not imply a similar disposition towards all. Lu Tianping's gaze compelled Shin Jun to obediently close his mouth. Father, mother, who do you think I should join? Gao Mu posed this question to his parents. After a brief pause, Gao father straightened his back and declared, it's up to you. Your life is yours to decide. Gao mother remained silent, simply regarding her son with a look of pride. Whoever can lead me into perdition, I shall join, Gao Mu remarked, pointing at Shin Jun. Shin Jun was taken aback, astonished that Gao Mu would utter such words. Gao Mu, what are you trying to do? Do you know who I am? He began. But his words were abruptly cut off by a slap from Lu Tianping, interrupting us repeatedly. Do you truly think I, Lu Tianping, am easy to bully? Having been struck, Shin Jun dared not speak further and merely shook his head. Did he offend you? Shin Chongxin inquired. Without hesitation, Gao Mu recounted the previous incident. As he concluded, all present gasped in astonishment. What an impressive display of authority. Shin Chongxin's demeanor shifted dramatically as he glared at Shin Jun. The resources of the school rightfully belong to the students, and you, as the principal, expelled a student for such reasons. Shin Chongxin's piercing gaze made Shin Jun tremble. Effective immediately, you will no longer serve as the principal of Langya Bay City First High School, and you are hereby permanently expelled from Langya Bay City. Upon hearing this, Shin Jun collapsed to the ground, his face pale and expression dazed. Everyone in the room understood the gravity of being permanently expelled from the base. No, please don't. Shin Jun, regaining his senses, knelt before Gao Mu and begged, spare me. Do not cast me out. Gao Mu regarded Shin Jun coldly, remaining silent. Young brother Gao, are you satisfied now? Shin Chongxin asked with a smile. Gao Mu nodded. Bring him away, Shin Chongxin commanded, and a group of individuals surged into the room, escorting Shin Jun out. Now, young brother Gao, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Shin Chongxin looked at Gao Mu with anticipation. Without hesitation, Gao Mu replied, effective immediately. I shall be a member of the military. At this proclamation, both Lu Tianping and Niu Ming deflated like punctured balloons, their tempers dissipating. Congratulations, old Shun. Niu Ming remarked with a hint of annoyance. In contrast to Niu Ming, Lu Tianping displayed a more gracious demeanor, saying, congratulations, old Shun. While your failure to recruit Gao Mu is regrettable, he remains a friend of our Jidao martial arts school, and of mine as well. Niu Ming and Lu Tianping subsequently departed the private room. Jiang Vida, however, remained, staring blankly at the unfolding events, finally grasping why he had been so dismissive of proving himself. It turned out that his cousin had far surpassed him. Chapter 18. The Regret of Han Yue. Why did you ultimately choose the military? Gao father inquired, perplexed by his son's decision after learning the various offers to achieve accomplishments. The two martial arts schools indeed presented enticing conditions, but such allure was merely for others. For someone like Gao Mu, who possessed a system, the absence of guidance from the world's foremost expert mattered little. Gao Mu's words elicited a slight sigh from Gao father. In the office of the Jidao Martial Arts School, upon learning of Gao Mu's choice to join the military, Chi Inspector merely sighed in regret, showing minimal emotional fluctuation. Although Gao Mu was undoubtedly a genius worthy of pursuit, he was, after all, still merely a silver 5-star. While we may not have secured Gao Mu, you have nonetheless achieved merit. Chi Inspector reassured Lu Tianping, not blaming him for the failure to attract Gao Mu. He stroked his chin and added, I am not entirely sure what the specific rewards are, but if you wish to relinquish your position as branch leader, I could assist you with that. Lu Tianping, taken aback, quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Chi Inspector. Some martial artists become warriors not only due to their formidable martial talents, but also because they possess a spirit of adventure. As a martial artist, Lu Tianping was no exception. Serving as the branch leader in the base city, a role perceived as a prestigious position by outsiders, was, to him, merely a hindrance. He thrived on adventure, relishing the thrill of dancing on the edge of a blade, and teetering between life and death. To him, that was the life he desired. The following morning, Gao Mu awoke from his slumber. His parents had not allowed their newfound wealth to render them complacent at home. Gao Mu, if you have time today, please come to Hanyu. Gao Mu received a call from Shin Chongxin as he was just getting out of bed. After hanging up, he tidied himself briefly before stepping out of the house. On his way to Hanyu, he made sure to stop by the Hua Sheng Hotel to sign in, having forgotten to do so amidst the chaos of the previous day. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward received. Type 1 Physical Enhancement Elixir X 100. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the Hanyu base to sign in. The newly introduced sign-in rewards elicited a remarkable expression from Gao Mu. He recognized the elixir. It was a powerful concoction developed by the Longshan Group, one of the 4 major conglomerates. While this elixir may not bestow strength like the exotic fruits, it significantly enhances one's physical resilience. Due to its limited availability, a single vial has been speculated to reach a staggering price of 20 million on the black market. If one vial is worth 20 million, then 100 would amount to 2 billion. His heart swelled with exhilaration. However, to be frank, he had no intention of acquiring it. Such a rare gem is often a fortuitous find, and it boasts no side effects. Were he to consume all 100 vials and combine them with the indestructible body technique, Gao Mu's physical form would reach an extraordinarily formidable level. At last, the taxi halted 200 meters from the Hanyu Guard's headquarters. But we haven't arrived yet. Gao Mu pointed towards the entrance, addressing the driver. I have no desire to meet my demise. The driver waved him off, stating, that place ahead is the Hanyu Guard's territory. Those individuals are all lunatics. Gao Mu, sensing the driver's apprehension, chose not to press further. He nodded, settled the fare, and disembarked from the vehicle. The driver, seeing Gao Mu step out, hastily drove away. Is this place truly that terrifying? Gao Mu muttered to himself as he made his way towards the headquarters. As he approached within 5 meters of the entrance, a voice called out from nearby, you are approaching the Hanyu Guard's headquarters. Please do not advance any further. Gao Mu turned towards the gate and shouted, I am here to report for duty. Reporting for duty? The gate slowly opened, revealing a group of 4 or 5 individuals. You must be Gao Mu? The leading middle-aged man scrutinized Gao Mu with a furrowed brow. Gao Mu nodded in affirmation. Is that all you can manage? Since when did the Hanyu Guard become a shelter? Looking at this lad, he must have taken the backdoor route. It seemed that Shin Chongxin had not disclosed Gao Mu's true prowess, or else they would not have adopted such an attitude. I hear you are a prodigious youth? The middle-aged man continued his examination of Gao Mu. Prodigious? I wouldn't say that. I merely strive a bit harder than others, Gao Mu replied modestly. Guang Tao, why don't you give him a test? The middle-aged man stepped back. A much older youth stepped forward with a smirk, addressing the others. If I were to test him, wouldn't that be akin to bullying? Bullying me? I wouldn't go that far. If they intend to intimidate me, I certainly won't back down now. You might not necessarily be my match, Gao Mu retorted. The words caused a moment of surprise among the group, including the middle-aged man. Well, are the youth of today so audacious? The middle-aged man was displeased by Gao Mu's arrogance, and the others furrowed their brows in disapproval. You successfully riled me up, Guang Tao declared, stepping forward with an imposing demeanor. Gao Mu merely shook his head and stepped forward in kind. Seeing Gao Mu unfazed, Guang Tao smirked, intrigued by the encounter. Since you are here to report to the Hanyu Guard, allow me to impart the first lesson. Newcomers must always respect their elders. Guang Tao shouted as he charged at Gao Mu. Indestructible body. Gao Mu was nothing if not cautious, as his form was enveloped in a golden luminescence. The others watched with curiosity. Guang Tao had already closed the distance, and Gao Mu, tired of pretense, unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Gao Mu's fist collided with Guang Tao's body, sending him flying through the air, blood spewing from his mouth. Upon hitting the ground, Guang Tao fell unconscious. Is that it? Gao Mu shook his fist dismissively with a look of contempt. The middle-aged man's expression darkened considerably. I'll deal with him. Another individual leaped forth from behind the middle-aged man, rushing towards Gao Mu, only to meet a similar fate as Guang Tao. Indeed, you are quite the prodigious youth. The middle-aged man instructed his companions to remain calm before addressing Gao Mu. Since you are so formidable, allow me to assess your abilities. Chapter 19, I shall defeat you. The middle-aged man's strength was evidently far superior to Guang Tao's. He advanced towards Gao Mu, launching a punch with remarkable speed and agility. However, in Gao Mu's eyes, he was no different from Guang Tao. With a sudden burst of energy, Gao Mu propelled himself behind the middle-aged man, startled to find Gao Mu missing. The middle-aged man was caught off guard, and before he could react, Gao Mu's voice echoed behind him. Intimidation tactics? How utterly juvenile. The next moment, the middle-aged man felt a sharp pain in his back and then fell into unconsciousness. Observing the fallen figure, Gao Mu shook his head. Is this truly all you can do? I expected far more from you. The remaining few who had yet to engage Gao Mu, while not trembling in fear, were certainly hesitant to act. Welcome to the Hanyu Guard, my young brother. Just then, an imposing figure emerged from within the gate. This man was tall and robust, with fists resembling massive stoneware pots. Who are you? Gao Mu regarded him warily. The man smiled slightly and introduced himself, Liao Yang, the trainee squad leader of the Hanyu Guard. Goodness, do you all not regard me as a person? Gao Mu blurted out. I am a youthful prodigy. And you send a trainee squad leader to welcome me. What does that imply? Unaware of the ranks within the Hanwha Guard, Gao Mu initially presumed that the position of trainee squad leader was a lowly one. Are you unaware? Liao Yang, unperturbed by Gao Mu's affront, chuckled and explained. The lowest rank in the Hanwha Guard is that of a squad leader, and I am merely a small squad leader myself. Gao Mu regarded Liao Yang with a mix of disbelief and exasperation. He had no desire to engage in further banter, directing his attention back to Liao Yang. So, can I report for duty now? Not quite yet. Liao Yang waved his hand, smiling. Unless. Before Liao Yang could finish his sentence, Gao Mu charged towards him. Liao Yang, momentarily taken aback, shook his head. You should at least wait for me to finish speaking. Today's youth truly are impatient. His demeanor was relaxed, clearly not considering Gao Mu's arrival. The trainee squad leader ranked just below the squad leader, indicating that his strength was second only to that of the squad leader. Although Liao Yang's abilities fell short of a squad leader's, he had barely crossed the threshold into the gold tier, being a one-star gold warrior. When Gao Mu collided with Liao Yang, a flicker of astonishment crossed the latter's face. Even he could not discern Gao Mu's true strength. To him, Gao Mu appeared to be merely a bronze-tier warrior, given that he was only 18 years old. However, upon contact, Liao Yang realized he had misjudged the young man's capabilities, which far exceeded his expectations. This is quite intriguing. Gao Mu, intrigued by his inability to overpower Liao Yang with a single strike, remarked, "You are no match for me." After a few exchanges, Liao Yang was the first to speak, stating, "According to our rules, if you can withstand my subordinates for 10 minutes, you may enter." Fueled by a surge of adrenaline, Gao Mu bellowed, 10 minutes? I intend to obliterate you today." He unleashed the profound power of the secret technique, enhancing his strength tenfold. His original might of 50,000 pounds was magnified to an astonishing 500,000 pounds, granting him the prowess of a golden 5-star warrior. Obliterate me? You're still too green, Liao Yang thought, prepared to mock Gao Mu's overconfidence. However, the next punch delivered by Gao Mu drastically changed his expression. How is this possible? After being forced back several steps by Gao Mu's strike, Liao Yang's complexion paled. The sudden surge of power from Gao Mu had left him at a loss. What manner of creature is this? Liao Yang stared in astonishment at Gao Mu. I concede, he shouted as Gao Mu charged at him once more. Upon hearing Liao Yang's exclamation, Gao Mu halted, recognizing that they would inevitably cross paths again and choosing to spare him further humiliation. Dispelling the Jie technique and the indestructible skill, Gao Mu reverted to his seemingly harmless youthful self. Follow me, Liao Yang said, at a loss for words. Following Liao Yang, Gao Mu entered the residence of the Hanwha Guard. Is this the newcomer? He doesn't resemble a prodigy at all, some murmured. I doubt it. He's likely here just to gild his resume, others speculated. Once inside, Gao Mu became the focal point of their discussions, which he paid no heed to. After approximately 5 minutes, Gao Mu and Liao Yang arrived at a modest building. Liao Yang stepped inside first, with Gao Mu following closely behind. Goodness, your Hanwha Guard is quite affluent, Gao Mu exclaimed, admiring the opulent decor. Liao Yang cast an eye of disdain at Gao Mu, internally questioning his lack of belonging. The pair traversed the small building for about a minute before stopping before a pair of grand double doors. Liao Yang gestured for Gao Mu to wait while he approached to knock. Enter. A commanding voice resounded from within. Liao Yang opened the door and motioned for Gao Mu to enter. Aren't you coming in? Gao Mu inquired. Liao Yang shook his head. The office spanned an impressive 500 square feet. Upon entering, Gao Mu immediately noticed a training area. And deeper within the office stood a desk behind which sat a stern-looking middle-aged man with a square face, diligently engaged in work. Are you Gao Mu? The middle-aged man raised his head upon sensing Gao Mu's presence. The intensity in his gaze sent a shiver down Gao Mu's spine. Eagle-eyed and wolfish was the only phrase in Gao Mu's lexicon that could encapsulate the man before him. Indeed, Gao Mu nodded. I have heard you are a young prodigy, the man remarked, reclining slightly in his chair while scrutinizing Gao Mu. Yet, I fail to see what sets you apart from others. If I could reveal my uniqueness, what significance would it hold? Gao Mu retorted, matching the man's pretense. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback by Gao Mu's unexpected response, but then smiled and said, I appreciate your spirit, young man. He then picked up a nearby phone and instructed, take him to report in, and ensure he is assigned to a commendable squad. Chapter 20. Departure to Looming City. What? You intend to place a complete novice in my squad? Lu Mo expressed his discontent with the decision. Let me tell you, this kid is exceptionally fierce, Liao Yang whispered to Lu Mo, knowing their camaraderie allowed for such confidences. I estimate his strength to be at least silver 5-star or higher. What? Lu Mo stared incredulously at Liao Yang, exclaiming, are you serious? It is said that during the martial artist evaluation, the inspector from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Institute personally attended, Liao Yang shared mysteriously. Lu Mo understood the significance of an inspector's presence. My good brother. Lu Mo clapped Liao Yang on the shoulder. Such a talent, and you were just handing him over to me? If my squad weren't short a member due to a serious injury during a field hunt, Do you think I would be so generous? Lumo's squad was indeed missing a member due to an unfortunate incident. Haha. Lumo laughed heartily. After a brief introduction, Gao Mu was acquainted with Lumo. This is Gao Mu, our squad's newest member, Lumo announced to the other squad members. He's new? What does it mean to put a rookie in our squad? One member questioned. What about Lumo? Is he retiring now? I don't want him. He will only hold us back. Another complained about Gao Mu's inclusion. Lumo frowned, declaring, this is a decision from above. Whether you accept it or not, you must comply. With Lumo's authority, the others dared not voice further objections. Gao Mu, my brother, Lumo said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, stick with me, and I guarantee you will grow rapidly. Gao Mu found himself favorably inclined towards Lumo's affable demeanor. I don't like this kid, a slender, handsome youth named Jiang Huai, a more seasoned member of the squad, expressed to the others. I don't like him either, a burly member concurred, his brow furrowed. Shall we surprise him a little? A mischievous member suggested. After all, our squad is going hunting in the wild tomorrow. Good idea. Jiang Huai's eyes gleamed with malice. We don't need to be too harsh. Let him voluntarily withdraw. Isn't that a bit excessive? A portly, good-natured youth interjected. What if the higher-ups find out? Before he could finish, Jiang Huai interrupted. If you don't say anything, how would they know? Lu Xiaoguang, if you dare speak out of turn, I won't hesitate to feed you to the beasts. The mischievous member threatened. Understood, Lu Xiaoguang nodded. Fearing the consequences. Sign in. After meeting the team, Gao Mu chose to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. Infinite fruit 100. Ding. New check-in location updated. Please proceed to Looming City. While the new check-in rewards were indeed substantial, they did little to stir Gao Mu's emotions. Tomorrow we will hunt in Looming City. Do you want to prepare in advance? Lumo handed Gao Mu some documents as a reminder. What time shall we assemble tomorrow? Gao Mu inquired. The Hanyu Guard did not enforce military-style management, allowing members the freedom to be away from the residence. Let's south meet at the square at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lumo replied. Gao Mu nodded and then departed from the Hanyu Guard's residence. Upon returning home, Gao Mu opened the documents handed to him by Lumo. The information revealed that Looming City is a gathering place for silver beasts, with occasional encounters of golden beasts. The danger level of this location is neither excessively high nor particularly low. After reviewing the documents, Gao Mu extracted all his sign-in rewards accumulated over the past few days, 200 exotic fruits and 100 potions, which made him marvel at the system's generosity. Let's indulge. Eat the exotic fruits, drink the potions. This treasure worth billions was swiftly consumed by Gao Mu. After a satisfying burp, he rose and gauged his strength. Not quite at the golden level, but not far off. Lacking a power testing device, he could only make a rough estimate. The following morning, Gao Mu awoke and, armed with superior weaponry, headed towards the plaza of the base city. Fortunately, he arrived early, sparing the team from a prolonged wait. As we venture into the wild today, remember, caution is paramount. Captain Lu Mo instructed his team. Our mission today is to hunt over 10 silver beasts and 1 golden beast. After briefing the team, Lu Mo began outlining the day's objectives. While silver beasts were manageable, the presence of a liability raised concerns about the golden beast. At this moment, Jiang Huai raised his hand to speak. Lu Mo turned to him and reassured. Rest assured, Gao Mu will not hold us back. Captain, I truly don't understand why you have such faith in him, complained the sharp-featured Hao Jian, visibly displeased with Lu Mo's trust in Gao Mu. Logically, an intern should not be going into the wild. Just look at him. He doesn't even have a weapon. He'll be nothing but a burden. The burly Feng Yong expressed similar dissent towards Gao Mu. Lu Xiaoguang remained silent, simply standing there. Don't worry, Gao Mu thought. As an outsider, he could comprehend his teammates' attitudes. My strength is commendable. I will not be a hindrance. Huh. Jiang Huai wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Lu Mo's gesture. Lu Mo frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. Enough chatter. Let us move out. As the only one aware of Gao Mu's true capabilities, Lu Mo chose not to persuade his team to trust him. In the realm of martial artists, words are but hollow. Only absolute strength commands respect. Since the captain had spoken, the others fell silent. After checking their gear, the group boarded their designated transport and set off toward the city gate. 20 minutes later, the transport halted at the city gate. Upon disembarking, the group exited the base city through a designated passage. The bronze beasts in the wild were beneath their notice. They would not squander time on avoidable encounters. Soon, the team arrived near Looming City. After clearing some bronze beasts, they began to recuperate and prepare for their entry into Looming City. Chapter 21, One-on-One with the Silver Beast. At the outskirts of Looming City, the team advanced cautiously, wary of startling numerous beasts and provoking a frenzy. As a hub for silver beasts, Looming City not only harbored a plethora of silver creatures, but also a fair number of golden beasts. Over there, Feng Yong pointed to a solitary silver beast not far away. Addressing Lu Mo, shall we target that one first? It was a bear-like beast with crimson fur, the Thorn War Bear. The goggles quickly relayed information about this creature to Gao Mu. Most were silver beasts, but some had a chance of breaking into the golden tier. Should they achieve this, their fur would change color. Their weakness lies in the abdomen. This is another advantage of the goggles. They provide insights into the beast's vulnerabilities. I'll draw it over, Hao Jian said as he readied his bow. We need to resolve this swiftly. To their team, silver beasts posed little threat. Their primary concern was the potential attraction of other beasts due to prolonged combat. Quickly and decisively, unleash your skills, Lu Mo instructed the team, then turned his gaze to Gao Mu, advising, for the first beast, your role is merely to observe. However, ensure you pay close attention to our coordination. Opportunities for observation are scarce, so cherish them. Gao Mu nodded in acknowledgement. I truly don't understand why we brought him into the wild, especially to such a perilous gathering of silver beasts, Jiang Huai muttered under his breath. Lu Mo heard him, but chose to ignore it. Hao Jian, he called, prepare to engage the beast. Hao Jian shot a disgruntled glance at Gao Mu before drawing his bow. Whoosh! Hao Jian's arrow struck true, piercing the thick hide of the thorned warbear. The injured bear let out a furious roar. Not good. Lu Mo's expression changed dramatically. We need to finish this quickly. Retreat. Uncertain of whether the bear's roar might summon other beasts, the team tightened their grips on their weapons, ready for confrontation. The thorned warbear soon identified its treacherous assailant, shaking its hefty body and charging toward the team. Go! Lu Mo was the first to strike. Brandishing his combat knife, he lunged at the thorned warbear. His strike, while not lethal, inflicted significant damage. The wounded bear's eyes turned blood red. At this moment, Jiang Huai and Feng Yong surged forward. Jiang Huai wielded a longsword, while Feng Yong brandished two short axes. Though their power was not on par with Lu Mo's, they dealt considerable harm to the thorned warbear. In less than 3 minutes, with support from Hao Jian and Lu Xiaowang, the three dispatched the bear. Quickly, clear the battlefield, Lu Mo commanded. Jiang Huai and Feng Yong, in perfect synchrony, crouched to begin the dissection of the thorned warbear. Hao Jian and Lu Xiaowang took up watch duty. After 3 minutes of cutting, Jiang Huai stood up first, saying, all done. Lu Mo glanced at the bear's carcass and nodded, let us move. The earlier roar and the scent of blood will surely attract other beasts. As Lu Mo finished speaking, the group swiftly advanced in a single direction. Their journey allowed them to evade numerous beasts. In a vacant spot devoid of creatures, the team halted. Captain, I mentioned before that this person is a liability. Hao Jian began to complain the moment they stopped, pointing at Gao Mu with evident dissatisfaction. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have taken so long. Exactly. Feng Yong chimed in, echoing Hao Jian's sentiments. Someone like him should remain in the base city. Jiang Huai, the cleverest of the trio, refrained from overtly expressing discontent with Gao Mu. Instead, he chose to incite discord from another angle. What do you mean by that? Gao Mu was embarking on his first expedition with the squad to hunt ferocious beasts, thus he was unfamiliar with Jiang Huai's intentions. Observing Gao Mu's bewilderment, Jiang Huai offered a somewhat sarcastic explanation. In the wilderness, the effort one contributes directly correlates with the rewards one receives. The thorned warbear we just encountered is valued at 1 million. From this sum, the captain will take the lion's share, amounting to 500,000. The remaining half will be divided among us four. You, however, will receive nothing. Why, you ask? Gao Mu felt a twinge of injustice. Is it solely because I did not contribute? Precisely. Jiang Huai replied with a mocking smile. Those who do not exert themselves cannot share in the spoils. Well, since you put it that way, I intend to participate in the next battle against a beast. Gao Mu sensed that Jiang Huai was specifically targeting him. You still cannot join. To Gao Mu's surprise, Jiang Huai outright forbade him from participating in the upcoming skirmish. There is no synergy between us. Your involvement would not only fail to assist us, but could potentially hinder our efforts. However, if you wish to take on a beast alone, we wouldn't mind. Jiang Huai's tone was laced with provocation. Since you've said as much, it would be a disservice to you if I did not confront a beast single-handedly. Youthful and impulsive, Gao Mu was ignited by the challenge. Sensing Gao Mu was hooked, Jiang Huai smirked. I am quite eager to see the extent of your capabilities. Isn't this utter folly? Lu Mo thought to himself. Although he was aware of Gao Mu's true abilities, he did not believe Gao Mu could stand against a silver-tiered beast alone in the wild. Captain, Lu Mo's words were abruptly interrupted by Jiang Huai. If he wishes to play the hero, let us indulge him. Lu Mo opened his mouth to protest, but was cut off by Hao Jian. These young folks think too highly of themselves. If we do not teach him a lesson today, who knows what he might think in the future? After all, we are right here. Even if he proves no match for the beast, we can always lend a hand. Lu Mo did not finish speaking, but instead cast a questioning glance at Gao Mu. Gao Mu subtly nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Lu Mo feigned acquiescence, addressing Gao Mu. In that case, give it a go? With Lu Mo's consent, Jiang Huai, Hao Jian, and Feng Yong exchanged glances, their lips curling into a conspiratorial smirk. Chapter 22. A bow as a sword. Let me lure the beast for you. Hao Jian feigned goodwill at that moment. No need, Gao Mu replied, waving his hand dismissively as he drew an arrow from his quiver. I have no weapon, so I shall borrow this for the time being. Gao Mu intended to wield the arrow as a sword. With the makeshift weapon in hand, Gao Mu's aura surged. I wonder if I can contend with a silver 9-star beast now. He charged toward a beast not far away. My goodness, must one seek death in such a manner? The blood-armored wolf, by its size, appeared to be a silver 9-star beast. Let us prepare ourselves. The trio watched with anticipation. Lu Mo, however, tightly gripped his weapon, ready to intervene at a moment's notice, for he knew from Liao Yang that Gao Mu was merely a silver 5-star. The blood-armored wolf, named for its thick, blood-red fur, was renowned for its formidable offense and robust defense. Typically, beasts of the same rank could not match its strength, and it would take 3 or 4 warriors of equivalent level to bring it down. Indestructible diamond technique. Gao Mu unleashed his most powerful skill. The combination of 2 skills, along with the techniques he had previously employed, rendered his defense nothing short of terrifying. As Gao Mu moved, the blood-armored wolf also sprang into action. A flicker of human-like disdain flashed in its eyes before it propelled itself toward Gao Mu with great force. Soon, Gao Mu and the blood-armored wolf collided. Despite Hao Jian's questionable character, his arrows were not of silver quality. Although their strength paled in comparison to a sword, they still served as effective projectiles. As an arrow was unleashed, it struck the blood-armored wolf's body. Did it break through its defenses? Lu Shaoguang gasped in astonishment. The blood-armored wolf was known for its defensive prowess, and Gao Mu had managed to penetrate that defense, leaving Lu Shaoguang utterly astounded. Yet, the true surprise that awaited Lu Shaoguang was yet to come. Having breached the blood-armored wolf's defenses, Gao Mu gained insight into its strength. Armed with this newfound knowledge, he wasted no time. The arrow swung, piercing one of the beast's eyes. Gao Mu's assault did not relent. Azure Lotus Sword Art. With the sword in hand, he danced forth, conjuring a blooming azure lotus. Shadow Step. At this moment, Gao Mu's defense, offense, and agility reached their zenith. While the blood-armored wolf was indeed formidable, it was no longer a match for Gao Mu. After a few arrows, the blood-armored wolf collapsed, bloodied, and defeated. Is this truly the blood-armored wolf? How did he achieve this? To those present, it appeared as if the beast was made of mere paper. The entire squad, including Lu Mo, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Gao Mu's prowess had surpassed their comprehension. Although Lu Mo was already a golden-tier warrior, he too could not have vanquished the blood-armored wolf in such a short span of time. All done. Gao Mu tossed the arrow back into Hao Jian's quiver and strolled toward the others. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Lu Mo commended Gao Mu with a thumbs up. The attitudes of Hao Jian and Feng Yong shifted dramatically as well. Their initial disdain for Gao Mu stemmed from the belief that he would be a liability. However, after this encounter, he had won their respect. Though he had earned their admiration, he had yet to sway Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai's initial aversion to Gao Mu mirrored that of Hao Jian and his companions, yet now, his disdain was rooted in jealousy over the spotlight Gao Mu had stolen. Now do you understand his prowess? Lu Mo observed the reactions of the squad members, chuckling. The others, excluding Jiang Huai, nodded in agreement. For this beast, I shall take 40%, the remainder can be shared equally. Gao Mu understood that the world of warriors was not solely about combat, but also about human relationships. Having extended goodwill, he found that the others were more than willing to accept. Thus, Gao Mu was accepted by the squad, save for Jiang Huai. The hunt continued. Although Gao Mu's coordination with the squad remained lacking, his formidable strength compensated for any shortcomings. During their rest, Lu Mo was elated. Typically, they would require at least a day to hunt down 10 silver-tier beasts, yet today they accomplished this feat in under 5 hours, reducing the time by a factor of 4. Such efficiency was bound to please Lu Mo, the captain. Our hunting task now only involves golden-tier beasts. The initial excitement of the squad shifted to a grave demeanor upon hearing they were to hunt golden-tier beasts. They coordinated seamlessly to hunt the silver beasts, knowing that even a minor misstep could be compensated for by other means. However, when it came to hunting the golden beasts, absolutely no mistakes were permitted. Even with a golden warrior among them, they had to be flawless. Let's take a good rest. Lu Mo's spirit sank slightly. Nevertheless, a mission is a mission, and they had to see it through. After approximately an hour of rest, once everyone had regained their composure, Lu Mo was the first to rise. The others followed suit, standing up alongside him. Gao Mu could sense the palpable tension among them. Let us move. Lu Mo sighed softly and took the lead. The others cautiously scanned their surroundings. Ultimately, they selected a toad. Its body is striking gold and covered in bulges. Upon seeing it, Gao Mu felt a chill run down his spine. Why choose such a grotesque beast? He lamented to Lu Mo. Lu Mo shrugged. I looked around, and it's the only one that's a golden 1-star. The task is to hunt golden beasts, but it doesn't specify how many stars. Most teams opt for 1 star for its relative ease compared to higher stars. Alright then. Since Lu Mo had decided, Gao Mu could only suppress his distaste and accept it. Gao Mu, my brother, at that moment. Hao Jian approached Gao Mu with a mischievous grin. Didn't you forget your weapon? Want me to lend you an arrow? As he spoke, Hao Jian casually withdrew an arrow from his quiver. Gao Mu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the arrow he had produced. It was a golden-level armor-piercing arrow. I can't bear to use it unless absolutely necessary. If it weren't for Gao Mu's formidable combat prowess, Hao Jian would never have partaken with such a valuable item. Hao Jian, it's time to begin, Lu Mo instructed. Hao Jian nodded, knocking the bow and releasing an arrow aimed at the golden toad. Quack! The golden toad croaked loudly, leaping towards Gao Mu and the others. Once it had strayed from the sight of other beasts, Gao Mu charged forward, clutching the armor-piercing arrow. Indestructible diamond technique. The cautious Gao Mu activated his life-saving skill as he rushed ahead. Seeing Gao Mu take the initiative, the others hesitated no longer and followed suit. Whether due to the armor-piercing arrow's actual efficacy or some other reason, it penetrated the golden toad's defenses as it struck. A spurt of crimson mixed with gold nearly splattered onto Gao Mu. The others had also surged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Yet, with the exception of Lu Mo, none managed to breach the golden toad's defenses. Jiang Hu's expression soured upon realizing his lack of success. In the past, he would have remained unfazed, knowing that if he couldn't break through, neither could anyone else. However, this time was different. He was a prodigy, filled with pride. He refused to be outdone by Gao Mu. Yet, even when employing his most powerful skills, the defenses remained unyielding. As Jiang Hu grappled with his frustration, Gao Mu's arrow had already left countless wounds on the golden toad. Coupled with Lu Mo's assaults, the creature was now severely injured. With such a person on our side, our squad's combat capability has undoubtedly ascended to new heights, Lu Mo mused, grateful for Gao Mu's inclusion in their team. The golden toad attempted to retaliate several times, but Gao Mu and Lu Mo skillfully deflected its efforts, while they managed to evade its attacks. The same could not be said for everyone else. Just as they were about to bid farewell to the golden toad, Feng Yong let out a blood-curdling scream. He had become ensnared by the creature's tongue, his face paling. Cut its tongue, Gao Mu shouted. Lu Mo nodded and swung his weapon at the golden toad's tongue. Yet, at that moment, the golden toad released Feng Yong, retracting its tongue. Freed. Feng Yong fell to the ground, unable to regain his footing. Seeing his pale complexion and the blood at the corners of his mouth, Gao Mu began to realize the gravity of the situation. We need to end this quickly. Feng Yong seems to be on the brink, Gao Mu yelled to Lu Mo. Lu Mo nodded, hastening his attacks. However, at that moment, Jiang Hu chose to slack off. Let you betray, let you grovel. You deserve to die? As a teammate. Jiang Hu showed no sympathy for Feng Yong's plight, instead cursing him inwardly. In truth, Jiang Hu's apathy did not impact the battle significantly. Under the relentless assault from Gao Mu and Lu Mo, the golden toad soon collapsed. Once the golden toad was vanquished, Gao Mu dashed to Feng Yong's side. Kneeling, he assessed Feng Yong's injuries. We must return to the base city immediately, Gao Mu said gravely after his examination. Feng Yong's wounds were severe. If they did not hurry back, he might well perish. Lying on the ground, Feng Yong had succumbed to unconsciousness, although there were no visible wounds on him. And even his armor remained intact. The blood continually oozing from his mouth indicated a serious internal injury. Even if we return to the base city now, it may be futile, Jiang Hu interjected coldly from the side. There were no external injuries on him, but internally, he had sustained significant damage. If you move him now, it would be akin to indirectly killing him. Gao Mu shot a cold glance at Jiang Hu but remained silent. If you're not going to help, then just get lost. Lu Mo's patience with Jiang Hu had reached its limit. He turned to Jiang Hu, fury etched across his face. What do you mean by saying such callous things? Humph. Jiang Hu sneered dismissively, mocking, if I were you, I'd be looking for a grave for Feng Yong right now. Damn it. Lu Mo roared, rising as if to confront Jiang Hu. Gao Mu, however, restrained Lu Mo. After casting a frigid look at Jiang Hu, he advised Lu Mo, the most pressing matter now is to save him. Save him? It seems you are merely dreaming. Unless you can produce the miraculous 5 elements blood-condensing fruit. Otherwise, you will only watch Feng Yong die. After stating this, Jiang Hu found a spot to sit down. You all take your time. I need to rest. The group glared at Jiang Hu, their anger boiling over. The 5 elements blood-condensing fruit. Gao Mu felt the name resonating with familiarity. After pondering for a moment, he summoned his system. Within the backpack interface, he indeed discovered the fruit. Withdraw it. Directly into my backpack. Although Gao Mu hadn't brought any weapons this time, he had ensured to pack the most essential supplies for the wilderness. He removed the backpack from his back, unzipped it, and retrieved the 5 elements blood fruit from within. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, astonished to discover such an item nestled within Gao Mu's bag. Where did you acquire this? Lu Mo inquired, his mouth agape in disbelief. I bought it. Gao Mu deftly fabricated a story, knowing full well that he could not divulge the truth. After all, this fruit was indeed essential for their expedition into the wilderness. Without waiting for Lu Mo to respond, Gao Mu promptly inserted the 5 elements blood fruit into Feng Yong's mouth. As a miraculous remedy, the efficacy of the 5 elements blood fruit was remarkable. The moment he placed it in Feng Yong's mouth, Feng Yong's eyelids began to flutter. What is happening to me? 5 minutes later, Feng Yong opened his eyes. You sustained severe injuries from the golden toad's tongue. Had it not been for Gao Mu, you would likely have perished here. Lu Mo explained gleefully upon seeing that Feng Yong was unharmed. Brother, Feng Yong, still weak from his ordeal, clasped his fists in gratitude towards Gao Mu. I shall never forget this life-saving grace. You ought not to thank him, Jiang Huai interjected, his voice cutting through the moment. You should express your gratitude to all of us. With that, he turned his gaze back to Gao Mu. Who granted you the audacity and authority to use the 5 elements blood fruit without the consent of others? Gao Mu was taken aback. What do you mean? His patience with Jiang Huai had reached its limit. Chapter 24, truly disgusting. Jiang Huai shrugged, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. This individual is not honest. Your 5 elements blood fruit undoubtedly did not originate from within the city. I suspect you plucked it from the wilderness while we were distracted. One would have to possess a complete lack of shame to utter such words. Have you ever seen an extraordinary fruit? Luamo stood up, glaring at Jiang Huai. An extraordinary fruit, like the 5 elements blood fruit, is surely guarded by extraordinary beasts. Gao Mu could not have stealthily harvested it while we were inattentive. I care not for your explanations, Jiang Huai replied, hands raised in indifference. Regardless, he used an extraordinary fruit without my consent, and he owes me compensation. Gao Mu had encountered many shameless individuals, yet he had never encountered someone of Jiang Huai's caliber. You truly lack shame, Luamo retorted angrily. Do not speak to me of such trifles. Jiang Huai remained unfazed by Lu Mo's rage. Either pay me, or I shall take 80% of the spoils from the golden extraordinary beast. Gao Mu initially believed Jiang Huai to be merely malicious, but was taken aback by his blatant greed. Get lost. Gao Mu brandished a piercing arrow and charged at Jiang Huai. If you dare utter another word, I will end you. Oh, you think you can intimidate me? Jiang Huai showed no fear of Gao Mu's threats, mockingly pointing at him. If you dare to kill me, I assure you, you will regret it. Brother Gao Mu. Luamo intervened, grasping his arm. Even in the wilderness, you must not take the life of a colleague. Killing a comrade is one of the gravest offenses among the Hanwha guards. Shall we allow this scoundrel to provoke us? Gao Mu was eager to eliminate Jiang Huai. Endure a little longer, Luamo urged, glancing at Jiang Huai. Once we return to base, I will request for his reassignment. Both Gao Mu and Luamo felt repressed. Frustratingly, they could only endure the situation. Let us clean up the battlefield. Luamo commanded with a wave of his hand. Is that Gao Mu? A pale-faced young man, wearing a sickly smile, observed Gao Mu from a distance. Young master, a robust and fierce-looking man behind him questioned, you are not lacking in funds. Why pursue such a bounty? You do not understand. The young man lowered his binoculars and replied earnestly. The reason I accepted this bounty is not for the money, but for my dream. Dream? The burly man was taken aback. Indeed. The young man looked at him with utmost seriousness. My lifelong aspiration has been to become a bounty hunter. The bodyguard felt an urge to scold the young man. This lad was the son of a powerful figure in the imperial capital. With unparalleled martial talent, and being the sole heir, he was meticulously trained. He did not disappoint his father, breaking through to the silver realm at the tender age of 20. He expressed his desire to gain experience, and his father, understanding, arranged for 2 golden 9-star warriors to accompany him as bodyguards. Upon arriving in the Langya Bay city, he coincidentally stumbled upon Lu Su's bounty in the black market. Embracing the principle of idleness, he promptly accepted the bounty. For him, money was inconsequential. What mattered was the thrill of the hunt. All right. The young man observed for a while longer before addressing his bodyguards. Their team has a traitor and an injured member. Let us approach and eliminate them all. Although his own cultivation was merely silver 1-star, he had 2 golden 9-star bodyguards to support him. In his view, even if Gao Mu's team was intact, without the traitor, they would be easily overwhelmed. Quickly retreat. Once they finished cleaning the battlefield, Lumo's brow furrowed, and he shouted, trusting Lumo. The others did not question him further and began their retreat as planned. You cannot escape. The young man, intent on hunting Gao Mu, had devised a comprehensive plan. He and 1 bodyguard pursued from behind, while another bodyguard intercepted ahead. We are from the Hanwha guards. Who are you? Lumo, seeing no way out, could only declare his identity. The name of the Hanwha guards caused the young man to furrow his brow slightly. I only want him, he pointed at Gao Mu, dismissively waving his hand at the others. The rest of you may leave. We are indeed colleagues, so we must share both life and death. Exactly, we are comrades. If you wish to harm Gao Mu, you must tread over our corpses. Having recognized Gao Mu's strength, the others had instinctively regarded him as their brother. The bonds of camaraderie and brotherhood can sometimes be forged in inexplicable ways. Are you all putting on a show? Jiang Huai doused the fervor of the group with cold water. You have only known each other for a short time. Of course, if you wish to accompany him to death, I will not mind. But I certainly will not perish alongside him. With that, Jiang Huai stepped away from the group. Jiang Huai. Lumo chose not to chastise him at that moment, instead locking his gaze on him. You must understand that betrayal and the killing of comrades are equally grievous sins. I am aware, Jiang Huai replied nonchalantly, shrugging. But if you perish, who will know of my betrayal? When I return alone, injured, I will tell everyone that we encountered a beastly riot, and you all perished while I barely escaped with my life. By then, perhaps I will even be hailed as a hero. The others in the team felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch to Jiang Huai. All right, So he's the only one coming out, is he? The young man waved his hand in annoyance and addressed the others. Are you all certain you want to share life and death with him? Everyone nodded in unison. What a fool. Jiang Hui stood aside, spewing forth his disdain. The crowd glared at him in anger. Let us take action. The young man, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke to his bodyguards. The two bodyguards hesitated for a moment, momentarily taken aback. If their memories served them correctly, this young master had declared he would take matters into his own hands. What are you still standing there for? When I said I would handle this personally, I meant dealing with Gao Mu. Should I also take on the others? The two bodyguards shook their heads helplessly and charged towards the small team first. Chapter 25, Counterattack. If you have the chance, escape quickly, Gao Mu said gravely to his teammates upon sensing the formidable presence of the two bodyguards. Do not sacrifice your lives for that so-called sense of loyalty. Silence. Lu Mo, who had always been kind to Gao Mu, shouted at him at that moment. We called each other brothers. If we are brothers, we must share life and death together. How touching. Jiang Hui stood by, continuing to mock them. I'm so moved I could almost shed tears. Gao Mu was at a loss as to whether to consider these people foolish or loyal. Since that is the case, I shall no longer hold back. Diamond Body Protection Technique. Secret of the character Jia. At that moment, Gao Mu simultaneously unleashed two skills. In an instant, his power surged tenfold. His combat strength soaring to rival that of a golden 9-star. Kill. He roared, charging forward with a piercing arrow in hand. Goodness. Wielding a broken arrow as a weapon. Who knows what you're thinking? The young man quipped as he slowly drew his weapon. Despite being of only silver rank, his weapon was of golden quality. Moreover, his armor was of diamond level. Wealth truly does afford one the luxury of choice. A golden weapon is valued at over $1 million, while diamond armor is worth tens of millions. It would be impossible for an ordinary warrior to possess such equipment with merely silver rank. As the young man prepared to strike, the two bodyguards had already closed in on the small team. Their approach was menacing, yet they had not drawn their weapons, indicating their utter disregard for the team. While the young man hasn't reached us yet, I'll take down one of them quickly. You all need to find a way to hold the other one off. Gao Mu said sternly to the rest of the team. Before the others could react, he had already lunged at one of the bodyguards. Your opponent is our young master. Not me. Since Gao Mu had been marked as prey by the young man, the bodyguard dared not hold back when striking at him. He extended his palm in an attempt to push Gao Mu back. Unexpectedly, their hands collided mid-air, and astonishingly, the bodyguard was sent flying. After sending the bodyguard hurtling through the air, Gao Mu did not pause. He rushed towards the direction where the bodyguard was plummeting. Just before the bodyguard landed, Gao Mu seized him by the collar and slammed him into the ground. Bang! The earth was forcefully impacted, creating a massive crater. The bodyguard within the crater had blood trickling from his mouth, his expression one of shock. Truly, a golden warrior possesses formidable resilience. Gao Mu remarked as he leaped high and stomped down on the bodyguard. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and blood gushed from the bodyguard. Seeing his partner being ruthlessly beaten by Gao Mu, the other bodyguard quickly turned to assist. However, at this moment, Lu Mo and the other team members ensnared him. It's your turn now. Gao Mu coldly directed his gaze at the young man. The young man trembled involuntarily under Gao Mu's stare. There has been a misunderstanding. Just moments ago, the young man had been so confident, but now he was filled with terror. In his estimation, even if Gao Mu was exceptionally talented, he would at most be his equal. However, having witnessed Gao Mu's prowess firsthand, he realized that Gao Mu's talent transcended human limits. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Gao Mu held no belief in such notions. The young man, seeing Gao Mu's demeanor, quickly threw his weapon to the ground and pointed at it. Brother, is this weapon yours? If it is, you should pick it up quickly, otherwise, someone else will take it. To be honest, Gao Mu was somewhat impressed by the young man's quick thinking. To achieve such mental gymnastics in such a brief time was no small feat. It seems unnecessary to elaborate on your armor. The young man understood the implication and discarded his armor onto the ground, declaring, Indeed, this armor belongs to you as well. Seeing the young man comply, Gao Mu smiled. Die. Just as Gao Mu felt a moment of joy, two overwhelming auras of malice surged towards him. Clang. Two weapons simultaneously struck Gao Mu. One came from the young man, and the other from Jiang Hui. Observing that even golden warriors were no match for Gao Mu, Jiang Hui harbored murderous intent against him. However, he did not anticipate that his desperate sneak attack would inflict no harm upon Gao Mu. The young man stared in disbelief at the weapon in his hand, now shattered. What kind of monster are you? Gao Mu's formidable offensive power was already terrifying. But now it seemed his defensive capabilities were equally formidable, leading the young man to realize he was facing a true monster. I was even considering sparing your life. Gao Mu did not directly answer the young man's question, but coldly regarded him. Yet you chose to attack me at this moment. You truly deserve to die. With a hand as swift as lightning, he seized the young man's throat. The young man's face turned crimson as he gasped for breath. Don't kill me. I can give you money. He flailed desperately, screaming in panic. Gao Mu, with a frigid gaze, shook his head. At this point, Even if you offered me money, it wouldn't save your life. With that, he exerted force, crushing the young man's throat. The other bodyguard, entangled by Lu Mo and the others, was left in shock upon witnessing Gao Mu's brutal act. He disregarded his partner, delivering a punch that sent Lu Mo flying, and fled at lightning speed. Do not pursue a retreating enemy. Just as Gao Mu intended to chase after him, he heard Lu Mo shout. Gao Mu halted his steps. Turning to Lu Mo, "What shall we do with him?" he asked, glancing at Jiang Huai, who had collapsed on the ground. "He attempted to ambush me." "Take him back to the base," Lu Mo insisted, steadfast in his principles. "We cannot subject him to vigilante justice." Gao Mu nodded reluctantly. "If that is the case, let us bring him back to the base." Before they departed, Gao Mu suddenly remembered he had not signed in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward, 100 chi fruits. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the Huadu Winery. The reward of 100 chi fruits slightly eased Gao Mu's mood. Yet the new sign-in location caused him to furrow his brow. Chapter 26, The Legendary Water Drop Punishment. In the capital city base, at the Shiri Martial Arts Hall, the hall master Chen Shiri was leisurely sipping tea in his office. At that moment, the door to his office was abruptly thrust open, and one of his subordinates barged in. Chen Shiri fixed his gaze upon his subordinate, furrowing his brow as he admonished, "You are increasingly disregarding decorum. What have I taught you? In times of crisis, one must remain composed. Speak, what is the matter? One of your son's bodyguards has returned, declaring that your son has been murdered." This news struck Chen Shiri like a bolt from the blue. He rose to his feet. Incredulity etched across his face as he shouted at his subordinate, "Do you comprehend what you are saying?" His subordinate, drenched in sweat and half kneeling before Chen Shiri, trembled. "Your son has been killed. Where is his bodyguard?" Chen Shiri inquired sharply. "Outside." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shiri dashed out of his office. Upon finding the bloody bodyguard sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life, a dark cloud enveloped his heart. "Why, your son is dead." The bodyguard gasped before drawing his last breath. Upon grasping the gravity of the bodyguard's words, Chen Shiri let out a pained howl to the heavens. "Investigate. I demand to know who is responsible for my son's murder." Chen Shiri's son was his most cherished treasure, and the thought of his demise was utterly unbearable. While Chen Shiri's subordinates commenced their investigation, Gao Mu and his team returned to the base city. They first transported Feng Yong to the hospital before escorting Jiang Huai back to their quarters. "To be honest, I am the genius of our base. The leaders would never execute me over such a trivial matter," Jiang Huai declared confidently. However, upon arriving at the base, he soon realized his mistake. "No execution will take place," the leader announced after understanding the situation. Jiang Huai, brimming with self-satisfaction, turned to Gao Mu and the others, smugly proclaiming, "I told you. The leaders would not kill me. Water torture." The moment those words were uttered, Jiang Huai collapsed to the ground. Gao Mu observed as liquid continuously seeped from between Jiang Huai's legs. What exactly is this water torture? A punishment capable of instilling fear in martial artists must be utterly terrifying. Sigh, Lu Mo sighed softly. The offender is confined in a small room, their limbs bound to wooden stakes. The room is so dark that one cannot see their hand in front of their face, and not a sound can be heard. Above the offender's head, a device drips water irregularly until the offender perishes. After hearing Lu Mo's account, Gao Mu felt a chill run down his spine. "That is truly horrific," he exclaimed. Lu Mo nodded. "Thus, the most terrifying punishment in the base is not the death penalty, but water torture." Gazing at the unconscious Jiang Huai, Gao Mu shook his head. One reaps what they sow. After the disbandment at the base, Gao Mu headed straight home. He need not concern himself with the division of the exotic beasts, as the captain, Lu Mo, would handle those matters. Once Lu Mo finished, the money would be directly transferred to Gao Mu's account. Upon returning home, Gao Mu found that his parents were not there. He took out his phone and called his mother. After only a brief exchange, she hurriedly ended the call. After sitting idly on the sofa for a while, Gao Mu retreated to his bedroom. His strength still felt inadequate. The events of the day had left Gao Mu feeling that he needed to improve. He promptly retrieved the Iki fruit from his system and swallowed it whole. System. Divine level sign-in system. Host, Gao Mu. Strength, 171, 365 kilograms. Realm, Golden 1 star. Skills, Thunder Fist, Mastery. Shadow Step, Mastery. Green Lotus Sword Technique, Mastery. All Character Secret, Mastery. Indestructible Body Technique, Mastery. Observing that his realm had finally ascended to Golden, Gao Mu couldn't help but smile with joy. With the cultivation of Golden 1 star, combined with the All-Character Secret, he was on the path to Diamond 1 star. With his strength elevated, Gao Mu felt a surge of confidence. As night fell, Gao Mu heard the sound of the door opening. He opened his bedroom door to find his parents returning home, their faces weary. "Dad, Mom." Seeing their fatigue pained Gao Mu's heart. "Perhaps you should consider not working anymore." "It's all right. We are used to it," his mother replied, waving away his concern. "How was your harvest in the wild today?" Gao Mu discerned that his mother was attempting to shift the topic. "It was decent. I should be able to make a few million. 1 golden exotic beast. 10 silver ones, along with the weapons and armor of the young. They easily amounted to millions. Martial artists can earn that much? His father exclaimed, eyes wide. He knew martial artists were lucrative, but never imagined it could be to such an extent. Just luck. After chatting a bit longer with his parents, Gao Mu headed back to his room to sleep. The next morning, Gao Mu rose early. After a brief tidying up, he made his way to the Huadu winery. Should I buy a car? In fact, Gao Mu had obtained his driver's license the previous year. However, due to financial constraints, he had never purchased a vehicle. Now that he had money, he was contemplating whether or not to acquire one. While Gao Mu pondered this, a taxi pulled up to the entrance of the Huadu winery. After paying, he exited the vehicle. As he pushed open the door, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the receptionist at the winery. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? To his surprise, the receptionist was his old classmate, Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Gao Mu, Xiaoyu was equally startled. Isn't winter break over? I'm here working to earn some pocket money. Gao Mu knew that Xiaoyu came from a well-off family, and, logically, she shouldn't need to work for money. Are you here to buy wine? Xiaoyu seemed reluctant to delve into this topic further, smiling at Gao Mu. Would you like me to recommend something? Aren't you the receptionist? Gao Mu asked curiously. I asked my colleague to cover for me, Xiaoyu replied, calling over another co-worker. Xiaoyu began to show Gao Mu around the winery. Initially, she introduced him to the various wines, but as their conversation progressed, they shifted to other topics. You got into the Imperial Capital University? That's impressive. Gao Mu's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing that Xiaoyu had been accepted into the prestigious institution. The Imperial Capital University is renowned as one of the top universities in Huaxia and is also well regarded globally, offering both martial and liberal arts programs. I heard you didn't take the college entrance exam. That is truly regrettable. Xiaoyu expressed sympathy for Gao Mu's situation. Chapter 27. Gao Mu contemplates buying a house. Regrettable? I feel fine about it. Gao Mu genuinely did not feel much regret. Who is that guy? Why is he chatting so amiably with Xiaoyu? Not far away, two individuals were engaged in conversation, holding glasses of red wine. One bore a resemblance to Xiaoyu, while the other was impeccably dressed, exuding an air of arrogance. Xiaotian glanced at Gao Mu, slightly furrowing his brow. I don't know him. He must be a friend of Xiaoyu's. I say, Xiaotian. A young man swirled his wine glass and addressed Xiaotian. Xiaoyu is destined to be my wife. Isn't her behavior somewhat inappropriate? It is indeed inappropriate. Summer seemed to harbor a certain apprehension towards the young man. He nodded, setting down his wine glass, and strode over in the direction of Gao Mu and Xiaoyu. With a smile gracing his lips, Xiaotian approached them and inquired cheerfully, Is this your friend? This is my classmate, Xiaoyu replied to Xiaotian. The unexpected arrival of Xiaotian caused Gao Mu to furrow his brow slightly. He could sense the underlying hostility Xiaotian bore towards him. Classmate, are you here to purchase wine from our winery? Judging by your classmate's appearance, I presume their family is not particularly affluent. If there is a wine you fancy, feel free to let me know, and I shall waive the cost, Xiaotian offered, seemingly generous, yet subtly undermining Gao Mu. No, thank you, Gao Mu waved his hand, rejecting Xiaotian's goodwill. The wines here may not be inexpensive, but I believe I can afford them. Sister. Xiaoyu seemed to detect the unfriendly undertone from Xiaotian and said to her brother, Gao Mu and I are merely classmates. It is best it remains that way. Xiaotian shot a warning glance at Xiaoyu, his tone laced with caution. Your social standings are disparate. Being classmates is quite sufficient. Disparate social standings? Gao Mu retorted with a hint of sarcasm after glancing at Xiaotian. What? Is your family of royal lineage? In this day and age, to still speak of status is quite archaic. Gao Mu's words irked Xiaotian considerably. Frowning, he addressed Gao Mu. I am conversing with my sister. I would appreciate it if you refrained from interjecting. Moreover, I must make it abundantly clear that my sister is to wed the son of the top official in Langya-based city. Should you entertain any ill intentions towards her, I fear the consequences may be dire. Xiaotian's warning ignited a flicker of anger within Gao Mu. Brother, Xiaoyu interjected, her expression darkening as she gazed at her brother. I don't recall stating that I intend to marry Xin Wei. Some matters are not for you to decide. Xiaotian admonished Xiaoyu sternly. Xiaoyu lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. Perhaps this was the lament of those born into wealth. You may play as you wish, but marriage must be determined by one's parents. Just as Xiaoyu had mentioned before, their relationship was merely that of classmates, not even friends. While Gao Mu felt a profound sympathy for Xiaoyu's future, it was limited to mere sympathy. Their meeting today was purely coincidental. After exchanging pleasantries with Xiaoyu, Gao Mu departed from the winery. Let him know the consequences of offending me, Xiaotian commanded his bodyguard. The public rebuke from Gao Mu left Xiaotian feeling humiliated. He felt compelled to teach Gao Mu a lesson. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward. 100 snow lotus fruits. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to Guochunbun to sign in. Upon seeing the new sign-in rewards in his backpack, Gao Mu felt an urge to curse. The snow lotus fruit was a silver-grade exotic fruit. As a gold-tier warrior, the power gained from consuming a silver-grade exotic fruit would be negligible. Thus, the snow lotus fruit was, for Gao Mu at this stage, akin to a useless trinket. Perhaps I should sell it, he mused. If it provides no effect, he might as well part with it. Adhering to the principle of caution, Gao Mu sought out Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping appeared quite surprised at Gao Mu's arrival, teasingly saying, "So, have you decided to join our extreme path martial arts school?" Enough with the jesting. Gao Mu waved his hand, fixing his gaze on Lu Tianping. "I recently acquired something valuable and would like your assistance in selling it." Valuable? Lu Tianping's interest was piqued. Without reservation, Gao Mu removed his backpack and opened it before Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping, who had initially appeared relaxed, widened his eyes in astonishment upon seeing the contents of the backpack. These are exotic fruits," he exclaimed, cautiously extracting one as if it were stolen treasure. "Where did you procure so many?" Lu Tianping, who prided himself on being well-traveled, now found himself momentarily at a loss. Silver-grade exotic fruits, while not entirely rare, were certainly not commonplace. In the outside world, a single fruit could incite fierce competition. Yet, Gao Mu's backpack held such an abundance, leaving Lu Tianping in a state of disbelief. Why not sell them to Xinchongxin? Lu Tianping, however, was not swept away by excitement. Gao Mu's reasoning was straightforward. "I do not trust him." This answer took Lu Tianping aback. He represented the entire nation of Huaxiao, where personal interests were insignificant compared to national interests. Gao Mu did not explicitly state it, but his implication was clear. "I understand." Lu Tianping, evidently reluctant to delve further into the matter, nodded after a moment of contemplation. "For these, I will offer you 100 million based on market value. Here is the money. Take it." As before, Lu Tianping handed Gao Mu the money first before assisting him in selling the goods. "Thank you." After accepting the card from Lu Tianping, Gao Mu waved farewell. Once he departed from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, he made his way directly to the sales center of Guochunbiyuan. The new sign and location happened to be Guochunbiyuan. And given Gao Mu's intention to purchase a home for his parents, he decided to finalize the arrangements in one go. "Big brother, where is he heading?" A group of individuals trailed behind Gao Mu at a distance. The lead man was unconcerned about Gao Mu's destination. He instructed his subordinates, "No matter where he goes, our task today must be accomplished." The younger members nodded enthusiastically. Upon entering the sales office of Guochunbiyuan, a charming saleswoman approached Gao Mu with a bright smile. "Sir, are you here to purchase a home?" In Huaxiao, the belief that a house equates to a home is deeply ingrained. Even in this glorious era of high martial arts, real estate remains one of the most lucrative ventures. "Yes, I am looking to buy a house," Gao Mu affirmed. "Shall I introduce our offerings?" The saleswoman's face lit up with joy at the mention of Gao Mu's intent to purchase. "We have standard, luxury, and villa areas. Which section catches your interest?" "If I were to recommend, I would certainly suggest the villa area. Many warriors have purchased in our villa section. If fortune smiles upon you, you might even find yourself as neighbors with a martial artist." The prospect of being neighbors with a martial artist was indeed an enticing pitch. The villa area, then, Gao Mu decided. His parents had toiled throughout their lives, and he wished to provide them with the finest. "The price for our villa starts at 200,000, with the smallest area being 300 square meters and the largest at 500 square meters. Gao Mu calculated. Even the smallest villa would cost 60 million. Fortunately, his finances were robust, enabling him to afford it. "Take me to see the villas. If all is satisfactory, I can make the payment today." Gao Mu's generosity delighted the saleswoman further. She nodded cheerfully and led Gao Mu to the lounge area. After pouring him tea and ensuring his comfort, she respectfully stated, "Please relax here. I will be right back." Gao Mu nodded, savoring the ambience of the lounge. As one of the most luxurious residential areas in the base city, even the tea served bore a delightful flavor. Just as he finished his cup, a discontented voice interrupted his moment of tranquility. Gao Mu looked up to find a young man gazing at him with a look of disdain. Upon closer inspection, Gao Mu realized that he did not recognize this young man. "My name is Shunwei, and I am the fiancé of Xiaoyu," Shunwei introduced himself. At that moment, Gao Mu recalled that he had heard this name mentioned earlier while chatting with Xiatian and Xiaoyu. "What do you wish to convey?" Gao Mu sensed an inexplicable hostility emanating from Shunwei. "I wish to express that you should keep your distance from my fiancé," Shunwei stated directly. Sitting down opposite Gao Mu, his hands resting on his thighs, his gaze piercing into Gao Mu's. "If you cannot comply, I would not hesitate to demonstrate my capabilities." Strikingly, Shunwei bore a resemblance to the local lord at that moment. "Have you been watching too many dramas?" Gao Mu retorted, meeting Shunwei's stare. "I have already stated that my relationship with Xiaoyu is merely that of ordinary classmates. You and her brother seem to have a few screws loose." Unable to comprehend plain speech. "Who are you calling insane?" Upon hearing Gao Mu's self-deprecating remark, Shunwei sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Gao Mu. "Do you believe I wouldn't dare to take action against you right now?" Gao Mu shrugged indifferently, replying, "In broad daylight, if you dare to make a move, I will not hesitate to summon the security personnel from Hanwei to deal with you." Gao Mu's righteous indignation struck Shunwei as utterly ridiculous. "The so-called Hanwei is under my father's command. Even if I were to give you a beating, they would not dare retaliate against me." At that moment, Gao Mu gained newfound awareness of Shunwei's status, understanding why Xiatian was so eager for Xiaoyu to marry him. Clinging to the powerful figure of the city's leader was undoubtedly a long-held aspiration for many. Noticing Gao Mu's silence, Shenwei grew increasingly smug. Sir, I am ready. Shall we proceed to view the property? The returning young lady addressed Gao Mu. You intend to purchase a house? Shenwei expressed his astonishment at Gao Mu's intention to buy property. After scrutinizing Gao Mu for a moment, he chuckled and said to the young lady, Do you really think he can afford a house here? Can't you see that he is merely a struggling commoner? The young lady remained silent, her characteristic smile still adorning her face. In truth, she had already formed such an opinion upon Gao Mu's entry. Yet, her profession did not permit her to express it. If I were you, I would have directly reported him to the management and had him removed from here, Shenwei remarked to the young lady. Intending to humiliate Gao Mu, the young lady maintained her signature smile, though her resolve began to waver internally. I truly cannot afford a house here. Gao Mu had no intention of engaging in a verbal spar with Shenwei. With a slight smile, he concocted an amusing plan in his mind. But I happen to know someone who can afford it. Not only can he afford it, he would even gift me the house he purchases. After saying this, Gao Mu promptly pulled out his phone and activated the recording function. Who is so foolish? Do you have any idea how expensive the houses here are? To spend such a fortune on a house just to give it to you. Did his brain get kicked by a donkey? Not only did Shenwei disbelieve Gao Mu's words, but the young lady did as well. After turning off the recording function, Gao Mu said, Maybe I'm just a genius. The person in question is doing this to persuade me to join his faction. A genius? Shenwei had taken the bait, looking at Gao Mu with a scoff, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Unless one is blind, there is no way anyone would consider you a genius. Gao Mu continued to fish for Shenwei's reaction, and Shenwei was all too eager to bite. Perhaps feeling that it was not enough, Gao Mu continued to reel Shenwei in. That individual might be able to perceive things that others cannot. Gao Mu continued, Those who think you are a genius are either blind or mentally unstable. I assert that even if God himself were to come today, my opinion would remain unchanged. Shenwei's emphatic declaration made him appear quite grandiose. Gao Mu smiled slightly, then edited the video succinctly before sending it to Shin Chongxin. In the central office district of the base city, Shin Chongxin was in a meeting. City Guardian. The title referred to the leader of the base city. What is it? Shin Chongxin frowned at his secretary, who had interrupted the meeting. I told you not to disturb me during meetings. It's not that, the secretary stammered. It's a message from Gao Mu. Upon hearing Gao Mu's name, Shin Chongxin's irritation diminished significantly. He took the phone from the secretary, unlocked it, and opened the message. What is this? Upon viewing the content sent by Gao Mu, Shin Chongxin's anger flared anew. He recognized that Gao Mu was intentionally trying to provoke his son, yet it infuriated him nonetheless. Glancing at the address at the bottom of the video, Shin Chongxin instructed his secretary, Prepare a car for me. I am going to deal with this scoundrel. The secretary had never witnessed Shin Chongxin so enraged before. Not daring to ask further questions, he quickly arranged a vehicle for him. 5 minutes later, Shin Chongxin's car exited the central office district. Chapter 29. He is mightier than God. You know, the person who will be gifting me a house will arrive shortly. I hope you can still be so audacious then. Gao Mu said with a smirk directed at Shenwei. I have already stated that even if God were to arrive, my stance would not change. Shenwei, unfazed, resembled a warrior ready for battle. Gao Mu struggled to suppress his laughter, giving Shenwei a thumbs up. You're impressive. Absolutely impressive. Shenwei interpreted this as a sign that Gao Mu was capitulating. Just as Shenwei was preparing to continue ridiculing Gao Mu, the sales office door swung open. Shin Chongxin stormed in with an imposing presence. Dad, seeing his father in this place startled Shenwei. He approached, greeting him as usual. What brings you here? Shin Chongxin ignored Shenwei and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap to his face. The force of the blow left Shenwei dazed. Why did you hit me? Shenwei was bewildered, not understanding why his father had suddenly turned violent. Because you have a few screws loose, Shin Chongxin said, raising his hand to deliver another slap. Dad, Shenwei felt wronged. He truly did not recall ever saying that his father was mentally unstable. Though he might not be the most dutiful son, he would never speak ill of his father behind his back. QNMD. Shin Chongxin disregarded his status entirely, unleashing a flurry of slaps while berating Shenwei. Did you not say I was blind? Did you not claim I was mentally ill? Did you not assert that even if God arrived, you would maintain your opinion? While Shenwei was somewhat dim-witted, he discerned some meaning in his father's words. He turned to Gao Mu and shouted, You set me up? Not at all. Gao Mu shrugged nonchalantly. This is merely your own doing. I was wrong, Dad. After shooting a furious glare at Gao Mu, Shenwei began to plead with his father. I didn't know that the person he mentioned was you. Had I known, I would never have dared to say such things. As Shin Chongxin continued to strike him, Shenwei scurried away. Those around them, upon realizing Shin Chongxin's identity, dared not intervene. Regardless of whether Shin Chongxin was the city guardian, it was, after all, a family matter. After 10 minutes of relentless punishment, Shin Chongxin finally grew weary. His secretary, with remarkable discernment, promptly procured a chair for him to sit and rest, and served him a cup of steaming tea. Shin Chongxin, crossing his legs, sipped the tea and sternly admonished Shenwei. Do you realize your mistake? Shin Wei, bruised and battered from Shun Chongxin's earlier chastisement, nodded with a face full of grievance. Apologize to Gao Mu, Shun Chongxin commanded with a serious expression. Shin Wei cast a glance at Gao Mu, his eyes brimming with indignation. Slap. Shun Chongxin, unyielding, raised his hand and delivered a sharp smack to the back of his head. Shin Wei looked at his father, bewildered and dazed from the blow. Apologize. Do you not comprehend? Shun Chongxin's voice was icy. After a slight tremor ran through his body, Shin Wei, reluctantly, approached Gao Mu and bowed deeply, sincerely stating, "What transpired earlier was entirely my fault. I hope you can forgive me." Shin Wei was genuinely frightened by the beating, and his apology was filled with earnestness. Children are often thoughtless. Kindly forgive him, Shun Chongxin said with a smile directed at Gao Mu. Gao Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing Gao Mu's assent, Shun Chongxin continued with a smile, "Let us proceed to select a house. The payment is on me." Standing beside them, Shun Wei still harbored some resentment. But as he grasped his father's words, an indescribable feeling welled up within him. Since someone else was footing the bill, Gao Mu would undoubtedly choose something extravagant. In the end, he selected an opulent villa spanning 500 square meters. While checking out, it was evident that Shun Chongxin felt a twinge of pain at the expense. "Dad." On their way home, Shun Wei inquired with confusion, "Why do you regard him so highly?" Shun Chongxin, having anticipated this question from his son, replied, "Do you know of the existence of individuals known as children of destiny in this world?" Lighting a cigarette, he spoke slowly to his son. "Such individuals are born with extraordinary fortune. Whatever they undertake, they achieve with excellence." "Are you suggesting?" Shin Wei found it hard to believe that Gao Mu was one of the fortunate ones. "The last time I encountered him, he was at the silver 5-star level. Today, upon seeing him again, I distinctly felt he has grown significantly stronger. I suspect he has already broken through to the golden realm." Shun Chongxin's words left Shin Wei agape, utterly astonished. As Shun Chongxin's son, he had heard numerous tales about prodigies, yet Gao Mu's story was difficult for him to accept. 18. A golden warrior. Shin Wei could not reconcile these two concepts. Each term alone would not evoke much surprise, but combined, they were utterly astonishing. "Thus, you understand why I regard him with such esteem," Shun Chongxin said. Gazing at his son, Shin Wei mechanically nodded. Although his father's words were few, they carried immense weight, leaving him momentarily at a loss to digest the information. Once his son had processed the information, Shun Chongxin continued, "If you do not harbor animosity toward him, strive to befriend him. But if you do, then keep your distance." Shin Wei, though somewhat naive, was adept at assessing the pros and cons. "You mean to say his future achievements?" Shin Wei looked at his father. Shun Chongxin smiled slightly, "Will surpass mine, without question." "I understand." Shin Wei lowered his head in contemplation before raising it again, observing the change in his son's demeanor. Shun Chongxin chuckled. Upon returning home, Gao Mu had no intention of revealing the villa acquisition to his parents. He planned to surprise them when the time was right. As days passed, when boredom began to set in during his stay in the base city, a call from Lu Mo interrupted his thoughts. "Brother Gao Mu." Lu Mo's tone was exceedingly polite. "Are you free today? A new task has arrived this month. Let us meet to discuss." "I have time, Captain." Given Lu Mo's affable demeanor, Gao Mu felt it only right to reciprocate. "Just tell me the location, and I shall arrive shortly." Gao Mu's cordiality was well received by Lu Mo. "At Guochunbiyuan. Call me when you arrive." After hanging up, Gao Mu could not help but marvel at Lu Mo's wealth. The captain must be quite affluent to afford a residence at Guochunbiyuan. After a brief preparation, Gao Mu hailed a taxi and set off for Guochunbiyuan. Chapter 30. The Six-Eyed Spider. Lu Mo held Gao Mu in high regard, knowing of Gao Mu's impending arrival. He even gathered his team at the entrance to await him. "Captain." Gao Mu was genuinely surprised by his captain's attentiveness. After disembarking, he quickly approached Lu Mo. "What is all this?" "You are our strongest asset. Waiting for you is only fitting," Lu Xiaowang, standing behind, quipped half-jokingly. The others nodded in agreement, affirming Lu Xiaowang's sentiment. After a brief exchange at the entrance, the group entered Guochunbiyuan. "Captain," Gao Mu said, standing before Lu Mo's villa with a smile. "I had no idea you were so wealthy." Lu Mo chuckled, scratching his head. "It's merely luck on my part." Engaging in light banter, they entered Lu Mo's villa. Perhaps due to Lu Mo's personality, the villa's decor was quite understated. As they settled in the living room, a servant brought forth tea, beverages, and alcohol. While sipping, they discussed the new mission. Everyone, Lu Mo stood, his expression grave. This upcoming expedition is not a mere hunt for beasts. The group's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to seriousness as they listened intently. "The task assigned to us is to hunt at least 5 golden beasts." The new mission left everyone in attendance gasping in shock. Gao Mu too was taken aback that such a task had been assigned. It was important to note that aside from Lu Mo and Gao Mu, the rest of their team were silver warriors. Silver warriors facing golden beasts had almost no chance of survival. Why would they assign us such a task? The hot-headed Feng Yong slammed the table and stood up. "Do they not understand our team's capabilities?" "Hold your complaints." Lu Mo knew that whining at this juncture was futile. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, and then asked Gao Mu, if we were to join forces, could we eliminate a golden beast in a short span of time? After a brief contemplation, Gao Mu smiled and replied, absolutely no problem. Gao Mu's confidence bolstered Lu Mo's spirits. Lu Mo himself could not quite fathom why he placed such trust in Gao Mu. In that case, let us prepare thoroughly tonight. We shall gather at noon tomorrow in the square. The group enjoyed their time at Lu Mo's villa until evening before returning home. Before departing, Gao Mu did not forget to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward, Frostflower Sword. Ding. New check-in location updated. Please proceed to Huanyu City to sign in. Upon returning home, Gao Mu finally retrieved the Frostflower Sword, a golden grade longsword. Compared to the exotic fruits, the value of the golden grade longsword was indeed not high. However, it saved Gao Mu a significant sum of money. The next morning, seeing that his parents had gone to work, Gao Mu stepped out of the house. To avoid causing concern for his parents, he did not disclose his plans to venture outdoors. Goodness, you must be quite affluent, Feng Yong teased, eyeing Gao Mu's Frostflower Sword. That sword must not have been cheap. It's decent, Gao Mu replied modestly with a smile. Leaving the base city, the group headed straight for Kanger City. Songyear City serves as a sanctuary for silver beasts, though golden beasts occasionally make their presence known. Given the configuration of their squad, they have reached the limits of their capability in this haven of silver beasts. Proceeding with caution, the team arrived at the outskirts of Songyear City after 5 hours. Gazing at the distant city, Gao Mu could not help but muse. This city must have once been resplendent in its glory, indeed. After clearing the surrounding beasts, the group began to rest and regroup. It was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and their mission for the day was to locate the golden beasts within the city before nightfall. Lu Mo, with a grave expression, outlined the task. The wilderness at night is inherently terrifying, and a beast-infested area becomes even more daunting. They must ascertain the situation in Songyear City before darkness enveloped them. The team nodded in unison and began to disperse into the base city. Their objective today was merely reconnaissance, thus they did not need to move as one. Upon entering Songyear City, Gao Mu commenced his search for traces of the golden beasts. However, seeking golden beasts amidst a congregation of silver ones proved to be a formidable challenge. Initially, Gao Mu did not have to evade any silver beasts, but as he ventured deeper, the density of silver beasts increased, causing his pace to slow considerably. His gaze swept over the area, revealing that all visible beasts were indeed silver. Just as Gao Mu turned to retrace his steps, a spider-like beast appeared before him. This creature stood over 2 meters tall, its body adorned with a mix of black and yellow fur that sent shivers down Gao Mu's spine. This was the six-eyed ink spider, evolved from the bird-eating spider, renowned for its unparalleled web adhesive. Its 2 bronze eyes, for silver ones, and 6 golden ones indicated its formidable prowess, standing over 2 meters tall. It possessed at least the strength of a 3-star golden beast. The information relayed to Gao Mu by his glasses caused his brow to furrow slightly. Its cultivation was at least that of a 3-star golden beast. Gao Mu silently calculated, without activating the GS secret technique. He was uncertain if he could contend with the 6-eyed ink spider. Should he retreat? Gao Mu did not shy away from the prospect of facing a golden beast alone. Yet this creature was a 3-star golden beast, while he was merely a 1-star golden beast. As Gao Mu hesitated, the 6-eyed ink spider detected his presence. Seizing the moment while Gao Mu was still contemplating, it shot a mass of webbing in his direction. Shadow Step. The instant Gao Mu perceived the web, he activated Shadow Step. What a close call. Barely evading the web's grasp, Gao Mu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Had it not been for Shadow Step, he would undoubtedly have been ensnared. Once caught in the web, Gao Mu would have become a meal for the 6-eyed ink spider. Now that the spider had spotted him, Gao Mu resolved not to flee any longer. He drew the Frostflower Sword from his back and charged towards the 6-eyed ink spider, activating Shadow Step as he did so. Seeing Gao Mu rush forward, the spider launched another web attack, its green-hued strands narrowly missing him. Only then did Gao Mu realize the true nature of what he had evaded. This webbing was not only highly adhesive, but also laced with deadly poison. He patted his chest, still shaken. Realizing that ranged attacks were ineffective against Gao Mu, the 6-eyed ink spider prepared to engage him in close combat. It lunged forward, its long legs propelling it swiftly towards Gao Mu. Both combatants moved rapidly, clashing mere seconds later. The Frostflower Sword struck the spider's long leg with a sharp clang. Gao Mu stepped back, shaking his numbed right hand and muttering, "These legs are tougher than I expected." The 6-eyed ink spider, sensing Gao Mu's retreat, surged forward and again closed the distance. It raised its spear-like foreleg, thrusting it fiercely towards Gao Mu. Activating Shadow Step once more, Gao Mu narrowly dodged the spider's attack. Lotus Sword Technique. The Frostflower Sword danced, summoning blooming lotuses in the air. Clang, clang, clang. As the Frostflower Sword struck the spider's legs, it still inflicted no damage. This approach would not suffice. Realizing the need for a change, Gao Mu activated the GS secret technique, boosting his combat effectiveness tenfold. From a 1-star golden beast, his prowess surged to that of a 1-star diamond. Faced with Gao Mu's diamond-level strength, The 3-star six-eyed ink spider stood no chance. In just a few strikes, Gao Mu severed all of the spider's legs. With the spider's limbs incapacitated, Gao Mu did not halt his assault. The frostflower sword moved again. Deprived of its long legs as weapons, the six-eyed ink spider resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. In mere moments, Gao Mu ended the spider's life. Observing the fallen creature, he let out a sigh of relief. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant. Approaching the spider's head, he cleaved it open with his sword. Suppressing his disgust, he extracted a translucent core the size of an infant's fist from its brain matter. This core was the essence of the six-eyed ink spider. Once a beast matures to the golden realm, a core will develop within its brain. The core serves a purpose akin to that of a battery, providing energy to the beast in battle. Gao Mu stowed the core in his backpack and swiftly surveyed his surroundings before fleeing the battlefield. Outside Songyear City, the team members who had been scouting the area gathered to share food and converse. "Is Gao Mu all right?" Lu Xiaowang inquired, glancing towards the direction Gao Mu had departed. "Should we check on him?" Lu Mo pondered for a moment before responding. "If he hasn't returned by 5 o'clock, we shall go in search of him." The team members voiced no objections to Lu Mo's proposal. Time ticked away, and soon it was 5 o'clock. "No more waiting," Lu Mo declared, rising to his feet. "We must find Gao Mu." The team members stood in unison, gripping their weapons tightly as they prepared to search for him. "There's no need to look," Gao Mu said, feeling a warmth in his heart upon witnessing the scene. "I'm back. Why did you return so late? Did you encounter trouble?" Lu Mo asked with concern, and the other team members regarded Gao Mu with similar expressions of worry. Gao Mu smiled and shook his head, saying, "I certainly ran into trouble, but it has already been resolved." With that, amidst the astonished gazes of his companions, he opened his backpack and revealed the core of the six-eyed ink spider. The sight of the core widened their eyes in shock. "You killed a golden beast by yourself?" Lu Mo exclaimed in disbelief. He knew Gao Mu was strong, but had not anticipated he had reached such heights. "I encountered it when the opportunity to show off arose. I couldn't let it slip by," Gao Mu quipped, provoking eye rolls from his team. "Captain," Gao Mu cheerfully approached Lu Mo, core in hand. "You can handle this." "No way," Lu Mo replied with a wave of his hand, his expression turning serious. "The extraordinary beast you vanquished rightfully belongs to you, along with its core." Unlike the haphazardly assembled wilderness exploration teams, the members of the Hanwha guarded here to clearly defined regulations regarding the distribution of benefits. Should an individual slay a beast with assistance from others, even if Gao Mu is reluctant, he must share the spoils with his comrades, regardless of how minimal their contributions may have been, such as merely keeping watch. However, if a beast is killed single-handedly without any allies nearby, then there is no obligation to share the rewards. We have yet to resolve the matter of the 5 elements blood fruit from last time. Thus, no matter how you argue, we cannot claim any share of the core. As per regulations, when Gao Mu procures the 5 elements blood fruit for the team, the other members are obliged to compensate him. 70 of its value goes to the primary beneficiary, while the remaining 30 is divided among the others. The Hanwha Guard enforces such rules to foster unity within the team. Enough of this, Gao Mu thought, feeling disinclined to dwell on the matter with Lu Mo. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Let us settle this upon our return." Lu Mo nodded in agreement. After everyone had eaten, Lu Mo commenced the allocation of night watch duties. Gao Mu, alongside Lu Xiaowang and Feng Yong, would take the first half of the night, while Lu Mo and Hao Jian would handle the latter half. Sitting before the campfire, Gao Mu found himself lost in thought. "Gao Mu," Lu Xiaowang remarked, taking a seat beside him, "if only I possessed your remarkable abilities." Gao Mu glanced at Lu Xiaowang and replied with a smile, "You are already quite formidable." Lu Xiaowang, though slightly older than Gao Mu, had attained the rank of Silver 5-star. Among his peers, he may not have been the absolute best, but he certainly ranked among the top 10. Truth be told, had it not been for Gao Mu's system, he might not even have become a martial artist by now. As they conversed and laughed, time slipped away swiftly. Through this exchange, Gao Mu gained newfound insight into the honest individuals within the team. The martial artist's biological clocks were remarkably precise. In the latter part of the night, Lu Mo and Hao Jian emerged from their tents without needing to be called by Gao Mu and the others. The team's fortune had been quite favorable. They encountered no significant issues throughout the night. Any minor disturbances from beasts were easily resolved by Lu Mo. At 8 in the morning, Gao Mu awoke from his slumber. Experiencing his first night in the wilderness, he felt an indescribable sensation. What is that delectable aroma? Upon exiting the tent, he was greeted by the enticing scent of roasted meat wafting through the air. He turned towards the campfire and saw a barbecue grill set up, with a large piece of meat sizzling above the flames. "Last night, we were fortunate enough to encounter a bronze-level sheep beast," Lu Mo replied while tending to the meat. "Hurry and wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon." Instantly invigorated by the prospect of roasted lamb, the 3 who had just woken up sprang into action. "Not only lamb," came Hao Jian's voice from a short distance away. "We also have lamb soup." Hao Jian had set up another campfire nearby, where a pot bubbled, releasing steam into the air. After finishing breakfast, the group extinguished the campfire. Lu Mo unfurled a map and addressed the team. Based on yesterday's reconnaissance, these points indicate the presence of golden beasts. However, we cannot be certain they remain after a day has passed. We shall explore them one by one. Starting from the shallow end. Under Lu Mo's guidance, the team entered Songer City. Since Gao Mu had already slain one golden beast the previous day, they only needed to hunt for more to return to the base city. After cautiously navigating Songer City for 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the first marked point. Fortunately, the beast at this location was still present. Hao Jian. With Jiang Huai's departure, Hao Jian had become the primary bait. Nodding, he drew an arrow from his quiver and knocked it to his bow. The arrow flew like a shooting star, heading straight for the golden beast. Spirit hunting fire fox. A cunning fox-like beast, possessing silver 9-star strength in its juvenile phase and capable of reaching golden 2-star in maturity. The goggles provided all the information regarding the spirit hunting fire fox. Struck by the arrow, the fox emitted a piercing screech and turned its gaze toward Gao Mu's team. Its eerie eyes glinting with a chilling expression. Charge! Lu Mo cried, brandishing his combat knife as he led the charge. Gao Mu followed closely, wielding his frostflower sword. Lu Xiaowang and Hao Jian provided covering fire from a distance with their bows. Though the spirit-hunting fire fox was a golden beast, it could not withstand the team's onslaught. In a mere 10 minutes, its body became riddled with wounds. Ignoring its anguished cries, they continued their assault. The fox attempted to flee multiple times, but was intercepted by Lu Xiaowang and Hao Jian, with a few more agonized yelps. The spirit-hunting fire fox was successfully slain by the team. After dispatching the fox, the team took a brief respite before heading to the next marked point. Meanwhile, at the first central hospital of the Langya Bay City, a gravely injured patient was brought in. Where are the family members? Where are the family members? A doctor shouted outside the ward. Gao Mu's mother approached the doctor, her face streaked with tears. Doctor, how is my husband? The situation is not very optimistic. The doctor replied, removing his mask and letting out a slight sigh. You have exhausted the prepaid funds. You will need to make another payment. Additionally, please make it a substantial one this time. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Gao Mu's mother hurried towards the payment counter. I'm sorry, the clerk at the payment counter said. Her expression cold as she looked at Gao Mu's mother. Your card has insufficient funds. Please use a different one. Gao Mu's mother presented another card, but the result was the same, insufficient funds. Growing anxious, she pulled out her phone and dialed Gao Mu's number, only to be met with a busy signal. Desperate, she paced anxiously at the payment counter. Can you please save him first? She pleaded with the staff, her face a portrait of anguish. I will send the money shortly. I'm sorry, the staff member replied with a fake smile that was more painful than tears. We have regulations. Payment must be made up front. Gao Mu's mother collapsed onto the floor, despair etched on her face. She regretted not having taken the card her son had offered earlier. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, and she picked up her phone to dial a number. Director Lu, this is Gao Mu's mother. My husband is in the hospital. Could you please come? Before she could finish her sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected. Her last glimmer of hope vanished with that sudden disconnection. Huh, the staff member. Witnessing Gao Mu's mother's plight, couldn't he suppress a mocking sneer. Did you know? There is only one disease in this world, and that is poverty. Before she could utter another word, she was suddenly slapped across the face. Get lost. A sharply dressed man glared at the staff member, hurling curses. If I see you again in this hospital, I'll send you straight to the morgue. The staff member clearly recognized the man, and faced with his fury, she lacked the courage to retort. You must be Gao Mu's mother, the man said after driving away the staff member. I am a board member of this hospital, and I shall now arrange for the finest physician for you, sir. The reason Lu Tianping hung up on Gao Mu was not due to a lack of willingness to assist, but rather because he needed to establish contact. Perhaps due to the oversight of board members, the surgery proceeded with remarkable swiftness. It is all well now. The doctor emerged from the operating room and informed Gao Mu. Upon hearing that all was well, Gao Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The board member not only arranged for the best surgeon for Gao Fu, but also secured the finest hospital room and special care for him. Shortly after the surgery concluded, Lu Tianping arrived at the hospital. How is Gao Mu's father? He inquired, his face etched with urgency. Lu Guanju. The board member approached Lu Tianping with a demeanor of excessive cordiality, speaking in a fawning tone. He is out of danger. That is good to hear, Lu Tianping replied, visibly relieved. His relationship with Gao Mu was indeed somewhat unique. Initially, Lu Tianping merely wished to recruit Gao Mu into the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, to make him a member of their esteemed institution. However, through prolonged interaction, Lu Tianping discovered numerous similarities between himself and Gao Mu. Their frequent exchanges fostered a genuine friendship. Once Gao Fu and Gao Mu were settled, Lu Tianping's expression darkened considerably. He gazed at Gao Fu's medical records, fury surging within him. He bellowed at those nearby. Investigate this matter immediately. I demand to know who harmed Gao Mu's father. Understood. His subordinate acknowledged before departing. After they left, Lu Tianping dialed Shun Chongxin's number. Upon receiving the news on the other end, Shun Chongxin was equally incensed. Who dares to lay a hand on us? I shall see who possesses the audacity. Two of the three titans were now enraged. What did you say? Lu Su trembled at home, listening intently to the voice on the phone. You say the base city has been completely sealed off? The Extreme Path Martial Arts School and city guards have commenced their investigations? The mastermind behind Gao Mu's father's hospitalization was none other than Lu Su himself. His previous attempts had failed to harm Gao Mu, leading him to realize the latter's formidable nature. Faced with such a challenge, Lu Su decided to change his approach. However, he never anticipated that this shift would lead to a colossal blunder. Panic ensued. Lu Su was thoroughly rattled. Pack your things. We leave for the base city today? He shouted at his wife. Yet, at that moment, he noticed the lights outside his villa ablaze. Chapter 33, The Golden Snow Rabbit. The members of the Hanyu Guard and the Extreme Path Martial Arts School burst through the door. Lu Tianping and Shun Chongxin personally led the charge, instilling in Lu Su a sense of helplessness. Take everyone from this household with you. Lu Tianping's expression was as cold as ice. Without a moment's hesitation, the members of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School seized Lu Su and his wife. Lu Tao, who was recuperating on the second floor, was also located by the group. These individuals are to be handed over to us, the Hanyu Guard, Shun Chongxin instructed Lu Tianping. However, Lu Tianping's response was laced with scorn. If I were you, I would be contemplating how to explain this to Gao Mu right now. Upon hearing this, Shun Chongxin felt a chill run down his spine. If today's incident were mishandled, it could easily lead to Gao Mu feeling disheartened. Though they might not care about a mere martial artist, if this situation were to escalate, the consequences would be severe. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Shun Chongxin said to Lu Tianping, precisely for this reason, you must hand them over to me. I not only owe Gao Mu an explanation, but I also owe an account to the others in the Hanyu Guard. Ultimately, Shun Chongxin took Lu Su's family into custody. After traversing several checkpoints, their mission was accomplished. This time, we shall reap great rewards, Feng Yong exclaimed with enthusiasm. They had successfully hunted 5 golden aberrant beasts, and according to market value, each member would earn at least 1 million. As the primary attacker of the team, Gao Mu's earnings would surpass theirs. By the way, as they were about to return to the base, Gao Mu addressed Lu Mo, you all can head back. I have some matters to attend to. In addition to completing the squad's mission, Gao Mu aimed to check in at Huanyu City. Fortunately, Huanyu City was not far, and he would be able to complete the check-in before nightfall and return to the base city safely. Alright, Lu Mo did not press further. Understanding that everyone has their own secrets, it was evident that someone like Gao Mu harbored mysteries. Since Gao Mu chose not to disclose, Lu Mo respected his silence. After a frantic sprint, Gao Mu finally reached Huanyu City 5 hours later. As it was a gathering place for golden aberrant beasts, Gao Mu observed the perimeter for a while before stealthily making his way inside. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward acquired. Thorned battle armor, gold. Ding. New check-in location updated. Please proceed to the central district of Huanyu City for check-in. Gazing at the thorned battle armor in his hand, which resembled a soft golden silk garment, Gao Mu restrained his urge to voice his frustration. Had he known the reward would be armor, he would not have come. The golden level armor, though valuable, held little allure for Gao Mu at this stage. Thorned battle armor, gold, crafted from the hide of the thorned battle bear. This armor is not only lightweight, but also capable of deflecting attacks. Remarkable. Gao Mu marveled at the description of the thorned battle armor, realizing its potential synergy with the indestructible divine technique, creating an extraordinary combination. The indestructible divine technique enhances defensive capabilities, and the thorned battle armor's ability to rebound attacks made them a formidable duo. The new check-in location is at the city center. I should withdraw for now. After all, this was a gathering place for golden aberrant beasts, and Gao Mu's current strength was insufficient. Recklessly venturing into the heart of Huanyu City at this moment would be tantamount to courting death. Just as Gao Mu prepared to turn away, a glimmer of golden light caught his eye. His brow furrowed as he turned to investigate the source of the light. What is this? Not far ahead, a rabbit with blood-red eyes stared intently at Gao Mu. Intriguingly, the rabbit was entirely adorned in shimmering gold. Thus, the golden light Gao Mu had glimpsed emanated from this very creature. The rabbit's size was comparable to that of ordinary rabbits Gao Mu had encountered in his past life. Save for its striking golden hue, it was, in every other respect, an ordinary rabbit. Golden blood velvet rabbit. This is an exceedingly rare, aberrant beast, possessing neither formidable offensive nor defensive capabilities. However, it boasts an exceptionally keen sense of perception. The golden blood velvet rabbit is undeniably an anomaly among aberrant beasts, yet it is the most cherished by humanity. When embarking on outdoor adventures, having one of these by your side alleviates any concerns of ambush. If memory serves me correctly, this rabbit is quite valuable. Gao Mu was not greedy, but no one ever complained about having more wealth. The primary allure was that the golden blood velvet rabbit was right before him. To let it escape would be akin to casting money into the sea. The golden snow velvet rabbit seemed to sense something. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Gao Mu for a moment before it leapt deeper into Huanyu City. Despite its small stature, it moved with remarkable speed. In the briefest moment of distraction, the golden-blooded snow rabbit vanished from Gao Mu's sight. Hastily, Gao Mu pursued it. Fortunately, his speed was not lacking, and he swiftly picked up the trail of the elusive creature once more. With fervor, he brandished his frostflower sword and struck. But the golden snow rabbit seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, effortlessly evading his attack. The chase ensued, with Gao Mu in relentless pursuit of the rabbit. And before he realized, he had arrived in the bustling district of Huanyu City. As he spotted the fleeing snow rabbit in the distance, a flicker of hesitation gripped him. The absence of any formidable beasts along his path was entirely due to the rabbit's presence. Should he lose sight of it within this urban expanse, his chances of departing Huanyu City would dwindle. Indecision would only lead to defeat. Gritting his teeth, Gao Mu pressed on. Along his pursuit, he did not neglect to check in. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Rewards granted. Armor-piercing tranquilizer gun. Diamond. Ding. A new check-in location has been updated. Please proceed to the Huanyu City Hall for check-in. The description of the armor-piercing tranquilizer gun made Gao Mu's eyes widen in astonishment. This weapon was nothing short of a game-changer. The ability to incapacitate diamond-grade beasts was enough to send him into a frenzy. With this gun in hand, even an ordinary person could effortlessly hunt diamond-level beasts, provided their eyes could keep pace with the creature's speed. Without hesitation, Gao Mu extracted the armor-piercing tranquilizer gun from the system and aimed it at the golden snow rabbit, firing a single shot. The tranquilizer dart struck true, causing the rabbit to stumble and collapse to the ground. Just as Gao Mu prepared to retrieve his prize, the earth suddenly trembled, halting him in his tracks. Chapter 34. Return to the base city. Gao Mu glanced in the direction from which the disturbance originated and beheld a colossal rhinoceros approaching him. A certain plant. He cursed under his breath. Before him stood an enormous creature, its body shimmering with a diamond-like luster. With each step it took, the ground quaked beneath it. The diamond iron-horned rhinoceros. A diamond-grade beast, its skin encased in a layer of material akin to diamond. Its horn was as unyielding as stone itself. The diamond iron-horned rhinoceros was undoubtedly the most defensively formidable among diamond-grade beasts. Even the most powerful diamond weapons struggled to breach its defenses. Typically, warriors would choose to avoid such a high-defense creature. However, Gao Mu had no intention of retreating. Let us test it. Gao Mu raised his armor-piercing tranquilizer gun and fired at the diamond iron-horned rhinoceros. The tranquilizer dart pierced through its defenses, embedding itself in its flesh. Before he could relish his success, the rhinoceros let out a furious roar and charged towards him. While the tranquilizer dart had indeed penetrated its defenses, it did not instantly incapacitate the beast. Again, Gao Mu fired 2 more shots. Yet, despite these efforts, the diamond iron-horned rhinoceros continued its relentless advance. Despite its massive size, it moved with surprising speed. As Gao Mu fired, the creature closed the distance rapidly. Lowering its head, it aimed its iron horn directly at him. Shadow step. At that moment, Gao Mu had no choice but to dodge. This was a diamond-grade beast, even with the thorn's battle armor and the unyielding body technique. A blow from it could prove fatal. He narrowly evaded the attack. Yet, the diamond iron-horned rhinoceros was not one to let Gao Mu escape easily. It lifted its front leg high and stomped down towards him. With no other options, Gao Mu activated Shadow Step once more to evade its assault. In the midst of dodging, he did not forget to fire another shot at it. Minutes stretched on, and Gao Mu lost count of how many times he had shot. Yet the diamond iron-horned rhinoceros remained unyielding. What was happening? Just as he prepared to fire again, he realized his gun was out of bullets. The prolonged battle had attracted the attention of other beasts, who, wary of the rhinoceros's strength, dared not approach. However, should either Gao Mu or the rhinoceros fall, they would be torn to shreds by the waiting predators. Seizing the moment while he still had strength, he resolved to retreat. He pushed Shadow Step to its limits, his speed reaching unprecedented heights. Yet, even so, he remained unable to escape the rhinoceros's onslaught. The all-character secret. At this juncture, if he failed to employ the all-character secret, his demise was all but assured. His power surged tenfold, and his speed multiplied similarly. This sudden escalation in strength momentarily halted the rhinoceros's charge. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Mu made a break for it, ensuring to carry the golden snow rabbit with him. Outside Huanyu City, Gao Mu knelt upon the ground, panting heavily. The combination of the all-character secret and Shadow Step had pushed his stamina to its limits. Yet, the rhinoceros was relentless, its approach heralded by the trembling earth. After a brief respite, he prepared to flee once more, but a frown creased his brow. Was its speed diminishing? He noticed the diamond iron-horned rhinoceros staggering, its steps becoming unsteady. The tranquilizer dart was beginning to take effect. Time to counterattack. Gao Mu let out a low growl, drawing his frostflower sword and charging towards the rhinoceros. All-character secret. As he charged, he activated the all-character secret. A powerful force surged through him. Though the frostflower sword was merely a golden-grade weapon and could not breach the rhinoceros's defenses, Gao Mu continued his relentless assault. Soon, the rhinoceros began to sway. Gao Mu predicted that within 5 minutes, it would surely fall. Boom. 5 minutes later, The diamond iron-horned rhinoceros crashed to the ground. Gao Mu discarded the frostflower sword and sank to the ground, gasping for air. He did not linger on the ground for long, aware that other beasts lurked nearby. Watching hungrily, he picked up the frostflower sword and attempted to cleave the rhinoceros's skull, but despite making an indentation, he could not inflict any real damage. Unable to breach the head, he resolved to target its horn instead. Yet its horn was equally formidable. The frostflower sword was nearly dulled from the effort, leaving no mark upon it. Defeated, he surveyed his surroundings with a sigh, then sprinted towards the base city. After running for 5 or 6 hours, Gao Mu finally caught sight of the gates of base city. Upon entering, he unceremoniously collapsed onto the ground to rest. Gao Mu, you have finally returned, came Lu Mo's voice from behind him. The base city is not an absolute sanctuary. However, encountering Lu Mo here fills Gao Mu with immense joy. Upon noticing Gao Mu nearly incapacitated, Lu Mo and the others hastened to his side, providing him protection. After resting for approximately half an hour, Gao Mu finally gathers enough strength to rise. With Lu Mo and the others supporting him, he settles into Lu Mo's vehicle. Where are we headed? Gao Mu inquires, realizing this is not the route to his home. After a moment of silence, Lu Mo recounts the recent events in base city. Lu Mo's knowledge is quite precise. As Lu Tianping had visited earlier, upon learning that Gao Mu had not yet returned, he departed, repeatedly urging them to inform him as soon as Gao Mu arrived back. What did you say? Gao Mu's expression darkened. His eyes, cold as frost, seethed with barely contained fury as he whispered, Lu Su harmed my father? Perhaps it was the fury that flushed his cheeks crimson, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Calm down, Lu Mo attempted to counsel Gao Mu, but the terrifying look in Gao Mu's eyes silenced him. Gao Mu took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. What has happened to my father? Seeing Gao Mu begin to calm, Lu Mo exhaled with relief. He's fine, Lu Mo feigned a nonchalant tone. Director Lu arranged for him to have the best hospital room and top-notch care. They say he will be discharged in a few days. And where are Lu Su's family now? With the knowledge that his father was safe, Gao Mu felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Lu Mo did not answer Gao Mu's question. In the car, everyone fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 35, The Assault on the Prison. Noticing the silence, Gao Mu directly dialed Lu Tianping's number. Rest assured, they will certainly face the appropriate consequences. A martial artist attacking an ordinary person is only permissible under the most discreet circumstances. Otherwise, once discovered, they will face severe punishment. If the ordinary person is willing to settle, the martial artist may avoid repercussions. However, Gao Mu's situation is rather unique. Lu Su's family will likely not escape imprisonment. I ask you, where are they? This was the first time Gao Mu spoke to Lu Tianping in such a manner. Lu Tianping hesitated before responding. They are not at home. His answer was sufficiently precise. Not at home, Gao Mu murmured after hanging up. Then they must be in prison. Each base city possesses its own dedicated prison, typically located within the headquarters of the Hanyu Guards. To the headquarters, Gao Mu commanded Lu Mo. Lu Mo did not alter their course. To the headquarters, Gao Mu bellowed. Lu Mo remained resolute in his decision. Frustrated by the delay, Gao Mu flung open the car door and leapt out. What should we do? Lu Xiaowang asked anxiously. Turning to Lu Mo remained silent, fully aware of Gao Mu's impending actions. At this moment, he needed to contemplate how to proceed. Soon, Lu Mo made his choice. He pressed the brake and addressed the team. You may choose to disembark or accompany me to the headquarters. Choosing to go to the headquarters indicates a willingness to assist Gao Mu, which will likely offend the Hanyu Guards and could lead to imprisonment. Opting to leave signifies a refusal to aid Gao Mu. Regardless of the choice made, both are valid at this juncture. I will not disembark. Lu Xiaowang was the first to declare his stance. I too shall remain, Feng Yong added. Hao Jian hesitated before voicing his thoughts. This course of action is not advantageous and carries significant risks. The group understood the implications of Hao Jian's words, but remained silent, their gazes fixed on him, waiting for his final decision. Damn it, Hao Jian's choice astonished everyone. If death is to be, then let it be. His decision elicited smiles from the others. After jumping from the vehicle, Gao Mu wasted no time and headed straight for the headquarters. As a member of the Hanyu Guards, he faced no obstacles from the guards at the entrance. Who are you? However, at the prison's entrance, Gao Mu was obstructed. This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited. Prisons, as the most significant locations within the base city, are manned by martial artists of at least silver rank. I demand entry, Gao Mu roared. Who do you think you are? The guard dismissed Gao Mu's outburst, coldly warning, I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. The prison operates independently within the Hanyu Guards. Even a prodigious talent like Gao Mu is disregarded by those within the prison. I shall state this one last time. I demand entry. Gao Mu's hand moved toward his frostflower sword. The guard responded by reaching for his weapon. Seeking death, Gao Mu shouted, drawing his sword and charging forward. A golden martial artist. The aura emanating from Gao Mu widened the guard's eyes in disbelief. Is a golden martial artist feared? Certainly. Yet, what is more alarming is a golden martial artist under the age of 20. This guard, merely a silver martial artist, stood no chance against Gao Mu. In a mere exchange, the guard was left disarmed and sprawled on the ground. With no intention to kill, Gao Mu bypassed the guard and strode into the prison. Upon entering, he was blocked by a wall of bodies. I strongly recommend you return to where you came from. The leader of the group was the prison warden, a golden 9-star martial artist. Gao Mu regarded the warden coldly, stating, "If I were you, I would not obstruct my path." "Too bad you are not me," the warden replied, his eyes icy as he warned, "You must understand. Even if I were to kill you now, there would be no repercussions for me." The warden was cautioning Gao Mu against recklessness. "If you turn back now, I can pretend this incident never transpired." A golden martial artist under 20 years of age has never been seen across the globe. The warden did not wish to harm Gao Mu, not out of fear of punishment, but rather to avoid destroying such a remarkable talent. However, Gao Mu was resolute in his stance. "I will not resort to violence, but you must allow me to see Lu Su and his family." At this moment, Gao Mu made a concession. "No," the warden rejected Gao Mu's request without hesitation. "Firstly, your clearance level is insufficient to directly confront the prisoners. Secondly, as the victim's family member, you are prohibited from meeting the prisoners prior to the verdict." The warden's repeated denials conveyed a clear message. Gao Mu would not be permitted to see Lu Su. "Then do not blame me," Gao Mu, with dwindling strength yet possessing the power of a golden 9-star, prepared to strike. The warden, seeing Gao Mu's unwavering determination, refrained from further persuasion and unsheathed his weapon. "When the time comes to strike, you may injure, but you must not kill, understood?" The prison chief secretly communicated with his men, each of whom was astute enough to grasp his intentions, nodding in agreement. "Let us act." With their preparations complete, the chief charged towards Gao Mu. All characters secret. Indestructible diamond technique. Although Gao Mu sensed no murderous intent from them, he activated his most formidable defensive skill as a precaution. The secret art unleashed. Gao Mu's power surged tenfold. Startled by the overwhelming aura emanating from Gao Mu, the chief was taken aback. What kind of skill was this, enabling such a rapid ascent in strength? Just moments ago, he had perceived Gao Mu's prowess to be merely at the golden 1-star level. Yet now he found it impossible to gauge Gao Mu's true power. Above me, diamond 1-star? Fear gripped the chief's heart. A 20-year-old diamond warrior was a terrifying prospect. Even during Earth's most illustrious era, the speed of both Gao Mu and the chief was remarkable, and in an instant, they collided. Chapter 36, Lu Tao's Suicide. For the first time wielding such immense power, Gao Mu felt a sense of unease. Their initial clash resulted in both sustaining injuries. The prison guards observed this spectacle, a chill running down their spines. Gao Mu's might exceeded their expectations. Is this what a prodigious youth looks like? Terrifying indeed. The chief, a golden 9-star warrior, was being matched by this remarkable young man, a truly fearsome sight. It was as if a new star was rising in the heavens. Hearing the guard's remarks, the chief felt a bitter pang within. On the surface, it appeared they had fought to a standstill, but in truth, the encounter had left his palms numb. Had he not dissipated some of Gao Mu's force, his hands might have shattered under the impact. "Continue," Gao Mu roared, advancing with the frostflower sword. The chief, with a wry smile, stepped forward, spear in hand, to meet the challenge. Only he understood the depths of his own despair. "Oh, great leader, please arrive soon. If you do not come, I shall face dire consequences today." The chief's only hope rested on Shin Chongshin arriving swiftly to his aid. Given Gao Mu's current combat ability, only the 3 titans of the Langya Bay City could subdue him. Having adapted to his newfound strength, Gao Mu pressed forward relentlessly, employing the Qinglian sword technique, which blossomed like lotus flowers, leaving the chief in agony. "What sword technique is this? I've never seen anything like it." Despite being only 30 years old, the chief, himself a prodigy of youth, felt as if an insurmountable chasm separated him from Gao Mu. As Gao Mu's attacks intensified, the chief's defenses began to falter. Seizing an opportunity, Gao Mu lunged at the chief's throat with his sword. Just a centimeter from the chief's neck, the frostflower sword halted. The dread of death caused the seasoned chief to breathe rapidly. He longed to swallow, yet dared not, fearing that the movement might bring his throat in contact with Gao Mu's blade. "Shall we continue?" Gao Mu inquired coldly. "No more," the chief replied, shaking his head. Were there even a hint of malice from Gao Mu, his life would have been forfeited. "Discard your weapon." A warrior without arms is akin to a tiger stripped of its fangs. Reluctantly, the chief cast his weapon to the ground. The guards, witnessing the chief's inability to contend with Gao Mu, understood their fates would be no better. Thus, they too discarded their weapons. With the guards no longer obstructing his path, Gao Mu sheathed the frostflower sword and proceeded deeper into the prison. According to the information Gao Mu had gathered, a criminal like Lu Su should be confined in the A-level cell. Upon arriving, he beheld Lu Su's family. Lu Tao, previously injured by Gao Mu, still bore the wounds of his ordeal, huddled in a corner of the cell, devoid of his earlier bravado. "What do you want?" Lu Su's emotions remained relatively stable as he glared at Gao Mu with venomous eyes, hissing in a low voice. "If it weren't for you, our family would not have fallen to such depths." Lu Su's twisted logic left Gao Mu astounded. First, it was your son who attacked my father. Secondly, your son schemed against me during the warrior assessment. Finally, your men severely injured my father. Standing before Lu Su's cell, Gao Mu shouted. Gao Mu? The sound of his name startled Lu Tao, who sprang to his feet, hastily approaching the cell's entrance, kneeling and fervently bowing to Gao Mu. Brother Gao, Father Gao, Grandfather Gao, I realize my mistakes. Everything that transpired was my fault. I beg you spare me. Lu Tao's actions widened Gao Mu's eyes in disbelief. He had prepared for curses and reproaches from Lu Tao's family, but the reality was far from his expectations. Lu Tao, you are the son of Lu Su. Lu Su grasped the bars of his cell, shouting at Lu Tao in the adjacent cell. Even in death, do not bow to others. Damn it. Lu Tao lashed out at his father. If it weren't for your despicable actions, I wouldn't be in this position. Had you stopped me when I bullied others as a child instead of encouraging me, I wouldn't have fallen so low. Lu Tao's character was largely a reflection of Lu Su's influence. Hearing his son's words left Lu Su in a state of shock. He had never anticipated that his son, whom he had raised for years, would speak to him in such a manner. What a spectacle of paternal love, truly overwhelming. Gao Mu remained silent, merely observing the father-son confrontation unfold. This exchange lasted a full 10 minutes. Enough. Growing weary of the spectacle, Gao Mu waved his hand impatiently. I have no interest in your family affairs. I merely wish to ascertain who will take responsibility for my father's severe injuries. He will. Lu Tao pointed at his own father, shouting at Gao Mu. I know nothing of your father's plight. Seeing his son nearly unraveling, Lu Su felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. It was I who did it, Lu Su admitted, understanding that someone had to bear the consequences. Let this burden rest upon my shoulders. Someone come. Gao Mu shouted to the guards. A guard approached tremblingly. Transfer him to another cell, Gao Mu instructed, gesturing towards Lu Tao. After all, this is the final journey of life. Family must be by one's side. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao completely lost his composure. No. I refuse to share a cell with that bastard. Lu Tao understood that should he end up in the same cell as Lu Su, the latter might very well kill him. Since you wish for my demise, I shall choose to end my life here. Lu Tao glared at Gao Mu with resentment before turning to dash against the cell wall. Bang! Though his head did not split open, blood still flowed. Lu Tao, not yet 18 years old, thus met his untimely end. My son. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Tao's mother fainted instantly. I am your father. Lu Su cried out, tears streaming down his face as he directed his anguish towards his son. How could I ever harm you? Gao Mu observed the unfolding drama with a sense of melancholy. Gao Mu, your audacity grows bolder by the day. At that moment, Shun Chongxin's cold yet furious voice resonated behind Gao Mu. The incident of Gao Mu forcefully entering the prison had incensed him greatly. Chapter 37. Accountability of the supervisory system in Shun Chongxin's office. Gao Mu and Shun Chongxin sat across from each other. The tea before them had grown slightly lukewarm due to the passage of time. Speak. How do you intend to handle this matter? Shun Chongxin asked, clearly in a dilemma. If he were to penalize Gao Mu for this incident, it would undoubtedly dishearten him. Should Gao Mu's temper flare, he might sever ties with the Hanwei Guard, thereby benefiting the Jidao martial arts school. Although departing from the Hanwei Guard would lead to a direct warrant for his arrest, the reality was that as long as he remained hidden within the headquarters of the Jidao martial arts school, the Hanyu Guard would be powerless against him. Once he became one of the strongest individuals on Earth, not only would the Hanyu Guard cease to trouble him, but they might even seek to establish connections with him. However, failing to discipline Gao Mu would leave Shin Kongzin in a precarious position with his superiors. As he wrestled with his predicament, Gao Mu took a sip of the now cool tea and, in a relaxed tone, remarked, "What do you wish to do?" "I have no idea," Shin Chongxin replied, exasperated. "I need to provide an explanation to my superiors and to our colleagues." He was in a state of great frustration. "Perhaps you should inquire with the prison head for the surveillance footage," Gao Mu suggested, leaving Shin Chongxin perplexed. Noticing Shun Kongzin's bewilderment, Gao Mu continued, "Just now, I had a 50-50 match with the prison head." "What did you say?" Shin Chongxin's eyes widened as he leapt from the sofa. Staring at Gao Mu as though he were a monster, his tone filled with astonishment. "Is that true? You can verify it for yourself." Gao Mu shrugged indifferently. "Shin City Guard, we have received news from the prison. Lu Su and his wife have committed suicide," Shin Chongxin's secretary announced softly as she entered. Shin Chongxin nodded, waving his hand to dismiss her. However, the secretary lingered at the door, seemingly reluctant to leave. Furrowing his brow, Shin Chongxin asked, "Is there something else?" "The prison head reported that several individuals attempted to breach the prison and were apprehended," she relayed. Upon hearing this, Shin Kongzin exploded with fury. While he could not control Gao Mu, it did not mean he was powerless against others. Who has the audacity to invade the prison? Damn it. Such individuals must be severely punished. The secretary internally cursed, recognizing the double standards at play. "You old fool, your hypocrisy is astounding. The very individuals who breached the prison are sitting right across from you, and yet you can only scratch your head in confusion." "Do not be angry," Gao Mu interjected, feeling a warmth in his heart at the secretary's words. "These individuals are my comrades. Upon hearing this, Shin Chongshin slumped back onto the sofa, his expression akin to someone who had just tasted something foul. I will request the footage from the prison head. You go and retrieve your teammates. The two returned to the Hanwue guards base together. Xiao Gao, why are you back again? The prison head inquired, somewhat apprehensive upon seeing Gao Mu. I came to fetch a few people. They are my teammates, so I cannot disclose too much. They merely came to chat and enjoy tea with me. And now that our conversation has concluded, it is time for them to return home. The prison head, a shrewd individual, spoke with practiced ease. Bring those individuals out and provide me with the footage of your earlier scuffle with Gao Mu. At this moment, Shin Chongshin could only turn a blind eye. Do I have no dignity? The prison head felt deeply troubled, wishing to avoid becoming a mere background figure. Yet, he had no other choice. As Gao Mu watched his weary, battered teammates emerge from the prison, he felt a pang of guilt. Regarding today's incident, spare us. Gao Mu was abruptly interrupted by Hao Jian. Instead of waxing poetic, why not treat us to a nice meal and a foot bath? After a moment of surprise, Gao Mu burst into laughter. In a few days, once my father is discharged from the hospital, I will properly thank you all. Also, for this outdoor venture. I only require 50%. The remainder can be equally divided among everyone. Please do not refuse me. If you do, I shall be at a loss for how to interact with you all in the future. Gao Mu held approximately 75% of the profits from this venture, and he refrained from claiming it all for fear of rejection. Then we shall not be polite. Thank you, benefactor, his teammates exclaimed, realizing they were finally breaking free from poverty. With smiles exchanged, Gao Mu set off for the hospital. Shortly after he departed, Shin Chongshin returned home, opening the door to a room. As soon as the door swung open, all the lights within the room illuminated simultaneously. On one wall, 3 figures appeared. 2 men flanked a woman in the center, all appearing to be over 50 years of age. Shin Chongshin, you must explain to me what transpired. The man on the left demanded sternly, his tone aggressive. If you cannot clarify this matter, we would not hesitate to have you incarcerated. The man on the right echoed his sentiment. After they finished speaking, Shin Chongshin slowly recounted the events of the past few days. For such a trivial matter to disrupt our rules, this rogue cannot be spared, the woman in the center declared. Shin Chongshin's gaze fixed on her, his voice icy as he retorted, if you do not keep him, there are others who will. Should he choose to align with the Jidao martial arts school, they will undoubtedly offer him the most favorable terms. They may even dispatch 2 superlative experts to protect Gao Mu personally. His words served as a warning, urging the woman against reckless behavior. Are you speaking to me? She discerned the warning in Shin Chongshin's tone. Who are you to address me in such a manner? Shin Chongshin, it seems you truly wish to find yourself behind bars. The one wishing for incarceration is you. Shin Chongshin replied, unafraid, his eyes cold as he spoke sharply. You are merely a member of the supervisory system, not my superior. Do not speak to me in a tone reserved for reprimanding subordinates. The supervisory system and the prison system are independent entities. Just as the woman's fury reached its peak, a new voice emerged. You have handled this matter commendably. A figure appeared on another wall in the room, a man who appeared to be of a similar age to Shin Chongshin, but whose status overshadowed his. Chapter 38. The Unfettered Shun Wei Leader Yi. Leader Yi. Leader Yi. The 3 individuals greeted him with utmost respect, not daring to show any sign of negligence. The position of a leader in the military holds an equivalent stature to that of an inspector in the Jidao martial arts school. I have already discussed this matter with your superior. Thus, you need not involve yourselves further, Leader Yi stated with a calm demeanor. The woman seemed to have something more to say, but was interrupted by the glances exchanged between the 2 men. Indeed, the 3 responded in unison before hanging up the video call. Upon seeing the call end, Shin Chongshin could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. The people from the inspection department are truly despicable. Enough, Chief Yi chided with a smile. Don't act all innocent. If it weren't for the video you sent me, I wouldn't have sought out their leader. But to be honest, this young man has genuinely astonished me. Who wouldn't be? Shin Chongshin, being Chief Yi's confidant, spoke in a relaxed tone. Do you know what I felt after watching that video? I sensed that a new superpower is about to emerge on this planet. A superpower that could rival the heads of the 2 foremost martial arts schools. Shin Chongshin's words were quite exaggerated. The head of the extreme martial arts school is regarded as the strongest in the world, while the head of the celestial martial arts school holds the 2nd position. To even stand on par with them is a dream many aspire to. Though your words may be somewhat exaggerated, I share the sentiment. Chief Yi agreed with Shin Chongshin as perspective. Alright, let us leave it at that for now. As for the punishment announcement, just issue a verbal warning. A verbal warning is the most perfunctory of punishments. No problem. Shin Chongshin chuckled. In the hospital, Gao Mu sat by his father's bedside. Dad. On his way there, Gao Mu had resolved to ensure that his parents would no longer work and would instead reside in the Guochun Villa. No matter what they said, they must live in Guochun Villa, and they could no longer go to work. After all he had experienced, Gao Mu understood one important truth. If he could not transform his parents into strong individuals, he would do everything possible to place them in an environment surrounded by strength. This way, he could rest assured. Gao Mu initially thought his parents would resist his wishes, but to his surprise, as soon as he voiced his request, they eagerly agreed. In fact, they had discussed the matter prior to his arrival. Gao's father, having suffered severe injuries, also realized that his son's enemies would only multiply in the future. Since he could not assist his son, the only thing they could do was to avoid becoming a burden to him. Upon returning home, Shin Chongshin sat in the living room, lost in thought. Shinwei quickly approached and asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Since the events of the day were hardly a secret, Shin Chongshin chose to share everything with his son. Shinwei was far from a foolish second-generation official. In fact, he was quite perceptive. As he listened to his father's account, his mind began to churn with ideas. "Where are you going?" Shin Chongshin inquired as he noticed his son rising to leave. "It's late. Are you going out to play?" "I'm not going out to play," Shinwei replied while putting on his shoes. "I'm going to Gao Mu's villa to check things out, then contact the renovation company, the material suppliers, the appliance company, and the car dealership to prepare everything for him. Once his father is discharged, he can move in right away." Shin Chongshin watched his son's retreating figure and began to understand the meaning behind his son's frequent saying. The world of martial artists is not merely about fighting, but about social connections. Despite his injuries, Gao's father was discharged from the hospital shortly after receiving attentive care. "Let us take a taxi directly to Guochun Villa." Gao Mu assisted his father. "I'll head home first to pack up a few things." Gao's mother, being somewhat traditional, was reluctant to part with their belongings. "I've already moved all your things to the villa," came a sudden voice. The Gao family jumped in surprise. The speaker was none other than Shinwei. "Shin Chongshin's son, what brings you here?" Gao Mu felt neither fondness nor animosity toward Shinwei. "Brother," Shinwei responded with a thick skin, taking the items from Gao Mu's mother with a grin. "Today, uncle is being discharged. As his nephew, of course, I must come to pick him up." "Son?" Gao's father asked, noticing Shinwei's enthusiasm. "Is this your little brother?" Gao's father, who greatly enjoyed reading gangster novels and watching crime dramas, was curious. Gao Mu rolled his eyes in exasperation. "This is Shinwei, the son of the city guardian." "The city guardian's son?" Upon realizing Shinwei was Shin Chongshin's son, Gao's father instantly straightened up, adopting a more respectful demeanor. My apologies, Uncle." Shinwei, behaving contrary to the typical image of a privileged official's son, was humble and polite. "My father says he is a servant of the people, and I, in turn, am simply a son of the people. If you don't mind, you can call me Xiaowei." Shinwei's tactic of retreating to advance was quite clever. "Then I shall not stand on ceremony." The idea that the city guardian's son would address him as uncle was something Gao Mu had never dared to imagine. "All right, let us hurry home." Gao Mu interrupted their pleasantries. "How is Uncle's health recovering?" At that moment, Shinwei transformed into a dutiful nephew, inquiring warmly about Gao's father's well-being. "If your recovery isn't satisfactory, we can take an RV back. If it is, we'll use the business vehicle. Of course, if Uncle wishes to experience speed, we could even take a sports car." To be fair, Shinwei had indeed made thorough preparations for this visit. All options are fine. Gao's father and mother beamed with joy, seeing his parents so delighted. Gao Mu chose not to dampen their spirits at that moment. With Shinwei's assistance, the elderly couple boarded a business vehicle. Just as Shinwei was about to get in, Gao Mu pulled him aside, a hint of caution in his voice. "What exactly are you up to?" Shinwei was candid, smiling slightly as he replied, "I'm here to curry favor with uncle and aunt, and to ingratiate myself with you as well." Shinwei's frankness left Gao Mu momentarily speechless. After Gao's father, Gao's mother, and Shinwei sped off in the business vehicle, Gao Mu finally regained his composure. Chapter 39. The struggle between Versailles at Guochun Villa. Looking at the completed renovations and fully furnished home, Gao Mu felt utterly astonished. He distinctly remembered that the last time he visited, it had been an empty shell. "Did you do this?" Gao Mu asked, turning to the waiting Shinwei. "How much did it cost?" "I'll settle the payment shortly." The lavish red and gold decor gave Gao Mu a sense of having stepped into another realm. Unfortunately, his parents had a penchant for such extravagant styles. We're friends. Discussing money feels too distant. Shinwei waved his hand grandly, adopting an air of nonchalance toward wealth. Goodness, Gao Mu was unimpressed by Shinwei's attitude. Even biological brothers keep accounts clear, let alone we aren't even brothers. Who says you aren't brothers? At that moment, Gao Mu's mother interjected with a laugh. He turned to her, bewildered. Could it be? Get lost. Gao Mu's mother seemed to anticipate her son's thoughts, playfully scolding him. Just now, your father and I accepted Shinwei as our godson. So he is now your true brother. Gao Mu was left utterly dumbfounded. Having arrived a mere few minutes late, I inexplicably found myself with an additional younger brother. You truly are remarkable. Gao Mu expressed his exasperation towards Shinwei, giving him a thumbs up. You are genuinely impressive. Shinwei remained silent, merely grinning with pride. The villa was indeed well furnished, yet regrettably devoid of any ingredients. Thus, the family had no choice but to dine out. This time, Shinwei exhibited wisdom by opting not to accompany them. They casually selected a hotel where the family indulged in a hearty meal. After dining, Gao Mu's mother suggested a shopping excursion. Gao Mu and Gao's father initially intended to decline, but upon witnessing the displeasure on Gao Mu's mother's face, they reluctantly acquiesced. Shenghua International, the finest shopping mall in Langyabei City. I want this one, and this one. Gao Mu's mother selected clothing as if the garments were free of cost. Old Fu, what brings you here? Just after Gao Mu finished choosing his clothes, a voice filled with surprise rang out. The three members of the Gao family turned towards the source of the sound, only to see a corpulent woman with a smug smile approaching. Who is she? Upon seeing the woman, Gao Mu immediately shifted into spectator mode. Why do I feel that she and my mother are at odds? That plump woman your mother often mentions. Gao's father wore a look of eager anticipation. Whispering to Gao Mu, they have known each other for nearly 30 years, yet their rivalry has never ceased since their acquaintance began. Both Gao's father and Gao Mu wished for peanuts, sunflower seeds, and drinks, as witnessing such a monumental clash was indeed a rare opportunity. Here it comes. The plump woman is about to strike. Gao's father said excitedly. If I recall correctly, her first move is, how did your son perform? Gao's father was indeed prescient. As the plump woman directly inquired Gao Mu's mother, how did your son fare on today as college entrance examination? I must tell you, my son did poorly. His literature score barely exceeded 700 points. Were it not for Qingbei University's relentless pursuit to admit him, he might not have considered such an institution. When it comes to boasting and subtle superiority, this woman is undoubtedly a master. My son, on the other hand, does not measure up. When it comes to subtle superiority, Gao Mu's mother was equally adept. She recounted how her son was expelled from school before the exams. To be fair, Gao Mu's mother's display of superiority slightly surpassed that of the plump woman. She skillfully employed the tactic of initial suppression followed by elevation. Perhaps due to his struggles in the humanities, he had no choice but to pursue martial arts. TSK. Gao Mu's mother lamented, what a pity. His talent in martial arts is rather mediocre. At over 20 years of age, he has only reached the golden one-star realm. Standing by and listening to the two women spar, Gao Mu wore a bewildered expression. He turned to his father and asked, how does she know I am at the golden one-star realm? The fact that Gao Mu had attained the golden one-star realm was known to very few. Apart from Gao Mu himself, it was mentioned by Lu Tianping. Gao's father waved his hand dismissively, expressing his impatience. Do not speak. Your words easily distract me. Gao Mu promptly chose to remain silent, eager to continue observing the spectacle. I cannot believe you. You must be exaggerating. Despite appearing as an ordinary person, the plump woman possessed a fair understanding of martial artists' realms. She had heard of the terror associated with a golden martial artist in their 20s. She could not fathom that the intelligent Gao Mu could achieve such a level at his age. I knew you would not believe me. Gao Mu's mother seemed to anticipate the plump woman's response, producing a glistening golden badge from her pocket and presenting it to her. The Extreme Dao Martial Arts Badge. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. What is happening? Gao Mu was utterly astonished. The Extreme Dao Martial Arts had such an item? As a martial artist, he was unaware that the Extreme Dao Martial Arts possessed such a thing. It was specially crafted for you by Lu Tianping. And it is even more authentic than the real thing, Gao's father said, suppressing a chuckle. It's fake. It must be fake, the plump woman asserted with disbelief. Absolutely genuine. Gao Mu's mother held the badge before the plump woman's eyes, pointing to the inscription at the bottom. Do you see those four characters? They read Extreme Dao Martial Arts. After witnessing the inscription, the plump woman was entirely convinced. After all, items produced by the Extreme Dao Martial Arts are not something anyone would dare to forge. Here comes the second move. At this moment, Gao's father became increasingly excited. Turning to Gao Mu, the plump woman is about to unleash her second strike. If I am not mistaken, her second move is the gifts from her son. Before Gao Mu could comprehend the situation, the plump woman waved her right wrist in front of Gao Mu's mother. The gleam from her gold watch nearly blinded Gao Mu's mother. My son understands my hardships. He just received a scholarship and gifted me this watch. I am not sure how much it is worth, but I believe his special scholarship amounts to several $100,000. This plump woman not only boasted about her watch, but also her son's substantial scholarship, which was of the highest distinction. Could Gao Mu's mother endure this? Naturally, she could not. With a perplexed expression, she glanced around and remarked with dissatisfaction, why is it so hot? Then, she reached into her bag. Chapter 40. Xiaoyu was left utterly stunned. The crimson property certificate sparkled under the light, appearing particularly glaring. Both Gao Mu and Gao's father were taken aback. Where did she acquire this? Indeed, they had purchased the villa, yet Gao Mu had not yet attended to the property certificate. Lu Tianping. Gao's father uttered the name once more. How did this man, a significant figure, become a mere tool? Gao Mu found it perplexing. My son insisted that our house is too small. To ensure that his father and I live comfortably, he bought us a villa. I told him not to spend this money, but he refused to listen. Gao Mu realized that his mother had taken boasting to the highest level. The plump woman, repeatedly humiliated by Gao Mu's mother, trembled with fury. However, being battle-hardened, she swiftly regained her composure. The third move, a final devastating strike, the girlfriend of her son. This monumental showdown reached its climactic conclusion. Having already secured 2 victories, Gao Mu's mother was not expected to triumph a third time. Gao Mu, what brings you here? As Gao Mu and his father braced themselves for the spectacle, Xiaoyu suddenly appeared. Today, Xiaoyu wore a light cream sweater that bared one shoulder, paired with shorts. Her long legs were adorned with knee-high, glossy white boots. Naturally beautiful, her ensemble elevated her allure significantly. What are you watching? Gao Mu pointed toward his mother and the plump woman, smilingly informing Xiaoyu. My mom is currently engaged in a competition. A competition? Xiaoyu became intrigued and took a seat beside Gao Mu, fully immersing herself in the drama. I say, Gao Mu, are you not going to introduce your father? Gao's father interjected. Only then did Gao Mu realize, and he casually introduced Xiaoyu. This is my dad. You can call him uncle. Uncle, hello? Xiaoyu greeted with a sweet smile. Good, good, good. Gao's father nodded vigorously, grinning. Gao Mu felt a peculiar unease and cast a bewildered glance at his father. What is the matter? Gao Fu, as if sensing the peculiarity in Gao Mu's gaze, inquired. How old are you now? Aren't you considering finding a girlfriend? Gao Mu chose to disregard his father's words and instead focused intently on the battlefield. My son's girlfriend. She is the epitome of beauty with fair skin, long legs, and comes from a well-off family. The last time she visited, she brought me a plethora of delightful gifts. The plump woman spoke with a sense of pride when mentioning her prospective daughter-in-law. On the other hand, Gao Mu's mother felt somewhat disheartened. Fully aware that her son was single, just as she was preparing to cast a reproachful glance at her son, she happened to notice Xiaoyu standing beside him. My son's girlfriend is unquestionably superior to your son's, Gao Mu's mother proclaimed, resembling a child who had just learned to argue as she pointed at Xiaoyu. Look at her. Is she not more impressive than your son's girlfriend? The plump woman turned her gaze towards Xiaoyu, wanting to assert her point, but realizing that Xiaoyu was indeed more remarkable, if not superior. What use is beauty? The plump woman quickly shifted her stance. A good family background is what truly matters. No sooner had she spoken than several well-dressed individuals approached Xiaoyu, observing the designer clothes they carried. The plump woman recognized her defeat, for the contents of those shopping bags were not only expensive, but comprised of top-tier luxury brands. Particularly, the handbag Xiaoyu was admiring was a super limited edition from this year. Wow, you bought so many clothes? Gao Mu exclaimed upon seeing the shopping bags held by Xiaoyu's bodyguard. This must add up to quite a sum. I didn't spend a dime. Xiaoyu replied. Gao Mu's expression morphed into one of confusion. This mall belongs to my family, so everything here is free for me. Goodness, Gao Mu thought to himself, gaining a newfound understanding of Xiaoyu's family wealth. Your family is quite affluent. It's all right, Xiaoyu responded with a casual smile. If you like, you can also shop for free. Gao Mu shrugged and smiled faintly. Where are you from, girl? After her victorious exchange, Gao Mu's mother wore an expression of utter satisfaction. She grasped Xiaoyu's hand, inquiring about her family. How many people are there at home? Do you have any siblings? How are your grandparents? Gao Mu's mother's warmth left Xiaoyu feeling somewhat overwhelmed, while Gao Mu remained silent, merely observing the unfolding scene. What are you staring at? Before Xiaoyu could respond, Gao Mu's mother turned and scolded her son. Can't you see the girl is thirsty? Don't you know to get her a cup of milk tea? Such a dense man. Gao Mu was taken aback. Never in his wildest dreams did he think he would be chastised by his own mother for being oblivious to a girl's needs. How can you still smile? Seeing Gao Fu chuckle on the side, Gao Mu's mother unleashed her full fury. He can't see she is thirsty. And you can't see that I am too? Gao Fu and Gao Mu quickly rose, hurrying towards a milk tea shop. Before leaving, Gao Mu shot Xiaoyu a look of good luck. Initially, Xiaoyu was puzzled by the expression, but after Gao Mu took an entire hour to return with milk tea, she finally realized the meaning behind it. Gao Mu's mother was indeed quite the conversationalist, effortlessly transitioning from poetry to life philosophies, discussing everything from ancient to modern times, and even delving into stocks and mutual funds. Xiaoyu prided herself on her extensive knowledge and experiences, yet even she found herself overwhelmed by Gao Mu's mother's chatter. How did it go? An hour later, Gao Mu returned with 2 cups of milk tea, casually dangling a straw. During that hour, he and his father had simply sat in the tea shop observing the girl. Your mother is quite the talker, Xiaoyu said with an awkward smile. Gao Mu struggled to suppress his laughter as he handed the cups to Gao Mu's mother and Xiaoyu. After taking a sip, Gao Mu's mother wished to continue her conversation with Xiaoyu. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyu directly pulled Gao Mu's arm and waved to Gao Mu's mother, Annie. Let us chat another time. Gao Mu and I have a reservation at a restaurant, and if we're late, they might cancel it. Outside the mall, seeing Xiaoyu's somewhat flustered demeanor, Gao Mu teased, My mom is impressive, isn't she? Impressive, Xiaoyu replied, her face reflecting surprise as she took a sip of her milk tea to regain her composure. What shall we eat? As dusk approached, signaling mealtime, Gao Mu felt it was his duty as a man to extend an invitation. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyu suggested, How about some Japanese cuisine? I know a nice place nearby. Gao Mu nodded in agreement. Chapter 41, The Birds Sing. Goodness, we have to wait in line. Gao Mu felt a slight tingle of apprehension at the sight of a crowd outside the Japanese restaurant. This was reputedly the best Japanese restaurant in their base city, said to be owned by descendants of the East Sea. Gao Mu could tell that Xiaoyu was eagerly anticipating this establishment. Descendants of the East Sea? Surely that's an exaggeration. The East Sea has long since become a sanctuary for beasts, he thought. Recalling that the East Sea was the first nation to fall after the cataclysm, surrounded as it was by countless deep-sea creatures. Whether or not the owner was indeed a descendant mattered little. What truly counted for someone like Xiaoyu was not the cuisine's quality, but rather the company. Since Xiaoyu had expressed her wish to dine there, Gao Mu could only wait outside. Xiaoyu, didn't I tell you not to dine out with others? Just after they received their queue number, a discontented voice came from behind them. Gao Mu couldn't be bothered to turn around. He leisurely sipped his drink while waiting. Brother. Xia Tian's sudden appearance disrupted Xiaoyu's previously pleasant mood. She looked at Xia Tian with a complex expression, taking a deep breath. I'm an adult now. It's my freedom with whom I choose to dine. Xiaoyu's defiance left Xia Tian feeling somewhat embarrassed. Must you be so uncouth in your demeanor? Gao Mu reluctantly put down his drink and calmly addressed the situation, using your sister as a bargaining chip. Don't you fear being scorned for such actions? Scorned? Why would anyone scorn me? Xia Tian retorted. Do you have any idea how much I sacrificed for this opportunity? Just to connect with young Master Shun, I spent several million. Gao Mu raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise on his face. He hadn't anticipated the connection with Shun Wei to be so valuable. You should have said so earlier, he replied to Xia Tian with a relaxed tone. If you give me that money, I can arrange for you to become sworn brothers with Shun Wei. He is practically my own brother now. After all, it wouldn't be an issue for his brother to accept a sworn brother, would it? Since you're a mere pauper, perhaps it's best not to boast. Gao Mu's mockery didn't provoke anger in Xia Tian. To her, getting upset with someone of such standing was merely self-deprecation. In our world, you're merely an insignificant ant. An ant boasting doesn't incite anger. Rather, it elicits laughter. Xia Tian's air of superiority was quite irksome. Yet Gao Mu had transformed significantly since then. He looked at Xia Tian with an amused expression and calmly shook his head. Are you trying to put on airs with me? You are simply fortunate enough to have been born into a decent family. If we were to switch places, your achievements would likely pale in comparison to mine. Those who utter such words are either driven mad by hunger or overwhelmed by poverty. Xia Tian scoffed at Gao Mu's remarks. Do you genuinely believe that individuals from backgrounds like ours are worthless? I received an admission letter from Tsinghua University and Peking University before even completing my second year of high school. In my freshman year, I was directly recommended for graduate studies, and during my sophomore year, I was recommended for a doctoral program. Now that I have graduated, I oversee a company with thousands of employees. You dare to claim that I would be inferior to you if I were to change my identity? Frankly speaking, aside from the company, Xia Tian's previous achievements are indeed remarkable. Such individuals are rightly regarded as geniuses, and it would be an understatement. However, in the presence of a prodigy like Gao Mu, this genius may seem somewhat inadequate. Do you know what my status is now? Gao Mu asked Xia Tian with a soft laugh. I do not know, nor do I wish to know, and I am certainly not interested in knowing, Xia Tian replied, reaching for Xiaoyu. But I am aware that if you dare to harass my sister again, I will ensure you spend the rest of your life confined to a wheelchair. Are you trying to intimidate me? Gao Mu was indeed unafraid of threats. I am not trying to intimidate you. I am merely stating a fact. After grabbing Xiaoyu, Xia Tian turned to leave. Gao Mu stood up, but made no attempt to pursue. He was blocked by several of Xia Tian's bodyguards. Sigh. These bodyguards are merely ordinary people. Gao Mu said with a slight sigh. Do you truly believe you can stop me? Without even lifting a finger, he effortlessly pushed aside the bodyguards with his sheer physicality. Feeling the commotion behind him, Xia Tian turned around to witness a scene that astonished him. While he was surprised, he felt no panic within. Do you need my assistance? Gao Mu asked Xiaoyu in a relaxed tone. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, looking at Gao Mu with pleading eyes, and said, I want to eat sushi. If you treat me, I will help you. Gao Mu and Xiaoyu chatted as if the world around them had faded away, igniting a flicker of anger within Xia Tian. All right, Xiaoyu nodded. Seeing Xiaoyu agree, Gao Mu approached Xia Tian and said, if you wish to avoid injury, I advise you to let her go. His tone was calm, devoid of any hostility. Today, I find it hard to believe that you would dare to lay a hand on me, in broad daylight, and especially in the base city. Xia Tian did not believe Gao Mu would act against him. Should I hit him? Gao Mu sought Xiaoyu's opinion. Xiaoyu pondered briefly before shaking her head. Despite Xia Tian's many faults, he was still her brother. Xiaoyu could not allow Gao Mu to strike her own brother, at least not openly. Very well. Seeing Xiaoyu shake her head, Gao Mu replied, I won't hit you, but I will kick you. Gao Mu adjusted his strength to 1% and delivered a kick directly to Xia Tian's groin. There was a sharp sound. Gao Mu could almost hear the lament of a bird. Xia Tian immediately released Xiaoyu's hand, clutching his groin in agony. You are too ruthless. Xiaoyu covered her mouth, incredulous that Gao Mu would do such a thing. Had she not seen her smiling eyes, perhaps he would have shared her disbelief. What happened? What is going on? Moments after Xia Tian fell, a voice rang out. The crowd parted as several uniformed individuals made their way through to where Gao Mu and the others stood. Fighting, are we? One of them frowned upon seeing Xia Tian on the ground. You have quite the audacity to fight in the base city. As he spoke, he directed his gaze toward Gao Mu. Did you strike first? The uniformed man's expression was stern, resembling a strict enforcer of the law. Gao Mu nodded, admitting he had struck first. Then you shall be taken away. Upon Gao Mu's admission, the lead officer gestured, indicating for him to come along for questioning. Chapter 42, The Enforcers. It is true that I struck first, but the fault does not lie with me, Gao Mu stated to the leader. This is not my responsibility. The leader waved his hand dismissively, his attitude unyielding. According to the regulations of the base city, you must accompany us for questioning. Of course, if you refuse or resist, we are prepared to employ less peaceful means. Gao Mu's lack of cooperation did not surprise the leader, having been an enforcer for years. He had encountered all types of individuals. If you comply, they would simply escort him away. If you resist, they would not hesitate to use force. After all, they were all martial artists. The enforcers displayed eager anticipation in their expressions. Should Gao Mu express further defiance, they would descend upon him en masse, capturing him without hesitation. It is not that I refuse to cooperate. Gao Mu wished to avoid conflict with the enforcers, yet he did not want to be taken away. Let me make a call, Gao Mu suggested, pulling out his phone to dial Shin Chongxin, hoping he could resolve his predicament. However, the enforcers had no intention of allowing Gao Mu to make a call. The lead officer stepped forward and snatched the phone from Gao Mu's hand. I advise you to behave yourself. After seizing Gao Mu's phone, the enforcer smashed it to the ground and issued a stern warning. At this moment, calling anyone would be futile. The enforcer's brutality and savagery caused Gao Mu's brow to furrow. Xia Tian, now standing, pointed at Gao Mu and shouted to the enforcers, "You must ensure that this guy faces justice." Enough. The lead enforcer waved his hand dismissively, his tone rather perfunctory. We will handle this fairly. My sister's boyfriend is Shun Wei. To ensure that the enforcers took him seriously, Xia Tian boldly proclaimed Shun Wei's name. Unlike the surrounding bystanders, they were well aware of who Shun Wei was. If Xia Tian's sister was Shun Wei's girlfriend, then Xia Tian was Shun Wei's brother-in-law. By this logic, Xia Tian was effectively part of Shun Chongxin's family. The enforcer's leader was one of Shun Wei's subordinates. Goodness, why didn't you mention this sooner? The lead enforcer rushed to Xia Tian's side, supporting him. Since you are Shun Xiao's brother-in-law, we are brothers now. Brothers. The lead enforcer, adept at navigating circumstances, waved his hand grandly. Capture that kid. The enforcers could hardly contain themselves. At the command of their leader, they surged toward Gao Mu. I do not wish to engage in combat with you. Fighting the enforcers in the base city is not a wise choice. You are no match for us. So I suggest you surrender. They had been idle for months, and now they were eager for a good workout. Do not compete with me. I intend to make this kid suffer a bit. Their eyes were bloodshot, gazing at Gao Mu as though they were hungry wolves ready to devour him. Realizing this, Gao Mu understood that a peaceful resolution to this situation was utterly impossible. Given the circumstances, he decided to unleash his full potential. As the enforcers closed in on him, Gao Mu bellowed, "Get lost." Though he did not possess the roar of a lion, the enforcers were still rendered momentarily paralyzed by fear. Do you have an abundance of time? The lead enforcer expressed his dissatisfaction upon noticing his subordinate's hesitation. I'm quite famished. Let us swiftly deal with him so we can return to our meal. The enforcers regained their composure and resumed their movements. If you are so eager for death, I shall oblige. Gao Mu bellowed as he swung his fist. Although these enforcers were martial artists, they were predominantly of the black iron rank. In the presence of Gao Mu, a golden one-star martial artist, they were akin to children. One punch each, and in the blink of an eye, they were all sprawled on the ground, groaning softly. The lead enforcer, witnessing this scene, felt not fear but a surge of anger. Gao Mu's actions were clearly a challenge to their authority as enforcers. You are doomed, the lead enforcer shouted fiercely. Today, even if the King of Heaven were to arrive, he could not save you. As he spoke, he pressed down on his walkie-talkie. Upon hearing that someone had assaulted an enforcer, chaos erupted within their ranks. Did this individual seek death by daring to strike an enforcer? Brother, wait for us. We are on our way to arm ourselves. Hold on a moment. Not far from a sushi restaurant, Shun Wei was dining with a middle-aged man who appeared eager to curry favor with him. Young Master Shin, someone is bullying your uncle. Shall we go take a look? The middle-aged man suddenly proposed mid-meal. Uncle? Shin Wei paused momentarily, then chuckled derisively. I don't even have a girlfriend, let alone an uncle. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something was amiss. He quickly rose, a look of anxiety on his face, and asked the middle-aged man, "What is my uncle's surname?" The man pondered briefly before replying, "I believe it's Xia." Shin Wei slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Damn it, trouble is brewing. Shin Wei was not a fool. His mind worked rapidly. If he was not mistaken, the one who had assaulted his uncle was most likely Gao Mu. What's wrong? The middle-aged man chuckled at Shun Wei's sudden rise and apparent distress. Our men are already on their way. Taking down one person is hardly a challenge. Do you even understand? Shin Wei cursed, disregarding his status. The one who struck my uncle is a golden martial artist. Do your men possess any golden martial artists? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man widened his eyes. A golden martial artist? You must be joking. He was well aware of the capabilities of his subordinates. Though they appeared formidable, they were nothing compared to a golden martial artist. A golden martial artist at 18? You better weigh your options. Shenwei had long lost his appetite, grabbing his clothes and sprinting toward the restaurant exit. It was only after Shenwei had left that the middle-aged man came to his senses, feeling a cold sweat drenching his back. Everyone, do not engage. Wait for me to arrive. The enforcers who had been closing in on Gao Mu halted at this command. Chapter 43. This is my brother. Observing the enforcers come to a standstill, Xia Tian shouted frantically, "What's the matter? Why has everyone stopped?" The initial lead enforcer smiled and explained to Xia Tian. "Our boss is coming. This kid is as good as dead." "Brother." Xia Yu expressed her concern upon hearing this. "Shouldn't we? You'd best remain silent." Xia Tian shot her a glare and warned softly. "If he dares to harm our Xia family, I will ensure he pays dearly." Xia Yu wished to say something to assist Gao Mu, but she found herself powerless to act. "What on earth are you all doing?" The first to arrive was Shenwei. Upon seeing the enforcers encircle him, he shouted, "Get out of the way." Some among the enforcers had encountered Shenwei before, recognizing the young master. They quickly parted to allow him passage. "Young Master Shun, you've arrived." Xia Tian approached Shenwei, ingratiating himself like a sycophant. He pointed at Gao Mu, saying, "He looks down on you." Slap. Before Xia Tian could finish his sentence, Shenwei struck him. Xia Tian clutched his face, bewildered by Shenwei's unexpected aggression. "This is my brother." Shenwei's declaration left Xia Tian stunned. Not only Xia Tian, but even the enforcers were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the person they had surrounded was the brother of young Master Shun. Yet, they felt fortunate that they had refrained from attacking Gao Mu. "What is happening?" Xia Yu asked, her expression filled with confusion. Shenwei, disinterested in explanations, waved his hand at the enforcers, saying, "You may leave." The enforcers exchanged glances. Caught in a dilemma, the most distressed among them was the original lead enforcer. Shenwei's proclamation, "This is my brother," struck him like a bolt from the blue. What was going on? He had intended to kill someone, to eliminate Xia Tian. Everyone disperse. The ultimate leader of the enforcers had arrived. The middle-aged man, walking with a somewhat unsteady gait, addressed the enforcers. "No one is at fault for today's events." Upon hearing this, the enforcers collectively sighed in relief. As they departed, Shenwei's gaze turned icy as he regarded Xia Tian, awaiting an explanation. "There has been a misunderstanding," Xia Tian lamented internally. However, Shenwei was far from satisfied with this explanation. "Brother," he turned to Gao Mu and inquired warmly, "how should we resolve this matter?" Shenwei's words sent a shiver down Xia Tian's spine. "Forget it," Gao Mu relented, not wishing to make things difficult for Xia Tian out of consideration for Xia Yu. Upon hearing Gao Mu's words, Xia Tian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. "Is that all?" Shenwei was perplexed by Gao Mu's leniency. Were it him, he would have ensured Xia Tian faced consequences. "If an ant bites you, what would you do?" Gao Mu posed a profoundly philosophical question to Shenwei. After a moment's hesitation, Shenwei replied, "I would crush it." "Incorrect." Gao Mu chuckled softly, shaking his head. "If an ant bites you, you wouldn't even notice. Today's incident is inconsequential to me. Must I truly extinguish his life?" Gao Mu's words plunged Shenwei into contemplation. "Do you mean to say he is unworthy of your punishment?" This was the conclusion Shenwei arrived at after reflection. Noticing the rapidity of Shenwei's thought process, Gao Mu nodded in affirmation. Xia Tian departed, his heart filled with a tumultuous mix of emotions. The person he had sought to ingratiate himself with had become a subordinate to someone he had held in disdain. Conversely, the one he had scorned had not regarded him with any significance. Xia Yu's emotions were equally complex. She had initially believed that Gao Mu, who failed to gain university admission, would lead an unremarkable life. Yet, witnessing his actions today, she realized how mistaken she had been. "Shall we dine together?" Shenwei inquired with a smile directed at Gao Mu. Just as Gao Mu was about to nod in agreement, his phone rang. Upon answering, a serious and anxious voice echoed from the other end. "A grave situation has arisen. You must come to the central office immediately." "What has happened?" Shenwei observed the solemn expression on Gao Mu's face and inquired, "Has something occurred?" Gao Mu, slightly perplexed, nodded and replied, "Your father called, stating that a significant incident has transpired. We shall forego our meal. I must head to the central office immediately." At the central office, within the city's defense office, three prominent figures, Lu Tianping, Shen Chengxin, and Niu Ming, sat gravely around a table. Before them lay a collection of photographs, numbering in the dozens. Niu Ming furrowed his brow and was the first to speak. "Who is this operation targeting?" Lu Tianping shook his head, his eyes betraying confusion. "I am uncertain. Yet I have an unsettling feeling that it pertains to Gao Mu." "News has arrived," Shen Chengxin announced, his gaze fixed on his phone. "The capital base has reported that these dozen or so golden warriors are all connected to the Rising Sun Martial Arts School. Furthermore, it appears that Chun Shiri's son met his demise in our base city not long ago. Chun Shiri has discovered that this incident bears a significant relation to Gao Mu." Upon hearing that Gao Mu was involved, Niu Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. "He is not affiliated with our martial arts school. So does this mean I am exempt from participation?" Niu Ming's expression was one of schadenfreude, which irked Shen Chengxin. "Your perspective is rather narrow," Lu Tianping interjected, a hint of teasing in his tone. "If you assist Gao Mu this time, Do you not ponder whether he might extend his help to you in the future? This remark struck a chord with Nioming. He was well aware of Gao Mu's trajectory and the boundless potential that lay ahead. For individuals of such caliber, one must either extinguish their flame before it ignites or cultivate goodwill when they are in need. Typically, either choice is sound. However, failing to eliminate the threat before it burgeons would lead to formidable retribution from those who oppose him once he rises. What if I choose to remain neutral? The Zhangqiong Martial Arts School wished neither to forge an alliance with Gao Mu nor extinguish his potential. In such circumstances, their optimal choice would be to adopt the role of an observer. Then you may depart. Each of them, as influential figures, approached dilemmas with a distinctive mindset. Any decision they made would reflect the might of their respective factions. Until we meet again, Nioming stated without hesitation, rising to leave. Outside the office, Gao Mu and Nioming crossed paths. They exchanged a mere glance, devoid of any verbal exchange. Chapter 44. The Shadow Wind Wolf seated in Nioming's former position. Gao Mu fell into contemplation. It was confirmed, these individuals had come because of him. He reconfirmed this thought. Shen Chongxin nodded, affirming, it is 100% certain. The information originated from the capital headquarters. After a moment of reflection, Gao Mu asked, could you assist me with a favor? His companions presumed he sought their help in eliminating these adversaries. Please take care of my parents. As a martial artist and a man, Gao Mu understood that he must confront this matter himself. Had it not been for his concern for his parents, he would not have asked for their aid. Rest assured, Shen Chongxin replied, momentarily taken aback, then smiled. From this day forth, I will clear the 2 villas adjacent to your parents' residence, allowing our golden warriors to take up residence there. During the day, we will keep a vigilant watch on the area, and at night, warriors will patrol. Shen Chongxin's assurance eased Gao Mu's mind. And you? Lu Tianping inquired. Gao Mu smiled enigmatically. I must leave the city. Absolutely not. Shen Chongxin interjected vehemently, cutting him off. You cannot venture outside the city. It would be tantamount to courting death. There are over a dozen golden warriors here, several of whom are at the 9-star level. You are indeed formidable, but you are no match for these adversaries. Gao Mu was taken aback by Shen Chongxin's fervent reaction. Whether it stemmed from a desire to protect his own interests or genuine concern for Gao Mu, his intensity moved Gao Mu. If they dare to come, I will ensure they do not return, Gao Mu declared, rising with a commanding presence. Shen Chongxin wished to protest further, yet Lu Tianping's glance silenced him. After voicing his intent, Gao Mu departed. Why would you permit him to leave the base city? Shen Chongxin believed that only within the city could Gao Mu receive the utmost protection. You can safeguard him for a moment, but can you ensure his safety for a lifetime? Lu Tianping countered, gazing at Shen Chongxin. He possesses the innate talent to annihilate all in his path. Yet such talent remains a mere jest until it is realized. While martial cultivation is essential, the most crucial aspect is the battle between life and death. Only through such confrontations can he achieve rapid advancement. Does Shen Chongxin not grasp this? His failure to recognize it lies simply in a difference in perspective. Upon exiting the central office, Gao Mu made his way directly home. Finding his parents still awake, he engaged them in conversation. When he advised them not to venture out, his mother and father nodded in agreement without inquiring about the reason, likely due to the lingering shadows cast by previous events. After a brief exchange, Gao Mu retreated to his room to rest. The following morning, fully equipped, Gao Mu departed the base city. Shortly after he left, the group of golden warriors made their move. 10 of them followed closely in Gao Mu's wake, while the remaining few remained behind to surveil his parents. Gao Mu was resolute in his departure from the base city, driven not only by the desire to disperse the threat, but also to hasten to the municipal hall in Huanyu City for a crucial sign-in. As he had yet to secure this location, once outside the base city, Gao Mu hastened towards Huanyu City, with the shadow step technique fully engaged. His speed was beyond the reach of ordinary golden warriors. The distance between the two cities was considerable, and it took him several hours to arrive at Huanyu City. After a brief respite on the outskirts of Huanyu City, he commenced his stealthy approach. What is happening? After managing to stealthily navigate to the vicinity of the municipal hall, Gao Mu was taken aback by the sight before him. A sizable plaza lay before the hall, occupied by a dozen massive beasts. The intel relayed by his glasses indicated that these creatures were all at the 9th-star level. Even employing the totality secret, it was uncertain whether he could contend with such a multitude of beasts. Gao Mu assessed the situation, feeling an overwhelming headache. If he attempted to advance, he would surely be detected by the beasts. Yet, if he refrained from proceeding, the pursuing group would prove equally troublesome. As he hesitated, the sound of combat erupted from behind him. He realized that the group was closing in rapidly. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Gao Mu gritted his teeth, brandishing his frostflower sword and charging forward. Totality secret. His power surged tenfold in an instant. Green lotus sword technique. The green lotus gathered and dispersed, and frost flowers danced. In the blink of an eye, he felled one of the golden 9th-star beasts. Roar, roar, roar. The other beasts, now aware of Gao Mu's presence, emitted furious roars. After vanquishing a golden 9-star beast, Gao Mu did not pause. He stepped forward, the frost flower sword dancing in his grasp. In the blink of an eye, several more golden 9-star beasts fell to his blade. At this moment, Gao Mu had already dispatched numerous golden beasts, embodying an invincible war god, rendering these formidable creatures akin to mere paper in his presence. Carving a bloody path, he directly entered the town hall. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained, 100 black gold fruits. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to Longjing City to sign in. Just as Gao Mu completed his sign-in, he sensed something amiss. The dilapidated town hall was eerily silent. Moreover, the once ferocious beasts outside dared not venture into the precincts of the hall. A realization flickered in Gao Mu's mind. But at that moment, a shadow suddenly hurtled toward him. He activated the shadow step to evade. The shadow narrowly missed him. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift. As he regained his composure, he glanced toward the direction where the shadow landed. It was a wolf-shaped beast, its fur a silvery gray hue. Unlike the towering creatures outside, this wolf was no larger than an ordinary wolf. However, the aura radiating from it sent chills down Gao Mu's spine. Kanjiing Wind Wolf. Its size resembled that of a common wolf, yet its speed was astonishing. In its juvenile phase, it possessed the strength of a diamond 1 star. Upon maturity, it could reach diamond 3 stars. The best way to gauge its power was by observing its tail. 1 tail for diamond 1 star, 2 tails for diamond 2 stars, and so forth. Following the prompt, Gao Mu looked at its tail. For tails, what a predicament. Gao Mu contemplated fleeing. This Kanjiing Wind Wolf boasted a strength of diamond 4 stars. Even if he activated the Jieji secret, he might not be its match. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes gleamed with determination. Chapter 45, Breakthrough. He promptly retrieved the black gold fruits he had just acquired from the system. Gazing at the fruit, which shimmered with a golden black hue, he hesitated momentarily before tossing one into his mouth. Like other exotic fruits, the black gold fruit melted upon entry. However, unlike the others, it bore a rusty flavor. The taste was unimpressive, yet the effect caused Gao Mu's eyes to widen in astonishment. Such a significant enhancement, though he lacked precise figures. He could unmistakably sense that the black gold fruit had granted him a remarkable boost. His aspirations were modest. He only wished to elevate to golden 5 stars. The Kanjiing Wind Wolf, being a diamond 4-star beast, would be no match for him if he could attain golden 5 stars, especially when combined with the Jieji secret. The Kanjiing Wind Wolf bared its fangs at Gao Mu, but refrained from launching another assault. Seizing the moment, Gao Mu tossed several more black gold fruits into his mouth. Observing the system interface, he muttered to himself, still not enough. Sensing Gao Mu's growing strength, the Kanjiing Wind Wolf regarded him warily before lunging once more. Shadow Step. The Kanjiing Wind Wolf was incredibly swift. Even with his Shadow Step fully activated, Gao Mu barely evaded its attack. After dodging once, he hastily consumed a few more black gold fruits. After several successful evasions, he had ingested all the black gold fruits. System. Gao Mu felt a substantial increase in his power, yet he was unclear about his current exact realm. Thus, he had to summon the system to assess his status. Divine Sign-In System. Host, Gao Mu. Strength, 500,000 kg. Realm, Golden 5 stars. Skills, Thunder Fist, Mastered. Shadow Step, Mastered. Qinglian Sword Technique, Mastered. Jieji Secret, Mastered. Indestructible Divine Skill, Mastered. Sign-in locations available, Longjing City. The black gold fruits did not disappoint. Having consumed all 100, his strength had indeed ascended to golden 5 stars. With this newfound power, Gao Mu was now capable of contending with the Kanjiing Wind Wolf. Jieji Secret. Upon activation, Gao Mu's cultivation surged to diamond 5 stars. At that moment, the Kanjiing Wind Wolf once again charged at him. However, this time, he did not choose to evade but instead met its advance head-on. Wielding the Frost Flower Sword. Qinglian Sword Technique. The essence of the Qinglian surged forth, the sword intent fluctuating. Though the Kanjiing Wind Wolf was formidable, it was no longer a match for Gao Mu. In a state of multiple skill enhancements, Gao Mu's combat prowess soared. After several exchanges, the Kanjiing Wind Wolf was left battered and bruised. Just as Gao Mu prepared to deliver the final blow, the group pursuing him entered the town hall. We hit the jackpot. That's a 4-tailed Kanjiing Wind Wolf. Goodness, they've both sustained heavy injuries. We're about to reap the rewards. Fortune is such that when it arrives, it cannot be hindered. A bounty worth 10 million for a single head, coupled with the 4-tailed Kanjiing Wind Wolf. This time, our efforts will not be in vain. The pursuing group naively believed that Gao Mu and the Kanjiing Wind Wolf were now theirs for the taking. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that the so-called mutual destruction was merely a figment of their imagination. Roar. Just as they prepared to claim their spoils, the Kanjiing Wind Wolf suddenly let out a howl. Everyone turned to observe. Its eyes glowed crimson, its body trembling. This is bad. Someone seemed to realize something. Shouting in terror, the Kanjiing Wind Wolf is about to break through. As the words left his mouth, a collective dread washed over the crowd as they noticed a new tail slowly growing behind the Kanjiing Wind Wolf. Diamond 5 stars. Gao Mu was taken aback. He had not anticipated the Kanjiing Wind Wolf would break through at this moment. This is troublesome. he muttered under his breath. The reason he had been able to overpower the Kanjing Wind Wolf was largely due to the Jieji secret granting him an additional star. But now that the Kanjing Wind Wolf had ascended, they stood on equal ground. Despite its injuries, it did not signify a lack of combat ability. Retreat. The golden martial artist who had been chasing Gao Mu sensed the impending danger and prepared to withdraw. Easier said than done. Escaping was no simple task. The Kanjing Wind Wolf leaped forth, blocking their path to safety. Gao Mu stood in a corner, ready to observe as a spectator. Though there were indeed golden 9 stars among them, in the presence of the Kanjing Wind Wolf, these so-called strong individuals were akin to paper. With a single swipe, the Kanjing Wind Wolf dispatched the golden warriors effortlessly. As he gazed upon the fallen bodies, Gao Mu's expression remained unchanged, his heart devoid of any tumult. Such is the world of adults. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. After eliminating them, the Kanjing Wind Wolf turned its gaze toward Gao Mu. It did not speak, yet its eyes conveyed a message. Our battle is about to commence. Gao Mu brandished the Frostflower sword, dispensing with any further words as he charged toward the Kanjing Wind Wolf. In response, the Kanjing Wind Wolf propelled itself forward to meet him. Gao Mu discovered that the recently evolved Kanjing Wind Wolf had significantly enhanced its speed, defense, and attack capabilities. The sword strike that once pierced its skin was now rendered ineffective. Your timing for this breakthrough is quite fortuitous, he mused. Had it delayed its evolution by just a few minutes longer, it might have already succumbed to his blade. With a low growl, the wolf seemed to respond to Gao Mu. He smiled faintly, saying, "Even if our strengths are now on par, you remain no match for me." It is essential to note that in a confrontation between extraordinary beasts and humans of the same realm and star level, it often takes 5 or 6 humans to contend with a single extraordinary beast. Gao Mu's audacity stemmed from his possession of a magical artifact. Previously, during the hunt for a diamond-horned rhinoceros, he had exhausted all the ammunition for his armor-piercing tranquilizer gun. While in the base city, he sought to replenish his bullets, but found none in various shops. By chance, he placed the tranquilizer gun alongside its core, only to be pleasantly surprised to discover the core was absorbed by the gun. Even more astonishingly, the gun was fully reloaded after the absorption. This revelation felt like the opening of a new world for Gao Mu, for the tranquilizer gun was akin to a divine weapon in his current state. As the Kanjing Wind Wolf lunged at him once more, Gao Mu swiftly raised his weapon and fired. The wolf, displaying remarkable agility, altered its trajectory mid-air and deftly evaded the bullet. It seems Teacher Nyo's coffin lid may not hold much longer. Chapter 46. The Extraordinary Tree. This astonishing maneuver sent shivers down Gao Mu's spine. However, once the initial shock passed, the battle persisted. The Kanjing Wind Wolf, closing in on Gao Mu, brandished its razor-sharp claws, aiming for his chest. Indestructible diamond body. Gao Mu activated his strongest defensive skill while evading the wolf's attack. This was not born of cowardice, but rather a cautious approach. After narrowly dodging the wolf's claws, Gao Mu counterattacked with the Qinglian sword technique. With each strike, he forced the wolf to retreat further. Seizing the opportunity, he fired another shot. Taken by surprise, the wolf was hit. Its body began to sway uncontrollably, indicating that the tranquilizer was taking effect. To expedite the drug's circulation within the beast's body, Gao Mu continued to wield the Frostflower sword in a flurry of attacks. Initially, the wolf managed to evade his strikes, but as time progressed, the effects of the tranquilizer spread throughout its body, causing it to stagger even more. The previously dodged Frostflower sword could no longer be avoided. Gao Mu intensified his assault. Minutes later, the Kanjing Wind Wolf collapsed to the ground. Sheathing the Frostflower sword, Gao Mu chuckled, "You are hardly a match for me." He then crouched down to ascertain whether the wolf was truly dead. Upon confirming its lifelessness, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the reward for his quest was an extraordinary fruit. Otherwise, he might not have triumphed. Seated on the ground, Gao Mu began to restore his stamina. Once fully rejuvenated, he rose to collect the wolf's remains. In mere minutes, he had expertly dismembered the creature. Just as he was about to leave, he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss deep within the town hall. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured toward the inner sanctum, navigating through the ruins and crumbled walls. He unexpectedly arrived at a garden. Most of the flora had wilted, save for a singular grand tree, its lush foliage vibrant and verdant. Could it be an extraordinary fruit? He pondered. The resurgence of spiritual energy not only facilitated the evolution of beasts, but also granted new opportunities to plants. Just as Gao Mu prepared to investigate further, he noticed something unsettling. Surrounding the flourishing tree were countless skeletal remains. A realization struck him. The evolutionary paths of plants differed from those of extraordinary beasts. Plants had 2 avenues for evolution. The first path involved the development of extraordinary fruits, resulting in flora devoid of any combat capabilities. The second, rarer path led to combat-oriented plants, which boasted formidable strength, often surpassing that of equally ranked extraordinary beasts. If Gao Mu's intuition was correct, the tree before him had taken the combat evolution route. Retreat, he thought, considering the wisdom of withdrawal. Yet, He hesitated at the critical moment. What if I were to slay it? While these combat-oriented trees possessed great strength, they also harbored immense treasures. Their branches were as resilient as stone, making them ideal for weapon crafting, ensuring that the resulting armaments would be not only sharp, but also incredibly durable. The Frostflower Sword, though effective for Gao Mu now, would eventually be outclassed as his prowess grew. With the elevation in weapon quality came an increase in value. The tree towered over him, sturdy and abundant with branches. It could yield dozens of weapons. The mere thought of crafting dozens of diamond-grade weapons thrilled him. With determination, Gao Mu charged forward, sword in hand. Sensing his hostility, the tree quickly retaliated, launching its leaves like flying daggers toward him. Despite the protection of his golden body and the secret technique, Gao Mu sustained numerous cuts from the barrage of leaves. This was the first time he had suffered such a setback since acquiring the system, leaving him in a foul mood. The silver lining, however, was that while the tree's offensive power was formidable, its defensive capabilities were remarkably weak. Perhaps it had not fully matured, as it relied solely on leaf attacks. Once Gao Mu approached, the tree ceased its assault. Drawing near, he thrust his sword into its roots. With each extraction of the Frostflower Sword, the tree visibly trembled. He could feel its vitality waning. Another thrust, and blood gushed forth from the earth like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. After a few more strikes, the tree's life force had completely extinguished. Recognizing its demise, Gao Mu executed a reverse pull, uprooting the entire tree from the ground. I've struck gold, he thought, his eyes gleaming with visions of wealth. With the tree hoisted upon his shoulders, he began his trek back toward the base city. However, the burden slowed his pace considerably. Several hours later, he remained far from the city. Given his usual speed, he would have been back by now. As darkness enveloped the sky, Gao Mu set the tree down to rest. This tree must be an extraordinary species, he mused. As Gao Mu settled into his seat, a voice resonated from a short distance away. He observed several individuals approaching him with expressions of mirth. The term exotic tree serves as an alternative designation for combat-oriented flora. What do you intend to do? Gao Mu's eyes narrowed, filled with vigilance. In the wilderness, peril emanates not only from aberrant beasts, but also from other humans. That exotic tree of yours is rather impressive. Sell it to us, and we shall offer you a most reasonable price, one of the group proposed. This individual was tall and robust, wielding a large blade on his back. How much? If they genuinely offered a fair price, Gao Mu would not mind parting with it. What about this sum? The man extended 5 fingers. 500 million? That is acceptable. This price could indeed be deemed reasonable. However, upon hearing Gao Mu's figure of 500 million, the burly man shook his head, declaring, 5 million. Good heavens, robbing a bank isn't this lucrative. Gao Mu was well aware of the value of the exotic tree. The man's offer effectively devalued it by a staggering 100 times. It's certainly more profitable than bank robbery, the brawny man remarked nonchalantly. You may choose to sell it to us for 5 million, or you may opt not to sell. Chapter 47. Robbing a bank isn't profitable. Gao Mu recognized that the man had not finished his statement, so he remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. However, should you refuse to sell, we shall resort to outright theft. The man exuded confidence regarding their ability to commit such an act. Their group consisted of 5 or 6 individuals. Assuming Gao Mu's capabilities were on par with theirs, they felt assured in their ability to overpower him. Then come at me. Gao Mu took a stance, preparing to engage in combat with the brawny men. Unfazed, the group drew their weapons, ready for battle. Brothers, it has been ages since I last took a life. Allow me to deliver the final blow. Who strikes doesn't matter. What is essential is how we divide the exotic tree afterwards. Let us discuss that matter once we've eliminated him. In the eyes of the brawny group, Gao Mu was already a dead man, and the exotic tree was already theirs for the taking. Secret art of the divine word. Indestructible diamond technique. Gao Mu's combat prowess surged tenfold in an instant. From the very outset, the battle exhibited a one-sided nature. Gao Mu was terrifyingly formidable. In merely a minute, he had dispatched 2 of the brawny men. The once confident group, who had dismissed Gao Mu as inconsequential, was now struck with astonishment. It dawned upon them that they had provoked someone they should not have. Recognizing the impending doom, the burly man decisively knelt before Gao Mu, fervently bowing his head. The remaining members, being pragmatic, followed suit, kneeling and beseeching for mercy. We understand our folly. We should not have provoked you. Please spare us. We are fools. We acknowledge our mistakes. You possess great magnanimity. Let us off lightly. The terror of death stripped them of their prior arrogance. Gao Mu remained silent, observing them with interest. Their fates had been sealed the moment they initiated their attack. As they continued to plead for mercy, Gao Mu took pleasure in their desperation before he swung his Frostflower Sword. The blade flashed, and the brawny men collapsed into a pool of blood. Gao Mu rifled through their bags, searching for spoils. Beggars. However, after his search, he discovered that their bags contained no valuables. Bah! He hoisted the exotic tree onto his shoulder, preparing to find a more secure resting place. The night passed in tranquility. At dawn, Gao Mu resumed his journey towards the base city. Upon nearing the city, He detected a signal on his phone and promptly contacted Shin Chongshin. When informed of Gao Mu's acquisition of an exotic tree, Shin Chongshin's smile stretched wide, nearly reaching his ears. I shall head to the outer city with a team immediately. After confirming Gao Mu's entry point, Shin Chongshin instructed his logistics department without question. They readily dispatched a massive truck to Shin Chongshin's central office area. Once aboard, the truck made its way to the western city gate. As the truck arrived, Gao Mu entered the city. Observing the exotic tree slung over Gao Mu's shoulder, Shin Chongshin immediately inquired, "Brother Gao Mu, what price are you asking?" Shin Chongshin was astute. He was not naive enough to believe he could obtain the exotic tree without compensation. "Craft me a sword, and the remainder at market price." Gao Mu replied candidly. Shin Chongshin did not hesitate to agree. "No problem. Exotic trees are rare treasures, and while Gao Mu's specimen may not be the finest, it was still a remarkable find. Please assist me in processing these as well." Gao Mu then produced the hide and bones of the Kanjiing wind wolf. "Impossible." Shin Chongshin's eyes widened upon seeing the Kanjiing wind wolf's hide, noting its 5 tails. This indicated it was a diamond 5-star beast. For a moment, Shin Chongshin felt parched. After swallowing hard, he asked Gao Mu with difficulty, "Did you hunt this?" Gao Mu had no intention of concealing the truth. He spoke mysteriously. "Just keep this to yourself. Please don't disclose it to anyone else." Upon Gao Mu's confirmation, Shin Chongshin felt his heart racing. If the 18-year-old golden warrior astounded him, then the knowledge that Gao Mu had slain a diamond 5-star beast filled him with dread. He had anticipated that Gao Mu would one day surpass him, but now it seemed that in the years to come, he might not even catch a glimpse of Gao Mu's shadow. Let us keep today's events under wraps. Alongside his astonishment, Shin Chongshin felt a tinge of fear. His apprehension stemmed from the potential for organizations or factions to attempt to eliminate Gao Mu should this information become public. After all, there were precedents for such actions. "I shall take my leave." After bidding farewell to Shin Chongshin, Gao Mu returned to his villa. The ensuing days were filled with unbridled delight for Gao Mu. He would indulge in hearty meals, lounge in bed playing on his phone, and venture out for leisure when boredom struck. "Brother Gao Mu, do you have some time lately? There is something I wish to discuss," Shin Chongshin said over the phone, his tone laden with difficulty. "What is it?" Gao Mu inquired with curiosity. Well, Shin Chongshin hesitated for quite some time, failing to articulate his thoughts. "We're all friends here. Just speak plainly." Gao Mu sensed that Shin Chongshin seemed different today. After a moment's hesitation, Shin Chongshin took a deep breath and asked, "Could you possibly lower the price of your exotic tree?" Gao Mu, generous as ever, replied, "What price do you have in mind?" If the price was reasonable, he wouldn't mind offering a discount. 100 million. How does that sound? Shin Chongshin felt his face flush as he spoke. Gao Mu pondered for a moment before responding. "Isn't that price a bit unreasonable? A valuable asset worth 500 million, yet you offer only 100 million. This is merely a marginal improvement over the brutish fellows." Shin Chongshin, "There is no necessity for you to engage in such extensive explanations with individuals of this caliber." From the other end of the line, a voice resonated with an audacious arrogance. "Offering him 100 million is merely a gesture of respect. If he is unwilling to accept such deference, we need not provide him any funds at all." This voice reached Gao Mu's ears, transforming his countenance into one of palpable discomfort. He inquired of Shin Chongshin, "Who is this person speaking?" The tone was not only arrogant, but also exceedingly irksome. With a slight sigh, Shin Chongshin responded, "Let us discuss this matter further at another time." Chapter 48, A Shift in the Base City. As the call ended, Gao Mu furrowed his brow. He discerned that Shin Chongshin's offer of 100 million was born out of necessity. Who is this individual? Shin Chongshin, as the city guardian of the base, is theoretically the highest official of the Langya base city. Yet, the person who just spoke seemed to possess a status even superior to that of Shin Chongshin. On the following morning, Gao Mu rose from his slumber. Observing the radiant sunlight outside, he resolved to engage in something meaningful that day. However, just as he prepared to depart, he encountered Lu Tianping, who approached him. "Boss Lu," Gao Mu greeted with his customary jovial demeanor, "What brings you here today?" Lu Tianping, however, wore a furrowed brow, lacking any inclination for jest. "The skies over Langya Bay City are about to change," he lamented. Gao Mu chuckled. "Regardless of how the skies may shift, you will still remain the branch leader, will you not?" "It's not the same," Lu Tianping replied, glancing around before exhaling softly. "Come, let us find a place to converse in detail." At the September tea house, in a private room, Gao Mu and Lu Tianping faced each other. "What is going on?" Gao Mu inquired, having listened to Lu Tianping's lamentations throughout their journey. "Are you truly unaware?" Lu Tianping looked at him in astonishment. "You are about to have a new leader." "A new leader?" Gao Mu was taken aback. "What is happening?" His direct superior, Shin Chongshin, had always demonstrated diligence in his role as the leader of Langya Base City, committing no significant faults. "Shin Chongshin has garnered recognition from above for bringing you into the Hanwha Guard. Consequently, the decision has been made to assign him to a different city as guardian. This decision was made after you joined the Hanwha Guard, but Shin Chongshin's cultivation level had not progressed, leaving it in abeyance. However, It seems that in recent days, he has consumed something beneficial, allowing his cultivation to break through to the king realm. He must complete the transition within a week, Lu Tianping explained. His tone and expression tinged with discomfort. After all, he had collaborated with Shouxin for many years, and their partnership had forged a unique rapport. The sudden change in guardianship implied that all of his previous efforts would amount to naught. But this matter does not concern me, does it? Gao Mu queried, theoretically unaffected by such developments. No, Lu Tianping shook his head gravely. This matter bears greater significance to you. Gao Mu was perplexed. Lu Tianping elaborated. Regarding your incident in the prison, there are individuals in the official ranks who harbor dissatisfaction towards you. Were it not for Shouxin and his associates suppressing the matter, do you truly believe that your meager talents alone would have garnered merely a verbal reprimand? Gao Mu himself found the situation incredulous. In the eyes of the law, breaking into a prison is a grave offense. Yet, he had emerged with nothing more than a trivial verbal warning. Initially, he had attributed this leniency to his innate talents. But it now appeared he had been naively mistaken. So, you mean to say that the individuals dispatched by the authorities are those dissatisfied with me? Gao Mu began to grasp the implications. Lu Tianping nodded. Gao Mu felt a mounting headache. If all goes as expected, Old Shin will meet with you today. He may provide you with some sound advice. When it comes to the intricacies of power and intrigue, Lu Tianping was no match for Shouxin. As anticipated, Shouxin met with Gao Mu later that day. After outlining his circumstances, he lamented his inability to assist Gao Mu further. Ultimately, Shouxin extended an invitation to Gao Mu to attend his farewell party in Langya Bay City, to which Gao Mu gladly acquiesced. 3 days later, at the Huadu Hotel, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. The parking lot outside was filled with an array of luxury vehicles. Excuse me, sir? Are you here for the welcome party for the new city guardian? A charming receptionist inquired with a smile. Gao Mu furrowed his brow slightly. The new city guardian? I believe our city guardian in Langya Bay City is surnamed Shun, is he not? The receptionist smiled gently. Shouxin was the former city guardian. The new guardian is to be named Jean. Gao Mu chose not to dispute the matter, instead clarifying, I am here for Shouxin's farewell banquet. With a soft smile, the receptionist gestured for him to proceed. Business is thriving for you today, Gao Mu remarked as he passed by her, noting the crowded hall. All of these attendees are here for the welcome party for the new guardian, she replied. Gao Mu merely shook his head after a cursory glance around the hall. Under the receptionist's guidance, he ascended to the second floor. She opened the door to a private room and invited him inside. Thank you, he replied, stepping into the room. Upon witnessing the scene within the private chamber, Gao Mu was taken aback. The spacious room, approximately 200 square meters, contained only 2 individuals, Shouxin and Lu Tianping, both of whom he recognized. The stark contrast between the solitude within the room and the revelry outside was striking. Has the tea grown cold already, even before the guest has departed? Gao Mu remarked, taking a seat in frustration. Shouxin smiled naturally. My son often says that the world of martial artists is not merely about combat. It is also about human relationships and social etiquette. Though he spoke lightly, a shadow of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Old Lu, there is no need for you to take offense. Were I in your shoes, I would undoubtedly attend the welcome party rather than the farewell, Shouxin stated to Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping raised a glass, taking a sip of wine, and retorted, I, Old Lu, am not that kind of person. Does Lu Tianping not understand the nuances of human relationships? Of course he did. Even a child of 3 would know how to navigate the allegiances at such a juncture. However, Lu Tianping's choice to side with Shouxin stemmed from his own convictions. Very well, with a few close friends at this farewell banquet. It is not in vain that I have traversed Langya, Shouxin declared, no longer dwelling on the matter, and raised his glass to invite Gao Mu and Lu Tianping to drink. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere grew increasingly convivial, and the 3 shared laughter, infusing warmth into the otherwise desolate private room. Gao Mu lost track of time as the revelry continued, remembering only that the evening had been immensely enjoyable and fulfilling. The following morning, Gao Mu gradually awakened. As soon as he opened his eyes, his phone began to ring. He reached for it, and, upon seeing the messages, the effects of the previous night's revelry rapidly dissipated. Chapter 49, The Azure Abacus. The initial fire was indeed fierce. Gao Mu muttered to himself while attending to his morning routine. Upon taking office, Zhang first action was to dismiss over 100 warriors, citing their lack of contribution to the Hanyu Guard. However, it was evident from the list that these individuals were all former officials of Shouxin's regime. Zhang intent was unmistakably clear, to diminish Shouxin's influence. You should come to our garrison immediately, Lu Mo informed Gao Mu over the phone. After finishing up, Gao Mu promptly left his residence and made his way to the garrison. The square was teeming with people. Groups of 3 or 5 were gathered in conversation, while others stood alone, lost in thought. Their expressions revealed a shared sense of anxiety. What on earth is happening? As Gao Mu arrived at the square, he spotted Lu Mo and his companions. Lu Mo shook his head solemnly. It seems a storm is brewing within the Hanyu Guard. The others wore equally troubled expressions. Do not worry, Gao Mu reassured Lu Mo with a pat on the shoulder and a smile. As long as I am here, everything will be fine. His words seemed to instill confidence in Lu Mo. Yet, truth be told, Gao Mu himself felt a sense of unease. Everyone, please quiet down. A voice suddenly resonated as discussions filled the air. All eyes turned towards the raised platform in the square. A well-dressed man stood there, smiling as he addressed the crowd. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the newly appointed city guardian of the Langya-based city. And I also serve as the highest leader of the Hanyu Guard. If all went according to plan, this individual was undoubtedly Jean Lan. As soon as Jean Lan finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. He relished the ovation for 5 minutes before continuing. Though today marks my first day in office, I must extend my gratitude to one person, Gao Mu. At this proclamation, all eyes turned to Gao Mu. He remained silent, his brow furrowed as he regarded Jean Lan. A sense of foreboding washed over him, for he sensed that Jean Lan's praise was anything but a compliment. Despite Gao Mu's brief tenure in the Hanyu Guard, he has made remarkable contributions. A few days ago, he selflessly donated a rare tree to our cause, which has significantly bolstered our strength. Finally, Gao Mu understood Jean Lan's motive for publicly lauding him. It was blatantly apparent that Jean Lan sought to take advantage of his generosity. If Gao Mu were on amicable terms with him, perhaps it would have been acceptable, but the reality was that they were strangers. And Gao Mu felt an undercurrent of animosity from Jean Lan. He realized that Jean Lan anticipated his refusal, hence the public declaration. Jean Lan naively believed that such pressure would compel Gao Mu to acquiesce to this predetermined arrangement. Yet, Gao Mu was not one to yield easily. He navigated through the crowd, steadily approaching the platform. As he did, Jean Lan's eyes glinted with disdain, and he regarded Gao Mu with a challenging gaze. Gao Mu quickened his pace, soon standing atop the platform. If memory serves me correctly, I don't recall stating that I would donate the rare tree to you free of charge. His voice resonated loudly enough for all in the square to hear. The crowd fell silent, taken aback, as was Jean Lan. In front of all these people, Jean Lan had hoped to pressure Gao Mu into compliance, perhaps even to morally bind him. Yet, he had not anticipated that Gao Mu would openly defy him. Gao Mu, you must think carefully about what you are saying. Jean Lan warned coldly. Gao Mu was acutely aware of his words. He turned to Jean Lan, retorting, if I were in your position, I would not be so foolish. Jean Lan's face flushed with indignation as he struggled to maintain his composure. I warn you, if you dare speak so insolently again, do not blame me for being unkind. Jean Lan was visibly angered, but Gao Mu remained unfazed. Now, either return my rare tree to me, or provide me with monetary compensation. So your previous statements were all lies? Jean Lan attempted to morally corner Gao Mu once more. First and foremost, that rare tree was procured with the assistance of City Guardian Shen. I have also stated that I would sell it to the Hanyu Guard at market value. Sell? The word seemed to strike a chord with Jean Lan, who seized upon it as leverage. He proclaimed with righteous indignation, the Hanyu Guard nurtured you. Yet you intend to sell what you have received back to us. Do you not think this is inappropriate? To be frank, Jean Lan's moral high ground was quite formidable. Had anyone else been in Gao Mu's place, they would likely have been left with no choice but to concede. Firstly, the Hanyu Guard has not nurtured me in any way. My current rank and status are solely the results of my own efforts. Secondly, what is inappropriate about a fair trade? Jean Lan's expression morphed into one of feigned devastation as he turned towards the crowd, launching into his performance. As a key figure being cultivated by the Langya Hanyu Guard, do you not fear disheartening city guardianship with such words? Had Gao Mu possessed an S-card at that moment, he would have undoubtedly presented it to Jean Lan. Jean Lan was not mistaken. Gao Mu was indeed a focal point for the Langya Hanyu Guard's cultivation. However, the plan for his training had been thwarted before it even began, simply because Gao Mu's advancement had occurred at an astonishing pace. Well, whatever you say goes. I could just as easily claim to be your father. Does that make it so? Gao Mu was utterly unrelenting, his words devoid of any restraint. His frankness provoked Jean Lan's ire. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jean Lan had to maintain his facade. Gao Mu, are you contemplating betrayal? Jean Lan resorted to hurling accusations at Gao Mu. The spectators were left in a state of confusion as they observed the escalating confrontation between Gao Mu and Jean Lan. Betrayal was hardly an option. However, should you fail to return my rare tree today, I will ensure you come to understand my capabilities. This incident would not pass lightly for Gao Mu. You may certainly give it a try, Jean Lan smirked, his demeanor dripping with contempt. The rare tree is in my office, but I wager you lack the courage to retrieve it. Chapter 50, all rendered useless. Upon uttering these words, Jean Lan shot a defiant glance at Gao Mu. While Gao Mu stood defiantly against Jean Lan above, Lu Mo quietly took out his phone, sending a 2-word message in their team chat. How about it? In the team's coded language, how about it meant are we doing it? 1. The other team members promptly responded with a 1, indicating their willingness to proceed. After confirming that everyone had replied, Lu Mo stealthily reached for his weapon. Just then, another message appeared in the group chat. Do not engage. This is my own affair. The message was sent by Gao Mu. He was acutely aware that seizing the exotic tree from the Azure office today would create a monumental uproar. With his strength and status, he could easily withstand the ensuing turbulence. However, he was reluctant to involve his teammates in this turmoil. To dissuade any wayward thoughts among his comrades, Gao Mu reiterated in the group chat, "If any of you dare to act, do not blame me for not recognizing you as brothers." The mixed messages left the team members in a state of uncertainty. Lu Mo refrained from responding in the chat, instead nodding subtly at a few individuals standing nearby. They understood his intent and nodded in return. From his vantage point on the platform, Gao Mu noticed that the team members had already reached for their weapons, prompting him to realize the gravity of the situation. He did not wish for them to risk their lives for him, deeming it unworthy. Yet, he was well aware of their stubborn natures. It was clear that persuasion would not be effective. Accepting this, Gao Mu sighed softly, contemplating, at worst, he would take them with him to seek refuge at the extreme martial arts school. This seemed the best course of action at present. What's wrong? Why the silence? Jean-Lan remarked, observing Gao Mu's inaction. His bravado in making threats was impressive, yet now, at a crucial moment, he appeared to falter. If I were you, I would never utter such menacing words. Youthful exuberance is commendable, but one must discern the appropriateness of the occasion. Gao Mu cast a cold glance at Jean-Lan, but remained silent. He understood that any words spoken now would be futile. Since he chose silence, he would let his actions speak for themselves. Under the astonished gazes of all present, Gao Mu leapt down from the high platform. How is the arrangement? Jean-Lan inquired of the person behind him. Rest assured, the individual replied with a dismissive smile. I have stationed over 10 golden warriors around your office, including 3 of the golden 9 stars. Upon hearing this, Jean-Lan nodded in satisfaction. He harbored a dislike for Gao Mu, as did the individuals behind him. Most importantly, the factions they represented were adversaries. Jean-Lan's scheme was straightforward, to eliminate Gao Mu before he could rise to prominence. Neither he nor his allies wished to see Gao Mu flourish. They were wagering on whether Gao Mu would act recklessly. Should he dare to strike within the confines of the Langya-based city, they were confident they could eradicate him. As the situation unfolded, it appeared their wager was paying off. Just as Gao Mu arrived at the entrance of Jean-Lan's office, he sensed that something was amiss. He distinctly felt several formidable presences lurking nearby. Secret of the All character. Without hesitation, Gao Mu activated the secret technique. With a powerful punch, he smashed open the door to Jean-Lan's office. As the door flew open, the exotic tree was indeed displayed within. Gao Mu hoisted the tree and strode purposefully toward the exit. However, as he stepped outside, several golden warriors surrounded him. Release the exotic tree and depart, and you might yet live. By storming the office, you must know the consequences that await you. Surrender now, and we may spare your life. The expressions of these individuals were cold and ruthless, resembling that of assassins. Gao Mu regarded them with indifference, saying nothing. If you remain obstinate, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. As they saw Gao Mu's silence, the warriors drew their weapons and charged at him. Indestructible diamond technique. A golden sheen enveloped Gao Mu's skin instantaneously. Meanwhile, the golden warriors had reached him. With the exotic tree resting on his shoulder, he was unable to wield the frostflower sword. Instead, he firmly grasped the tree, sweeping it horizontally at the attackers. Bang, bang, bang. The golden warriors were sent sprawling, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. They were taken aback by Gao Mu's overwhelming prowess. The 3 golden 9 stars, who had remained passive until now, swiftly unsheathed their weapons and charged at Gao Mu. Yet, their fate mirrored that of their predecessors. Do you comprehend? As adults, one must bear the consequences of their actions. Gao Mu's words left them bewildered. However, his subsequent actions made the meaning of his statement painfully clear. With the exotic tree in his grasp, he systematically incapacitated the limbs of the golden warriors. Observing their agony on the ground, Gao Mu's expression was devoid of empathy. The warriors, in their suffering, were consumed by despair and regret. They lamented, provoking Gao Mu, knowing that their aspirations of martial prowess had been irrevocably shattered. In an era of advanced technology, bone repair was not insurmountable. Yet, there was a caveat: one must possess wealth. Of course, to restore shattered bones fully, one would require exotic fruits as well. They could muster funds for the bone restoration, but not for the exotic fruits. They were under no illusions that Jean-Lan would offer them assistance. After dispatching the golden warriors, Gao Mu swaggered toward the square, clutching the exotic tree. Upon witnessing his emergence, Jean-Lan was momentarily stunned. He signaled subtly to the person behind him, who promptly dashed toward Jean-Lan's office. Upon encountering the fallen golden warriors, their bones shattered. He could not help but gasp in astonishment. Not only did he marvel at Gao Mu's strength, but he also noted his ruthless decisiveness. He quickly relayed the situation to Jean-Lan. Have you any idea of your transgressions, Gao Mu? Jean-Lan bellowed at Gao Mu, who stood before him with the exotic tree. To harm your fellow disciples over a mere inanimate object. You shall not leave the Hanwei Guard's base today. Fellow members of the Hanwei Guard, seize your weapons and slay this traitor. As Jean-Lan concluded, a flicker of embarrassment crossed his gaze. Not a single person present responded to his rallying cry. Chapter 51, slaying the Diamond Warrior. This indicated that the lingering influence of Shen Chongxin was still palpable. While Zhanlan's authority had yet to be established, this outcome had been anticipated by Zhanlan. After a brief moment of awkwardness, he continued to shout, "Today, whoever can slay the traitor shall claim the traitor's spoils." Recognizing that intimidation would not sway them, Zhanlan resorted to enticing them with promises of reward. Furthermore, the one who dispatched the traitor would be exempt from evaluation and ascend directly in rank. The advancement criteria within the Hanwei Guard necessitated not only reaching the appropriate level, but also accruing a certain amount of contribution points. After all, promotion would yield not only corresponding authority, but also a preferential allocation of resources. As the saying goes, when the eyes turn red, the heart will surely blacken. Observing the blood-red eyes around him, Zhanlan understood that if he wished to leave the encampment today, he would have to pay a price. "I'm done with you all. I'm going in first." One individual with crimson eyes charged toward Gao Mu. Recognizing the somewhat familiar visage, an indescribable feeling stirred within Gao Mu. Just moments ago, they had engaged in friendly conversation. The individual's attack seemed to herald the commencement of a full-scale assault. The members of the Hanwei Guard, sensing the impending confrontation, swiftly drew their weapons and charged towards Gao Mu. Observing this scene from the elevated platform, Zhanlan could not suppress a satisfied smile. "You see, as long as there are bones to gnaw on, that dog will recklessly charge ahead," he remarked to the individual standing behind him. The subordinate, with a humble grin, replied, "You are absolutely correct. Let us proceed." Gao Mu, shouldering the exotic tree, faced the onslaught with unwavering courage. Secret art of the characters. Indestructible Vajra technique. He activated his most formidable defensive skill, amplifying his power tenfold. Among the gathered crowd, the majority were golden tier warriors. While undeniably formidable, none could match Gao Mu beneath the shadow of his exotic tree. With both hands tightly gripping the tree, he exuded a presence akin to a war god. Anyone who dared approach him was sent flying. From his vantage point, Zhanlan's brow furrowed. He recognized Gao Mu's strength, yet the true extent of his combat prowess exceeded his expectations. "Prepare yourself. He shall not leave this place alive today," Zhanlan declared with a grim visage and an icy tone to his companion. The subordinate, a cunning individual named Li Wei, smirked sinisterly, assuring, "Rest assured. As long as I am here, he shall not escape alive." Li Wei, a seemingly average man in stature and appearance, was anything but ordinary in the realm of martial arts. At the tender age of 30, he had already ascended to the rank of Diamond 4-star warrior, a rarity indeed. To label him a genius would be an understatement. Observing Gao Mu wreaking havoc below, Li Wei's lips curled into a slight smile as he stealthily approached the fray. His movements were imbued with an uncanny grace, and astonishingly, none in the vicinity seemed aware of his advance towards Gao Mu. Suddenly, as Gao Mu continued his rampage, he felt an unsettling tremor run through his body. While he swung the exotic tree, he scanned his surroundings, yet despite his vigilance, he could not discern any immediate threat. Something felt amiss. Furrowing his brow, Gao Mu remained alert even amidst the chaos. Then it hit him. A tightening sensation gripped his heart. Shadow step. In that instant, he abandoned the exotic tree and activated his most potent mobility skill. Just as he did, a dagger sliced through the air, narrowly missing his throat. That was close. Had he not reacted swiftly, the blade could have severed his windpipe. Whirling around, he spotted Li Wei in the crowd, a malevolent smile etched upon his face. An unprecedented sense of danger emanated from the man. "No, I cannot afford to delay any longer. I must break free from this encirclement." Gao Mu charged towards the exotic tree, hoisting it once more and resuming his onslaught. With each swing, nearly half of those present were rendered incapable of further combat. Yet, as the battle raged on, his strength began to wane. This cannot continue. Gao Mu understood that if he persisted in this manner, death was inevitable. What to do? Surrounded in front and ambushed from behind by Li Wei, he found himself in a perilous situation. He had to resolve one of these threats swiftly. Clearly, eliminating the remaining half of the adversaries in a short time was an impossibility. Therefore, he resolved to target Li Wei first. However, Li Wei moved like a specter amongst the throng, making it exceedingly difficult to even locate him. As Gao Mu sought out Li Wei, the latter was equally intent on finding Gao Mu's vulnerabilities. Suddenly, inspired by Li Wei's previous uncanny strike, Gao Mu feigned a weakness. In that instant, Li Wei, like a hyena sensing blood, lunged forward, sword raised, towards Gao Mu. Damn it, this guy is truly formidable. The interval between Gao Mu revealing his flaw and Li Wei launching his attack was barely 3 seconds. Recognizing Li Wei's approach, Gao Mu realized his opportunity had arrived. This time, he chose neither to evade nor defend, but rather to let Li Wei's blade come at him. Crack! Li Wei's short sword struck Gao Mu, only to shatter upon impact. The unexpected outcome left Li Wei momentarily stunned. This brief lapse, though fleeting, did not escape Gao Mu's keen observation. Everything he had done led to this singular moment. Thud! Gao Mu's frostflower sword plunged into Li Wei's body. Li Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of sheer astonishment. He would never have imagined meeting his demise at the hands of an 18-year-old boy. Even more astounded was Zhanlan, for Li Wei. A diamond 4-star warrior was supposed to have an insurmountable advantage over Gao Mu, who was merely a golden 1-star as per his information. The disparity between their ranks was vast, not to mention the gulf in realms. Yet, against all odds, Gao Mu had dispatched Li Wei with a stunning display of prowess. This boy cannot be allowed to live. Earlier, he and his subordinates had sought to eliminate Gao Mu. Now, witnessing Gao Mu's formidable combat capabilities only solidified Zhanlan's resolve. With Li Wei's death, he knew he must take matters into his own hands. Despite his penchant for strategy and political maneuvering, his own strength had reached Diamond 9-star status. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with the position of City Guardian of the Langya Base. Chapter 52, The Execution of Zhanlan. Come forth. Who fears whom? Zhanlan proclaimed as he descended into the fray, yet Gao Mu remained undaunted. The Hanwei guards ceased their assault, clearing a space for battle. Gao Mu, wielding the Frostflower sword, faced Zhanlan, who brandished a battle blade. The atmosphere crackled with the overwhelming aura of Zhanlan, a Diamond 9-star warrior, while Gao Mu, with a steely gaze, gripped his sword tightly. Strike first. This time, he eschewed passive defense, opting instead for an aggressive offensive. Qinglian sword art. With the fluidity of the flowing waters, Gao Mu surged towards Zhanlan. With a disdainful chuckle, Zhanlan retorted, "You cannot possibly believe you stand a chance against me." He effortlessly parried Gao Mu's strikes with a dismissive flick of his battle blade. Gao Mu's relentless onslaught resembled a torrential river, while Zhanlan's defenses were as impenetrable as a fortress. The spectators watched with wide eyes, astonished that the 18-year-old Gao Mu could wield such formidable power, while Zhanlan, the city guardian, was reduced to mere defense. "I tire of this," Zhanlan declared after several exchanges, shaking his head in boredom. Though Gao Mu's strength astonished him, he maintained, "You are not my match." With that, he began to counterattack, his strikes sweeping and powerful. After a few exchanges, Gao Mu's hands grew numb from the impact. It was futile. Facing a Diamond 9-star warrior with his Diamond 5-star abilities, Gao Mu found the battle increasingly arduous. He understood that if this continued, there was a significant chance he would be left behind at the outpost. Seizing an opportunity, he brandished his Frostflower sword and swept aside the Azure battle blade, preparing to escape. However, it appeared that the Azure had anticipated Gao Mu's movement, as he swiftly blocked Gao Mu's path. "If I were you, I would definitely surrender right now. You have no chances left," the Azure declared, gripping his battle blade with disdain towards Gao Mu. Realizing that escape was futile, Gao Mu resolved to continue battling the Azure. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to the tranquilizer gun as his most formidable hidden weapon at this stage. Gao Mu had refrained from using the tranquilizer gun until now. He knew that if he did not employ it today, his fate would be utterly grim. Sword in hand, he charged once more at the Azure. The Azure shook his head and said, "I've already told you, you are not my opponent. If you surrender now, I might show you mercy and let you live. But if you persist in your folly..." Before the Azure could finish his words, Gao Mu was already engaged in combat with him. This time, the Azure held nothing back, employing a formidable and aggressive sword technique that forced Gao Mu into retreat. Just as it appeared that Gao Mu would be overwhelmed, he stealthily summoned the tranquilizer gun from the system. He pulled the trigger, and the tranquilizer dart shot straight at the Azure. "A hidden weapon? You can't possibly think that such tricks could affect me." Before the Azure could complete his sentence, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Widening his eyes, he asked Gao Mu, "What have you done to me?" Gao Mu remained silent, merely offering a cold smile. Seeing that the Azure had lost his combat capability, Gao Mu wasted no time and thrust his sword towards his throat. Thus, the newly appointed city guardian was slain by Gao Mu. The expansive square of the outpost fell into an eerie silence, as people gaped in disbelief at the unfolding events. After killing the Azure, Gao Mu hoisted the exotic tree and left the Hanwei guard outpost without a backward glance. Half an hour after his departure, the stunned crowd began to regain their senses. "Quickly, go inform the higher-ups. The new city guardian has fallen. Good heavens. It seems the Langya Bay city is about to face a storm." Strangely, some felt a tightening in their chests as Lu Mo and his companions exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock and fear they witnessed in one another's eyes. Gao Mu was truly formidable, instilling a sense of dread in ordinary individuals like them. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, whereas bad news spreads like wildfire. The news of Gao Mu's assassination of the city guardian spread across the entirety of Huaxia overnight, akin to a spring breeze. Upon learning of this incident, Lu Tianping sought out Gao Mu directly. "What do you plan to do next?" Lu Tianping's expression was unusually grave. Gao Mu leisurely sipped tea at home and shook his head, saying, "I can only hope they prefer me over the Azure. Regardless of their preferences, your imprisonment is inevitable. The assassination of a city guardian is a grave matter. Even if the higher-ups favor you, they will not easily overlook what you have done. I beg you for a favor." Gao Mu was not overly concerned for himself. His primary worry lay with his parents. "During my absence, I hope you can look after them." Without hesitation, Lu Tianping agreed. "As long as I am alive, I can ensure your parents are safe. Thank you. Gao Mu raised his teacup in gratitude towards Lu Tianping. After taking a sip of tea, Lu Tianping urgently asked, "You won't be here? What are you going to do?" "I'm heading to the wilderness," Gao Mu replied nonchalantly. If Diamond Gao Mu cannot sway their opinions, then perhaps King Gao Mu can. At these words, Lu Tianping was momentarily taken aback. Though Gao Mu spoke lightly, Lu Tianping detected a unique aura of dominance in his words. "So, you intend to train in the wilderness?" Training in the wilderness is indeed the fastest way to enhance oneself. If the romance of ordinary people lies in moonlit encounters and opulent revelries, then the romance of warriors resides in life and death struggles, a dance upon the edge of blades. Yes, for Gao Mu, the allure of battling in the wilderness was not particularly enticing. What truly captivated him were the system's sign-in rewards. After discussing a few more matters with Lu Tianping, Gao Mu departed from the base city. No sooner had Gao Mu left than Lu Tianping brought his parents to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Meanwhile, an official train arrived at the base city station. The door swung open, and a broad-shouldered, intimidating figure stepped down from the train. He surveyed the surroundings and commanded his subordinates, "Proceed directly to the Hanwue Guard outpost." At the outpost, Zhan Hu gazed upon the Azure's lifeless body, coldly vowing, "Brother, I will avenge you this time." With a wave of his hand, he ordered that the Azure's body be sent for cremation. He then instructed his subordinates, "Immediately investigate Gao Mu and his family's whereabouts." "Yes." The subordinate clasped his fists in acknowledgement before departing. Chapter 53, Brothers of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Outside the base city, Gao Mu hastened on his journey. Longjing City was quite distant from Langya Base City, requiring a considerable amount of time for Gao Mu, given his current realm, to reach it. Nevertheless, through relentless effort, he finally arrived at Longjing City before nightfall. He did not linger at the outskirts, but directly entered the city. Time was of the essence for him, and he needed to make the most of every moment. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward acquired. Walking secret. Great accomplishment. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the depths of Longjing City to sign in. Setting aside thoughts of the new sign-in location, Gao Mu was elated by the reward from this sign-in. The walking secret, like the all-encompassing secret, was one of the 9 secrets. The all-encompassing secret could amplify Gao Mu's strength tenfold, while the walking secret could enhance his speed to its utmost limits. In the future, it might even allow him to pause time. This walking secret provided Gao Mu with yet another means of survival. Once he became familiar with the walking secret, he gazed toward the depths of Longjing City. Longjing City remained a gathering place for golden exotic beasts. However, unlike the previous Huanyu City, the exotic beasts in Longjing City were predominantly of golden 6 or 7 stars at minimum, with golden 9 stars being commonplace. Although diamond-level exotic beasts were few, they were certainly not absent. The danger level of Longjing City far surpassed that of Huanyu City. Take a chance, and a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. The new sign-in location lay deep within Longjing City, compelling Gao Mu to venture further into the city. "Gao Mu, my brother?" Just as Gao Mu was about to proceed into the depths of Longjing City, a somewhat surprised voice called out from nearby. Frowning, Gao Mu turned around. Encountering someone here was not a good omen. The group consisted of 5 individuals, well equipped for both close and range combat. The leader was a middle-aged man. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be members of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. "Who are you?" Gao Mu did not sense any hostility from his counterpart, yet he remained vigilant nonetheless. "I am He Tianlai, a member of the Jidao Martial Arts School." He Tianlai introduced himself with great enthusiasm. Gao Mu nodded in acknowledgement, a silent gesture of respect towards He Tianlai. Surprisingly, He Tianlai did not take offense at Gao Mu's apparent rudeness. With a smile, he addressed Gao Mu. "The branch leader Lu instructed me to convey an important message to you as soon as you were spotted in the wilderness." "What message?" Gao Mu inquired. "The officials have dispatched a new city guardian, a brother of Zhan Lan, named Zhan Hu. Unlike Zhan Lan, this fellow is not only astute, but also possesses extraordinary combat prowess. At the age of 50, he has already achieved Diamond 9-star strength. What is most alarming is that he once challenged a 1-star monarch warrior. Although he ultimately lost, he managed to endure for over an hour." Gao Mu was taken aback upon hearing this. It was not uncommon for a Diamond 9-star to be unable to defeat a 1-star monarch. But for Zhan Hu to withstand an hour against a monarch warrior was indeed remarkable. This clearly indicated that Zhan Hu possessed formidable strength and combat capabilities. "There is another matter the branch leader wishes you to know. Your parents are currently safe within the Jidao Martial Arts School." As soon as Zhan Hu discovered the whereabouts of Gao Mu's parents, he immediately sought them out at the Jidao Martial Arts School. However, the school denied their presence within its walls. Although Zhan Hu was eager to forcibly take them, he ultimately refrained, genuinely fearful of the Jidao Martial Arts School. In the past, a disciple of the Jidao Martial Arts School had been ambushed in the wilderness, but managed to turn the tables and kill the assailants. The assailants' parents were high-ranking officials, who subsequently demanded an explanation from the school. Under normal circumstances, the Jidao Martial Arts School would not have acted against them. However, the officials overstepped their bounds. Before the Jidao martial arts school could conduct a thorough investigation, they forcibly took the disciple and executed him. This act ignited the wrath of the Jidao martial arts school. The headmaster confronted the officials directly, demanding the return of the couple. Naturally, the officials refused. In a fit of rage, the headmaster, accompanied by his deputy, stormed the official headquarters, pressuring them to surrender the couple. Under duress, the officials finally complied, and the couple met a grim fate. From that point onward, the first of the official tenets was amended to state that no one should offend the Jidao martial arts school or intrude upon its premises. This incident marked the beginning of the Jidao martial arts school's formidable reputation and protective nature, which became widely known. Thank you, Gao Mu expressed. Understanding the significance of this information, he clasped his fists in gratitude towards He Tianlai. He Tianlai waved dismissively, saying, "We are all brothers here. No need for such formality." Brothers? Gao Mu pondered, somewhat perplexed by the notion of this newfound kinship. He Tianlai, noting the confusion in Gao Mu's eyes, explained with a smile. Branch leader Lu mentioned that you are his brother. Therefore, you are also a brother to us at the Jidao martial arts school. Upon hearing this, Gao Mu felt a warmth in his heart. In light of the significant ordeal he had endured, most individuals would likely distance themselves. Yet, Lu Tianping not only refrained from doing so, but also safeguarded Gao Mu's parents within the school and publicly acknowledged their relationship. Though the mountains may change and the rivers may flow, may we meet again by fate. He Tianlai said as he cupped his hands in farewell, leading his team away. As soon as He Tianlai's team departed, Gao Mu made his way deeper into Longjing City. "Captain, why don't we kill him?" one of the team members questioned. Zhan, who had placed a staggering bounty on Gao Mu's head in the black market of the Langya Bay city, a price enticing enough to lure even diamond-level warriors. "Shut your mouth," He Tianlai retorted, striking his subordinate with a swift slap. He pointed a finger at him, exclaiming, "Money is only valuable if you can earn it and spend it with your life intact." Zhan Lan was a diamond 9-star warrior, yet he was ultimately slain by Gao Mu. "Do you think our 5-man squad could possibly contend with Gao Mu?" he added sternly. "Let me make it clear. The brother of branch leader Lu is also our brother at the Jidao martial arts school. If you dare harbor ill thoughts against a brother, do not blame me for being merciless." He Tianlai's first statement addressed the harsh reality, while the latter served as a warning to his team against any treacherous intentions. Upon entering Longjing City, Gao Mu activated his movement secret technique. With unparalleled speed, even a golden 9-star beast would only glimpse his fleeting shadow. Soon, he arrived at the heart of Longjing City. Just as he prepared to check in, a thunderous roar captured his attention. Chapter 54, The Fierce Mountain Yellow Bull. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. 100 wind shadow fruits. Ding. New check-in location updated. Please proceed to Tuafeng City for check-in. If Gao Mu recalled correctly, Tuafeng City was not far from Longjing City. However, he felt no urgency to head to the new check-in point. His primary objective was to swiftly depart this location and find a relatively safe spot to consume the recently acquired exotic fruit. As he turned to leave, another tremendous, beastly roar echoed. He glanced in the direction of the roar, hesitating for a moment before deciding against approaching. He sensed that this roar came from an extraordinary beast. Yet, just as he was about to exit, a massive beast blocked his path. This creature towered 6 stories high, its body covered in bizarre and formidable scales. Its head resembled that of a bull, with eyes like brass bells, and its horns gleamed like they were forged of gold. Fierce Mountain Yellow Bull, a powerful diamond realm beast. This beast not only boasts tremendous defensive capabilities, but also possesses the might to shatter cities with its horn. Even if one wore diamond-grade armor, its horn could potentially pierce through. Moreover, its biting power was equally formidable, should one be swallowed. The only fate awaiting them would be a gruesome demise. Unlike previous encounters, this time there was no feedback regarding the weaknesses of the Fierce Mountain Yellow Bull. To kill? Or to flee? The movement secret technique could allow Gao Mu to engage in battle with the Fierce Mountain Yellow Bull, while the escape technique could ensure his swift retreat. "Let's give it a try. If I cannot win, I shall flee," Gao Mu resolved. As a warrior, if one lacked the courage to confront a beast, there was no reason to persist in this path. Drawing his Frostflower sword, he charged towards the Fierce Mountain Yellow Bull. Roar! The Fierce Mountain Yellow Bull bellowed. Its roar differed from that of a typical bull, resembling more closely that of a tiger. After its roar, the Fierce Mountain Yellow Bull charged towards Gao Mu. Before the enormous beast, Gao Mu appeared as insignificant as an ant. In mere moments, the two were upon each other. The Fierce Mountain Yellow Bull lifted its foreleg, preparing to stomp down upon Gao Mu. The oppressive force felt as though a mountain were pressing down upon him, causing Gao Mu's legs to feel heavy. This seemingly slow-moving hoof was impossible to evade. Escape technique. Gao Mu shouted in a low voice. These 3 simple words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. As the hooves of the Fierce Mountain Yellow cattle approached a mere 3 centimeters away from Gao Mu's head, the secret art of Xing activated. Gao Mu's hair barely brushed against the hooves. That was a close call. It dawned on Gao Mu just how terrifying this Fierce Mountain Yellow cattle truly was. The secret art of Jia. Exercising caution, he directly elevated his realm tenfold. Yet, Despite this, his attacks still failed to breach the defenses of the fierce mountain yellow cattle. This was untenable. He realized that if he continued to expend energy here, he would ultimately be the one at a disadvantage. Should he retreat? With the secret art of Xing fully activated, Gao Mu was already prepared to withdraw. But at that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of something gleaming golden at the cattle's abdomen. Was that a sword? If Gao Mu wasn't mistaken, that dazzling object was indeed the hilt of a sword. Could it be that the fierce mountain yellow cattle was wounded? At this moment, Gao Mu suddenly understood why he had been able to evade the creature's earlier attack. Should he slay it? With the thought formed, action must follow. Gao Mu exerted his legs with all his might, leaping high to grasp the hilt protruding from the cattle's abdomen. With a swift motion, he yanked the sword free. Upon seeing the blade, Gao Mu was momentarily stunned. This was a long sword of utmost opulence. The hilt shimmered like gold, while the blade was adorned with swirling clouds etched in radiant hues. What struck Gao Mu as most extravagant was the presence of 7 gemstones, each of a different color, embedded along the blade. Goodness, the owner of this sword must have been an exceedingly ostentatious individual. Setting aside the sword's practicality, its sheer luxury was unparalleled in Gao Mu's lifetime. Even with his extensive experience, he could discern the considerable worth of those 7 gemstones. He grasped the sword and swung it lightly. In terms of both weight and comfort, this sword was incomparable to the Frostflower sword. The sword art of Qinglian. Gao Mu attempted to employ the sword art of Qinglian with this blade. To his delight, he discovered that using this sword amplified the power of the Qinglian sword art significantly compared to the Frostflower sword. While he was practicing with the sword, the fierce mountain yellow cattle, suffering from acute pain in its abdomen, began to rampage. Its hooves stomped furiously at Gao Mu. Activating the secret art of Xing, Gao Mu danced between its hooves. It was time to take your life. Gao Mu leaped high once more, driving the lavish long sword into the cattle's abdomen. With a gurgling sound, blood spurted forth like a fountain, splattering Gao Mu from head to toe. He continued to wield the sword. As the most vulnerable part of the creature, its abdomen quickly became riddled with numerous small wounds. Though these small cuts were not lethal individually, their cumulative effect was undeniable. The creature's blood flowed freely, as if it were of no consequence, staining the ground beneath it a deep crimson. The fierce mountain yellow cattle was now exceedingly enraged. Yet, despite its fury, it could not change its fate. Although Gao Mu's strength was inferior to that of the cattle, his agility proved advantageous. After dozens of strikes, the wounds on the cattle's abdomen multiplied. Gao Mu could distinctly sense the creature's vitality waning. Minutes later, the massive form of the fierce mountain yellow cattle collapsed to the ground. The simultaneous use of the secret art of Xing and Jie had pushed Gao Mu's stamina to its limits. He sat on the ground, panting heavily. After a while, he finally stood up, wearied. He needed to clear the battlefield quickly. If he delayed, he risked attracting other beasts. Gao Mu worked swiftly, claiming only the inner core of the fierce mountain yellow cattle. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, he set off toward Longjing City at a brisk pace. Not long after he departed, a group of individuals arrived at the carcass of the yellow cattle. A girl, hands on her hips, shouted angrily, "Quick, find my sword. If you can't find it, you will all pay dearly." Those accompanying her rushed toward the yellow cattle. But despite their frantic search, they could not find the girl's sword. Upon realizing her sword was missing, the girl stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "That was my coming-of-age gift. If you don't find it, just wait and see." Chapter 55. The Decision to Restore Order. After leaving Longjing City, Gao Mu first sought a relatively safe location to recover his strength. Once he felt sufficiently rejuvenated, he began to indulge in the wind shadow fruit. Consuming exotic fruits as sustenance proved to be a commendable choice. Gao Mu had set out thoroughly equipped, yet besides essentials, he carried no provisions. Notably, food was not among those essentials. Unlike the exotic fruits he had consumed previously, the wind shadow fruit surprisingly offered a sense of fullness when eaten in excess. After devouring several dozen, he felt a slight distension in his stomach. Rising to his feet, he stretched his body. System: Divine Sign and System. Host: Gao Mu. Strength: 787,075 kilograms. Realm: Golden 7 stars. Skills: Thunder Fist, Great Accomplishment. Shadow Step, Great Accomplishment. Qinglian Sword Art, Great Accomplishment. Jie's Secret Art, Great Accomplishment. Indestructible Body, Great Accomplishment. Xing's Secret Art, Great Accomplishment. Sign in location: Camelback City. Seeing his realm had reached Golden 7 stars, Gao Mu was overjoyed. He felt the effects of the wind shadow fruit were remarkable, though he hadn't anticipated them to be this profound. Once the feeling of fullness subsided, he did not hastily consume more wind shadow fruits. First, he needed to solidify his current strength. Second, the wind shadow fruit was a valuable resource, and he preferred to save it for unforeseen circumstances. He rose, surveying his surroundings, beginning the search for a place to rest that night. It had been previously stated that the wilds at night were exceedingly perilous. Failing to find a suitable resting spot could result in being devoured by beasts or ambushed and killed by other martial artists. After approximately half an hour of searching, Gao Mu stumbled upon an old, dilapidated residential complex. Most of the buildings had collapsed, leaving only a few precariously standing. Gao Mu chose not to enter those unstable structures, deeming them too dangerous. Instead, he found a walled area, resting against the wall to sleep. Are you all useless? Is it so hard to find a person in the wild? Gao Mu had just drifted off to sleep when he was jolted awake by a voice. He quickly opened his eyes, his expression turning vigilant as he directed his gaze toward the source of the sound. Miss, came a voice tinged with exasperation. The wilderness is vast. Finding a person out here is no easy task. And what of that? The girl's tone was not only spoiled but also remarkably rude. I don't want to hear your excuses. I'm giving you 5 more hours. If you still haven't found them, you know what will happen next. After the girl finished speaking, Gao Mu heard the sound of rustling. If he were to hazard a guess, this group was likely setting up a tent. What were they searching for? Gao Mu was intensely curious about their objective, yet he had no desire to investigate further. As an adult, he was acutely aware that an excess of curiosity was not a virtue. Seizing the opportunity while this group remained oblivious to his presence, Gao Mu stealthily repositioned himself. Within their tent, an elderly man suddenly opened his eyes as Gao Mu moved. What is it, Yi? The girl's demeanor toward this old man was markedly distinct from that she exhibited towards others. Yi Tongming gazed toward a corner of the tent, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I sensed the presence of someone nearby just now. Yet, upon investigation, it appeared there was no one. Could it be that I am merely overly suspicious? Though Yi spoke casually, the girl regarded her words with utmost seriousness. Expand the patrol radius and ensure everyone remains vigilant. Encountering a person in the wilderness is far more terrifying than facing a beast. Understood. Her subordinate clasped his fists and exited the tent. The night passed in silence, fleeting as a whisper. Upon awakening, Gao Mu first consumed a wind shadow fruit to satiate his hunger. Following the map's guidance, he headed towards Camel Peak City. Meanwhile, the girl's subordinates searched throughout the night but found no trace of her sword. Upon receiving this news, she chose to relinquish hope. She sighed softly, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a little adult. Perhaps it was simply not fated to be mine. In that case, let us proceed to Camel Peak City. The girl's ostensible purpose for venturing into the wilderness was to seek materials for crafting her armor. Yet, this was merely a facade. Her true intention was to indulge in a bit of adventure while also gathering resources for her armor. As the sole daughter in her family, even though her elders were aware of her genuine desires, they imposed little restraint. They merely assigned a diamond 9-star warrior to protect her and enlisted a host of golden warriors to serve her whims. According to the map, Camel Peak City was a gathering place for golden beasts. However, it differed somewhat from Longjing City. Most of the beasts here were golden 9 stars. And while diamond 1-star beasts were not ubiquitous, they were still present. This city possessed a rather formidable characteristic. The combat prowess of its beasts far exceeded that of other mature beasts. Even beasts of the same rank could not compete with those in this city. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward, peaceful disruption technique. Great accomplishment. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the depths of Camel Peak City to sign in. The prospect of a new sign-in reward made Gao Mu's eyes widen in astonishment. If his memory served him correctly, the peaceful disruption technique was one of the 3 most formidable sword techniques in the perfect world. With this technique, Gao Mu's combat capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. As he pondered this, a dog-like beast, roughly the size of an adult, lunged towards him. Peaceful disruption technique. Gao Mu instinctively unleashed the skill he had just acquired. The sword intent surged, and murderous aura enveloped him. In a single stroke, Gao Mu, possessing only the cultivation of golden 7 stars, cleaved the golden 9-star beast in 2. The most astonishing aspect was the multitude of wounds covering the beast's body, as if it had been slashed dozens of times. This peaceful disruption technique is astonishing. Gao Mu marveled at his right hand. Hey, young man. Just as Gao Mu was reflecting, a feminine voice rang out not far in front of him. That sword in your hand belongs to me. You had best return it promptly. Gao Mu looked up to see a girl of similar age standing before him, flanked by a dozen individuals. Just because you claim it's yours, does that make it so? The initial impression the girl left on Gao Mu was far from favorable. I assert it is mine. Therefore it is. Her demeanor was resolute, and she cast a glance at the dog-like beast beneath Gao Mu's feet. Not only is that sword mine, but even the beast at your feet belongs to me. Chapter 56, A Second Confrontation with the Diamond Warrior. Yi Tongming stood beside the girl, his eyes flickering. He recognized that the aura he sensed last night belonged to this youth before him. Miss, be cautious. This young man is extraordinary, Yi Tongming whispered to the girl. However, she waved her hand dismissively. No matter how extraordinary he is, he cannot possibly contend with so many of us. Despite being of similar age to Gao Mu, the young girl adopted a demeanor that belied her youth. Observing her response, Yi Tongming refrained from further comment, though his hand had already moved toward his weapon, indicating his genuine concern for Gao Mu. Kid, the girl continued, return what is rightfully mine, and perhaps I might allow you to leave unharmed. The girl was issuing a threat to Gao Mu. However, Gao Mu was not one to be intimidated by threats. You are welcome to try, he said, gripping his sword with a calm demeanor. Someone, step forward and test his abilities. The girl, though cautious, issued the challenge. Her subordinates exchanged glances before one stepped forth. This individual was slender and clad in black, wielding a rather rare staff as his weapon. Upon seeing this weapon, Gao Mu's expression turned intrigued. The man wasted no time, charging at Gao Mu with his weapon in hand. His speed was not particularly swift, yet his footwork was as elusive as a shadow, exceedingly uncanny. Is this all? Gao Mu scoffed, a dismissive smile gracing his lips as he swung his long sword. The sword intent surged, and murderous aura radiated. Gao Mu again employed the peaceful disruption technique. The man had scarcely approached Gao Mu before the latter's strike sent him reeling back, utterly defeated. By the time he returned to the girl's side, his clothing had been reduced to tatters, and his exposed skin bore a multitude of small, alarming wounds. Gasp! Who is this young man? Why is he so formidable? Old He, a golden 9-star warrior, was rendered unable to match the youth. A prodigy truly terrifying. The onlookers gasped in shock at the sight of Old He's tattered clothing and wounds. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that a youth of her age could possess such terrifying strength. Alongside her astonishment, feelings of jealousy began to stir within her. Born into a family of warriors, she had always been regarded as a paragon, having broken through to the Golden Realm at the tender age of 16, making her a standout even in the world's most prestigious base cities. Yet, before this youth, she felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. I was careless. I didn't evade. Old He attempted to explain, but the others understood the truth. Even if he had exerted his full strength, he would still fall short against the youth before them. Knight Tongming, the strongest among them, observed this with clarity. If Old He had fought with all his might, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. Shall we continue? Gao Mu stood confidently, his expression unfazed. I want to test him myself. The girl surprisingly expressed her desire to confront Gao Mu. No, but before she could act, she was halted by Knight Tongming, whose expression was more serious than ever. The force behind that last strike was something no golden warrior could withstand. Though he did not articulate it, his meaning was unmistakable, unless one were a diamond warrior. No one could hope to match Gao Mu. What then shall we do? The girl inquired of Knight Tongming. Knight Bright hesitated for a moment and declared, I will personally test him. As he spoke, he boldly stepped forward, wielding a rather rare weapon, a guandao. My young friend, shall we both give our utmost? Regardless of life and death. Knight Bright's expression was earnest. Certainly. Gao Mu nodded, sensing an aura that only a true warrior could exude emanating from Knight Bright. With a swift motion, Knight Bright swung his guandao and charged directly at Gao Mu. His speed was not particularly swift, nor were his steps enigmatic. Yet an indescribable sense of danger surged within Gao Mu's heart. Indestructible diamond technique. Cautiously, he activated his strongest defensive skill. A golden sheen enveloped his entire body in an instant. Calm dispersal technique. With his defense established, it was time to counterattack. The air became thick with sword intent and murderous energy as Knight Bright's guandao sliced through the atmosphere with formidable presence. The clash between the calm dispersal technique and his guandao rang out with a crisp sound. To Gao Mu's surprise, the calm dispersal technique was shattered by the guandao. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. After dispersing the calm dispersal technique, Knight Bright pressed forward. This time, I shall be serious. Gao Mu fixed his gaze on Knight Bright. His words caught Knight Bright off guard, and simultaneously, an indescribable sense of crisis began to unfurl in his heart. Secret of the All character. Calm dispersal technique. With tenfold strength, Gao Mu unleashed the calm dispersal technique once more. This time, it bore a stark difference from the previous iteration. Knight Bright relentlessly swung his guandao, attempting to dismantle the calm dispersal technique again. However, contrary to his intentions, he not only failed to disperse it, but was also left with numerous wounds from its assault. Witnessing this scene, the girl and those behind her were no longer merely astonished, but gripped by fear. Though Knight Bright was battered and bruised, he pressed on, fully aware that a slim chance of survival lay ahead. However, he knew that if he faltered, that precious glimmer of hope would vanish. Yet reality struck him like a resounding slap across the face. The repeated use of the calm dispersal technique had drained Gao Mu's stamina significantly. He assessed his energy reserves and realized he could no longer employ the calm dispersal technique. Fortunately, he possessed other offensive skills. Green Lotus Sword Technique. Summoning the gathering of the Green Lotus, Gao Mu advanced. His longsword lunged toward Knight Bright, who raised his guandao to parry. The blade clashed against the guandao with a sharp sound. What tremendous force! Although Knight Bright successfully defended against Gao Mu's strike, he was forced back several steps. Enough! Just as Gao Mu prepared to launch another attack, the girl suddenly cried out, If you dare harm Grandfather Knight Bright, I will kill your entire family. Her words were clearly a product of anger, yet they struck a nerve deep within Gao Mu. He fixed a cold gaze upon her and declared, Today, not only will he perish, but you shall as well. Upon witnessing the terrifying look in Gao Mu's eyes, the girl instinctively recoiled several steps. My young friend, Knight Bright implored upon hearing Gao Mu's words, halting his assault. How about we end this matter here? Knight Bright was unafraid of death, yet he feared for the girl's safety. Chapter 57. The sword recedes from Knight Bright. Gao Mu remained silent, merely observing the girl and Knight Bright. Grandfather Knight. There's no need to plead. The girl attempted to speak, but Knight Bright interrupted her. Do not utter a word, he bellowed at her. If you wish to survive, it would be wise to keep your mouth shut. The girl was taken aback. It was the first time Knight Bright had ever shouted at her. Tears began to well up in her eyes. At that moment, Knight Bright was too preoccupied to consider the girl's feelings. His mind raced as he sought a compromise. Make her apologize, Gao Mu instructed Knight Bright. Impossible, absolutely impossible, the girl screamed. Yet Knight Bright stepped forward, raising his hand to deliver a slap to the girl's face, his expression cold and voice low. Apologize. I absolutely slap. Knight Bright struck her again. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Having always been pampered, she had never endured such humiliation. Wah! The girl sank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing her in such distress caused Knight Bright to feel a pang of sorrow, yet he had no other recourse. Gritting his teeth, he pulled her up and urged, apologize quickly. Fearful of further punishment, the girl reluctantly turned to Gao Mu, her eyes filled with hatred as she deeply bowed. I'm sorry. However, as her head barely dipped, she shot it back up with fury, glaring at Gao Mu and shouting, die? In her hand, a dagger appeared, aimed directly at Gao Mu's heart. Stop! Knight Bright shouted desperately, but it was too late. Seeking death, Gao Mu was not one to show mercy. He thrust his longsword forward, piercing the girl's chest as blood gushed forth like a fountain. Knight Bright, witnessing this, felt a surge of rage as his eyes turned crimson, and he charged at Gao Mu with his guandao. Enraged, Knight Bright's combat prowess surged, but Gao Mu remained undaunted. Meeting him head-on, after a few exchanges, Knight Bright was grievously wounded and forced to retreat, while the girl lay on the ground, her eyes wide open, staring at the sky. Gao Mu's strike not only wounded her physically, but also shattered her spirit. She had once believed herself invincible among her peers, a rare prodigy in this world. Yet after encountering Gao Mu, she realized the folly of her previous notions. The fierce battle between Gao Mu and Knight Bright raged on. Initially fueled by anger, Knight Bright managed to overpower Gao Mu. However, as his fury waned, so too did his fighting ability, leaving him struggling against Gao Mu's might. After repelling Knight Bright with a decisive blow, Gao Mu looked at him with a sly smile and remarked, if I were you, I would first check on that girl's condition. Knight Bright suddenly came to his senses and glanced at the girl lying on the ground. Though her injury appeared grave, she was not dead. Stop dawdling. Quickly save her, the assembled golden warriors urged, rushing forward to assist the girl. Gao Mu had refrained from killing her earlier due to his own concerns. With so many golden warriors and a diamond warrior as her bodyguards, the girl's lineage must be extraordinary. Gao Mu feared neither retribution nor enemies, but he dreaded the possibility of these individuals seeking vengeance against his family. The grievous injuries sustained by Gao Fu during his last hospitalization have profoundly transformed Gao Mu's approach to problem solving. Without hesitation, Gao Mu retrieved the 5 elements blood condensation fruit from his backpack and presented it to Yi Tongming. Upon witnessing the fruit, Yi Tongming was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in gratitude towards Gao Mu. The girl, too, appeared momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that Gao Mu would come to her aid, let alone offer such a precious item. As she consumed the 5 elements blood condensation fruit, the wounds on her body began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of black blood, likely the remnants of her earlier contusions. As the stagnation was expelled, her pallid complexion gradually regained its color. Be more cautious in the future, Gao Mu advised her coldly. With that, he turned to depart. Wait. At that moment, the girl called out to him, her gaze complex as she summoned all her strength to declare, I will remember this enmity. I shall seek retribution in the future. Gao Mu waved his hand dismissively. Let us not concern ourselves with future matters at present. Miss, Yi Tongming wishes to apologize for earlier, he interjected. Yet the girl waved dismissively, I understand. Your intentions were good. Having just faced life and death, she had matured significantly. She gazed at Gao Mu's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with resolve. Today, I am no match for him, but the future may hold a different tale. Yi Tongming was filled with astonishment. He realized that from this day forth, the girl would be markedly different. Deep within the heart of Camel Peak City, Gao Mu proceeded at a measured pace, armed with the secret of motion. He possessed the swiftness of the world. Yet, he remained vigilant, adhering to the principle that caution begets safety. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Rewards obtained, 100 camel fruits. Ding. A new sign-in location has been updated. Please proceed to the center of Langya Bay City to sign in. As Gao Mu prepared to consume the camel fruits, he overheard voices nearby. Did you really see him? He actually entered Camel Peak City? Absolutely, brother. I saw it clearly. He has indeed entered Camel Peak City. If he is truly in Camel Peak City, we shall surround and eliminate him today. The bounty is in the hundreds of millions. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Perhaps he possesses other treasures as well. The sudden voices sent a jolt of surprise through Gao Mu. If he heard correctly, this group seemed to be coming for him. He quickly concealed himself and stealthily approached the source of the voices. Before long, he found himself close enough to observe the group, which consisted of 20 individuals. Are these warriors from the Golden Nine Stars? The strength of their formation was formidable. With his current abilities, even at the peak of his skills, Gao Mu could merely hope to escape their grasp. Camel fruits? Remembering the exotic fruits he had just acquired, a smile crept upon Gao Mu's face. Perhaps it was unnecessary to confront them head-on. A most peculiar smile graced his lips. Chapter 58, Gao Mu's Assassination Plan. Concealed in the shadows, Gao Mu continuously consumed the camel fruits. 100 camel fruits vanished as if they were of no cost, all swallowed by him. System: Godly Sign-In System. Host: Gao Mu. Strength: 1, 120, 000. Realm: Diamond 1 star. Skills: Thunder Fist, Great Accomplishment. Shadow Step, Great Accomplishment. Azure Lotus Sword Technique, Great Accomplishment. Complete Secret, Great Accomplishment. Indestructible Body Technique, Great Accomplishment. Motion Secret, Great Accomplishment. Peacekeeping Decision, Great Accomplishment. Available sign-in locations: Center of Langyubei City. The camel fruits proved immensely beneficial, propelling Gao Mu's strength beyond the million mark and elevating him to the rank of diamond-level warrior. Haha. Today's slaughter will be akin to the butchering of swine and dogs. Since they sought to hunt Gao Mu for the bounty, he had no reason to spare them. However, adhering to his principle of caution, Gao Mu refrained from acting recklessly. He awaited the perfect moment. As time passed, darkness enveloped the sky. After fruitlessly searching, the 20-person team set up camp for the night. Once they had settled in, Gao Mu commenced his hunting plan for the evening. Taking advantage of the slumbering team members, Gao Mu activated the motion secret and approached one from behind. Taking advantage of his unsuspecting state, Gao Mu swiftly drew his sword, slicing through the man's throat. The individual's eyes widened in shock. He had not even registered the attack before losing his life. Gao Mu gently laid him on the ground and concealed him before continuing his hunt. In a mere 5 minutes, all 10 members on night watch had been eliminated. Surveying the tents, Gao Mu ultimately chose one to infiltrate, intending to dispatch the sleeping individuals within. Just as he was about to enter the tent, the entrance swung open unexpectedly. By a stroke of misfortune, Gao Mu came face to face with another member of the team. Fortunately, with quick reflexes, Gao Mu's sword found its way into the intruder's mouth just as he opened it to call out. The thrust silenced any words he might have uttered. Gao Mu gently laid the body down and softly patted his chest. How careless of me. Had I been a moment slower, my presence would have been revealed. After concealing the corpse, Gao Mu resumed his assassination plan. However, as he approached the final 5 members of the camp, his plan began to unravel. Whether by coincidence or ill-fated chance, the discovery of a body alerted the others, who quickly notified their comrades. With the assassination plan thwarted, Gao Mu had no choice but to confront them directly. Captain, they're all dead, all of them. A frail figure trembled, his voice quaking with fear. Aside from us 5, everyone else was silenced by a single sword strike. The captain's expression darkened ominously. Who did this? Show yourself, he bellowed. The night remained silent, unyielding in its response. Let us stand back to back and remain vigilant. The captain instructed the remaining 4. They nodded and positioned themselves closely together. This posture granted them a semblance of security. Ding! Just as their defenses were heightened, a small stone suddenly struck them. Already tense, the appearance of the stone sent shivers through their spines. Observing their fearful reactions, Gao Mu concealed himself in the shadows, thoroughly amused. He suddenly comprehended why some say the unknown is the most terrifying. They remained oblivious to whether the assailant was human or beast. Had they known it was Gao Mu, they would undoubtedly have charged at him without hesitation. Ding! Gao Mu hurled another small stone. The member with the weakest mental fortitude began wildly flailing his weapon. Eyes shut tight, and screamed, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. As he attempted to intervene, those around him narrowly avoided being struck by his blade. Time ticked away, second by second. Gao Mu had lost count of how many small stones he had thrown. Even the most resolute among the 5 was beginning to show signs of mental disarray, his gaze unfocused and his demeanor dazed. He glanced skyward, then back at his watch. There remained approximately an hour until dawn. He was in no rush. He could distinctly sense that the 5 were on the verge of collapse. Time continued its relentless march. In the blink of an eye, less than 20 minutes remained until the break of day. Just a little longer to endure, and dawn would arrive. With the dawn, their caution could be set aside. Oh, how he yearned for the first light of day. Even now, they still questioned whether the creature attacking them was a beast rather than a human. This suspicion stemmed entirely from the habits of the otherworldly beast. It was time. Approaching the moment of anticipation, their vigilance waned. Their physical and mental reserves had reached their limits. Some of them were already beginning to sway. Seizing the opportunity presented by one of their unsteady moments, Gao Mu activated the secret of movement and appeared behind the 5. The surprise was palpable. Gao Mu's voice resonated from within their circle. The sudden sound sent shockwaves through them, causing the 5 to instinctively lurch forward and turn back, their eyes wide with terror as they regarded Gao Mu. Who are you? One of them screamed. Gao Mu, regarding him with a slight smile, responded. You come to kill me yet inquire about my identity? Is that not somewhat absurd? With those words, everything that had transpired the previous night began to make sense. What do you want? The leader demanded, his face a mask of wariness as he fixed his gaze upon Gao Mu. Have you read too many novels? Gao Mu scoffed at the leader's demeanor. My appearance at this moment is undoubtedly to end your lives. You cannot kill us, shouted an older member of the group. We are righteous men, and you are the embodiment of evil. If you take our lives, retribution will surely follow. Goodness, you haven't merely read too many novels. You've become foolish from them, Gao Mu retorted, dismissing any further dialogue as he swung his sword towards the opponent. Under normal circumstances, the opponent might have been able to parry that strike. However, the knight's torment had severely drained his stamina. He could neither withstand the blow nor even entertain the thought of evading it. A swift strike to the throat. Of the original 20-member team, only 4 remained. Let us take him on together. The leader understood that this might be their last chance. You all rest for a moment. I'll handle this one. Just as the 4 prepared to advance, a chilling voice suddenly emerged. Chapter 59, The Eerie Pseudo-Living Entity. Following the sound, Gao Mu spotted a figure in a black robe standing at a distance. The figure was entirely cloaked, rendering their features indistinguishable. They emanated an eerie and chilling aura. Encountering such a being in the dead of night would surely terrify any sane individual. Who are you? Gao Mu asked softly. Irrelevant, the cloaked figure replied coldly. An icy chill in their tone. You only need to know that I am here to claim your life. With that, the figure unleashed their full presence. This aura was at least diamond level. We are saved, they thought, reveling in the certainty of Gao Mu's demise. Today Gao Mu must die. I will dance upon his corpse. In their eyes, this cloaked figure could effortlessly dispatch Gao Mu. Diamond 9 stars. Gao Mu's gaze turned steely. The strength of this cloaked individual exceeded his expectations. Thankfully, he had already attained Diamond 1 star. Otherwise, he might not stand a chance against them. Gao Mu mused to himself. As a Diamond 1 star, combined with the secret of movement, his power could elevate him to King 1 star. It was evident who would emerge victorious in a confrontation between King 1 star and Diamond 9 stars. After fully unleashing his aura, the cloaked figure quietly drew a weapon from his back. It was a bizarrely shaped massive scythe, entirely black and glistening with a deadly edge. At the junction of the blade and the handle, a skull was embedded. If all went as expected, that skull was likely not merely a carving. With a subtle swing of the scythe, the figure declared coldly, your time to die has come. With that, they charged directly toward Gao Mu. Secret of movement. Indestructible body technique. At this moment, Gao Mu sprang into action as well. He brandished his longsword, advancing step by step. Death scythe. The cloaked figure lunged close to Gao Mu, wielding the black scythe. As the scythe swung, Gao Mu felt an intensely chilling presence bearing down upon him. Calm the chaos technique. Gao Mu unleashed his most formidable sword technique. The longsword clashed with the scythe, sparks flying in all directions. Gao Mu's face lit up with surprise. The strength of this cloaked figure was somewhat beyond his anticipation. He had believed that with his King 1 star prowess, he would either swiftly defeat his opponent or at least severely injure him. Yet, the reality was that not only had he failed to inflict significant harm, but he had also found himself at a disadvantage. The cloaked figure was equally astonished. To his knowledge, Gao Mu's realm could not exceed Diamond. His most powerful attack, the Death Scythe, should have easily dispatched his opponent. However, his strike not only failed to eliminate Gao Mu but also left him in a precarious position. Calm the chaos technique. This was Gao Mu's strongest offensive move at this stage. While using it consecutively would deplete tremendous stamina, he had no alternatives. As Gao Mu's sword energy surged forth once more, the cloaked figure was left with no choice but to defend with the scythe. Clang, clang, clang. The clear sound of metal striking metal echoed repeatedly. The cloaked figure was shocked to discover that his supposedly indestructible scythe had developed fine cracks. Again, Gao Mu bellowed. However, this time, he did not employ the calm the chaos technique again, but instead activated the secret of movement. Utilizing the secret, he swiftly positioned himself behind the cloaked figure. With a swift thrust, Gao Mu aimed for the figure's back. Wait. As the longsword pierced the cloaked figure's back, Gao Mu's expression shifted. An experienced killer. He could easily tell that his blade had not met flesh. He quickly withdrew his sword, finding it devoid of blood, and the wound also showed no signs of bleeding. What manner of creature are you? Gao Mu regarded the cloaked figure, his expression shifting. Although his strike had not claimed the figure's life, it had nonetheless carved a significant gash into them. The suddenness of Gao Mu's attack had left the cloaked figure with no time to react. Thankfully, while Gao Mu's strike had left a deep wound, it had not incapacitated him. The cloaked figure, unfazed by the injury, continued to wield the scythe, engaging Gao Mu in battle once more. Undying? Gao Mu's mindset began to shift quietly. Yet, he adjusted swiftly. I refuse to believe that if I sever your head, you will still live. Undying creatures must possess weaknesses. Moreover, to Gao Mu's knowledge, there appeared to be no truly undying beings in this world. Secret of movement. Gao Mu accelerated to the utmost. once again positioning himself behind the figure clad in black robes. He brandished his long sword, aiming a strike at the black-robed man's head. This time, the black-robed man was prepared, yet Gao Mu's blade still severed his head. Staring at the head rolling on the ground, Gao Mu was filled with astonishment. It seemed that the rumors were indeed true. Suddenly, fragments of those widely circulated rumors flooded Gao Mu's mind. He had previously dismissed them as mere hearsay. But now it appeared they held an unsettling reality. Not only Gao Mu, but even the onlookers nearby were equally taken aback at the sight of the severed head. Strangely, the headless black-robed man did not collapse immediately. He swung the scythe in his grasp, seemingly intent on continuing the fight with Gao Mu. This was utterly bizarre. Gao Mu muttered under his breath, advancing once more. If the right side of his chest was ineffective, then he would target the left. The long sword pierced through the black-robed man's chest again. Yet, astonishingly, he continued to fight. However, through the gaping wound, Gao Mu glimpsed a luminous entity within the man's body. Was this an energy source? Gao Mu pondered, raising his sword again. This time, the blade penetrated the glowing entity. As the light extinguished, the black-robed figure collapsed to the ground. Gao Mu swung his sword, effortlessly tearing apart the black robe, revealing the true form of the black-robed man. He was a pseudo-life form composed entirely of silvery metal. According to rumors, such pseudo-life forms were exceedingly prevalent outside of China. Theoretically, anyone with sufficient financial means could attain any level they desired. Of course, this came with a caveat. One must relinquish their physical body, retaining only their brain. And even the heart could be discarded. Gao Mu approached the severed head, striking it with his sword. Cerebral matter spilled forth from the cranium. The remaining members of the 20-person team, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, turned and fled. However, Gao Mu had no intention of granting them an escape. With a flourish of his sword, he reaped their lives. Crouching near the black-robed man's body, Gao Mu furrowed his brow. Ethical concerns had led to a complete ban on pseudo-life forms in China. Typically, such beings would not enter Chinese territory. Yet, here stood one in the Langyue-based city. Gao Mu found the situation exceedingly perplexing. Chapter 60, The Mysterious Organization. Armed with his long sword, he prepared to conduct a thorough dissection of the pseudo-life form. Upon completion of the dissection, as he gazed at the scattered mechanical fragments, Gao Mu's brow creased once more. He meticulously searched through the debris until he discovered an odd emblem among the wreckage. It was a circular insignia, etched with a cloud-like pattern at its center. This was the first time Gao Mu had encountered such a design. He retrieved his phone to photograph the emblem. In the wilderness devoid of signal, he could not find any information regarding it. It was time to return to the base city. Gao Mu stowed the fragment bearing the emblem in his backpack and began his trek toward the city. Uncertain of the current state of affairs within the base city, he dialed Lu Tianping's number as soon as he regained signal. Thank heavens, you're safe, Lu Tianping exclaimed, visibly relieved to see Gao Mu in the video. Are you near the base city? It's very chaotic here. You should avoid coming back. Gao Mu opened his mouth, wishing to inquire further. But Lu Tianping seemed to anticipate his questions. Before he could speak, Lu Tianping reassured him, your parents are at the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. Don't worry. Even if Zhan, who had 1,000 lives, he wouldn't dare to invade our hall. Lu Tianping's confidence eased Gao Mu's mind. By the way, Gao Mu began, opening his backpack to retrieve the fragment, and inquired, do you recognize this emblem? Lu Tianping studied the insignia, falling into deep thought. Where did you acquire this? After a moment's contemplation, his expression shifted dramatically. Gao Mu could tell from Lu Tianping's demeanor that the emblem was undoubtedly significant. This belongs to a highly mysterious and ancient organization, Lu Tianping elaborated. To my knowledge, this organization emerged in the second year following the establishment of the base city. They proclaimed that after serving humanity for so long, it was now time for humanity to serve the beasts. The group's ideology was extremely antisocial, resulting in limited followers. Given the tumultuous circumstances of that time, they garnered little attention. However, as time progressed, their numbers swelled. If my memory serves me correctly, at their peak, they boasted approximately 2 million members. While this number may seem insignificant compared to the total population of Earth, what is truly alarming is that all 2 million members shared a consensus that humanity should serve the beasts. Even during their height, the government and the Jidao Martial Arts Hall did not take action against them. Until one fateful day, they committed an atrocity that incited public outrage. They unleashed alien beasts upon a base city, leading to catastrophic casualties overnight. Following that incident, both the government and the Jidao Martial Arts Hall were incensed, deploying all their experts to eradicate the organization in one fell swoop. From that day forth, the organization and its emblem vanished from the annals of history. I never anticipated that it would resurface today, especially near the Langyue-based city. This is undoubtedly a perilous signal for us. Realizing this, Lu Tianping urged Gao Mu. I must end the call now to report this matter to higher authorities. As the call concluded, Gao Mu felt a sense of disquiet. This could very well be a harbinger of danger. He scrunched his nose, sensing a pervasive aura of peril in the air. No, he thought resolutely. This cannot be allowed to happen. The fate of the people within the base city held no concern for Gao Mu. yet his parents resided there. If Lu Tianping's words held any truth, then the reappearance of this organization surely bore motives beyond mere monetary gain. Entering the base city at this juncture was not a prudent choice. It seemed he would have to wait outside the city. Should he venture into the base city now? A fierce confrontation with Han Yue would be inevitable. Regardless of the outcome, such a clash would deplete the city's core strength. The mysterious organization lay in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. Should they repeat their previous tactic of unleashing alien beasts into the city, the Langya base city could face annihilation. Thus, the wisest course of action was to await the organization's assault. Preparations should commence, so that once anyone departed from the Langya base city, their forces could pursue. After confirming the adversary's strength, they could relay the information regarding their location and power level. In a dilapidated, secluded hall not far from Gao Mu, a gathering of individuals convened. Their appearance mirrored that of the black-robed figures Gao Mu had previously encountered. Yes. Several black-robed figures rose to depart. The remaining figure clad in black, while gazing intently at the holographic tablet in hand, emitted a peculiar cackling laughter. Humans are destined to serve the aberrant beasts. This has been the case in the past, remains so in the present, and will persist into the future. Time passed inexorably, ticking away second by second, day after day. Gao Mu, stationed at the city gate, found his gaze growing increasingly vacant with boredom. Fortunately, a signal was available nearby. Otherwise, he would surely have succumbed to utter tedium. Just as Gao Mu was on the brink of despair, the phone call from Lu Tianping rang through once more. I have some rather unsettling news to share, Lu Tianping stated, instantly igniting Gao Mu's anxiety. The recent mortality rate among warriors has risen alarmingly high. It seems that the organization has begun preparations for their actions. Gao Mu remained silent, awaiting further details from Lu Tianping. Typically, the mortality rate among warriors hovers around 10%, but since the emergence of the black-clad figure, it has skyrocketed to a terrifying 50%. Although warriors are drawn to the thrill of danger, none willingly embrace death. They generally opt to hunt aberrant beasts within territories that match their own levels of prowess. It is only those exceptionally skilled who dare to challenge foes beyond their rank. Hence the mortality rate usually remains between 10 and 15%. The sudden surge in deaths alerted Lu Tianping to the gravity of the situation. Have you reported this to headquarters? What was their response? Gao Mu inquired. Lu Tianping nodded. I have already notified headquarters, and they are treating this matter with utmost seriousness. Personnel should arrive within a week. Hearing this, Gao Mu nodded, feeling a weight lift from his heart. With the Extreme Path Martial Arts School dispatching assistance, the safety index of the base city would undoubtedly be significantly elevated. Just then, however, the call between Gao Mu and Lu Tianping was abruptly severed. Chapter 61. Gao Mu re-enters the base city within the confines of Langya Base City. At the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, Lu Tianping wore an exceedingly grave expression. He stared at his phone, which had lost signal, and at the suddenly extinguished light bulb, his eyes flickering with intensity. Fortunately, the Extreme Path Martial Arts School operated its own internal network. This exclusive network remained functional even when external communications and power were severed. He seized the telephone beside him and bellowed, "All personnel at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, enter a state of Level 1 alert." This is the highest state of readiness. Since the establishment of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, such a level of alert had never been enacted, even in the most rudimentary base cities. After a brief moment of confusion, the members of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School demonstrated remarkable composure. They armed themselves and assembled on the first floor. Lu Tianping glanced at the time, nodding with satisfaction before addressing the gathering with a serious tone. What we might be facing is a fierce battle ahead. This confrontation could lead to death, severe injury, or even annihilation. I hope you all are prepared. Yes. The members of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School shouted in unison, their expressions resolute. All right, everyone, please hold your positions as we await news from the Central Command. The martial artists gripped their weapons tightly, ready for action. In the Central Command area, Zhan Hu swiftly gathered all personnel from the Hanwei Guard in the plaza. Thanks to prior communication with Lu Tianping, his reaction time was notably swift. After informing everyone of the situation, Zhan Hu awaited their response. The Hanwei Guard was not made up of cowards. While they were adept at scheming, their resolve in the face of life and death mirrored that of the members of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. The Zhangqiang Martial Arts School also quickly assembled their members, waiting for Zhan Hu's orders. Zhan Hu checked the time, then dialed the numbers for Niu Ming and Lu Tianping. Branch Leader Lu, your Extreme Path Martial Arts School is responsible for the North Gate, to the death, if necessary. Branch Leader Niu, your Zhangqiang Martial Arts School will handle the West Gate, to the death, if necessary. We, the Hanwei Guard, shall take charge of the South Gate, to the death, if necessary. The Hanwei Guard, Extreme Path Martial Arts School, and Zhangqiang Martial Arts School all mobilized towards their designated gates. Following a brief period of chaos, the situation in the city gradually stabilized. The wartime system, previously in use, activated at this moment. The system not only reassured each civilian but also assigned tasks to certain warriors within the base city. For the time being, the internal order of the base city appeared to be intact. Outside the city, Gao Mu remained oblivious to these developments. He observed his phone, now devoid of signal. With a slight furrow in his brow, he understood well what the lack of signal indicated. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, the sound of an alarm echoed throughout the base city. Every inhabitant understood the significance of that alarm. Let me into the city. Gao Mu approached the gate. Addressing the sentry, the gatekeeper visibly hesitated upon seeing Gao Mu. You wish to enter the city now? Are you courting death? The guard responded. He recognized Gao Mu instantly, having seen his face on countless wanted posters. There's no time for explanations, Gao Mu insisted. If my assumptions are correct, that alarm signifies a major incident. There are only 3 factions within the base city, and by now, they must have begun their maneuvers. If they have not yet arrived at the east gate, it means they are already stationed at the other gates. Why? The guard was perplexed, unable to grasp why the 3 factions would neglect the east gate, as it was not a location known for high concentrations of aberrant beasts. Furthermore, the east gate was distanced from residential areas, allowing time for reinforcements even if the gate were breached. Gao Mu's analysis was indeed sound. However, choosing to enter the city at this moment is not the wisest decision, the guard remarked, clearly reluctant to risk Gao Mu's life for a bounty. It was not that he lacked ambition, but rather that he understood his place. He was merely a lowly black iron warrior, while Gao Mu was a prodigious talent. When the bounty was issued, Gao Mu had already reached the formidable Golden Realm. Even if Gao Mu had not progressed further, he would still be far beyond the guard's capabilities. The situation at the East Gate, while unique, did not guarantee the absence of aberrant beasts. I care not for Zhan Hu or the Hanwha Guard. My only desire is to protect this city and those I hold dear, Gao Mu declared with righteous fervor, though his true motivation was to safeguard his parents. His words deeply moved the gatekeeper. You may enter, the guard relented quietly, glancing over his shoulder. But once inside, you must keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention. Gao Mu nodded and stepped once again into Langyue Base City. Upon learning that the Hanwha Guard, Extreme Path Martial Arts School, and Sanxiong Martial Arts School were stationed at the northwest and south gates, several minor martial arts practitioners, along with those unaffiliated with any faction, began to converge toward the east gate. This was their home, and if they did not defend it, no one else would. Upon entering the city, Gao Mu was taken aback by the multitude of warriors gathered there. Perhaps this embodies the spirit of Huaxia. The legacy of Huaxia has persisted for millennia, with a history spanning thousands of years. Throughout these ages, regardless of the internal strife that may have plagued Huaxia, whenever foreign powers dared to invade, unity would inevitably prevail. We may quarrel amongst ourselves, but should you wish to strike at us, you are merely indulging in a fantasy. Not far from the eastern gate, a significant number of aberrant beasts are approaching. Not far from the western gate, a substantial horde of aberrant beasts draws near. Not far from the northern gate, an extensive multitude of aberrant beasts is on the way. Not far from the southern gate, a considerable swarm of aberrant beasts is advancing. Alarms blare incessantly in the skies above the base city. These sirens emanate from the wartime emergency systems of the base city. Each base city is equipped with 3 such systems, specifically designed for situations like today. One is located at Hanwha Guard, another at the Jidao Martial Arts Hall, and the last at the Sanxiong Martial Arts Hall. The rationale for having 3 systems is to ensure preparedness in case of emergencies. Due to the unique nature of these wartime systems, very few individuals are privy to their existence. Only the prominent figures of the 3 factions are aware of them. In a shadowy corner of the base city, several cloaked figures exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing the sounds overhead. Chapter 62. The Shadow of the Cloaked Figures. The observer stationed atop the city wall shouted through a loudspeaker. The horde of aberrant beasts is less than 1 kilometer from our eastern gate. The previously fervent and impassioned martial artists exhibited noticeable shifts in expression upon hearing this news. Unease, trepidation, curiosity, and fear began to seep into the ranks of the warriors. Lacking organization and leadership, there was no one to rally them with impassioned words to ignite the fire within their hearts. Brothers, since no one has stepped forward, Mu, gifted with a system of extraordinary abilities, resolved to take the initiative. He was not one to seek the spotlight. Had another emerged, he would have wholeheartedly supported them. However, the issue lay in the reluctance of others to take the lead. With no one willing to step up, Mu decided to become that leader himself. The aberrant beasts are drawing near. We must not succumb to fear and dread. We should brandish our weapons and defend our homeland. Mu's impassioned declaration, however, was met with silence. Who do you think you are to command us? Some retorted. Indeed, you are merely a youth. What audacity grants you such courage? Others scoffed. Save your fervor, young man. Perhaps you should watch fewer action-packed animes. Mu's fervor was quickly doused by a torrent of skepticism. Isn't that Mu? Someone in the crowd recognized him. Mu, the prodigy who, at merely 18, slew a diamond 9-star warrior. Another mused. No wonder he looks so familiar. If he truly is that talented youth, he may indeed have the right to command us. The tale of Hai Mu slaying a Diamond 9-star warrior had long since spread throughout the Langya-based city. Although a bounty had been placed on his head, few genuinely sought to enact it. The majority were merely curious about him. Recognizing that the crowd had identified him, Hai Mu no longer concealed his identity. He pointed towards the direction beyond the city walls and shouted, "1 kilometer may not seem far, yet if we do not prepare, the aberrant beasts may breach our eastern gate. Should that occur," he gestured inward, "our families, friends, and loved ones may fall victim to their slaughter. Our only option is to take up our weapons and defend our home and kin." Hai Mu's words, though somewhat juvenile, ignited a flame of resolve within the hearts of all present. Roar, roar, roar. The warriors at the eastern gate raised their weapons high and shouted in unison. Hai Mu, who had sparked this fervor, smiled faintly, tightening his grip on his weapon. The gatekeeper who had earlier allowed Hai Mu entry felt a cold sweat break out upon witnessing this scene. Yet, he visibly relaxed as he observed the unfolding camaraderie. Perhaps this is the allure of true strength. After speaking, he turned to those observing from the city wall. "What is the situation?" The observers, focused intently, replied. "Less than 200 meters remain, yet the horde has come to a halt." This peculiar behavior reached Hai Mu's ears. He contemplated silently for a moment, then seriously addressed the warriors. "I propose we venture outside the city to confront them. Who will accompany me?" His words left the martial artists momentarily stunned. "Isn't it prudent to defend the city? They may not even breach our walls," they thought. "Choosing to go out now is akin to seeking death. If you wish to perish, you can do so alone without dragging us into it." The warriors expressed strong reluctance towards Hai Mu's decision to leave the city. In their view, maintaining a defensive position was the wisest strategy. Yet Hai Mu held a different perspective. "If we venture outside, there may still be a glimmer of hope." After careful consideration, he asserted, "But if we do not, we may lose our last chance altogether. I sense that there are humans directing them from behind." The crowd fell silent, casting puzzled glances at Hai Mu. Clearly, they awaited his explanation. Given the situation, it was evident that there was someone orchestrating the horde of aberrant beasts. Hai Mu's assertion was audacious and difficult for the warriors to accept. Aberrant beasts evolved from animalistic origins. Barring those of a significantly higher rank, they lacked intelligence. Furthermore, they were inherently proud and harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity. Having been subjugated by them for millennia, they bore an ingrained aversion to humans, and it was implausible that they would heed human commands. At least, no precedents existed of humans successfully taming aberrant beasts. "We still believe it is best to defend the city." The majority of the warriors expressed their preference for remaining within the walls. Only a small faction believed in Hai Mu and were willing to accompany him outside. "Those who follow me will share in the spoils of battle, regardless of the level of the core obtained," he declared. Mere slogans and impassioned rhetoric would bear no fruit. At critical moments, the most effective motivator remained the allure of profit. Upon hearing this, even those reluctant to leave the city began to waver. "What movements do the aberrant beasts exhibit?" Hai Mu inquired of the observer atop the wall. After a moment of careful observation, the observer replied, "They remain still. But I have spotted several humanoid figures cloaked in black at the rear of the horde." Unable to ascertain whether these figures were aberrant beasts or humans, the observer referred to them simply as humanoid beings. "Indeed, it is them," Hai Mu realized, recognizing the presence of that organization amidst this assault of aberrant beasts. "We may not have much time." He addressed the still hesitant warriors. "I shall grant you all 10 more minutes to deliberate. Should you reach your decision, we will commence preparations." 10 minutes slipped away in the blink of an eye. The number of individuals willing to venture beyond the city, lured by Gao Mu's temptations, had indeed increased significantly. Yet, confronted with the monstrous horde outside, resembling a tide of beasts, this meager force was evidently insufficient. "Does anyone possess a means of transportation?" At this moment, Gao Mu seemed to have a revelation and hastily inquired. The crowd exchanged glances, perplexed by Gao Mu's intentions. "I have matters to attend to. I must make a trip to the city center." Indeed, Gao Mu intended to sign in at the city center, regardless of the rewards he might receive for this sign-in. It would undoubtedly enhance his leverage and security. Half an hour later, Gao Mu reappeared at the eastern gate. Chapter 63, The Unashamed Limit. God-level sign-in system. Host, Gao Mu. Strength, 3, 22 million. Realm, Diamond, 3 stars. Skills, Thunder Fist, Great Accomplishment. Shadow Step, Great Accomplishment. Azure Lotus Sword Art, Great Accomplishment. All Character Secret Technique, Great Accomplishment. Indestructible Body Technique, Great Accomplishment. Walking Character Secret Technique, Great Accomplishment. Chaos Resolution Technique, Great Accomplishment. Sign-in location, headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Gazing at the system interface, he nodded in satisfaction. This time, the sign-in had once again granted him 100 exotic fruits, propelling his strength from Diamond 1 star to Diamond 3 stars. Coupled with the all-character secret technique, his combat prowess surged to an impressive King 3 stars. Given that the beasts near the city were of relatively low rank, he hoped that this newfound strength would suffice to confront them. Outside the eastern gate, those willing to leave the city stood behind Gao Mu. their expressions grave and their eyes filled with complexity. They understood the perilous nature of their undertaking. Venturing forth to face the enemy was fraught with danger. Yet, amidst looming threats and enticing rewards, they had no choice. Open the gate. With Gao Mu's thunderous roar, the eastern gate creaked open. Though the beasts were a kilometer away, their towering forms were clearly visible at the gate. Remember, avoid unnecessary entanglements with the beasts. Our primary mission is to eliminate those in black robes. They are the masterminds behind this beastly siege. If we can eliminate them, our predicament will be alleviated by at least half. Understood. The individuals behind Gao Mu growled in unison. Charge. With Gao Mu's commanding shout, the martial artists surged from the eastern gate toward the throng of beasts. Among the beasts outside the eastern gate, a black-robed figure stood atop the tallest creature, observing the situation at the gate through binoculars. The instant the eastern gate opened, the figure's surprise morphed into skepticism. Upon witnessing Gao Mu leading the martial artists out, his disbelief turned to disdain. In this world, there exists a group of individuals blissfully unaware of their impending doom. Number 73, he spoke into a device nestled against his ear, pressing a button to issue orders. Lead a pack of beasts and eliminate those oblivious fools. Following his enthusiastic command, Number 73, accompanied by a swift battalion of beasts, charged toward Gao Mu's direction. Ha! Today I shall relish in slaughter. It has been far too long since I last killed a human. Number 73 was visibly exhilarated. The sudden emergence of Number 73 and the horde of beasts disrupted Gao Mu's rhythm. His gaze sharpened as he commanded, "The beasts are yours. I will handle the black-robed figure." The members of the group exchanged silent nods of agreement. Soon, Number 73 and Gao Mu clashed. Diamond 3 stars? You truly underestimate me. In the Langya Bay city, Diamond 3 stars undoubtedly belonged to the upper echelon. Number 73's excitement stemmed from this very understanding. However, he did not anticipate that his first adversary would be Gao Mu. You must be Gao Mu, right? I've heard tales of your prodigious talent. I am eager to engage you in combat. Upon encountering Gao Mu, Number 73 grew even more animated. Gao Mu was not surprised that this figure knew his name. If they dared to target Langya Bay city, they had undoubtedly prepared thoroughly. The intelligence gathered within the city was likely comprehensive. Gao Mu was, without a doubt, a notable figure within the base city at this stage. Who are you? Gao Mu met Number 73's gaze, sword in hand. The aura emanating from Number 73 was distinct from that of the black-robed figures Gao Mu had previously encountered. The latter radiated death and decay, while Number 73 exuded vitality. Who am I? Does it truly matter? Number 73 shook his head, emitting a peculiar cackling laugh. What is paramount for us now is how to swiftly eliminate our opponent. Would you not agree? As he spoke, Number 73 drew his weapon from behind. His weapon was a spear that appeared quite extraordinary. The spear, predominantly silver, bore a slight hint of darkness at its tip. This spear is called the Dragon Gallbladder Spear, meticulously replicated one-to-one based on ancient texts of Zhao Zilong's Dragon Gallbladder Spear. Number 73 proudly proclaimed. After introducing his spear, he patted his waist, stating, "I also carry a long sword at my side, the Qinggang sword, which is likewise a one-to-one recreation from ancient scriptures." Both the Dragon Gallbladder Spear and the Qinggang sword were renowned weapons of Zhao Zilong. Gao Mu could discern that Number 73 held a deep admiration for Zhao Yun. I wonder if he possessed the same courage as Zhao Zilong. As Gao Mu spoke, he charged directly at Number 73 with his sword drawn. Number 73 smirked disdainfully. "You are no match for me. I advise you to surrender." Despite his words, he firmly gripped the Dragon Gallbladder Spear, bracing himself for Gao Mu's approach. Bang! Clang! When the Dragon Gallbladder Spear and the long sword first collided, they erupted into a dazzling display of sparks. Both combatants took a step back, gazing at one another with astonishment. "Indeed, your strength exceeds my expectations," Number 73 remarked, seemingly impressed by Gao Mu. "At your age, achieving such a realm is no small feat. I would rather not harm you. Why not join us?" Gao Mu scoffed at Number 73's proposition. The earlier clash had given him insight into Number 73's capabilities. While he exuded the aura of Diamond 3 stars, his true strength was little more than that of Diamond 1 star. Even without relying on the all-character secret technique, Gao Mu could effortlessly dispatch him. "Are you not a bit too verbose?" Gao Mu regarded Number 73 coldly, a hint of derision in his tone. "Do you not know that villains often meet their demise through excessive dialogue?" "I am no villain," Number 73 retorted, unfazed by Gao Mu's words, his tone laced with amusement. "Individuals like me are the true heroes. Good heavens, you truly possess an unparalleled lack of shame." The audacity of Number 73 exceeded Gao Mu's expectations. To incite beasts to slaughter his own kind while claiming to be a hero was utterly preposterous. Enough. Number 73 appeared distinctly irritated at Gao Mu's mention of his kin, his tone dripping with disdain. "Firstly, I am not of your kind. Do not associate me with that filthy race, for it makes me profoundly nauseous." Gao Mu believed that disavowing one's ancestry had reached the limits of human absurdity. Unexpectedly, there are still those who deny their own race. Chapter 64, Terrifying indeed. The human race, in my eyes, is filthy and shameful. They prattle on about being the spirit of all things while subjugating other species. What distinguishes this behavior from that of uncivilized beasts? The remarks made by the 73rd individual utterly overturned Gao Mu's worldview. His statements bore a striking resemblance to those of dog enthusiasts. Humanity has evolved over hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, to attain the status of the spirit of all things. During this time, our ancestors resisted natural disasters and confronted man-made calamities, gradually evolving from the weakest creatures into the mightiest beings. Yet now you tell me that this world is equitable. On what grounds? Is it based on your flawed reasoning? Or merely because you possess a larger head? The very reason humanity has ascended to become the spirit of all things is due to its ultimate triumph in the natural order. Were another species to occupy this esteemed position, humanity would find itself relegated to servitude. Such is the law of nature. What you speak of is nothing but a fallacy. Gao Mu's words left 73 quite indignant. Pointing at Gao Mu, he shouted, "It is precisely because of conceited individuals like you that the resurgence of spiritual energy has allowed beasts to emerge as the greatest victors. In my view, whether human or beast, all are equal." Gao Mu, genuinely disinclined to engage in further debate, recognized that their worldviews were irreconcilable. Forcing an argument would yield no resolution. Thus, he resolved to combat instead. With a flourish of his sword, Gao Mu charged once more at 73. "I was careless before. This time, I shall not grant you mercy." 73 spoke with unwavering confidence. "Calm the chaos." Gao Mu, unwilling to squander any more time, unleashed his most formidable skill. The blade aura erupted, instantly shredding 73's black robe to tatters. Observing the true form of 73 beneath the robe, Gao Mu shook his head. Indeed, a descendant of those who have forgotten the classics. Much like the previous figure clad in black, 73's form was also composed of machinery. The flesh and skin are inherited from one's parents. How can one inflict harm upon oneself? Gao Mu was not a traditionalist. Yet the notion of transforming one's body into a mechanical entity was something he found difficult to accept. "You speak too much nonsense." The black robe, torn asunder by Gao Mu's blade aura, seemed to trample upon 73's dignity. His mechanical visage revealed an expression of anger. "Today, I shall kill you and dismember you, adorning my body with your skin." At this moment, 73's voice took on a somewhat morbid tone. "Enough, I shall not grant you another chance." Secret of the characters. Calm the chaos. The tenfold amplification of power propelled Gao Mu's realm to the third star of the king. His ultimate skill activated following this surge of strength. In an instant, the blade aura surged towards 73. 73 intended to raise his dragon gallbladder spear to block, but in mere moments, the blade aura generated by Calm the Chaos shattered the spear into fragments. As the remnants fell to the ground, 73's heart twisted in despair. Reluctantly, he reached for the Qinggang's sword at his waist for defense. Yet, the fate of the Qinggang's sword was no better than that of the dragon gallbladder spear. Both weapons were reduced to mere shards, and 73 seemed to realize the gravity of his situation. He initially sought to evade Gao Mu's blade aura, only to find himself with no avenue for escape. The blade aura enveloped him, and in an instant, he was severed into several pieces. "Why are you so powerful?" Even as he lay in fragments, 73 remained alive. "That is an excellent question." Gao Mu feigned contemplation before earnestly responding. "Because I am the chosen one." With that, he approached 73's disembodied head and pierced it with his sword. 73 met his demise. After eliminating 73, Gao Mu hastened to support his companions who had ventured out of the city with him. Fortunately, these individuals possessed formidable skills and had not suffered any fatalities from the battle. Only a few had sustained minor injuries. After assigning someone to escort the lightly wounded back to the city, Gao Mu began directing others to clear the battlefield. A total of 23 golden beasts were slain, alongside numerous silver and bronze beasts. Perhaps due to the significance of the siege, the black iron beasts did not partake in the conflict. The cores of the slain beasts were entrusted to Gao Mu for safekeeping, and he assured them that an equitable distribution would occur upon their return to the city. Thankfully, the group placed their trust in Gao Mu, and none opposed this proposition. After relaying the specific numbers to everyone, Gao Mu turned his gaze toward the opposing beasts. The figure cloaked in black atop the massive beast observed the unfolding events with keen eyes. Gao Mu's formidable prowess elicited a sharp intake of breath from him. What manner of human is this, and why is he so terrifying? It is worth noting that Gao Mu was merely 18 years of age. 73's true age was comparable to Gao Mu's, but due to mechanical augmentation, his current power was not particularly surprising. Yet Gao Mu was different. He was merely a mortal, and the possession of such strength by an ordinary human was indeed a source of dread. No, beyond fear, the cloaked figure recognized another pressing issue. Such an individual must never be allowed to grow. Should he mature, he could very well become a formidable adversary for our organization. Seizing the opportunity before him, the cloaked figure resolved to eliminate him here and now. He was a man of action. With intent in his heart, he commanded Diamond-level individuals advance and surround Gao Mu. This indicated the high regard in which the cloaked figure held Gao Mu. What could this Gao Mu be that warrants such concern? I've heard he is a young genius. Who isn't a young genius? At 19, I had already reached the silver rank. Despite their confusion and dissatisfaction regarding their leader's decision, the diamond-cloaked individuals refrained from voicing any public dissent. Their grievances were whispered only in private. Soon enough, the diamond-cloaked figures confronted Gao Mu. Who will step forward first? Or shall we all engage at once? Gao Mu spoke directly. What audacity! Gao Mu's arrogance incensed one of the diamond 5-star cloaked figures. Though young, you speak with remarkable bravado. I am 89. I shall face you. Stepping forward. 89 adopted a stance to challenge Gao Mu to a duel. Chapter 65, Phantom Spider. Gao Mu did not rush forward, but instead instructed the warriors behind him. Once I have slain this cloaked figure, follow up with the finishing blow. Remember, their vital point is in the head. The warriors nodded in agreement without uttering a word. Seeing their assent, Gao Mu charged ahead. The existence of the secret of the characters had elevated his strength to the 3rd star of the king. Although 89 was formidable, he was still no match for Gao Mu. With a swift initiation of Calm the Chaos, 89 was instantly cleaved into 8 pieces. As 89 fell, the warriors surged forward. After vanquishing the 89th adversary, Gao Mu did not linger, but instead surged towards the remaining diamond-clad figures. These cloaked individuals displayed remarkable agility upon perceiving Gao Mu's advance. They swiftly drew their weapons to confront him. Yet, collectively, they remained no match for Gao Mu. With the harmonious blend of the Placid Annihilation technique and the Azure Lotus swordplay, the diamond-clad warriors fell one after another. The martial artist trailing behind him swiftly pierced the skulls of the fallen, extinguishing their lives. Once the diamond-clad figures were completely subdued, Gao Mu turned his gaze towards the horde of aberrant beasts. He was acutely aware that the ensuing battle would be the true contest. Perched atop a colossal beast, the cloaked figure felt an overwhelming weight of anxiety. He had been awaiting the command for a full-scale assault, yet the order had yet to arrive. After a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and bellowed, "Charge." Gao Mu observed every movement of this commander. Since you are the one directing here, your demise is inevitable. With a steely gaze, Gao Mu fixed his attention on the figure atop the immense beast, who, in turn, focused intently on him. If he were to unveil his head, Gao Mu was certain he would detect a smoldering fury in his eyes. At the command of the cloaked figure, the aberrant beasts began to stir. However, Gao Mu noted that some of the beasts remained motionless, indicating that each cloaked figure likely had their own designated tasks. Despite the formidable strength of the beasts, even the most powerful of the cloaked figures could not possibly command such a vast horde. Each of them was surely responsible for their own specific area. Realizing this, Gao Mu addressed his fellow martial artists. Evade the aberrant beasts as much as possible, and focus on locating the cloaked figures. Eliminate them if you can. If not, report to me. The martial artists nodded in agreement. With that, Gao Mu plunged into the throng of aberrant beasts. Xingzimi, indestructible Vajra technique. Exercising caution, he activated his most potent defensive skill. Though the Xingzimi did not reach its full potential, his speed far surpassed that of the beasts. Before long, he found himself beneath the massive creature. From a distance, it had seemed colossal, but upon closer inspection, Gao Mu realized just how immense it truly was. Standing at its feet, he felt like a mere ant. Roughly estimating, the beast towered at least 20 stories high. Yet, that was not the most terrifying aspect. What was truly alarming was that this beast was a spider-like aberration. Could it be the fabled phantom spider? The phantom spider was undoubtedly one of the most fearsome of aberrant creatures. Its terror did not stem from its combat prowess or defense, but rather from its ability to spawn an endless supply of explosive spiders. Explosive spiders were the most peculiar entities among aberrant creatures. They possessed neither offensive nor defensive capabilities, yet upon nearing a target, they would detonate. The damage inflicted by their explosions was not particularly dreadful. However, the sheer volume of explosive spiders made them a formidable threat, perhaps due to their unique characteristics. Phantom spiders were exceedingly rare. You seem to be quite knowledgeable about the phantom spider, came the voice of a cloaked figure, emanating from the creature above. Gao Mu looked up to see a cloaked figure unlike any he had encountered before. From this figure, he sensed no aura of malevolence or hostility. Instead, he felt an unexpected warmth and affinity. "My boy, I have high hopes for you. Join us." The cloaked figure extended an invitation. In that fleeting moment, Gao Mu found himself slightly swayed. "We are not of the same ilk." He resisted the allure and replied, "Not of the same ilk? I feel we are quite similar." The cloaked figure countered, and this time, Gao Mu felt his resolve wavering once more, as if the figure's voice possessed an enchanting quality. "Join us, and not only will you secure a bright future, but you will also gain immeasurable wealth and everything you desire." With each word, Gao Mu's internal fortitude began to crumble. This figure is truly intimidating, he thought with trepidation. The cloaked figure's every utterance seemed imbued with a beguiling magic, deeply enticing Gao Mu. "If you were a woman, I might truly consider joining you," Gao Mu jested. To his astonishment, The cloaked figure promptly lifted the hood of their cloak, revealing a breathtakingly exquisite face. In his previous life, Gao Mu had believed himself immune to the charms of beauty after encountering various visual enhancements. Yet, even before this stunning visage, he could not help but feel his heart race. So what do you think? The cloaked figure's voice transformed, becoming sweet and delicate, yet not overly saccharine. Does this face catch your eye? To be honest, Gao Mu swallowed hard and raised his thumb in admiration. Your countenance is undeniably alluring. I believe no man could refuse such a sight. He admitted he was on the brink of capitulation. So, join us. The cloaked figure extended their slender, pristine hand in a final invitation. Should you join us, I could even become your bride. The mention of bride, paired with a sultry gaze, nearly ensnared Gao Mu's very soul. Yet, he shook his head firmly. Why not? The cloaked figure's brow furrowed slightly, even when frowning. Her stunning features remained a sight to behold. Kissing a robot is simply beyond my capacity. No matter how beautiful the face, how captivating the eyes, or how sweet the voice, Gao Mu could not bear the thought of kissing a mere automaton. It seems you are opting for punishment over the wine offered. The cloaked figure's demeanor shifted dramatically, her expression darkening. The somber visage, coupled with her breathtaking beauty, was almost too much for Gao Mu to withstand. You should don your hood once more. He averted his gaze and waved his hand dismissively. I simply cannot endure your face. Upon seeing Gao Mu shut his eyes, the cloaked figure's exquisite features betrayed a triumphant smirk. She tapped the phantom spider beneath her. The creature quivered, and from its maw emerged a swarm of human-sized explosive spiders, scuttling at a rapid pace towards Gao Mu. Chapter 66, Slaying the King, Cloaked Figure. Gao Mu reacted with remarkable swiftness. As the explosive spiders approached, he swung his sword in a decisive arc bang. With a faint explosion, the explosive spider detonated, leaving behind a repulsive, viscous green liquid. He gazed at the noxious substance, horrified to discover it was corroding the ground beneath him. In mere moments, the green liquid had eaten away at the earth, creating a large pit. How terrifying! Gao Mu gasped in shock. If a person were to come into contact with this green liquid, their body could be utterly consumed. At that moment, he finally understood why the cloaked figure had brought the phantom spider for this siege. Although the fortress walls were robust and capable of withstanding formidable assaults, if the explosive spiders continuously bombarded the walls, even the strongest materials would falter. I must eliminate this phantom spider, Gao Mu concluded, recognizing that, at this juncture, the cloaked figure was merely a nuisance to be dealt with. His most pressing task at present is to vanquish the phantom spider. Flat suppression, Gao Mu brandished his longsword, unleashing an invisible sword chi that surged towards the phantom spider. The figure clad in black robes atop the spider seemed to have anticipated Gao Mu's intentions. With a swift motion, she wielded her weapon, effortlessly countering Gao Mu's attack. Quite impressive. Gao Mu regarded the cloaked figure with a serious demeanor. If his instincts were correct, her realm must be that of a monarch. However, he surmised that her star rating was likely not very high. Since you obstruct my path to slay the phantom spider, then I shall eliminate you instead. Gao Mu's expression turned frigid, a murderous glint flickering in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he truly felt the desire to kill. Within the throng of lesser beasts, the golden-clad figure was spotted. In the serpentine beast horde, the golden figure appeared again. Among the canine beasts, the golden figure emerged once more. In the previous skirmish, Gao Mu had dispatched all the diamond-clad figures. Now, apart from the one he was engaging, all others in this vicinity were of the golden tier. Everyone, do not concern yourselves with face or anything else. Focus all efforts on encircling and exterminating every black-robed figure. Gao Mu commanded. Each of these black-robed individuals commanded a considerable number of beasts, making their eradication a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the allies Gao Mu had brought were all of exceptional caliber within their realm, exhibiting remarkable combat prowess. Yet, despite this, the effort to subdue the black-robed figures resulted in significant casualties. This was largely due to Gao Mu's relentless battle against the monarch-class black-robed figure, leaving him little time to assist his comrades. As Gao Mu and the monarch black-robed figure clashed fiercely, a voice from her earpiece called for a full-scale assault. She yearned to instruct the other black-robed figures to commence the attack, yet Gao Mu's relentless engagement left her unable to disengage. Everyone, prepare for the total assault, she commanded. The black-robed figures at her side gasped in exhaustion. We are entangled and unable to initiate the total assault. It's the same here. The persistent Gao Mu was like a festering maggot, aggravating the black-robed figures. The feedback from the earpiece only heightened her frustration. Damn it, she muttered under her breath, glaring at Gao Mu. If you disrupt my plans today, I shall skin you alive while you still draw breath, making you experience the pinnacle of agony. Her threats, however, only invited Gao Mu's derision. You should first ensure your survival. The black-robed figure wished to retort, but Gao Mu's formidable swordplay left her with no choice but to defend herself. Gao Mu fought with unwavering resolve, holding nothing back. The black-robed figure, who had once believed she could slay him, now found herself merely struggling to endure. Gao Mu's assaults were relentless, akin to a raging river that cascades without end. Reminiscent of the Yellow River's floods that cannot be contained. The black-robed figure felt despair, yet could find no words to express it. Upon her return, she vowed to eliminate the entire intelligence department for their incompetence. Their reports had indicated that Gao Mu was merely of golden tier. Yet, the current Gao Mu was effortlessly suppressing her, a one-star monarch warrior. It was evident that the intelligence department had erred, as the black-robed figure struggled to hold on. She hoped to counterattack once Gao Mu's momentum waned. However, 10 minutes later, not only had his momentum not diminished, it appeared to be growing stronger. This cannot continue. She thought grimly. If I remain entangled with him any longer, the grand plan will surely falter. Gritting her teeth, she produced a syringe from her waist and plunged it forcefully into her neck. This was an extraordinary concoction, capable of temporarily elevating one's combat prowess by an entire star level. Yet, the side effects were severe, and she would never resort to it unless absolutely necessary. As the serum coursed through her veins, Gao Mu noticed a significant enhancement in her fighting capabilities. What is this potent substance? It has elevated her power by a star. While Gao Mu's secret technique could amplify his strength tenfold, such elixirs that enhance power are exceedingly rare in this world. A potion that could elevate one's rank by a star is certainly a treasure of considerable value. With the serum now active, the black-robed figure felt invigorated. She brandished her weapon, resembling a mournful staff, preparing for a desperate counterattack. Yet, Gao Mu had no intention of granting her such an opportunity. His sword was as sharp as frost, his aura as fierce as a rainbow. Gao Mu unleashed the full extent of his power. In this instance, the black-robed figure not only retreated repeatedly, but also sustained numerous wounds. Why are you so strong? She thought, on the verge of tears. She had believed that the East Gate would be her most advantageous point of entry. When assigned to the East Gate, she had felt elated, convinced she would be the first to breach the city. Little did she expect to encounter the anomaly that was Gao Mu. Under Gao Mu's overwhelming pressure, the black-robed figure began to show signs of fatigue. Seizing a moment of distraction, Gao Mu swiftly severed one of her arms. Now, without an arm, the black-robed figure stood no chance against him. With a flourish of his long sword, Gao Mu soon incapacitated all of her limbs. Left with only her torso and remaining limb, the black-robed figure's face was filled with resentment. Yet, Gao Mu did not afford her the chance to speak. His sword pierced through her skull, sealing her fate. After slaying the black-robed figure, Gao Mu leaped high, driving his long sword into the head of the phantom spider. The defenseless creature crumpled lifelessly under the force of his strike. Cease all action, Gao Mu declared, standing atop the massive carcass of the phantom spider while brandishing the severed head of the black-robed figure. Chapter 67, Crisis at the East Gate resolved. The other black-robed figures, engaged in fierce combat with the warriors Gao Mu had brought, momentarily faltered at the sight. This brief pause, however, provided the beleaguered warriors with a precious opportunity. Seizing the moment, they eliminated the black-robed figures before them. With the black-robed figures defeated, the beasts seemed to lose their sense of direction and began to riot among themselves. Retreat, withdraw from the beast horde, Gao Mu shouted to his comrades. Trusting in Gao Mu, the warriors did not hesitate, rushing out of the fray. Shortly after they escaped, the beasts turned on one another. These creatures were inherently ferocious, and without the black-robed figures to command them, they began to slaughter one another. Everyone, take a moment to rest. Gao Mu sat down and surveyed the warriors he had brought. Upon hearing his words, they collapsed onto the ground as if their strength had been completely drained. They rested. But Gao Mu did not. He moved among the warriors, checking their injuries. Most sustained only minor wounds, while a few were severely injured. Gao Mu generously administered 5 elements blood-condensing fruits to the gravely wounded, while allowing the lightly injured to recuperate on their own. The chaos among the beasts raged on for a full half-hour. By the end of that duration, only a handful of beasts remained standing, and most of them were heavily injured. Even some of the exotic beasts appeared precarious due to their injuries. Finish them off and clear the battlefield. Gao Mu began issuing his final commands. The warriors, having restored their stamina, promptly rose to reap their hard-earned spoils. What is the status? How fare the other 3 gates? Zhan Hu, stationed at the southern gate, inquired of his subordinate. The subordinate hesitated slightly, replying, I'm not entirely sure. Not entirely sure. Zhan Hu swiftly drew his weapon, pointing it at the subordinate's throat. During wartime, such a response could cost you your life. The subordinate paled in panic. City guard. At that moment, another stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect as he addressed Zhan Hu. The northern and western gates are embroiled in fierce combat, while the eastern gate remains uncertain. Uncertain? A foreboding feeling surged within Zhan Hu. Contact the eastern gate immediately. I demand to know their precise situation. Zhan Hu understood all too well that if the eastern gate fell, it would render their efforts futile, even if they managed to hold their ground. Yes. The subordinate clasped his fists and turned to relay the message to the eastern gate. Damn it, these beasts are truly repugnant. Lu Tianping, guarding the northern gate, lamented as he observed the relentless tide of exotic beasts. Particularly vexing was the explosive spider, Each detonation created fissures in their walls. If this continued, their fortifications would soon succumb. He muttered to himself while contemplating a strategy. Master of the pavilion. The vice master of the branch pavilion approached Lu Tianping, his expression resolute. I shall lead a team to eliminate the phantom spider. Absolutely not. Lu Tianping shook his head, setting aside the formidable defenses surrounding the phantom spider. There are also countless exotic beasts in the vicinity. Even if you manage to reach the phantom spider, your combat prowess may not suffice to slay it. Moreover, those cloaked figures remain stationed around it. In fact, Lu Tianping had detected the presence of the cloaked figures before the siege even commenced. What shall we do then? The vice master, clearly anxious, paced restlessly. Are we to simply await our demise? Awaiting demise is not an option. At that moment, a relaxed voice interjected. Give me a few people. I shall assist in slaying the phantom spider. Upon hearing Gao Mu's voice, Lu Tianping's face lit up with surprise. However, he quickly recalled the gravity of the situation and urgently warned Gao Mu. Entering the city now is tantamount to seeking death. Let us set that aside. Gao Mu approached Lu Tianping and tossed 2 items before him. Lu Tianping's pupils contracted as he recognized what Gao Mu had thrown, pointing at the beast core. Gao Mu stated, this core belongs to the phantom spider, and this head is that of the Eastern Gate's cloaked leader. Could it be? A dreadful thought spread through Lu Tianping's mind. Indeed, Gao Mu nodded with an air of self-importance, feigning admiration for Lu Tianping. The phantom spider and the cloaked figures of the Eastern Gate have already been eliminated by me. The exotic beasts at the Eastern Gate were also vanquished due to internal strife. Lu Tianping found it hard to believe. It had barely been an hour since the siege began. While they were struggling to hold their ground, Gao Mu had resolved the crisis at the Eastern Gate. Brother, you must be exaggerating. The vice master, encountering Gao Mu for the first time, was skeptical. The Eastern Gate is merely a ragtag assembly of scattered forces. It's impossible for them to be dealt with so swiftly. Smack. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Tianping struck his vice master across the face. The vice master was left in a state of bewilderment, staring at Lu Tianping in confusion. Contact the Eastern Gate, and you shall find out. The vice master paused momentarily before hastily seeking out someone to reach the Eastern Gate. Before long, the vice master received a response from the Eastern Gate. Crisis averted. The Eastern Gate is secure. Those 9 words left the vice master in a state of shock. He approached Lu Tianping, eager to relay the news. Yet Lu Tianping waved him off, stating, I trust my brother. Afterward, he turned to Gao Mu and asked, what do you require? Gao Mu hesitated for a moment before responding. Provide me with 10 warriors of diamond rank 5 or above, along with several golden warriors. Give me an hour, and I believe I can resolve this. Lu Tianping was unfazed by Gao Mu's demands. He nodded, swiftly selecting 10 diamond rank 5 warriors and about 30 golden warriors. Why should we heed him? Who is he? Indeed, why should we listen to a mere child? We refuse. What qualifications does he possess to command us? As Lu Tianping announced that they would follow Gao Mu's orders, the warriors reacted with considerable resistance, with the most vehement objections coming from the diamond rank 5 warriors. Gao Mu remained silent, merely casting a glance at Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping subtly nodded. Gao Mu directly approached the loudest protester and swiftly slashed his throat with his sword. The man's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend why he was meeting his end. Those who refuse orders on the battlefield shall die. Gao Mu's cold gaze and frigid tones silenced the previously boisterous crowd. Follow me out of the city. Compliance is mandatory. Can you manage that? Gao Mu surveyed the remaining warriors. Yes, they shouted in unison. Chapter 68, Reinforcements for the Western Gate. Outside the Northern Gate, the ground was littered with corpses. The bodies of exotic beasts lay atop those of the warriors, creating a gruesome tableau. The fires of war raged on, and slaughter continued unabated. Blood stained the walls, obscuring the vision of the living. Gao Mu led the warriors, piercing through the throngs of exotic beasts like a steel spear. Standing atop the city wall, Lu Tianping watched in astonishment as Gao Mu's team carved a path through the horde of beasts. He couldn't help but drop his jaw in disbelief. Remembering his first encounter with Gao Mu, Lu Tianping felt as though he were witnessing a different era. In just a few short months, this young man had grown to such an extraordinary degree. How terrifying he had become. Unfazed by the chaotic melee, Gao Mu pressed onward into the throng of beasts. His sword danced with the precision of a reaper, effortlessly cleaving through even the most formidable of foes. Thus, he and his team surged toward the phantom spider. Remember, do not engage the beasts. Focus solely on locating and eliminating the cloaked figures among them. The warriors nodded solemnly and dispersed. Once the warriors had departed, Gao Mu launched his assault on the phantom spider. GZ secret. Indestructible diamond art. Pacification technique. Gao Mu's sword energy surged forth like a rainbow, aimed directly at the phantom spider. The cloaked figures atop the phantom spider had long since noticed Gao Mu. As he initiated his attack, one of them leaped down from the spider. Before hitting the ground, he deftly deflected Gao Mu's strike aimed at the phantom spider. You must be Gao Mu, the cloaked figure stated, revealing Gao Mu's name. Gao Mu was not at all surprised. He nodded in acknowledgement. The cloaked figure attempted to entice Gao Mu into joining their ranks, but before he could finish his sentence, Gao Mu struck again. His earlier attack on the phantom spider had merely been a ruse to draw the cloaked figure down, and now that the figure had complied, Gao Mu would unleash his full might. When Gao Mu fought with all his strength, he was truly fearsome. In mere moments, the cloaked figure was riddled with an abundance of wounds. He stepped back several paces, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Damn the intelligence department. This cloaked figure uttered the same words as the previous one. The injured cloaked figure had diminished significantly in both defense and offense. The calm the chaos technique. Gao Mu unleashed his most formidable skill once more. With a swift stroke of his sword, the cloaked figure was instantly severed of its limbs and head. As the fabric of its attire tore, its mechanical body was revealed. Piercing through the skull, the cloaked figure met its demise. Subsequently, Gao Mu also dispatched the phantom spider. Attention, the cloaked figure's vital point is the head. Gao Mu informed the others through his earpiece. Understood, came the replies. Standing atop the towering corpse of the phantom spider, Gao Mu surveyed the chaos below among the monstrous beasts. The group of warriors he had brought along could be deemed the elite of the extreme Dao martial arts school. Not only were they of remarkable caliber, but their combat prowess was also exceptionally formidable. The cloaked figures were no match for them at all. In a matter of moments, the cloaked figures were entirely vanquished. With all the cloaked figures dead, the monstrous horde fell into disarray. Gao Mu led his team away from the fray, waiting for the beasts to turn upon one another. However, unlike the previous encounter, this time there were no cloaked figures directing the monsters, and they fled in an orderly manner towards the wilderness. As some attempted to pursue, Gao Mu promptly cautioned, "Do not chase the desperate." Though reluctant, they recalled Gao Mu's prior methods and abandoned the pursuit. The logistics department of the extreme Dao martial arts school, tasked with cleaning up the battlefield, moved in once it was confirmed that all the beasts were slain. What shall we do next? Lu Tianping inquired of Gao Mu. Some onlookers, puzzled by the scene, expressed their astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Mu replied, "I will take a group to support the west gate. You take some to assist the south gate." The crises at the east and north gates had been resolved, requiring only a small contingent to remain vigilant against any unforeseen events. Yet, the dangers at the other two gates still loomed. Despite the words of Han Yuewei, Lu Tianping was unwilling to support Zhan Hu and the others. Following the incident with Gao Mu, the relationship between the extreme Dao martial arts school and Han Yuewei had soured significantly. At this moment, do not dwell on those matters, Gao Mu remarked, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Though Han Yuewei may be in dire straits, they still have the citizens of the city behind them. Humph. How could Lu Tianping be so oblivious to the larger picture? His comments were merely a means to vent his frustration. If it weren't for the citizens, he would have long since ambushed them from behind. Gao Mu patted Lu Tianping on the shoulder and refrained from saying more. Lu Tianping went to support Han Yuewei, while Gao Mu led a group to assist the Sky Martial Arts School. Upon arriving at the West Gate, Gao Mu discovered a rather intriguing phenomenon. The battle here was surprisingly effortless. How did you manage this? Gao Mu curiously inquired of one individual. The Bull S Division leader heavily injured the Phantom Spider right at the beginning of the fight, came the response. It suddenly dawned on Gao Mu that the robust Niu Meng wielded a battle bow. Without the Phantom Spider, the beasts found it exceedingly difficult to breach the city walls. As long as they could ensure a steady supply of ammunition atop the walls, the beasts would not be able to breach them. In that case, I shall take my people to rest, Gao Mu declared, leading them to a nearby resting area at the city gate. Humph. Niu Meng scoffed upon observing Gao Mu and the warriors of the extreme Dao martial arts school retreating. Who do you think you are? You don't seriously believe that a gold-level warrior can alter the tide of battle, do you? Your ability to slay the Diamond 9-star Zhan Luan was merely a stroke of luck. I refuse to believe your luck can hold out indefinitely. Niu Meng held Gao Mu in disdain, primarily because he believed Gao Mu had employed underhanded tactics in slaying Zhan Luan. Brothers, stay alert. The east and north gates are secure. We cannot lag behind here. Niu Meng commanded with precision, and his subordinates executed their maneuvers adeptly. Within half an hour, he repelled several attacks from the beasts. Something feels off. Gao Mu, stationed in the resting area, furrowed his brow upon hearing this news. Just moments ago, at the north gate, the onslaught of beasts had been relentless. Why, then, was there such a lengthy pause at the west gate? Realizing something was amiss, Gao Mu approached Niu Meng and voiced his concerns. However, Niu Meng dismissed Gao Mu's worries with derision. Each gate has a different commander. Hence the attack patterns of the beasts vary. If I were you, I would rest well in the resting area. Niu Meng's unfriendly demeanor irked Gao Mu. Just as he prepared to return to the resting area, he suddenly felt the ground trembling beneath him. Chapter 69, The Fiery Claw Armadillo. Everyone turned their gaze towards the city wall. The towering and majestic wall began to crumble. Both those atop the wall and those below were struck by falling debris, sustaining serious injuries. Then, from the earth emerged a colossal creature resembling an armadillo. Fiery Claw Armadillo. An evolved beast derived from the armadillo. This creature possessed claws as sharp as blades, capable of effortlessly cleaving through stone. In the feedback displayed in his glasses, Gao Mu was taken aback. Previously, he had solely focused on the phantom spider as a siege weapon, entirely overlooking the fiery claw armadillo as another formidable asset. With the wall collapsed, the beasts surged into the city like a tidal wave. When the wall had served as a barrier, the warriors had managed to handle these beasts with relative ease. Now, without that layer of protection, the beasts wreaked havoc as if wolves among sheep, slaughtering indiscriminately. Rodent-sized creatures as large as a grown man, hyenas taller than horses. Within mere minutes, the outer city's warriors suffered grievous casualties. Retreat. Fall back to the inner city, Nioming bellowed. The lightly injured or unscathed warriors began to withdraw towards the inner city. Yet at that moment, the gate between the outer and inner cities also collapsed. Another fiery claw armadillo emerged from the ground, its blood-red eyes fixated on the warriors as if viewing them as mere prey. So that's how it is. Nioming suddenly came to a realization. The earlier seemingly methodical and unhurried attacks from the beasts had been a setup for these two fiery claw armadillos. With a tide of beasts in front and the fiery claw armadillos behind, the warriors of the Sky Martial Arts School found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Nioming's expression darkened ominously, and he felt a profound sense of regret. If only he hadn't been so arrogant, this situation might have been avoided. The warriors of the extreme Gao Martial Arts School had remained on standby, all positioned behind Gao Mu, awaiting his orders. They had now placed their complete trust in him. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you taking action? Nioming shouted at Gao Mu, seeing the heavy losses on his side. Gao Mu regarded him coldly, replying in a frigid tone, "Had you not been so conceited, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Nioming was aware that the current situation was entirely his fault. But you can't just stand by and do nothing. Nioming, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to shout at Gao Mu. "Are you truly willing to watch so many warriors perish? If our Celestial Sky Martial Arts School falls, the citizens within the city will also suffer greatly. You must understand that your parents are still inside the city. If you wish to survive, it would be prudent to remain silent." Gao Mu continued coldly. The reason he refrained from striking was not out of a desire for revenge against Nioming, but rather due to his keen observation of the unfolding situation. Based on previous experiences, locating the figure in the black robe among these aberrant beasts would unravel the dilemma at hand. No, please. I am still young. I do not wish to die. I have yet to marry the woman I love. I must live. My parents are waiting for me to return home for dinner. The anguished cries of the martial artists echoed throughout the area. Gao Mu felt an immense weight in his heart. Yet he could not act hastily as he had yet to track the whereabouts of the black-robed figure. Damn it! Nioming, seeing that Gao Mu remained unyielding, muttered curses under his breath. "I knew you were a coward. Celestial Sky Martial Arts School, follow me." With his battle bow in hand, Nioming surged forward. The bow, typically a ranged weapon, transformed into a formidable melee instrument in his grasp, with both the bowstring and body capable of inflicting significant damage on the aberrant beasts. 7 o'clock. Gao Mu shouted to the martial artists of the extreme Gao Martial Arts School. "There is a black-robed figure over there. Charge forth and slay him." "Yes." The impatient martial artists of the extreme Gao Martial Arts School yelled as they rushed toward the 7 o'clock direction. The black-robed figure, noticing their movements, commanded the aberrant beasts to obstruct their path. The group, however, displayed intelligence by opting to circumvent the beasts rather than confront them directly. Before long, they ensnared the black-robed figure. These individuals were seasoned warriors, accustomed to life-and-death struggles and decisive in their actions. As they closed in on the black-robed figure, they unleashed their most potent attacks. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed figure was ruthlessly dispatched by the martial artists. The demise of the black-robed figure incited chaos among the aberrant beasts within the city. The martial artists of the extreme Gao Martial Arts School had gained sufficient experience and swiftly withdrew from the tide of beasts. "Nioming, you would do well to retreat with your people now," Gao Mu bellowed. Nioming turned to glance at Gao Mu, shaking his head dismissively. "Why should I heed your advice? Do as you wish." Gao Mu, uninterested in further explanations, waved his hand and stood aside. The martial artists of the extreme Gao Martial Arts School who had managed to withdraw lined up beside Gao Mu. "Good counsel falls on deaf ears," Gao Mu lamented. The unrest among the aberrant beasts had commenced. Their eyes glowed crimson, indiscriminate of friend or foe. In less than 5 minutes, the losses among the aberrant beast horde were staggering. The martial artists of the Celestial Sky Martial Arts School fared no better, suffering heavy casualties due to the indiscriminate attacks of the beasts. Nioming's eyes were filled with fury, yet it was to no avail. "Stop staring." Though Gao Mu and Nioming had a strained relationship, he had no desire to witness the demise of the martial artists. He shouted to those behind him. "Every life saved counts." "Yes." The members of the extreme Gao Martial Arts School responded, commencing their efforts to rescue their fellow martial artists from the horde. Soon, the martial artists of the Celestial Sky Martial Arts School were extricated. Gao Mu, lightly injured, did not attend to those with minor wounds, but directly administered a 5 elements blood fruit to the seriously injured. Seeing Gao Mu provide his people with the precious fruit, Niu Ming's expression became complex. The battle among the aberrant beasts concluded swiftly. The members of the extreme Dao martial arts school began to clear the battlefield. The injured were transported to the hospital for treatment, while the unscathed commenced repairs on the city walls. The crises at the east, west, and north gates had been resolved, leaving only the south gate still engaged in combat. How is the situation at the south gate? Gao Mu inquired of a member of the extreme Dao martial arts school. The individual, responsible for liaising with the south gate, checked his communication device before replying. Both the outer and inner city gates have been breached. Currently, the Hanyu Guard and members of the extreme Dao martial arts school have retreated to the vicinity of the third defensive line. What did you say? Gao Mu's expression changed dramatically. Ordinarily, the first defensive line comprised the outer city walls, while the second was the inner city walls, making the third line effectively the last bastion within the inner city. Given the current circumstances, the south gate was in a precarious position. How many combatants do you still have on your side? Gao Mu disregarded everything else and directly questioned Niu Ming. After a moment of contemplation, Niu Ming, holding his tablet, replied, approximately 50, with around 10 at the diamond rank. Dispatch all diamond-ranked martial artists to me. I am heading to the south gate. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he called for the 10 members of the Celestial Sky Martial Arts School without hesitation. After explaining the situation, the 10 readily pledged their unconditional trust in Gao Mu. With their addition, Gao Mu's combat strength saw a significant enhancement. Accompanied by over 30 individuals, Gao Mu swiftly boarded the fastest mode of transportation to the south gate for reinforcement. At the third defensive line of the south gate, Lu Tianping gazed at the seemingly endless onslaught of aberrant beasts, his countenance grave. The number of his comrades had dwindled significantly, while the Hanyu Guard fared similarly poorly. Zhan Hu's contingent had nearly been wiped out. Breaching their third defensive line was merely a matter of time. The martial artists fought valiantly, yet their pace of dispatching enemies was far outstripped by the influx of new foes. At times, they would slay one aberrant beast only for several more to take its place, unless they had completely lost their combat capabilities. Even those severely injured continued to fight on the front lines. The brutal state of the battlefield filled Zhan Hu with a sense of despair. In contrast to Zhan Hu's desolation, Lu Tianping still harbored a glimmer of hope. We must hold out until Gao Mu arrives. Lu Tianping shouted. Gao Mu? Upon hearing the name, Zhan Hu's expression darkened. He has entered the city? If he dares show his face before me now, I will kill him. If you dare to harm him, I assure you the Zhan family will be obliterated in an instant, Lu Tianping warned coldly, fixing his gaze on Zhan Hu. He had held the east gate, assisted in securing the north gate, and likely maintained the west gate as well. In this siege by aberrant beasts, he was the greatest contributor. Should Zhan Hu lay a hand on Gao Mu, not only would the extreme Dao martial arts school not spare him, but even those above him would not let him go unpunished. Zhan Hu, who had been fighting fiercely, noticeably hesitated at Lu Tianping's words. If what Lu Tianping said held any truth, then any future attempts to harm Gao Mu would require careful consideration. Previously, he could act against Gao Mu from a moral high ground, but any further actions would leave him without justification, even if Gao Mu were to err in the future. As long as it wasn't a betrayal of grave consequence, those above would think twice before acting against him. After all, Gao Mu was the hero defending the city. How much longer? The speeding vehicle raced along the streets of the base city. Due to the assault of the aberrant beasts, the usually bustling thoroughfares lay deserted. Approximately 10 more minutes. Even if the streets lay deserted, devoid of any soul, even if one were to disregard the rules of the road, and even if the swiftest mode of transport were utilized, traversing from one city gate to another would still be a time-consuming endeavor. 10 minutes? Gao Mu pondered for a brief moment before addressing the warriors accompanying him. You all take the carriage. I shall proceed ahead. The situation at the southern gate was dire, leaving no room for delay. Before anyone could react, Gao Mu leaped from the vehicle. Jie Zi secret. Xing Zi secret. With a tenfold increase in his strength and the employment of his swiftest skills, Gao Mu vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. His speed is astonishing, exclaimed the onlookers, awestruck by his prowess. Goodness, he truly lives up to his reputation. His strength is beyond compare. The passengers in the carriage were left utterly astonished by Gao Mu's rapidity. Once the Xingzi secret was activated, his velocity reached its zenith, transforming a journey that would have taken 10 minutes into a mere minute. Upon his arrival, Gao Mu's presence instilled a glimmer of hope in Lu Tianping. Zhan Hu regarded Gao Mu with a complex expression. How could it be this brutal? Gao Mu furrowed his brow at the horrific scene before him. Is the commander of this gate incompetent? All they seem to do is indulge in petty intrigues. Gao Mu's veiled criticism rendered Zhan Hu's face a mask of fury. Yet he dared not voice any dissent, fully aware that the devastation at the southern gate stemmed from his own blunders and arrogance. Grant me command. Gao Mu commanded Zhan Hu with an authoritative tone. On what grounds? Zhan Hu retorted, displeased. If you wish to survive, it would be wise to silence yourself. Gao Mu glared at Zhan Hu. The long-standing animosity between them reached a boiling point. Who do you think you are, speaking to me in such a manner? You must remember, I am the city guardian of this base. Even in such dire circumstances, Zhang Hu clung to his official stature. Enough, Gao Mu said, stepping forward to deliver a sharp slap to Zhang Hu. Are you still playing games at a time like this? Is your brain filled with nonsense? Stunned and indignant from the blow, Zhang Hu clenched his weapon, ready to retaliate. However, Gao Mu was quicker, positioning his sword at Zhang Hu's throat. If you dare make a move, I will not hesitate to end your life, Gao Mu warned, his eyes aflame with intensity. Zhang Hu, meeting Gao Mu's fierce gaze, was paralyzed with fear. Lu Guanzhu, have someone keep an eye on him. If he makes any move, execute him. At that moment, Gao Mu resembled a decisive general ready for battle. Understood, Lu Tianping replied, having long harbored discontent towards Zhang Hu. He gestured to a severely injured individual, instructing, if he dares to act, kill him. Yes. The injured individual nodded with determination, vowing to fulfill the task. With Zhang Hu now under control, Gao Mu seized command. From now on, you will all heed my orders. His voice resonated with authority among the crowd. Shortly, you will receive the 5 elements blood condensation fruit. I trust you are all aware of its effects. He continued, additionally, a group of diamond warriors will soon arrive to provide assistance. They should be here in about 10 minutes, so hold on just a little longer. Gao Mu's words served as a lifeline, reigniting hope in the hearts of those who had nearly despaired. After rallying their spirits, he brandished his sword and plunged into the throng of otherworldly beasts. The Jiezi secret transformed Gao Mu into a veritable meat grinder. No matter how formidable the otherworldly beast, they were no match for him. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of these creatures fell to his blade. As he hunted, he scanned the battlefield for the figure clad in black robes. Before long, he spotted a black-robed individual, distinct from those he had encountered previously. This figure bore a robe adorned with a number etched in gold upon its chest, glaringly prominent under the sunlight. If Gao Mu's eyes did not deceive him, the number should be 9. Upon noticing Gao Mu, the black-robed figure spoke, you must be Gao Mu, right? I admire your capabilities, join us. With a sardonic smile, Gao Mu replied, do you truly believe I would consider joining you? The black-robed figure pressed. Then provide me with a reason not to join us. His interest in Gao Mu appeared even more intense than that of his predecessors. Our ideologies differ. Gao Mu's response was succinct. That is of no consequence. The black-robed figure waved dismissively. I do not require your ideology to align with ours. All I need is for you to join us. Any request you make will be granted. The black-robed figure exuded an air of sincerity. Forget it, Gao Mu dismissed, waving his hand. I have no desire to become a half-human, half-machine monstrosity. While the notion of becoming half-machine could indeed confer immense power, Gao Mu's conscience could not accept it. In our organization, there are many normal individuals, the black-robed figure patiently explained, undeterred by Gao Mu's insult. These normal individuals receive abundant resources. Given equal talent, their training speeds far exceed others. The black-robed figure's words were undeniably tempting, yet to Gao Mu, they held little allure. The hundredfold rewards from the sign-in system had rendered him insatiable. Not interested, Gao Mu clearly had no intention of continuing the conversation. He swung his sword, charging toward the black-robed figure. You are no match for me, but should you insist on attacking, I may very well kill you, the black-robed figure warned. Irritated by Gao Mu's refusal. Gao Mu scoffed dismissively. Speaking prematurely is ill-advised. With that, Gao Mu unleashed his most powerful skill, Ping Wanju. Closing the distance to the black-robed figure, he released a torrent of sword energy, exuding a palpable killing intent. The black-robed figure merely raised a hand, and the formidable sword energy dissipated into nothingness. Impressive. Gao Mu found himself facing an opponent unlike any he had encountered before. Though he had not unleashed his full strength during the Ping Wanju, it was certainly not a strike that an ordinary king-level warrior could withstand. After Gao Mu's attack, the black-robed figure retaliated, wielding a massive talisman that appeared to be crafted from wood yet shimmered with a metallic sheen. Gao Mu had seen many weapons, but this was his first encounter with one wielded in such a manner. The black-robed figure swung the talisman, swiftly clashing with Gao Mu's sword. Sparks erupted upon impact. What incredible strength, what an impressive attack, what a remarkable weapon. Despite having attained a 3-star king level with Jiezi secret, Gao Mu felt as though he might not be a match for the black-robed figure. You are truly extraordinary, the black-robed figure remarked appreciatively after Gao Mu withstood his strike. Should you choose to join us, I guarantee you a life of luxury and abundance. The black-robed figure made another attempt to recruit Gao Mu, but once again, he was met with rejection. With his sword drawn and combat prowess fully unleashed, Gao Mu stood resolute. The black-robed figure, undeterred, matched his intensity. After several exchanges, both sides retreated momentarily. Gao Mu regarded the black-robed figure from a distance, his gaze filled with complexity. The formidable strength of the cloaked figure took Gao Mu by surprise. Despite his relentless efforts, he found himself unable to defeat his opponent after a prolonged struggle. Observing Gao Mu's predicament, Zhang Hu could not help but express his disdain. Shut your mouth, Lu Tianping admonished, his expression grave as he focused on Gao Mu. This cloaked man is at least a 5-star warrior. The fact that Gao Mu can hold his own against him is already quite impressive. What did you say? Zhan Hu scoffed, unable to believe Lu Tianping's assessment. Are you just boasting? He is so young. How could he possibly match a warrior of that caliber? Huh. Lu Tianping shot Zhan Hu a look filled with disdain and incredulity. What of his youth? Does being young preclude one from becoming a powerful warrior? Lu Tianping's words plunged Zhan Hu into contemplation. Meanwhile, several figures swiftly entered the city through the western gate. Who goes there? As they made their entrance, they were intercepted by the guards. The leader, a rugged-looking middle-aged man, produced his identification for the guards to inspect. After reviewing it, the guard inquired, "Why are there no monstrous beasts? Wasn't it reported that the Langya base city was under attack? The monstrous beasts in the east, west, and north gates have been eradicated. Only the south gate remains under assault." The middle-aged man's face fell in shock upon hearing this. There were still monstrous beasts attacking the south gate? Without hesitation, he instructed his companions, "Let us head to the south gate." Yes. His entourage responded in unison. Who were these individuals? Their imposing presence was palpable. Just as the middle-aged man departed, one of the guards turned to inquire about them. The guard, momentarily taken aback, replied with astonishment. "They are from the Jidao martial arts school, and all of them are masters above the warrior rank." The middle-aged man and his team soon arrived at the south gate, where the scene of battle left them astounded. "Master Lu." The middle-aged man immediately recognized Lu Tianping and rushed forward to ask, "What is the situation?" "Master Ma." Lu Tianping expressed his surprise upon seeing the middle-aged man, clasping his hands in greeting. "The situation at the south gate has improved significantly. Once Gao Mu eliminates that cloaked figure, the crisis will be fully resolved." Both Lu Tianping and Ma Jun were branch heads of the martial arts school, but they held different ranks, Lu Tianping presiding over a level 5 base city, while Ma Jun managed a level 4 base city, thus ranking him higher within the Jidao martial arts school hierarchy. "Gao Mu?" Ma Jun inquired, curiosity etched on his face. "Where is he? I have long wished to meet this talented youth, but the opportunity has eluded me." Lu Tianping gestured toward the clash between Gao Mu and the cloaked figure. Ma Jun's eyes widened in shock. 5-star warrior? He instantly discerned the cloaked figure's power level. How could he be so strong, capable of battling a 5-star warrior? Upon hearing Ma Jun's words, the others he had brought along turned to observe the struggle, their expressions mirroring Ma Jun's astonishment. Chapter 72, The Annihilated Achievement. Gao Mu and the cloaked figure were embroiled in a fierce battle, oblivious to the arrival of Ma Jun and his companions. "We must first clear the battlefield. If Gao Mu's fight is still ongoing after we have done so, we shall lend our assistance," Ma Jun directed his team. They nodded in agreement and charged toward the fray. All were masters of the warrior rank, and their presence dramatically altered the dynamics of the battlefield. The monstrous beasts quickly succumbed to their onslaught. Yet, the struggle between Gao Mu and the cloaked figure persisted. Although Gao Mu's star rating was 2 tiers below that of the cloaked figure, he held his ground valiantly in combat. Altogether, seeing that Gao Mu's battle was still in progress, Ma Jun did not wish to waste any more time and shouted. The world of warriors is starkly different from that of martial arts. They possess their own unique moral compass. In their eyes, it is not disgraceful for a group to converge upon a single opponent in such circumstances. With the entrance of Ma Jun and his comrades, the battle concluded swiftly, the cloaked figure collapsing to the ground. "Do you understand?" Ma Jun looked down at the cloaked figure, shaking his head. "I truly have no fondness for your kind." The cloaked figure let out a cold laugh, remaining silent. In the end, the victor and the vanquished are determined by strength. At present, he was the defeated, and nothing he could say would bear significance. "Let us make our move." Ma Jun turned to Gao Mu, who, without hesitation or moral qualms, plunged his sword into the cloaked figure's skull. At that moment, the crisis in Langya Base City was entirely averted. In the office of the Jidao Martial Arts School, Lu Tianping, Ma Jun, and Gao Mu sat together, sipping tea. "Do you think the people from Hanwei are mentally unwell?" Such formidable individuals not only failed to retain their talents, but even sought to eliminate them, Ma Jun remarked candidly, showing no reservations. After taking a sip of tea, Gao Mu shrugged and replied, "These people are consumed by infighting and intrigue, oblivious to everything else." Lu Tianping heartily concurred with Gao Mu's sentiment. "So, would you consider withdrawing from Hanwei and joining us at the Jidao Martial Arts School?" Ma Jun extended an invitation to Gao Mu. To be frank, Gao Mu genuinely contemplated joining the Jidao Martial Arts School. At the very least, he perceived it as a far less distasteful alternative than Hanwei. "Let me think it over," Gao Mu replied, his consideration sincere rather than perfunctory. The experiences he had endured within Hanwei had left him with a strong sense of its repugnance, particularly regarding the severe internal machinations. "We can discuss this matter later," Lu Tianping interjected to prevent any awkwardness. "Let us focus on where to hold tonight's celebration banquet." Following the successful defense of Langya Base City, Zhan Hu, in his capacity as the city's guardian, declared a city-wide festivity. The expenses for this grand celebration were to be borne by the base city itself. That evening, the celebration banquet was hosted at the finest hotel in the base city. It marked Gao Mu's first experience of indulgence, leading to a state of inebriation. Upon awakening the following day, he found himself sprawled upon a grand bed. As he rose and shook off the remnants of sleep, he exited the room. "You're awake." As Gao Mu stepped out, a gentle voice chimed in his ear. Following the sound, he beheld a sweet-faced, charming young woman, her smile bright as she regarded him. Gao Mu shook his head and asked, "Where am I?" "You are at wuxianovel," the girl replied with a grin. "You're home." As he surveyed his surroundings, Gao Mu realized he was indeed in his own residence. "Who are you?" he inquired, having never encountered this girl before. "She is Karu, our housekeeper," his mother's voice called from downstairs. Upon seeing Gao Mu's disheveled state, she frowned and gestured for him to come down. "Hurry and come downstairs for some tea." Nodding, Gao Mu made his way downstairs to sit beside his mother. He eagerly drank the steaming tea, quenching the thirst brought on by his drunkenness. "How much did you drink last night?" His mother looked at him with concern. Reclining on the sofa, Gao Mu raised 5 fingers in response. Watching from the television, his father scoffed, "In my youth, I could drink a dozen bottles of beer without feeling tipsy. You're already out of commission after 5. Your tolerance is quite poor. 5 types of wine. 1 of each in 5 bottles." Gao Mu's voice still sounded quite feeble. "Goodness." Gao Fu directly gave Gao Mu a thumbs up. "You are truly impressive." Gao Mu clasped his fists in front of Gao Fu, humbly indicating his modesty. "What is this rascal talking about?" Gao Mu pointed at John Hu on the television and inquired of Gao Fu. "How can you speak like that?" Gao Mu's mother, standing nearby, gave him a light smack and remarked with dissatisfaction. "Regardless of how he speaks, he is still the city guardian of our base city. Is this how you wish to speak?" "Humph," Gao Mu disdainfully snorted. "If it weren't for that scoundrel, our base city wouldn't have lost so many lives in this defense battle." Gao Fu and Gao Mu fell silent. They had never been on the front lines, so they were unsure of the veracity of their son's claims. However, based on their understanding of Gao Mu, it was highly likely that what he said was true. The reason our base city was able to hold its ground was due to everyone's efforts. Jean, who spoke with great emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Gao Mu, however, merely scoffed in disdain. Jean, who recounted many deeds of valor, and a multitude of names appeared on the large screen behind him. Gao Mu searched from top to bottom, from inside out, and found not a single mention of his name. What the hell does this mean? Gao Mu slammed his palm on the table and cursed at the television. "If it weren't for me in this city defense battle, you idiots would have long since lost the city. I must emphasize one individual." Jean, whose voice echoed from the television again. His expression shifted between sorrow and guilt. "This person is Gao Mu. During the invasion by the aberrant beasts, he not only failed to assist us in defending the city, but he even colluded with the aberrant beasts." Gao Mu could not clearly hear Jean, whose subsequent words. His mind was engulfed in a fiery rage, and the veins on his forehead throbbed incessantly. Gao Mu was genuinely furious. Not only was Gao Mu enraged, but even Lu Tianping and Niu Ming were incensed. Niu Ming may not have favored Gao Mu, yet he would not permit others to tarnish Gao Mu's reputation so easily. He understood that without Gao Mu, the Langya base city would undoubtedly have descended into chaos and bloodshed. In a fit of rage, Gao Mu directly dialed Lu Tianping's number. "Where is that idiot broadcasting?" "The central office area." Lu Tianping's voice was also laced with anger. Chapter 73, The Hero Becomes the Traitor. In the central office area, Jean, who sat in his office, a worried expression on his face as he addressed the person across from him. Is it really appropriate to say this? After all, Gao Mu is the savior of our base city. Opposite him sat a pallid, slender man of similar age named Han Lantu, the city guardian of the Yintong base city, who had been dispatched to Langya base city as a special envoy. Han Lantu's mission was twofold: to assist in the recovery of production in Langya base city, and to address the lingering issue of Gao Mu. Han Lantu dismissively waved his hand. "What of a hero? If I declare him a hero, then he is one. But if I label him a traitor, then he becomes a traitor." Han Lantu was a prodigy who had achieved fame at a young age, an exceptional young talent. Despite being of similar age to Jean Hu, he had already attained the rank of a 3-star king. Moreover, he was one of the rare individuals who, without reaching the 9-star level, firmly held the position of city guardian. However, Jean Hu remained somewhat concerned. Reflecting on Gao Mu's combat prowess demonstrated in the final battle filled him with dread. An 18-year-old capable of single-handedly contending against a 5-star king. His future was beyond measure. Rest assured, Han Lantu patted Jean Hu's shoulder, taking a sip of red wine with a relaxed expression. "I have brought several formidable experts this time. If he dares to come to the central office area, I am confident I can eliminate him." Jean Hu sighed softly, remaining silent. He was not worried about Gao Mu alone, but rather the implications from the extreme Dao Martial Arts Institute. Master Ma and the others may be overstepping their bounds. Indeed, Gao Mu is undeniably the hero of this city, yet they label him a traitor. Their intentions are evidently to eliminate Gao Mu. I have heard that Han Lantu has brought numerous king-level experts, all gathered in the central office area. Last night's gathering fostered rapid camaraderie between Gao Mu, Ma Jun, and those associated with him. If not for some intervening parties, they would have eagerly bowed and pledged brotherhood to Gao Mu. This is indeed inappropriate. Ma Jun's expression grew serious, his brow furrowed. He has contributed greatly to this base city. Before Ma Jun could finish his thought, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Lu Tianping. Lu Tianping. He pulled out his communication device and shouted. Has Gao Mu contacted you? He has. Lu Tianping, somewhat bewildered, replied while holding the communication device. He just asked me where Zhan Hu is now. Damn it. Ma Jun slammed his palm on the table and instructed his subordinates. It seems that the group from Hanwei Guard intends to settle matters with Gao Mu in the central office area. Upon hearing this, Ma Jun's subordinates could no longer remain seated. He swiftly grabbed his weapon and declared to his men, let's go, follow me to the central office area. Without hesitation, his subordinates rose and followed behind Ma Jun. In the central office area, Gao Mu stood at the entrance. Coldly addressing the guard, I want to see Zhan Hu. Who do you think you are? The guard was utterly rude, pointing a finger at Gao Mu and cursing. The city guardian of Zhan Hu is someone you can just waltz in to see? Gao Mu was disinclined to waste words with him, directly drawing his sword and severing the guard's head. The other guards, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in shock. After a brief moment of astonishment, one shouted into the communication device, someone has breached the central office area. He shouted before activating the alarm system. The red alarm lights and piercing sirens blared throughout the central office area. Zhan Hu sat anxiously in his office, while Han Lantu remained as composed as a mountain. Send all your men out, kill him. Han Lantu commanded Zhan Hu. Reluctant to heed Han Lantu's directive, Zhan Hu had no choice but to nod in agreement. He picked up the communication device, took a deep breath, and shouted, all personnel, engage immediately. Kill Gao Mu without exception. Yes, yes, yes. The communication device echoed with numerous affirmations. Once Zhan Hu finished issuing orders, Han Lantu smirked coldly, rising from his seat. Now, let us see what I can do. With that, he exited Zhan Hu's office. Simultaneously, the door adjacent to Zhan Hu's office swung open. 7 or 8 individuals filed out. These towering figures wore serious and cold expressions. They remained silent, yet exuded an indescribable aura of bloodlust. You all understand what today's mission is, right? Han Lantu inquired lightly. The group remained silent, merely nodding. These individuals were the formidable experts Han Lantu had brought with him. Among them was a 9-star king-level martial artist, with the rest exceeding 5-star prowess. Han Lantu had truly invested heavily to eliminate Gao Mu. After dispatching the guard, Gao Mu's eyes began to redden. The martial artists in the central office area had now surrounded Gao Mu completely. If you do not wish to die, it would be prudent not to obstruct my path. Gao Mu coldly warned them. Gao Mu. A martial artist acquainted with Gao Mu stepped forward, pointing at him and exclaiming, I am aware that you are heralded as a so-called prodigious youth, but being a genius does not grant you the liberty to act as you please. You have betrayed Han Yuewei and the base city. We have refrained from troubling you, yet you have sought us out. This individual boldly articulated all of Gao Mu's transgressions. What a coward. You hid behind during the city's defense, and now that the base city is secure, you dare to show your face. During the siege, Gao Mu had never encountered this man. Furthermore, the speaker exhibited a robust demeanor, suggesting he had not been on the front lines during the city's defense. Gao Mu's remarks reddened the man's face. Recognizing this reaction, Gao Mu understood he had struck a nerve. Defensive excuses, the man retorted, his anger palpable as he pointed at Gao Mu, bellowing, traitors must be eradicated. Brothers, let us unite. Despite inciting the crowd, he himself showed no inclination to charge forward. He underestimated the others, who were not willing to be foolish. When he saw no one act, he urged once more. The city guard has declared that whoever kills Gao Mu will receive a reward of 10 million and be groomed by Han Yuewei. Some would fight for beliefs, others for tomorrow, yet in this world, the majority would choose to fight for profit. With sufficient incentive, they would gladly play the fool. The promise of a substantial reward and preferential treatment made many eyes gleam with greed. Once greed ignites in one's gaze, it signifies a darkness in the heart. Chapter 74, The Assassination Plot Against Gao Mu. Some had ceased to ponder right from wrong, focusing solely on immediate gains. They gripped their weapons tightly, awaiting a leader to charge forth. Eliminate the traitor. One individual, his eyes bloodshot, brandished his weapon and charged at Gao Mu. With one advance, the others hesitated no longer. They swung their weapons, all surging towards Gao Mu. If you seek death so eagerly, I shall oblige, Gao Mu thought, his eyelids heavy with resolve. Secret art of all characters. Indestructible Vajra technique. Pacification decision. A lethal aura surged forth, sword energy slicing through the air. As the ultimate technique of pacification was unleashed, the first assailant who reached Gao Mu was swiftly dispatched. Yet, undeterred, the ones that followed pressed on. The allure of the reward was simply too enticing for them. Azure Lotus sword technique. The long sword danced, Azure Lotuses blooming and dissipating. Although the Azure Lotus sword technique lacked the sheer force of the pacification decision, its power was not to be underestimated. Gao Mu's long sword functioned like a merciless harvester, claiming life after life beneath its blade. He lost count of how many had perished. All he recognized was that his face was drenched in blood. The man who had vociferously denounced Gao Mu as a traitor now quaked in fear, witnessing Gao Mu's invincible prowess. Desperately, he activated his communication device, shouting, "We can no longer hold." At that very moment, a hand landed firmly on his shoulder. Han Lantu, with a smile, gazed at him and said, "You have performed admirably. Leave the rest to me." The man recognized Han Lantu, and his tension eased. Han Lantu raised his hand above his head, gesturing lightly, "Swiftly resolve this. Do not squander time." The warriors following him clasped their fists and shouted, "Yes." They then dashed towards Gao Mu at an alarming speed. Sensing something amiss, Gao Mu lifted his gaze toward Han Lantu's direction. The sight of so many elite warriors rushing toward him filled his heart with trepidation. "Gao Mu, do not fear. I am here to assist you," came the voice of Ma Jun. The previously indifferent Han Lantu's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. He turned toward Ma Jun and bellowed, "Ma Jun, do you intend to wage a full-scale war against my Han Yue by entering my central command area? Are you attempting to intimidate me?" Ma Jun retorted from afar, disdain evident in his tone. "I indeed wish to engage in total warfare against you. What can you do about it?" Upon hearing this, Han Lantu fell silent. His initial declaration of total war had merely been a bluff to intimidate Ma Jun. Yet, he had not anticipated Ma Jun's utter lack of fear. "Brothers, support Gao Mu." Ma Jun continued to shout. "Regardless of what Gao Mu has done today, we stand with him." Ma Jun's proclamation darkened Han Lantu's expression. The trap he had laid for Gao Mu was supposed to be a guaranteed death sentence. However, with Ma Jun's involvement, this seemingly inescapable situation now bore a flaw. Why? Gao Mu glared at Han Lantu. Despite not knowing him, he sensed the murderous intent and hostility emanating from Han Lantu. "Because you obstructed their path." Ma Jun interjected mockingly before Han Lantu could respond. "This bunch of fools excels at nothing but eliminating dissenters. You are too powerful. So much so that they regard you with trepidation. Thus, even after you save the base city, they harbor murderous intentions towards you. Ultimately, your rapid growth is what incited their wrath. Moreover, you do not belong to their faction." Han Lantu did not contest Ma Jun's assertions. Gao Mu recognized the truth in Ma Jun's words. "Enough of this idle chatter. Brothers, attack." Ma Jun, perhaps weary of words, shouted resolutely. His reinforcements proved formidable, engaging directly with those Han Lantu had brought. Given their comparable realms and star ratings, neither side inflicted significant casualties in the short term. "What do you say?" Gao Mu inquired, turning to Han Lantu. Han Lantu's countenance darkened, his gaze cold and fierce as he retorted, "This lethal trap has been set. Today, you shall not survive." With that, Han Lantu charged directly at Gao Mu. He had not intended to engage Gao Mu in direct combat, knowing that Gao Mu could hold his own even against 5-star warriors. Yet, with his own men now clashing with Ma Jun's forces, he had no choice but to confront him personally. Gao Mu gripped his long sword tightly and surged toward Han Lantu as well. Han Lantu wielded a long sword akin to Gao Mu's, yet unlike Gao Mu's ornate blade, his appeared rather ordinary. Of course, it merely seemed ordinary. For a warrior of Han Lantu's caliber, even a non-legendary weapon would at least be of diamond quality. As their swords collided, no sparks flew as anticipated. Instead, the impact caused Han Lantu's face to pale, for Gao Mu's strike was immensely powerful, splitting his palm and drawing blood. Han Lantu wished to articulate something. Yet before he could utter a word, Gao Mu's assault came crashing down once more. Azure Lotus sword technique. As a probing measure, Gao Mu refrained from employing the pacification decision. However, even this lesser attack overwhelmed Han Lantu, leaving him in despair. How could he be so formidable? Despite being significantly older than Gao Mu, he found himself in such a wretched state. Han Lantu's heart brimmed with resentment. After all, he too had once been deemed a genius in his youth. Gao Mu's relentless onslaught flowed like an unending river, while Han Lantu's defense devolved into a desperate struggle for survival. He roughly estimated that within 10 exchanges, Gao Mu would be able to breach his defenses. "Someone come and help me," Han Lantu exclaimed helplessly. However, the allies he had brought were entangled with Ma Jun's people. The others were either lacking in skill or too fearful to advance. Observing the unfolding chaos from a distance, Zhan Hu sighed softly. Perhaps it was unnecessary for matters to escalate to this point. At this juncture, Gao Mu and Han Yue were destined for a complete rift. Based on his trajectory of growth, even if he did not become the strongest in this world, he would undoubtedly stand at its pinnacle. Contemplating this, Zhan Hu dared not ponder further. While Zhan Hu was lost in thought, Gao Mu had already unleashed the Pingwan decision, leaving Han Lantu severely injured. "Spare me." Han Lantu suddenly halted, gazing at Gao Mu with pleading eyes. "Everything that has transpired today was forced upon me." He had lost his previous arrogance and pride, leaving only the instinct for survival and an inner dread. Chapter 75, Departure from Langya Base City. Han Lantu's kneeling was completely unexpected. Not only his own men, but even those from Ma Jun's side were taken aback. Well, Ma Jun scoffed, seeing Han Lantu's side's assault had ceased. "You were so defiant earlier. Why the sudden cowardice?" Han Lantu bowed his head in silence, not uttering a word. "Ah," Zhan Hu remarked, profoundly moved by the scene before him. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently." Kneeling before Gao Mu, Han Lantu's expression was a tumult of shadows. He had never imagined he would find himself in such a pitiful state today. He was equally surprised by Ma Jun's support for Gao Mu. Simultaneously, he realized Gao Mu's esteemed position within the extreme Dao martial arts school. He felt a pang of resentment, yet he found himself powerless. At this moment, Gao Mu was feeling a considerable headache. Had Han Lan continued to fight him, Gao Mu could have easily slain him. However, with his kneeling apology, Han Lan had stripped Gao Mu of his justification for killing him. To slay or not to slay, Gao Mu began to waver in his decision. Just as he was deep in thought, Han Lan suddenly lifted his head. His eyes were bloodshot, exuding a ferocious intensity. Gripping his weapon tightly, he glared at Gao Mu like a ravenous wolf. Seeing Gao Mu deep in contemplation, Han Lan appeared to have made up his mind and abruptly surged forward. His sword, moving with lightning speed, lunged towards Gao Mu. Han Lan's sudden assault took everyone by surprise. "Be careful," Ma Jun shouted, attempting to intervene. But the distance was too great for him to arrive in time. Yet, Gao Mu was not caught off guard by Han Lan's onslaught. "Die!" Han Lan's face twisted into a cruel smile as his sword neared Gao Mu's body. If he could eliminate Gao Mu, he would reclaim his lost dignity and pride in an instant. However, he had underestimated Gao Mu. Just as the blade was mere centimeters from Gao Mu, Han Lan's expression shifted drastically, for Gao Mu's sword had pierced through his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief and resentment. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably from his wound as he clutched his throat, desperately trying to stem the flow. Yet, everyone knew his efforts were futile. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, a visage of unfulfilled rage and death. His identity was anything but ordinary. At that moment, Zhan stepped forward, approaching Gao Mu and coldly advising him, "If you kill him, your relationship with Han Yue will be irrevocably severed." Zhan's feelings towards Gao Mu were profoundly complex. He harbored deep resentment for Gao Mu's slaying of Tan Lan, yet he was also grateful to Gao Mu for safeguarding the base city. Gao Mu nodded silently in acknowledgement. As they departed from the central office, Ma Jun, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "You have killed a king-level expert of Han Yue. This matter is significant. However, if his identity is truly as Zhan described, I advise you to distance yourself from the base city." Distance from the base city? Ma Jun's suggestion caused Gao Mu to furrow his brow slightly. Where else could he go? In the current state of the earth, the only habitable places were the base cities. Unless Gao Mu fled into the wilderness, there was no other option. "There is a place I recommend you go," Ma Jun said with a slight smile, his eyes glinting. "That would be the headquarters of our Extreme Dao Martial Arts School." The headquarters of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School? This location was essential for Gao Mu's next steps. After all, the new sign-in location was indeed the headquarters of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Exactly. Seeing Gao Mu's lack of resistance, Ma Jun continued. "Have you heard of the training camp of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School?" Gao Mu nodded in acknowledgement. The training camp is divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Each year, a session is held, inviting martial artists from around the world. The beginner camp caters to those below the king level, aiming to help them ascend into king level status. The intermediate camp is for those above the king level, designed to cultivate martial artists of king level and beyond. This information about the training camp was accessible online. However, details regarding the advanced training camp were much harder to find. The training camp of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School is not an opportunity available to just anyone. Even if one receives an invitation, they must pass the school's rigorous assessment. Countless are invited each year, yet only a few manage to succeed in the evaluation. If Gao Mu's memory serves him right, last year's intermediate training camp invited approximately over 10,000 martial artists, but only a handful, merely dozens, passed the assessment. A mere 1% acceptance rate speaks volumes about the difficulty of the training camp's evaluation. Since you are aware, I might as well inform you that the assessment for today's intermediate training camp has concluded. However, if you wish to participate, I might be able to help you find a way in. Gao Mu remained silent, lost in contemplation. The headquarters of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, as an independent city, was not easily accessible. Given Gao Mu's current situation, entering the training camp seemed to be the most advantageous choice. "All right," after careful thought, Gao Mu replied, "Please help me find a way in. I wish to join the intermediate training camp." Ma Jun smiled and nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the villa, Gao Mu's parents did not pry, and he offered no explanations. Days of tranquility passed by unnoticed. A week later, Ma Jun arrived at Gao Mu's villa with promising news about the training camp. "If it's convenient, we should set out immediately." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ma Jun got straight to the point. Gao Mu glanced at his parents, feeling a twinge of reluctance. "Go," his father nodded, smiling at Gao Mu. "Stay safe." Although his mother did not speak, her eyes were filled with tears and an evident reluctance to part with her son. This time, Gao Mu left home with nothing in tow, not even the extravagantly luxurious weapon he possessed. Ma Jun assured him that the headquarters of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School would have everything he needed, rendering such items unnecessary. At the base city airport, modern airplanes had become a luxury mode of transport reserved for affluent individuals. Due to the presence of extraordinary beasts in the skies, Every aircraft is constructed from materials capable of withstanding such creatures, resulting in exorbitant production costs. Gao Mu sat aboard the plane, gazing at the diminishing skyline of the Langya-based city, his heart brimming with emotion. Farewell. Rather than feeling apprehensive about the impending new environment, he was instead filled with exhilaration. A new environment symbolizes the unknown and, concurrently, signifies challenges. At this moment, he was undaunted by any obstacles that lay ahead. Chapter 76. Headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. The headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School is situated beyond the borders of Huaxia. After nearly 5 hours of flight from Langya-based city, the plane gradually descended to a steady landing. As the cabin door opened, Gao Mu inhaled deeply. Upon surveying the surroundings, he was momentarily taken aback. Why have we landed in the wilderness? Gao Mu inquired of Ma Jun, who was not far behind him. The situation at the headquarters is quite unique. No aerial transportation is permitted to enter. Thus, the plane could only alight in the wild. Ma Jun produced a map and, after a brief glance, remarked, "We still have a journey ahead, so let us not linger in the wilderness." Gao Mu nodded and sprinted swiftly in the direction indicated by Ma Jun. After approximately an hour of frenzied running, Gao Mu spotted a towering wall rising on the distant horizon. Upon reaching the base of the wall, he was once again struck by a sense of his own insignificance. He estimated that the wall must be at least as high as a 40-story building. Standing beneath it, Gao Mu felt even smaller than an ant. Let us proceed. Ma Jun, amused by Gao Mu's dazed expression as he stared at the wall, teased, "Once we enter the city, you will encounter even more astonishing sights." Gao Mu smiled faintly and followed closely behind Ma Jun. At the foot of the wall stood a colossal city gate, adorned with the formidable skull of an extraordinary beast. "What is this?" Gao Mu, astonished as if he had never seen such wonders, asked Ma Jun. Ma Jun, with an expression of pride, replied nonchalantly, "The skull of the dominant dragon." "The dominant dragon?" Gao Mu gasped. With the revival of spiritual energy, extraordinary beasts have emerged. Yet even so, draconic beings remain among the most distinguished of these creatures. To possess the skull of a dragon is indeed remarkable. Why is there a dominant dragon skull here? Gao Mu queried curiously. With a proud clap on his chest, Ma Jun boasted, "Naturally, it was hunted by our school's master." In that moment, the gleam in Ma Jun's eyes revealed his genuine affection for the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. "Very well, let us enter the city," Ma Jun said, giving Gao Mu a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Under Ma Jun's guidance, Gao Mu entered the city with remarkable ease. As soon as they stepped inside, Gao Mu was met with a plethora of towering edifices. "That is the core area of the headquarters," Ma Jun explained, pointing to the tallest building. "Those who reside within are primarily the families of the core members of the martial arts school. The slightly shorter buildings also house the families of the school's members, albeit of lesser rank than those in the tallest structure." As Ma Jun continued to elaborate, he activated a maglev vehicle. Ding. Identity confirmed. Ma Jun, 4th level base city branch master. Gao Mu observed that the technological level at the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School was indeed advanced. The vehicle traversed the streets for over an hour before finally coming to a halt. "This is the comprehensive office building," Ma Jun elaborated as he exited the vehicle. "Those who work here are primarily clerical staff for the martial arts school. The reason I brought you here is to assist you in completing the procedures for the training camp." The process was remarkably swift, within mere minutes. Gao Mu acquired his identity as a trainee in the intermediate training camp of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. "What does the G grade signify on my trainee medal?" Gao Mu inquired, noticing a prominent capital G emblazoned on it. Each training camp lasts for half a year, with a rating conducted at the beginning of every month. This G grade is initially the lowest level, but you will have numerous opportunities to elevate your rank. At the start of each month, trainees are re-evaluated based on their performance from the previous month. The higher your rating, the better your ranking, and consequently, the more resources you will be able to access. Ma Jun provided a thorough explanation. "Shortly, I will send you a detailed guide on how to improve your rating. Additionally, your communication device has been equipped with a dedicated leaderboard for this session of the intermediate training camp, allowing you to track your ranking relative to others." After sharing all this, Ma Jun glanced at the time and said to Gao Mu, "I can assist you no further. The rest is up to you." Before Gao Mu could respond, Ma Jun departed, leaving him bewildered and somewhat at a loss. "Now, you need to proceed to the intermediate training camp." Just as Gao Mu stood there in confusion, a voice called out to him from nearby. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a service robot observing him. "How can I reach the intermediate training camp?" Gao Mu responded to the robot. The robot indicated a vehicle, stating, "This car is for everyone's use. You may drive it directly there." Goodness. Upon hearing this, Gao Mu marveled. Is this not akin to a shared vehicle? Following the robot's instructions, he opened the door of a car. "Please select the driving mode." As he settled into the driver's seat, a mechanical voice echoed within the vehicle. Faced with two options displayed on the screen, Gao Mu decisively chose the automatic driving mode. "Please select your destination." The voice prompted once more. After determining his destination, Gao Mu reclined in the seat and began reviewing the materials Ma Jun had sent him. The pagoda? Upon seeing this term, Gao Mu's eyes lit up. The pagoda is also a significant metric in the ratings. The higher the number of floors one conquers, the greater the rating for the following month. Besides the pagoda, hunting extraordinary beasts and participating in the monthly grand competition are also crucial factors in the evaluation. As Gao Mu perused these details, his vehicle had already arrived at the entrance of the training camp. Stepping out, he was confronted with the sight of the training camp. Is this the training camp? It resembles a luxurious hotel. The exterior appeared to be that of a top-tier luxury hotel. Were it not for the sign nearby, Gao Mu might have doubted his location. After a slight chuckle, he strode toward the interior of the training camp. Who are you? Just as he reached the entrance, a middle-aged man blocked his path. I am Gao Mu, a student of the training camp, Gao Mu declared, producing his identification. The middle-aged man frowned slightly upon hearing Gao Mu's words. Why have you arrived so late? He muttered to himself while examining Gao Mu's credentials. Others typically arrive several days in advance, yet you have only just come. Do you understand what it means to be late by a day? Chapter 77, A Misunderstanding. This middle-aged man is not only a coach at the intermediate training camp, but also the examiner from the previous assessment. As he scrutinized Gao Mu's information, his frown deepened further. You did not participate in the assessment? A warrior of his caliber possesses an exceptionally remarkable memory. Within the recesses of his mind, it seems that there is no record of a person named Gao Mu among the candidates who participated in the assessment. Most notably, the information regarding Gao Mu is devoid of substance, with only his name present. Even the section detailing his realm remains blank. This absence of information has given rise to a rather unfavorable misunderstanding regarding Gao Mu. Due to certain circumstances, he missed the assessment, which he acknowledged in his response. This clarification only deepened the middle-aged man's misconception. Each year, there are individuals who manage to gain entry through nepotism, typically being relatives of high-ranking officials within the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Although the middle-aged man is accustomed to such occurrences, it still leaves him feeling somewhat uneasy. I will send you the rules for trainees shortly, he stated. Perhaps owing to this misunderstanding, the middle-aged man's demeanor towards Gao Mu was somewhat less than cordial. While other matters were inconsequential, he emphasized the necessity of remembering certain untouchable red lines. After conveying this, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Gao Mu to proceed inside. Once Gao Mu departed, the middle-aged man returned to his office, his expression reflecting his displeasure at the prospect of sending someone of this age to the intermediate training camp. What is the situation? A voice inquired, having overheard his complaints. Is there yet another case of nepotism? The speaker was well aware of the middle-aged man's temperament. One trainee is merely 18 years old and already sent to the intermediate camp. The middle-aged man retorted, incredulous. Good heavens! Have those at the top lost all sense of propriety? The person who had asked earlier joined in the lamentations, expressing disbelief that an 18-year-old would be deemed suitable for the intermediate camp. Isn't the evidence of favoritism rather blatant? The training camps at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School not only serve as a breeding ground for talent, but also function as a gilded platform. Who could argue otherwise? The middle-aged man mused, feeling quite vexed. At such a tender age, even if the individual were a prodigy among prodigies, their level would hardly be remarkable. I truly fail to understand the merit in such favoritism. It is nothing more than self-deception. As he grumbled, he poured himself a cup of tea, his expression still sour. Lee Instructor, enough of your complaints. Allow me to show you something intriguing, another voice chimed in. Lee Instructor turned to the speaker, inquiring, what is this intriguing thing? Someone has just breached the pagoda tower. You should take a look. Lee Instructor paused momentarily, then opened his computer to access the Instructor's exclusive backend. After parting ways with Lee Instructor, Gao Mu followed the prompts to locate his dormitory. After a brief tidy-up, he found himself at a loss for how to pass the time, leading him to opt for signing in. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. 100 year-end fruits. Ding. New sign-in location updated. Please proceed to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School headquarters pagoda tower to sign in. After consuming the newly acquired exotic fruit in his dormitory, Gao Mu's strength surged to 8.75 million kilograms, and his realm ascended to Diamond 8 stars. He was not particularly anxious about signing in at the pagoda tower, but upon realizing it was already the end of the month, he hurriedly exited his dormitory. With the new month approaching, he was determined not to finish at the bottom. Fueled by a strong competitive spirit, he resolved to take action immediately and made his way to the pagoda tower. The pagoda tower here mirrored that of the Langya-based city, but unlike the latter, this one required scanning Gao Mu's credentials and uploading all his authentic information to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School's backend. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Grass character sword technique, mastery. Ding. Sign in location updated. Please proceed to the Shuanshin Pavilion to sign in. Upon hearing the sign-in reward, Gao Mu nearly leapt for joy. It is worth noting that the grass character sword technique is one of the 3 great sword techniques that can rival the peaceful chaos technique within the perfect world. With the acquisition of the grass character sword technique, Gao Mu's offensive capabilities received a substantial enhancement. However, more than his delight at obtaining a new skill, Gao Mu was perplexed by the new sign-in location. What exactly is the Xuanxin Pavilion? He retrieved his device to search for information regarding the Xuanxin Pavilion. Soon enough, he discovered that it is one of the most significant places within the Extreme Path Martial Arts School headquarters, serving a function akin to the Sutra repository of the Shaolin Temple. Here, one can find either discovered or self-created martial arts techniques. Naturally, the requirements for entering the Xuanxin Pavilion are exceedingly stringent. For trainees wishing to gain entry, it is not simply a matter of desire. One must secure the top position on the monthly leaderboard 3 times. Good heavens, the difficulty is quite high. Gao Mu muttered to himself as he began to tackle the challenges ahead. Although he had previously navigated the first 10 levels while at Langya Base City, he would have to start anew here. He completed the ascent from levels 1 to 10 in 5 minutes, from 10 to 20 in 10 minutes, and from 20 to 30 in 20 minutes. By the time he reached the 43rd floor, an hour had elapsed, and he found himself on the 49th floor of the pagoda tower. His progress through these challenges had been remarkably smooth, as the beasts that emerged within the pagoda posed no threat to him whatsoever. Even at the 48th floor, which equated to Diamond 8 stars, he breezed through with ease. However, upon reaching the 49th floor, the challenges became more formidable. Fortunately, he managed to overcome them without dire consequence. Standing on the 50th floor, Gao Mu chose not to hasten the emergence of the beasts, but rather to take a moment to rest. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School was abuzz with excitement. The 50th floor. When they saw Gao Mu ascend to the 50th floor, Lee Instructor's jaw dropped in astonishment. Observing Lee Instructor's incredulous expression, a close acquaintance jested, "Who among those entering the intermediate training camp hasn't conquered the 50 levels? What is so astonishing about that?" Yet, the middle-aged man stammered, "But the issue is, what is the issue?" The other, holding a teacup, approached Lee Instructor and sipped his tea. "The issue is that he is a young prodigy. Have we not encountered young prodigies before?" Lee Instructor remained silent, instead gesturing towards his screen. The direction of his finger pointed directly at Gao Mu's age. When the other instructor noticed that Gao Mu was only 18 years old, he sputtered, spraying tea all over the instructor's computer. Chapter 78. Astonishing the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. The crowd behind the instructor grew increasingly dense. Not because these instructors lacked computers of their own, but rather because they wished to witness this miracle together. Beyond the instructor's office, several other offices were also bearing witness to the impending miracle that Gao Mu was about to create. "This kid has potential. The future is bright," the inspection officer mused, holding his teacup and gazing out the window with a contemplative expression. "I wonder what those fools in the Hanyu Guard are thinking, allowing such a prodigy to slip through." Gao Mu did not linger on the 50th floor, but continued to ascend through the levels. With his Diamond 8 stars realm, combined with the secret of the character Jia, it was conservatively estimated that he could breach the 58th floor. Of course, if he were to add the peaceful chaos technique and the grass character sword technique into the mix, he might very well surpass even that. 50, 51, 52. Enthralled by his relentless pursuit of advancement, Gao Mu remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil his endeavors were causing within the ranks of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. "This individual is mine. None of you shall contest me for him." "You claim him? On what grounds?" "I am the supervisor. He is mine." "And what of being a supervisor?" "I am the deputy headmaster. He must be my disciple." Extreme Path Sangshan, a virtual realm created by the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy, served as a manifestation of individual aspirations. Within this domain, each person materialized their essence. At the pinnacle of Extreme Path Sangshan stood the Extreme Path Palace, a sanctuary for the elite of the academy. Access to the Extreme Path Palace was reserved for those of at least branch master status. Branch masters, supervisors, inspectors, and deputy headmasters vied fervently for Gao Mu's allegiance. An 18-year-old youth is not an uncommon sight. Similarly, a king-level martial artist is not rare. However, when these two attributes converge, it transcends the realm of mere rarity. "Silence, please." As the debate escalated, a gentle female voice broke through the din. In the center of the Extreme Path Palace, a spectral figure resembling a young girl materialized, momentarily stunning the assembly. "My father has decreed that no one shall take this boy as a disciple." Upon her pronouncement, all fell silent. Every individual present was acutely aware of her esteemed lineage. "What does the master say?" the deputy headmaster inquired softly. The girl cast a glance at him, her demeanor cheerful as she replied, "Father is in seclusion, and his wish is to allow the boy to grow unrestrained. Unless he encounters formidable challenges or unforeseen circumstances, no one is permitted to intervene." Her words elicited expressions of regret among the attendees, yet they dared not voice their discontent, for it was a direct edict from the master. As the girl's apparition gradually faded, the occupants of the Extreme Path Palace remained, standing in silence, their eyes alight with fervor. Some of the more cunning individuals began to discern potential loopholes in the master's command. "If I cannot take him as a disciple or interfere, then I can simply befriend him beforehand." Among those with the sharpest minds was Inspector Chi. "I have previously met him and left a favorable impression. I shall seek him out and engage him in conversation to cultivate our rapport." These individuals clearly understood the potential of Gao Mu's growth. If they did not forge a connection with him before he matured, they might find themselves unable to even catch a glimpse of him once he reached his zenith. Inspector Chi, known for his decisiveness, stealthily exited the virtual world of the Extreme Path Palace and returned to reality. Upon his arrival, he opened his safe, retrieving a cherished longsword. This longsword, a king-level weapon, gleamed with a silvery sheen and boasted a unique design, leading Inspector Chi to name it the Tianhua sword. He had acquired it during his explorations of ancient ruins, but had refrained from utilizing it due to his current cultivation level. He sensed an extraordinary quality about the sword, which he had preserved in his safe rather than parting with it. Were it not for his desire to strengthen his ties with Gao Mu, he would not have considered bringing it forth. Carefully sheathing the Tianhua sword, he set out from his home. As an inspector of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy, he possessed extensive privileges within the academy's backend. Locating the residence of a trainee like Gao Mu was, for him, a trivial task. After discovering Gao Mu's address, he entered his magnetic levitation vehicle. Unlike others, his vehicle was classified into 3 tiers. The uppermost, reserved for executives, hovered approximately 50 meters above ground. The middle tier, for mid-level managers, was around 20 meters high, and the lowest tier, accessible to all. The vehicle propelled forward, and due to the absence of traffic, he traversed the distance in less than 5 minutes. Standing outside Gao Mu's room, he knocked with eager anticipation. However, no response came from within. Frowning, Inspector Chi murmured, "Could he still be out at this hour?" Suddenly recalling something, he swiftly accessed the back end of the pagoda. Upon seeing Gao Mu's current level, he was astounded. He is already on the 56th floor? Indeed, at that moment, Gao Mu stood triumphantly at the 56th level of the pagoda, brandishing a sword conjured from its essence, effortlessly shaking his head at the approaching beasts. As the beasts advanced, Gao Mu took action. Grass character's sword technique. His previous experiences with the technique had ignited a passion within him. Waves of sword energy erupted from his being, surging towards the formidable beasts. Those initially formidable creatures were swiftly reduced to mere fragments under the onslaught of the grass character sword technique. With the beasts vanquished, Gao Mu ascended the steps towards the 57th floor. 57, 58, 59. Upon reaching the 60th floor, he finally halted. The disparity between these 2 levels was stark. Encountering the beasts on the 60th floor proved disastrous, as a mere brush with one resulted in his immediate defeat. Exiting the pagoda, Gao Mu bore a countenance of regret. Meanwhile, the system of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy initiated the evaluation phase for the intermediate training camp. However, Gao Mu's thoughts were far removed from such matters. His immediate concern was what to eat, for the Tower-S challenges had left him ravenous. Chapter 79, The Illusory Heavenly Market. The advancement of technology had resurrected many culinary delights from the past. For instance, the renowned dishes from the 3 major chain giants of Sha County had been impeccably recreated. Gao Mu could hardly believe his fortune at tasting Sha County cuisine in this alternate world. What astonished him even more was the exorbitant price. "I ordered a large pork chop rice, a chicken chop rice, a meat rice, 8 trays of steamed dumplings, and a few chicken legs, and you demand 200,000? Is this reasonable?" Gao Mu was incensed by the cost. It was not that he lacked the funds, but rather that the price was simply outrageous. "Brother," the proprietor responded patiently, unperturbed, "the large pork chop rice is prepared with the meat of the king-level beast, the white-skinned wild boar. The chicken chop rice features the flesh of the king-level heavenly snow goose, and the meat rice is made from the crimson sky snow pig." The proprietor elaborated, emphasizing the rarity of their ingredients, thus justifying the steep price of 200,000. Goodness, Gao Mu mused, if the proprietor's claims were true, the price might indeed be warranted. Since you've put it that way, I'll accept it, even if it's a fabrication. With that, he settled the bill and departed. Contented, he hailed a shared hover vehicle and returned to his dormitory. Upon arriving, he was pleasantly surprised to find Inspector Chi waiting at his doorstep. The scene evoked a profound sense of encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land. "It was truly delightful to see you here." Gao Mu's exuberance elicited a radiant smile from Inspector Chi. To be candid, Gao Mu held a fondness for the seemingly frosty demeanor of Inspector Chi. However, the sudden brightness of Chi's smile rendered Gao Mu somewhat uncomfortable. "How have you been? Is the food satisfactory? How is your accommodation? Are you resting well?" Inspector Chi commenced with a barrage of inquiries reminiscent of a concerned father. His relentless questioning left Gao Mu momentarily flabbergasted. After a brief pause, he finally responded, "It's been all right. The food is decent, though a bit on the pricey side." Gao Mu's words were entirely a critique. Yet, Inspector Chi's expression shifted dramatically as he furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Tell me the name of that establishment. I shall promptly bring them to justice." No, that's unnecessary." Gao Mu awkwardly waved his hand, quickly redirecting the conversation. "Did you come to see me for a specific reason?" With this change of topic, Inspector Chi recollected the purpose of his visit. "Well, you see," he said, casually extending the Tizat sword he held, "I heard that you arrived with nothing in your possession. I happen to have a weapon that has been lying unused for quite some time. I wish to present it to you as a welcoming gift." Upon beholding the Tizot sword in Inspector Chi's hand, Gao Mu thought to himself, "This Inspector Chi is indeed generous, bestowing upon me a weapon of royal caliber." He initially intended to refuse the gift, but Inspector Chi was not inclined to grant him the opportunity for rejection. He promptly thrust the Tizot sword into Gao Mu's hands and turned to leave. Staring at the sword in his grasp, Gao Mu wore a perplexed expression. Why would an inspector gift a weapon to a mere trainee? What is the meaning of this? As he pondered, he returned to his dormitory. The gap between an inspector and a trainee was akin to the vastness of the galaxy. Under normal circumstances, these two roles would never intersect. Once back in his quarters, Gao Mu began to examine the Tizot sword. Truly, as a weapon of royal status, it was exceptional. With a gentle flourish, the sword emitted a melodic hum. What a magnificent weapon! After sheathing it, he reclined upon his bed. Lost in thought, he soon succumbed to slumber. When he awoke again, it was already the dawn of a new day. The first thing he did upon waking was to retrieve his medal. The letters emblazoned upon it had now transformed into ants. In the next moment, he accessed the leaderboard. To his astonishment, he found himself at the pinnacle of the intermediate training camp leaderboard. Looking further down the rankings, he noted that the individual in second place had merely achieved a total score of C last month. It was not that these individuals lacked capability, rather, none could compete with the sheer prowess Gao Mu exhibited. Is this first place even human? To attain an S rank in such a brief span and ascend to the top of the leaderboard. Who is this person? How can they be so formidable? I have exerted myself and only managed AD. I suspect this individual must be cheating. Otherwise, such a score is unfathomable. At the extreme Dao Tsongshan Intermediate Training Camp, this virtual realm was a gathering ground for trainees. All the trainees gazed upon Gao Mu's ranking and rating, falling into a deep state of self-doubt. Those who qualified for the extreme Dao Martial Arts Training Camp were all prodigious talents, the pride of their respective cities. Yet, at this moment, their confidence was thoroughly shattered, leaving them feeling exposed and embarrassed. Doubt, dissatisfaction, and self-questioning began to permeate the ranks of trainees. Since Gao Mu had not entered extreme Dao Tsongshan, he remained oblivious to their skepticism. Instead, he focused on strategizing how to secure a high rating and ranking for the upcoming month. After all, only by achieving first place 3 times in succession could he gain entry to the Xuanxin Pavilion, allowing him to complete his next stage of registration. He sifted through the relevant criteria for ratings and soon found a promising lead: hunt exotic beasts. Outside the headquarters of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy, numerous congregations of exotic beasts could be found, including those of royal caliber. First, he needed to consider contribution points. Contribution points were also a crucial standard for ratings. The means to acquire these points was straightforward. One could sell the cores of exotic beasts to the academy to gain contributions. Besides aiding in ratings, contribution points could also be used to procure items unavailable outside the academy. With no hope of breaching the pagoda of floating towers, he had no choice but to pursue this alternate route. Thus, Gao Mu, a pragmatic individual, promptly purchased a map from the official website and departed from the headquarters of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy. As he ventured toward the city of Huantian, a gathering place for royal exotic beasts, Gao Mu made his way swiftly, taking less than an hour to reach the outskirts of Huantian. After a brief moment of rest, he unsheathed the Tizot sword and cautiously stepped into Huantian City. Chapter 80, The 50-Year-Old Youth. Upon entering Huantian City, Gao Mu encountered his very first royal exotic beast. It resembled a husky in appearance, yet its size was enormous, with blood-red eyes. This creature bore no fur, but its body was adorned with spikes akin to those of a porcupine. Even without a fear of needles, the sight of those spines made Gao Mu uneasy. Since you are the first royal exotic beast I have encountered, I shall not hold back. With that declaration, Gao Mu charged at the beast. Indestructible diamond technique. Grass character sword art. Gao Mu refrained from employing the comprehensive technique, not out of arrogance, but rather to assess whether his current strength could withstand a battle with a royal exotic beast. As the grass character sword art unleashed its sword energy, the beast seemed utterly unconcerned. In fact, a hint of disdain flickered in its blood-red gaze, as if it were mocking him, allowing the sword energy to wreak havoc upon its form. Once the sword energy dissipated, it cast a scornful glance at Gao Mu, as though to say, "Is that all you've got?" This was the first time Gao Mu had been derided by an exotic beast, and he felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Comprehensive technique. Having gauged his strength, Gao Mu decided not to waste any more time on this creature. With a tenfold increase in power, his combat prowess surged explosively. Grass character sword art. He swung his sword once more. Initially, the beast's expression was one of contempt. However, as the sword energy approached, its demeanor shifted dramatically. Shock gave way to pain, which ultimately morphed into resentment. Indeed, this time, the grass character sword art swiftly dispatched the beast. With a decisive strike, he pierced its skull, retrieved the core, and tossed it into his backpack. As he began searching for his next quarry, the core hunting endeavor proceeded remarkably smoothly, and Gao Mu hoped to fill his backpack before nightfall. In a secluded courtyard within the imperial capital-based city, The grand estate was clearly not a place for ordinary individuals. Between the red bricks and green tiles, one can faintly discern several individuals clad in the uniforms of the Hanyu Guard patrolling the area. At the deepest recess of the courtyard, an elderly man reclines in a rocking chair, gently swaying a palm fan while squinting and humming a tune. As he hums, tears begin to well up in the corners of his eyes. Lantu, my most cherished grandson. Has that Gao Mu consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard to dare take his life? The old man's voice carries an air of detachment, evoking a profound sense of melancholy. Grandfather. At that moment, a youth of similar age to Han Lantu knelt before him. Allow me to avenge Lantu. I swear to bring justice upon Gao Mu. The old man, with his eyes still narrowed, did not open them but waved his hand dismissively. If Lantu was no match for him, do you believe you can stand a chance? If Lantu was indeed outmatched, it must have been due to his carelessness. Those present, apart from Gao Mu and Ma Jun, unanimously regarded Lantu's demise at the hands of Gao Mu as a mere fluke. Carelessness. The old man rocked in his chair, swaying the palm fan gently as he murmured, even if Lantu was careless, he should not have been bested by such a youth. His voice was soft, almost as if he were conversing with himself while addressing those around him. Grandfather. The kneeling youth raised his head once more, pleading earnestly. I promise, I can slay Gao Mu. The old man still did not open his eyes. With a feeble gesture, he replied, he is currently at the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. Are you certain you can eliminate him there? The youth nodded confidently. He was a practitioner from the intermediate training camp, striving to secure more resources by enhancing his ranking and rating. He believed he could conquer the pagoda in his first month, and in his second month, if he sought to further improve his standing. He could choose to hunt exotic beasts. We lie in wait outside. We will have our opportunity to strike. This individual had conducted thorough reconnaissance. Very well. The old man opened his eyes, nodding with a satisfied expression. But you must understand, should you fail to kill him, the youth interjected, I will take my own life, and none shall know my true identity. Make note of his name. The old man instructed a steward-like figure beside him with measured calmness. If he succeeds, he shall become the foremost heir of this generation. The steward nodded, and the kneeling youth was filled with elation. Upon departing the secluded estate, he did not linger, heading straight for the airport in the imperial capital, boarding their family's private aircraft. He set course for the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. This expedition involved approximately 20 formidable warriors, 15 of whom were at the peak of the 9th star rank, with the remaining 5 being 9th star elites. Though the difference in terminology was minimal, the disparity in capability was vast. Gentlemen, he stood up on the plane, his demeanor serious and earnest. We must not take this hunting operation lightly. Indeed. The 20 responded in unison with fervor. The aircraft halted 100 kilometers from the headquarters. Inside, they removed all identifiers of their identities, even going so far as to mar their tattoos with blades. Once they confirmed that everyone had shed their identities, Han Lanfeng descended from the plane with a grim expression. This time, I must seize the opportunity. His fists clenched tightly. As night fell, Gao Mu, who had been relentlessly hunting in the city of Huantian, completed his tasks for the day. Viewing his overflowing backpack of cores, he smiled. With the pack secured, he hurried towards the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. Hey, wait a moment. Gao Mu had not traveled far when he was confronted by a group of warriors. Based on his observations, these individuals were all above the king rank and appeared to be in their 50s or 60s. In this world, designating someone in that age range as a youth was not unwarranted, given that the average lifespan of ordinary humans was around 120 years, while martial artists boasted an average lifespan of approximately 250 years. Is there something you need? Gao Mu inquired, his hand cautiously inching towards his Tizat sword. The leader of the group, a young man with golden hair, smiled amiably. I wish to purchase some of your cores. Would you be willing to sell? While his expression was cheerful, Gao Mu detected a profound greed in his eyes. What price? The apparent avarice of the other party heightened Gao Mu's wariness. How about the market price plus 10? The golden-haired youth continued. Gao Mu remained silent, sensing something amiss. Chapter 81, the 7-person team. His suspicion arose from the fact that there were 4 individuals present. Typically, martial artist teams in the wild are rarely composed of even numbers, more often than not. They consist of an odd number of members. A combination of 2 ranged and 3 melee fighters is considered the most effective configuration. Yet, the weaponry of this group indicated a peculiar arrangement of 3 melee fighters and 1 ranged. From any perspective, this lineup was problematic. Either their strength was exceptionally formidable, granting them confidence in such a configuration to hunt exotic beasts, or one of their ranged fighters was concealing themselves. In Gao Mu's view, the latter scenario was more plausible. Secret word, all characters. Indestructible, golden body. Exercising caution, Gao Mu activated his strongest defensive skill. His prudence was soon validated. As the golden barrier enveloped him, he heard 3 distinct sounds of air being sliced behind him. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic sounds echoed as he swiftly turned around, only to find a bewildered young man standing nearby, flanked by 2 others wielding bows at a distance. Not only were these 3 astonished, But the four in front of Gao Mu appeared equally baffled. They had assumed their assault on Gao Mu was nearly foolproof, only to be taken aback by the strength of his defenses. After a moment of confusion, the one who had spoken with Gao Mu earlier bellowed, "Don't just stand there, let us attack together." The group quickly regained their composure, drawing their weapons to confront Gao Mu head-on. A 7-person team? Gao Mu had miscalculated. He had initially thought it was a conventional 5-member team, only to discover it was an unconventional 7-member unit. The Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy encourages practitioners to engage in combat with one another, yet it strictly prohibits fighting in the wild. As humans, everyone is acutely aware that once the constraints of rules are abandoned, everything can spiral out of control. Engaging in battle in the wild incurs severe penalties from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. Of course, if one could ensure total annihilation of the evidence without leaving a trace, that would be a different matter altogether. This 7-member team exhibited remarkable synergy. 3 melee fighters engaged Gao Mu in close combat, while the remaining 3 ranged fighters created distractions to divert his attention. The last melee fighter remained agile, flitting between the 3 ranged fighters, providing them with protection. The assault from the 3 melee warriors was nearly flawless, and the harassment from the 3 ranged fighters proved to be quite bothersome for Gao Mu. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed incessantly. Had it not been for Gao Mu's indomitable body, he might have sustained severe injuries by now. The 7 adversaries were astonished, realizing that Gao Mu was remarkably resilient. Despite enduring relentless assaults, he remained unscathed. As the saying goes, initial momentum surges, but subsequent efforts wane. Their inability to subdue Gao Mu over an extended period incited a sense of urgency within them. In contrast, Gao Mu maintained his composure, patiently awaiting their blunders. In their growing impatience, the 7 did indeed falter in their coordination. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Mu thrust his sword through the throat of one of them. Upon witnessing this, the remaining 6 were left dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that, despite their numerical superiority, they would not only fail to eliminate Gao Mu, but would instead suffer a casualty at his hands. This unexpected turn of events altered their mindset once again. Capitalizing on their moment of disarray, Gao Mu re-emerged, each of his strikes ruthless and precise. Within mere moments, he had dispatched another foe. "Stop hiding. Use your strongest skills immediately," the leader shouted. The remaining 5 warriors nodded in unison, preparing to unleash their most formidable techniques. Yet their altered mindset rendered them ineffective. Even their mightiest skills could not alter the tide of battle. Gao Mu had transformed into a merciless executioner, systematically eliminating them one by one. As he dispatched the 6th opponent, the yellow-haired one was left in shock. He fell to his knees before Gao Mu, fervently bowing his head. "Please, do not kill me. I beg you, spare my life," he pleaded, his expression exuding desperation. Gao Mu regarded him with disdain and replied, "Give me a reason not to kill you." This statement seemed to ignite a flicker of hope within the yellow-haired man. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly declared, "I have connections. Someone in my family is a high-ranking member of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. If you let me go, I can ensure you navigate the training camp smoothly and secure the highest ratings each month." Gao Mu stroked his chin, eyeing the yellow-haired man with intrigue. "That reason is insufficient to sway me." With his current prowess, attaining high ratings and rankings was a trivial task for Gao Mu. "I can also offer you money," the yellow-haired man continued, believing wealth could solve most problems. "Name your price. I can provide whatever amount you desire." Would money entice Gao Mu? Clearly, it did not. "Enough," Gao Mu said, waving his hand with irritation. "I have no desire to waste words with you. You may die." Upon hearing the word die, the yellow-haired man shot his head up. "My father is a supervisor at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. If you dare to kill me, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance." He was still grasping at straws. "A supervisor, you say?" Gao Mu chuckled softly, shaking his head. "When you prepared to kill me, you should have been ready to meet your own end." With that, he swung his Tizat sword, and the yellow-haired man's head rolled away. Gao Mu shook his head and continued on his path, his expression unchanged by the encounter. Nor did he feel any tumult in his heart after slaying the yellow-haired man's group. However, unbeknownst to him, shortly after he departed, a 5-member team arrived at the scene of the recent conflict. Having previously interacted with the yellow-haired man, they quickly recognized his identity. "This is serious," one of the team members murmured. "The child of a supervisor from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School has been killed. Who has the audacity to do such a thing?" The others shivered in fear, hesitant to speak. "Should we report this incident?" one member inquired. The captain pondered briefly before nodding. "Since we have discovered it, we must report it." The others in the team did not oppose the captain's decision, recognizing that this incident might yield a substantial reward. Chapter 82, The Law Enforcement Department. In the bustling logistics department of Extreme Path City, this place is undoubtedly the most vibrant spot. Trainees can submit their cores here, while members of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School gather to seek suitable bounty tasks. Upon entering the logistics department, Gao Mu swiftly arrived at the core submission area. Perhaps due to it being the beginning of the month, there were not many individuals submitting cores. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, it was his turn. I am here to submit my cores, Gao Mu informed the young lady behind the service desk. With a professional smile, she gestured to the table in front of him, saying, please place your cores on the table, and the system will automatically analyze their quality. Gao Mu nodded and retrieved his backpack from behind him. As the young lady watched an array of cores tumble from Gao Mu's bag, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Having worked there for approximately 5 years, she had never encountered anyone submitting such an extensive quantity of cores. Goodness, that's an excessive number of cores, she thought. Who is this person? How could he possibly possess so many cores? Surely he didn't buy them. It would be impossible to amass this many from hunting beasts alone. Regardless of whether purchased or earned through hunting, this individual was undeniably formidable. The trainees behind Gao Mu gazed at him with envy over his vast collection of cores. In fact, not only trainees but even official members of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School were equally envious. I wonder what underhanded means he used to acquire all this. I find it hard to believe anyone could hunt so many beasts in such a short time. I suspect he is merely a wealthy heir. And perhaps all these cores are purchased. Maybe their quality is low, which is why he could gather so many. Where there is admiration, there is bound to be jealousy. Standing at the front of the line, Gao Mu detected a strong scent of lemons. However, he offered no explanation, quietly awaiting the young lady's assessment. Soon, she regained her composure, but the real shock was still to come. According to the system's feedback, all of Gao Mu's cores were from king-level beasts. My heavens! The young lady gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. The onlookers, intrigued by her expression, fell silent, their curiosity piqued. The previously chaotic and noisy logistics department had now grown eerily quiet, everyone awaiting the appraisal results. Taking a deep breath, the young lady managed to suppress her astonishment and asked, How did you accomplish this? Gao Mu looked at her, bewildered, not fully grasping her question. How did you manage to hunt so many king-level beasts? She inquired, her face a mask of shock. The others gasped in unison upon hearing her question. All of them are from king-level beasts? This must be a joke. I refuse to believe it. Could the system be malfunctioning? These individuals, being king-level warriors themselves, were acutely aware of the challenges involved in hunting such beasts. In a typical 5-member team of champions, hunting down a formidable beast of the same rank and star level, escaping without casualties would indeed be considered a stroke of divine favor. Gao Mu appeared to be anything but a member of a team, which was the most astonishing aspect to them. How much contribution value might I acquire? Gao Mu inquired of the young lady. Her calm demeanor quickly brought her back to reality as she responded, I'm afraid I don't know. It depends on the system. Gao Mu nodded and began to wait. As seconds ticked by, the usually reliable system remained silent, leaving him rather impatient, his brow furrowing slightly. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the console before the young lady, prompting her to frown as she looked at it. She then raised her gaze to Gao Mu and said, There seems to be a problem with the system. You'll need to wait a little longer. Gao Mu nodded, his impatience palpable. At that moment, a voice boomed. Who is Gao Mu? He turned to see several individuals clad in uniforms searching for him. The sight of these figures made everyone present instinctively take a step back. These uniformed individuals belong to the enforcement department of the Extreme Dao City. This department is notably unique, operating independently from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Institute, while possessing the authority to scrutinize everyone within its confines. The position of its head is equivalent to that of the deputy head of the institute itself. I am, Gao Mu stepped forward to declare. The members of the enforcement department directed piercing gazes towards him. Those surrounding Gao Mu retreated, as if wishing to disassociate themselves from him. This reaction illustrated the sheer terror the enforcement department instilled within Extreme Dao City. Come with us, the team captain, Yin Hanxian, stepped forward and addressed Gao Mu. Furrowing his brow, Gao Mu retorted, Why should I go with you? His question left Yin Hanxian and everyone else present momentarily dumbfounded. Particularly, the members of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Institute silently applauded Gao Mu. It was well known among them that the enforcement department was a formidable entity. Their powers were extensive, allowing them to detain anyone they suspected of wrongdoing. Should they gather evidence, they could execute one without prior notification to anyone. Thus, no member of the institute dared provoke the enforcement department, though the powers of the enforcement department were vast. Its members were also bound by regulations that prohibited capricious or reckless use of authority. The first rule mandated that anyone found guilty of indiscriminate killing, abuse of power, or falsely accusing the innocent would face immediate retribution. We suspect there is an issue with your core acquisition method, Yin Hanxian stated with a grave expression, resembling a merciless enforcer. Suspect? Gao Mu scoffed, curling his lips in disdain. You can't just drag me along based on mere suspicion. His defiance left those around him in shock. As far as they knew, this was perhaps the first instance of someone daring to speak to members of the enforcement department in such a manner. Yin Hanxian, too, was encountering someone fearless of the enforcement department for the first time. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising anger, he declared, You must accompany me now. Should you refuse, I have the authority to impose immediate judgment.